In the era of global beast taming and data digitization, fierce beasts rampage, leaving humanity on the brink of peril. Changqing acquires a legendary beast companion, only to have it snatched away by a powerful clan, which audaciously claims that the impoverished are unworthy of such divine creatures. Just then, he awakens his innate talent, gaining an infinite array of divine attributes. With each level gained, a golden divine attribute is bestowed upon him. Cannot the poor raise such beasts? Then I shall exploit my advantages to nurture them. Yemink yepulasta rivinyan equals sanzu vinvu. In nivahuplas Qingqiu sin equan duwei by hu. Zuan disu plastan sin line su equan duo baosu. One by one, he conquers hellish dungeons. The elusive records he gazes upon are merely stepping stones. National examinations, gatherings of beast tamers, and prodigies unfold. A multitude of the chosen and elite humans lament. Where did this prodigy spring from? Years later, when the Abyssal Tunnels open, countless races pour forth, only to be pursued relentlessly by divine beasts of unmatched valor, fleeing in utter disarray. What? When did so many divine guardians appear? Alas, they are merely my beast companions. Chapter 1. Legendary Beast Companion Blood Demon Fire Crow. In Jinhai City, at the Beast Awakening Altar, only a handful of students stand in line waiting. As the grand formation on the altar flickers with radiant light, there are gasps, joy, despair, and melancholy. The teacher overseeing the awakening ceremony wears a placid expression, coldly observing as students leave the altar with their beast contracts, stating blandly, "Do you wish to ascend to greatness?" The fate of a poor beast tamer is to create resources for the noble clans. His voice is not loud, yet it clearly reaches every student's ears. Among them, a strikingly handsome young man clenches his fists in silence. Without background, wealth, or resources, the populace at the bottom of society can only cling to the powerful, securing the necessities of life and a semblance of safety. Next, Changqing, the teacher's voice, tinged with impatience, prompts the youth to step forward, presenting the prepared blood sample and documentation. The teacher glances at the information, and upon seeing both parents marked as deceased, a faint smile crosses his indifferent face. Ah, a hero's descendant, quite commendable. Witnessing your growth shall serve as a solace to their spirits above. As he casts a drop of blood into the altar's formation, unexpectedly, a rich crimson hue rapidly ascends at the center of the formation. Following this, a deep, hoarse cry resonates around the altar like thunder. This. The teacher's mouth gapes in astonishment, staring at the unyielding crimson, as if he has seen a ghost. Am I not mistaken? It is not a dazzling light effect, but rather a red bloodline level. Hearing the teacher's exclamations and witnessing the extraordinary presence of the beast companion, Changqing's heart races with excitement. Red, it is a red attribute. The corresponding beast companion bloodline level is legendary. His beast companion turns out to be one with a legendary bloodline. Soon, as the spectacle in the formation gradually fades, a bird, resembling a crow and engulfed in blood-red flames, dives into the beast contract card. At this moment, a notification of Abyssal rules echoes in his ears. Congratulations! You have acquired a legendary bloodline, Beast Companion Blood Demon Fire Crow. On the red contract card, golden lines sketch the simple silhouette of the Blood Demon Fire Crow. Focusing his mind, he can faintly perceive a hazy figure, seemingly attempting to connect with him. My heavens! He actually awakened a legendary bloodline beast companion. Comparing myself to others is disheartening. Why am I devoid of such fortune? Among the scattered few, expressions vary: envy, frustration, helplessness, yet all ultimately reflect a sense of desolation. Indeed, what does a legendary bloodline matter? They are merely the poorest of the poor in Jinhai City. Only commoners awaken beast companions at the Abyssal Altar, daring to gamble on the pitiful odds of fortune. A millennium ago, the Abyssal Realm descended upon Blue Star, ushering in an era of pure data-driven existence, while simultaneously unleashing monstrous beings known as fierce beasts into the human world. In the blink of an eye, these beasts ravaged the continent, nearly extinguishing humanity. The Abyssal powers, perhaps seeking equilibrium, established awakening altars in several human settlements, aiming to grant humans the ability to tame beast companions to combat the fierce beasts. After a grueling struggle, humanity, aided by their beast companions, finally gained the strength to confront these monstrous foes. Through the efforts of their ancestors, A unique progression path for beast tamers was created. Upon reaching 18, every individual may awaken a compatible beast companion at the altar. However, as time passed, powerful clans emerged like mushrooms after rain, gradually rendering the awakening altars desolate, becoming the primary avenue for the impoverished to rise. The Changqing stows away the legendary beast companion card, tightening his fists, and begins to envision a brighter future. Having traversed here 13 years prior, he dedicated himself to mastering beast taming knowledge, all for this moment. Although his standard advantage has yet to arrive, with this beast companion by his side, he is confident in securing a promising future. Just as he steps down from the altar to leave, the teacher presiding over the formation calls out to him. Changqing, do you have any intentions of parting with this legendary beast companion card? Parting with a beast companion card is a common transaction. Changqing shakes his head, resolutely declining. I'm sorry, teacher, but I have no intention of parting with it. With that, he strides away. The teacher gazes at Changqing's retreating figure for a long moment before sighing, a legendary beast companion. What a pity. What a pity. Upon returning home, before Changqing can even remove his coat, a melodious voice drifts from the kitchen. Qing is back. Please wait a moment, dinner will be ready shortly. Okay, Changqing replies, sitting on the sofa, striving to suppress the joy bubbling within. By the way, at that moment, a stunningly beautiful face peeks around the kitchen door, like a masterpiece carved by the hands of divine artisans. I heard you went to the awakening altar? How did it go? What bloodline-level beast companion did you acquire? Changqing exhales softly. The woman, noticing his unusual demeanor, quickly reassures him. It's all about luck there. Later, I'll head to the beast auction house. We must select a good first beast companion. Seeing her earnest expression, Changqing can no longer contain himself. He leaps from the sofa and rushes into the kitchen, enveloping her still donned in an apron, wielding a spatula with excitement, proclaiming, "Sister, I awakened a legendary bloodline beast companion. A legendary bloodline." The woman freezes for a moment before dropping the spatula and embracing Changqing tightly, exclaiming, "Really? That's wonderful. I knew Qing was the best." Mwah! Her delicate lips leave a gentle kiss on Changqing's forehead. Amidst the jubilant atmosphere, the two share the meal with exceptional happiness. You rest at home while I go out and buy some supplies for you. A legendary beast companion requires more comprehensive care than others. You must hurry and complete the contract with it. Understood? Listening to her maternal-like nagging, Changqing smiles warmly. Understood, my esteemed sister. Such a cheeky one. Once she departs, Changqing retrieves the red beast companion card, using a fruit knife to draw a small cut on his fingertip, allowing a drop of crimson blood to fall onto the card. Legendary beast companion, Jinhai City, I, Changqing, shall surely carve out my own place. Suddenly, a gust of wind sweeps through the room, causing the droplet of blood to be blown away, landing on the floor. Where did that wind come from? As he ponders this, a loud crash reverberates. The door was abruptly kicked open, and a stream of individuals poured in, instantly filling the modest living room to capacity. You're Changqing, correct? I am Chen Ziming, the head of the Chen family. I have come for your legendary beast pet card. Chapter 2. Seizing my legendary beast pet, claiming I cannot afford it. Chen Ziming's eye sockets were deeply sunken, his bloodshot eyes glinting with an insatiable greed and excitement upon seeing the legendary beast pet card. Changqing's breath hitched, and he quickly stowed the beast pet card into his backpack. As he glanced at the others present, his heart suddenly contracted with dread. He recognized every one of them. The principal of Jinhai No. 1 High School, the head of the department, and one particularly imposing figure. The deputy city lord of Jinhai City, Li Haoran. Taking a deep breath to suppress the unease swelling within him, Changqing spoke, esteemed leaders. What brings you to my humble abode? Is it a visit of consolation? Principal Wang of Jinhai No. 1 High School wore a warm smile, settling down beside Changqing and patting his leg. Changqing, we are all aware of your acquisition of a legendary beast pet. Logically, you should become a key focus of our nurturing efforts. However, as you know, legendary bloodline beast pets are exceedingly rare. Even with the collective power of the city, the time and resources required to cultivate one to perfection remain uncertain. You are the descendant of a hero, the pride of Jinhai City. Your veins flow with noble blood that seeks to serve the nation and the people. After extensive discussions between the school and the city lord's office, we have a proposal for you. He gestured towards Chen Ziming. With a loud clap, numerous materials and a check for 3 million gold coins were placed on the coffee table. Here is a golden beast pet card along with all the necessary materials for its evolution. An additional 3 million gold coins as compensation will ensure you become an elite in Jinhai City. The bloodline levels of beast pets range from none, white, bronze, green, silver, blue, gold, yellow, lord, cyan, king, purple, legendary, red, to mythic, orange. Each level's color corresponds to the strength of its attributes. In this era of data, attributes are ubiquitous, from daily sustenance to bloodline beast stones. Without attributes, they lose their value. Even if a non-beast pet item possesses a red attribute of legendary level, it remains invaluable and rare. Chen Ziming was not here to negotiate. He was here to rob. Principal, are you here to trade or to seize? The value of a legendary level in the auction house exceeds 10 million, yet it remains elusive. You cannot take advantage of my youth and deceive me. Chen Ziming's expression darkened, his heart set solely on the legendary beast pet. Kid, these items are more than sufficient. I advise you to recognize the situation and refrain from actions detrimental to Jinhai City. Principal Wang shot him a glare, replying, not at all. It is indeed quite a lot. Changqing, consider the resources required for cultivating a legendary beast pet. It is an endless pit, given your family's resources. How far can you truly cultivate it? Moreover, its value transcends mere beast pets. It could become the guardian deity of Jinhai City. When that time comes, everyone will remember your selflessness, and many lives will be saved because of your benevolent actions. Have you forgotten the moral education instilled at Jinhai No. 1 High School? Changqing, build the larger community by sacrificing for your family. Hearing this, Changqing lifted his head and coldly laughed. Principal, are you placing me on a moral pedestal? The same sacrifice for the greater good. Why is Chen Ziming unwilling to sacrifice a little more? You think highly of yourself. How can a lowly wretch like you have the qualifications to possess a legendary beast pet? Either hand over the legendary beast pet card with the items, or today will be your last. Once Chen Ziming revealed his true colors, Principal Wang ceased his persuasion. At that moment, Li Haoran, who had been observing the spectacle, suddenly snorted disdainfully. What an impressive Jinhai No. 1 High School. What a formidable institution. Principal Wang, do you focus solely on power education while neglecting moral education? Changqing, as a descendant of heroes, acts selfishly, disregarding the bigger picture. Such students, such beast tamers, are destabilizing factors in the city, a lurking disaster. Li Haoran adjusted his glasses. Devoid of emotion as he declared, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, I, as Deputy City Lord, hereby order. Changqing harbors ulterior motives. This legendary beast pet must not fall into such hands. Chen Ziming, what are you waiting for the safety of Jinhai City? Yes. Chen Ziming's face twisted into a malicious grin as he advanced towards Changqing. In a state of shock, Changqing exclaimed, what do you intend to do? At this moment, Principal Wang stood up to leave, while several other school leaders moved forward to restrain Changqing. Chen Ziming brandished a black card. Upon seeing it, Changqing gasped in horror, the reverse contract card. What are you planning to do? You will find out soon enough. Chen Ziming seized Changqing's bleeding finger and drew a six-pointed star pattern resembling a summoning array on the table, then squeezed a drop of blood into its center. Suddenly, a low, hoarse cry echoed in the air. The legendary beast pet card flew out of Changqing's backpack as if guided by the blood, gently settling atop the droplet. In no time, the red six-pointed star contract array glowed with light. A similar pattern appeared beneath Changqing's feet, and the shadow of the blood demon fire crow gradually solidified behind him, eager to break free. However, in the next instant, Chen Ziming crushed the card, and countless strange black tendrils emerged, one probing into the legendary card while the other firmly grasped the beast's phantom. The reverse contract card forcibly severed the connection between the beast pet and its master. Changqing attempted to struggle, but was firmly held by the school officials, helplessly watching as the beast's shadow was continuously pulled away. He could only look to Principal Wang with pleading eyes. Their gazes met, but Principal Wang immediately turned away, causing Changqing's heart to plunge into despair. The anguished roars of the beast echoed throughout the room, intertwining with Chen Ziming's frenzied voice. Truly, the legendary beast pet was not easily extracted by a mere reverse contract card. Nevertheless, I had prepared for this. Submit obediently, and with the nurturing of my Qin family, you shall become the guardian deity of Jinhai City. Return swiftly. Suddenly, the beast's shadow, now partially pulled out, was enveloped in a thick crimson flame. Under the assault of the blood flames, the black tendrils of the reverse contract card began to retreat. However, the color of the beast pet card rapidly shifted, red, purple, green, yellow, blue, and finally to pure white, at which point the black tendrils completely dissipated. With a pallid face, Chen Ziming was furious, as was Li Haoran, whose crimson gaze seethed with suppressed rage. They could never have anticipated that the legendary beast pet would rather perish than submit, even at the cost of burning its essence to resist the reverse contract. Not only did they fail to acquire the beast pet, but its legendary status had also plummeted to that of an ordinary one. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly spark a media frenzy. Li Haoran shot a furious glare at Changqing, his expression a storm of anger as he pointed a trembling finger at Gu Changqing. Well done. A fine student produced by Zhenhai No. 1 High School. Even if you disagree with the trade, you cannot unilaterally destroy it. Principal Wang, how does your school educate its students? Is there a need to retain such a mouse droppings? With that, he waved his sleeves and departed, unmoved by their malicious intent. Gu Changqing sat in stunned silence, absent of joy or sorrow, absently stroking the now white beast pet card, his face ashen. The bloodline source of the legendary beast pet has been exhausted, and its tier has fallen from legendary level blood demon fire crow to ordinary level night crow. Chapter 3. Talent. Infinite gold attribute. The few leaders from Zhenhai No. 1 High School, who were holding Gu Changqing down, exchanged bewildered glances with Principal Wang. They had indeed come to seize the legendary beast pet, but they had not intended to destroy it. Principal Wang's countenance was fraught with discomfort as he directed an irate shout at Chen Ziming. Master Chen, even if the bargaining chips are insufficient, must Gu Changqing resort to illicit means to safeguard the legendary beast companion? His voice resonated loudly enough to draw the attention of the neighboring residents, who hurried to witness the unfolding drama. Chen Ziming immediately grasped the gravity of the situation, realizing he had not anticipated such extremism from Gu. Regardless of the outcome of the transaction, our intentions were aimed solely at protection and cultivation. Alas, the human heart is indeed inscrutable. Outside, whispers of speculation began to circulate. What had transpired? It seemed Gu Changqing had acquired a legendary beast companion, and the Chen family alongside the school leadership had convened to negotiate a transaction. Gu, unwilling to compromise, escalated the stakes dramatically. Ultimately, no agreement was reached, and Gu destroyed the legendary beast companion. Surely, this sounds like someone attempted to seize it? Seize it? The Chen family, being the foremost clan in Zhenhai, had no need for such acts of theft. After all, it was a legendary beast companion, not just any common creature. A prominent figure from the city lord's office had already declared it to be a case of Gu's insatiable greed. Indeed, I concur. Concur with what? A sycophant of the aristocracy. As differing opinions echoed outside, more leaned favorably towards the onlookers. Principal Wang and Chen Ziming simultaneously exhaled a sigh of relief. Changqing, what am I to say to you? You have completely misunderstood our intent. You are being overly radical. Gu Changqing remained unmoved, his mind replaying the harrowing scene of the blood demon fire crow, murmuring to himself, was it my fault? Yes, it was my fault. I should not have contracted so hastily. I should not have harbored any illusions. I should not have placed even a modicum of trust in the school. In the presence of a legendary beast companion, every previously amiable individual transformed into a ravenous wolf or ferocious leopard. With the legendary beast companion gone, must I still escort you all out? Child, how can you speak so? What sort of education does the school provide, that you show such disregard? Get lost. The single command silenced the reprimand from the departmental director. All right, calm down. After all, the national examination is approaching. Principal Wang firmly guided the agitated Chen Ziming away, and the living room fell silent. The excitement dissipated, and the surrounding neighbors returned home to rest. All was tranquil, as though nothing had ever transpired. Gu Changqing felt a tumult of emotions, as if a piece of his heart had gone missing. Yet the stark reality before him was undeniable. The national examination loomed, and achieving a commendable rank hinged critically upon the first beast companion. Presently, the legendary beast companion had become mere refuse. If you are willing to sink into the abyss without relinquishing me, what reason do I have to abandon you? Gu Changqing swiftly regained his composure, forcing the wound to bleed, a drop of crimson falling upon the beast companion card. Initially, the card refused to absorb the blood, reluctant to form a contract. But under Gu's pressing threats, the blood began to seep in gradually. A crow, no larger than a palm, emerged from the card, hopping onto Gu Changqing's shoulder, using its sharp beak to peck away the unclean tear stains. A profound sense of kinship blossomed between them. Gu tenderly caressed the feathers of the Yi Mingya, declaring, even without a legendary bloodline, I shall remain steadfast by your side. The Yi Mingya responded with a low, melancholic chirp. Suddenly, a notification from the abyss arrived. Congratulations on contracting your first beast companion. Yi Mingya, you have officially become a beastmaster. The information panel is now open. Congratulations on awakening the beastmaster talent. Infinite gold trait. Level upgraded to 1. Talent triggered. Please draw a gold trait. A series of notifications left Gu Changqing momentarily stunned. Eagerly, he opened the information panel. Gu Changqing, beast companion. Yi Mingya, white, common. Level 1. Experience 0-100. Title: Junior Beastmaster. Talent: Infinite Gold Trait, unique, for each level gained. 1 gold trait can be acquired. Note: traits can only be conferred to contracted beast companions, and bestowed companions cannot betray. Is this real? Gold traits? Changqing rubbed his eyes vigorously until the notification prompted him again, and he selected to draw. Trait extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining the gold trait, Great Sun Golden Flame. A mass of golden flames illuminated the Beastmaster's space in resplendent glory. The intensity of the flames was such that merely gazing upon them caused discomfort. They resembled a radiant sun. Changqing could not help but feel exhilarated. Gold traits. The corresponding bloodline is mythological? Changqing remained incredulous. A mythological grade bloodline was undoubtedly divine. Since the formation of the Beastmaster system, such miracles had only occurred with the first generation of the Beastmaster god. Everyone aspires to become divine, yet divinity remains elusive. Now, a beast companion with a mythological grade bloodline lay glaringly before him. Everything transpired too suddenly, akin to a roller coaster of highs and lows. Even Gu, who had lived 2 lives, felt his heart race and breath quicken. He opened his backpack, where a sphere of golden flames hovered inside. Gently tapping it, the introduction of the Great Sun Golden Flame appeared before him. Great Sun Golden Flame, bloodline level gold trait. Description: the supreme sacred fire birthed by the sun, igniting all, towering and majestic. Special ability: the bestowed beast companion awakens bloodline abilities without additional constraints. Upon meeting the standards for level and promotion materials, success is guaranteed. Requirements: fire-type avian beast companions. This is real. It's genuine. Changqing compelled himself to maintain composure, then chose to bestow the gold trait upon Yi Mingya. Do you wish to confer the gold trait, Great Sun Golden Flame, upon the beast companion Yi Mingya? Yes. Gold trait bestowed successfully. Your beast companion Yi Mingya has successfully evolved into the initial sunbird. Changqing could hardly contain his excitement. Immediately accessing the information bar. Beast companion, initial sunbird. Rank: bronze. Level: 1. Bloodline: Great Sun Golden Flame, gold. Attributes: strength 10, constitution 10, agility 10, spirit 70. Spiritual power: 500. Skills: transformation, true flame of the initial sun, flame immunity, passive, body of the golden crow. Rank advancement path: Yi Mingya, common. Initial sunbird, bronze. True fire sparrow, silver. 3 young burning hawk, gold. Cave void flame hawk, lord. 9 unfathomable fire holy monarch, king. Supreme flame phoenix, legendary. Great Sun Golden Crow, mythical. Changqing opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. At this moment, all thoughts and emotions coalesced into 2 words: incredible, incredible, incredible. Chapter 4. T-Art Master by Lianhua. The rank represents the level of beast companion must attain to surpass designated thresholds using specific materials. The strength of the bloodline trait will determine what grade the beast companion may ultimately achieve. Upon witnessing the other form of the Yi Mingya, Changqing finally comprehended the essence of defiance against fate. After merging with the Great Sun Golden Flame bloodline, its 4-dimensional attributes surged to 100 points, already at the pinnacle for a newborn beast companion. Aside from the initial skill of transformation, which allows switching between Yi Mingya and initial sunbird forms, the remaining 3 bloodline skills were astonishingly jaw-dropping. Typically, beast companions contract with only 1 skill or none at all post-contract. The opportunity to awaken subsequent skills only arises during rank evolution. Most significantly, the progression path for the Great Sun Golden Flame bloodline was openly laid out from low to high, as long as one levels up and prepares the necessary evolution materials. Unobstructed breakthroughs are possible. The power of gold traits is indeed terrifying. What has happened? Xiaoqing, as he re-entered. She beheld the disarray of the living room and the emotionally turbulent Changqing seated on the sofa. She hurriedly approached him, shaking him as she caught sight of the fresh bloodstains on the table, immediately grasping the gravity of the situation. Who is it? Which family from ZHNHI City? YRYN's rare fury erupted, akin to a lioness fiercely protecting her cubs. Sister, it's nothing. GCHNGQing suppressed his inner joy and excitement, merely recounting the truth about the CHN family, the city lord's manor, and the slander he faced from ZHNHIYGO. Leaving aside any mention of the golden entries or mythical beast companions, he dared not confront the madness and malevolence of those individuals, even with infinite golden entries. Until he possessed the means of self-protection, he must feign weakness and victimhood to numb them. YRYN's expression remained unmoved, instinctively gripping GCH in GQang's hand as she reassured him, "Do not worry, sister will seek justice for you." YRYN had once been a member of the city guard alongside her late parents. 7 years ago, when the Abyssal rules weakly restrained the ferocious beasts, those trapped outside the city and within dungeons broke free from their seals, launching a brutal assault on Qingqiu city. Many illustrious beast tamers perished in that battle. Afterward, YRYN became a teacher at Qingqiu, caring for Changqing. He had heard whispers of her identity from his parents before. For reasons unknown, she had come to Qingqiu city, backed by formidable power. Upon hearing her promise, Qingqiu felt even more assured. Yet, he resolutely declined YRYN's goodwill. A hint of hesitation flickered in her eyes, not from fear of those individuals or families, but pondering whether to wield her hidden power. Having spent so much time together, they had become like family. YRYN's concealment of her true identity must stem from unspeakable burdens. He was afraid that she might leave as a result. Sister, I will take care of it myself, trust me. YRYN met his gaze earnestly, and after a moment, she quelled her anger, saying, all right, I believe in you. She understood Qingqiu's temperament. He would never act recklessly without support or confidence. If I fail, you can step in. Looking at Qingqiu's knowing smile, YRYN was momentarily taken aback. You little rascal, your mind is full of nonsense. Go to sleep. You have classes tomorrow. All right. As she watched Qingqiu enter his bedroom and close the door, the smile on YRYN's face abruptly vanished. Fixating on the bloodstains on the table, her pupils emanated a chilling light. Once inside his room, Qingqiu confirmed multiple times that the lineage and talents of his beast companion were not mere illusions before drifting into a satisfied slumber. The next morning, he awoke to YRYN's knocking, washed up, had breakfast, and the two walked to school side by side. As Qingqiu walked down the narrow corridor of the teaching building, he was called from behind before reaching his classroom. Qingqiu, wait. Turning around, he saw his homeroom teacher, Liemi. With thick glasses and an ordinary appearance, she radiated warmth. She pulled Qingqiu aside to a corner of the staircase and whispered, I've heard about your situation, but I believe in your character. My students would never commit acts that provoke public outrage. Qingqiu felt a surge of gratitude, due to his unique identity. Liemi had often looked after him. Alas, my voice carries little weight, and I cannot speak on your behalf. The school has decided you should go home and rest. However, it's a good opportunity to adjust your mood in preparation for the upcoming national examination. Qingqiu was not surprised. It would have been unexpected if the school took no action against him. I understand, teacher. I will go gather my things. Do not be disheartened. I have always held high hopes for you. Keep it up. Thank you. As Qingqiu stepped into the classroom, the previously noisy atmosphere fell into silence, all eyes fixated on him. Unaware of the attention, he proceeded to organize his books at his desk. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by, followed by a sharp sound and a sting on his cheek. Qingqiu looked up in astonishment to see a strikingly beautiful girl, exuding a scholarly aura, glaring furiously at him. Her hand, still raised, prepared to strike again. XSS, are you out of your mind? XSS was momentarily stunned, incredulous as she retorted, Qingqiu, did you just insult me? How dare you? With that attitude, do you expect me to accept your pursuit? Dream on. I demand you kneel and apologize immediately, otherwise, you will never see me again. Qingqiu was left bewildered. Not long ago, he had lost a bet, and the punishment was to confess to the academically gifted XSS. At that time, she had hesitated, quietly rejecting him. He thought the matter was settled, yet now she had transformed into a master of tea arts? I thank your entire family. Rest assured, I will never see you again. Qingqiu intended to leave, gently pushing past the persistent XSS, who inadvertently stumbled to the ground as her gaze darted toward the classroom door. Ow, Qingqiu, I will ignore you from now on, absolutely. Help me. Disrespectful and oblivious to the authority of Qingqiu city, now she had the audacity to bully classmates. Qingqiu, you truly are something. A tall, broodingly handsome young man stood at the classroom door, blocking Qingqiu's path. Upon seeing this individual, Qingqiu's anger flared. Chnhi, the son of Chnzm, hailed as the genius of the Chin family, the future heir. At that moment, clarity dawned on him. Chnzm's attempt to seize the legendary beast companion was likely for Chnhi. He took a deep breath, reminding himself to remain calm. Qingqiu, you must stay composed. Look at him, his hand is all scraped up. XSS's voice, pitched high, sent shivers down everyone's spine. Chnhi reveled in the softness of XSS's embrace, reaching out to pat her head, sneering, Qingqiu. Apologize to my girlfriend. You must not know. SS is now my girlfriend. Someone like you, a pathetic sycophant, is not worthy to confess to her. These two, one a haughty scion of a noble family, the other a master of tea arts, made quite the pair. Step aside. Qingqiu said coldly. Did I stutter? Apologize. XSS, nestled in his embrace, provocatively added, kneel and apologize, or you won't be leaving this school. Then allow me to embellish last night's events and share them with everyone. Chnhi hesitated, then glared at him fiercely, muttering, Qingqiu. Do you really want to court death? Even if you speak, how many would believe you? Crushing you will be easier than squashing an ant. Qingqiu pushed Chnhi aside. Then please, step aside. You're seeking death. Chnhi, furious, raised his fist, ready to strike. What are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be in class? Return to your seats. Liam appeared just in time to prevent Chnhi from escalating the situation. Qingqiu nodded at Liam before exiting the classroom. The moment he stepped out of the school gates, he quickened his pace, unable to contain himself any longer. Level up. He must elevate the level of his beast companion before the national examination. In the principal's office, Yryn's chest rose and fell as she regarded the silent Principal Wing, raising her voice. Changqing is a student of Znhigo. He should not only bear the grievances and losses, but also shoulder the blame for the punishment. Teacher Y, this is the decision of the city lord's manor. I have no power over it. Fine. Yryn tempered her anger and said, then please convey a message to the CHN family for me, if they dare to harbor ill intentions toward Qiu before the national examination. Someone will inevitably expel the Chen family from Jinhai City, and even those behind him cannot intervene. Principal Wang finally displayed a flicker of concern. Teacher Yi, what is the necessity of this? Calm down. It is also my fault. Had I known that Gu Tongxue had such a fiery temperament, I would not have. Rest assured. I will step in to issue a warning and impose some restrictions. Then, I must trouble the principal. These words were almost forced through clenched teeth. No problem at all. As he watched Yryn depart, Principal Wang picked up the phone on his desk. Hello, this is Wang Gang. Meanwhile, Yryn, having exited the office, stood beneath the teaching building, gazing at the azure sky, murmuring, Changqing, all I can do is buy you a little more time. Gu Changqing, having left the school, hailed a cab and headed straight to the dungeon square in the western district of Jinhai City. The dungeon square was specifically established for novice beast tamers to hone their skills in various trials, ranging from level 1 to the highest tier for lower-level beast tamers. However, the quality of the dungeons was somewhat lacking, primarily aimed at helping newcomers acclimatize to combat scenarios. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Gu Changqing found numerous teams of beast tamers loitering in front of the various dungeon portals. Old hands mentoring newcomers. One spot left. Hurry. Level 1 beast companion set. Strength of 10 points. An absolute artifact for newcomers. Level 5 hell difficulty. Summon powerful beast companions. As he drew near, the bustling voices echoed around him. Gu Changqing hastened to the portal of the level 1 dungeon, and as soon as his hand made contact, a prompt from the abyss rang out. Dungeon, green pastures. Difficulty, normal. Level, 1. Description, a rather ordinary green pasture. Mutated animals have arisen following the arrival of ferocious beasts. This dungeon can accommodate a maximum of 5 players. It has detected that you are alone. Would you like to wait for a team? No. Would you like to enter the dungeon? Yes. The portal radiated a crimson glow, enveloping Gu Changqing entirely. With a sensation akin to being spun around, he opened his eyes to find himself in an expansive green meadow. The air was thick with the scent of grass, tinged with a faint metallic tang. Beneath his feet, a hexagram appeared, and a nightingale landed joyfully on his shoulder. Xiaojin, it's your turn to shine. The nightingale, entirely black, only sported a single golden feather atop its head when transformed into its initial form. The ultimate form of the daylight golden flame bloodline is the Jinwu, so Gu Changqing affectionately named it Xiaojin. With its intelligent black eyes swirling, a golden feather sprouted from its crown and took flight above the knee-high grass. Gu Changqing followed closely behind, when suddenly, a bleat echoed. A black sheep with blood-red eyes and sharp, elongated teeth lunged at him, almost colliding with his face. What the heck? Gu Changqing was startled and turned to flee. The red-eyed black sheep, seemingly harmless, pursued him relentlessly with its jagged teeth bared. Suddenly, a cry rang out from above, and Gu Changqing felt a wave of heat brush against the back of his neck. Boom! A faint explosion sounded, and he turned, dumbfounded. The black sheep that had been chasing him was engulfed in flames, struggling for mere seconds before collapsing to the ground. Congratulations. You have slain a level 1 ferocious beast, Mighty Black Sheep, earning 5 experience points. It died just like that? The grades of ferocious beasts are entirely distinct from those of beast companions. They range from lower level to elite, ferocious, beast king, beast emperor, and beast god across 8 tiers. Even though the strength of ferocious beasts is significantly diminished under the rules of the Abyss, Xiao Jin's single strike was enough to obliterate it. Is this the might of a mythical tier beast companion? Changqing marveled at the situation as he opened Xiao Jin's skill tab, his jaw dropping once more. True Sunfire, Bloodline skill. Releases a searing white flame, attacking enemies from a distance, inflicting double the damage value based on mental attributes. Skill cooldown, 5 seconds. Spiritual power cost, 50. Flame immunity, passive skill, ignores fire damage of the same level and tier, increasing with the beast companion's tier. Golden Crow physique, Bloodline skill. Doubles the damage of fire skills after activation. Subsequent abilities will unlock with Bloodline enhancement. Goodness gracious, is this what a mythical tier Bloodline beast companion is like? Its strength is utterly incomprehensible. No wonder it can annihilate ferocious beasts. The weakened Mighty Black Sheep could not possibly withstand the double damage of 70 points in mental attributes. Surviving such a strike would be illogical. Moreover, regarding the spiritual power consumption, was this for real? Xiao Jin possessed an innate 500 points, meaning it could unleash 10 true Sunfires in a mere minute. Such overwhelming firepower left the new generation of beast tamers, whose companions required lengthy cooldowns to unleash a single skill, in the dust. Xiao Jin, continue. Changqing's blood surged with adrenaline, and soon, the skies above the green pastures were filled with fireballs. He became a master of potion consumption, as the recovery of a beast companion's spiritual power, apart from returning to the beast taming space, could also be achieved by absorbing the owner's vitality. After nearly 20 minutes, Changqing felt a warm current surging within him. Congratulations, your level has risen to level 2. Unlimited golden attribute triggered, please draw. Chapter 6, Golden Attributes Ignite Battle Intent. Another new golden attribute awaits acquisition. Draw. A burst of golden light exploded, transforming into countless golden strands, and ultimately, one flowed into Changqing's field of vision. Attribute draw successful. Congratulations. You have acquired the golden attribute, Battle Intent Ignition. Battle Intent Ignition, auxiliary type golden attribute. Description: a surging battle spirit boils within the heart. An endless battle intent surges like a raging inferno. Even if faced with insurmountable obstacles or a multitude of divine demons, fear and dread are absent. Special ability: during combat, the beast companion will receive a 0.1 attribute enhancement per second, with no upper limit. Requirement: can be conferred to combat type beast companions. Damn, even someone as composed as him couldn't help but curse. What is a golden attribute? This is it. An unlimited stacking combat state. A veritable war machine. With Xiao Jin already a powerful output, combined with this, Changqing dared not imagine the sheer violence of the scene. Bestow. After conferring the golden attribute to Xiao Jin, golden light radiated from its body, melding into a crimson hue that infused into its being. Accompanied by a joyful chirp, Changqing looked again at Xiao Jin's attributes. His mouth agape, beast companion, daylight bird, tier, bronze, level 2, bloodline, daylight golden flame, gold. Attributes: strength 20, constitution 20, agility 20, mental 140. Spiritual power, 700. Skills: form transformation, true sunfire, flame immunity, passive, golden crow physique. Goodness gracious, Changqing thought to himself in amazement. One golden attribute had doubled all 4-dimensional attributes. Coupled with the quadruple amplification of golden crow physique and true sunfire, it was utterly absurd. Others relied on nurturing rare materials and equipping enhancements to boost their beast companions' attributes, while Changqing depended on golden attributes. With 2 golden attributes, the current 3-legged Jinwu had already surpassed the known hierarchy of levels. It was entirely divine. If more were added in the future, what heights would it achieve? Changqing dared not even fathom. In the past, the sheep-like ferocious beasts of the green pastures thrived on tormenting the new generation of beast tamers to satisfy their superiority. Today, a harbinger of death had suddenly arrived. Had it not been for the abyssal regulations deliberately causing the ferocious beasts to scatter, allowing the new generation time to adapt, it is likely that within 10 minutes, Changqing would have penetrated the dungeon. As he watched the last white sheep beast turn into a charred black, Changqing began to ponder. It was time to challenge the dungeon at a higher level. Xiao Jin's combat prowess was more than sufficient to achieve a higher tier kill. With a legendary beast companion that transcended known classifications, adhering to the rules would be futile. At that moment, he noticed a cloud of dust rising from the grass ahead. Debris mixed with dirt racing toward him. Suddenly, a shadow dashed in front of him, whereupon two heavy objects collided. Despite Xiao Jin's diminutive size, it held its ground firmly. As the dust cleared, the true form of the instigator was revealed, a wild wolf, standing on its hind legs. Wielding a blood-stained machete in one hand and an old wooden shield in the other, Changqing employed his reconnaissance skill, and the wolf's information instantly materialized before his eyes. Gray Wolf, lower-tier beast, level 3. Attributes, Strength 21, Constitution 15, Agility 13, Spirit 9, Skills, Defense / Description, who reigns over the endless green pastures, the unparalleled Gray Wolf. This lower-tier beast, at level 3, had attributes that were only slightly superior to those of sheep. Xiao Jin's spiritual energy was still slowly recovering, but aside from spirit, its other 3 attributes surpassed those of the Gray Wolf, coupled with the surge of combat fervor and aerial superiority. Each dive of its claws inflicted significant wounds upon the Gray Wolf. Before long, as the wolf fell backward, its blade shattered and shield splintered. The abyssal notification followed swiftly. Congratulations on defeating the lower-tier beast, Gray Wolf. Experience 10. The new dungeon, Endless Green Pastures, has been cleared. You will exit automatically in 10 seconds. Was that it? Changqing felt a lingering sense of unfulfillment. After exiting the dungeon, he promptly leveled up to 4 and chose a level 5 dungeon. However, aside from gaining a level and acquiring some beast meat, he was left with only a few pieces of white equipment devoid of attributes. The drop rate and experience gained from the dungeon were appallingly low, especially considering he had completed it solo and enjoyed the experience exclusively. Although the Day-Sun Golden Flame bloodline did not impose cumbersome promotion conditions, several essential materials were still required. To obtain them, aside from purchasing from the Beast Pet specialty shop in the city, the other option was to conquer a level 10 dungeon at the highest difficulty for a chance to drop them. Changqing ceased his endeavor to grind dungeons, took a taxi home, and retrieved a gray savings card from his drawer. This card was the compensation from his parents' sacrifice. He opened his computer, searched for the Beast Pet specialty shop in the city, and began to check the prices of the required materials. Space Stone, 100,000. Fire-type Beast Stone, 50,000 each. Bloodline Evolution Agent, 590,000. Bloodline Stabilization Agent, 660,000. Calculating the total, the amount soared to 3,000,000 gold coins. He helplessly ruffled his disheveled hair, revealing a bitter smile. Why are the impoverished becoming poorer while the wealthy families grow richer? The mere ascent of Beast Pet's grades was sufficient to illustrate everything. Buy it. Changqing input his personal information and delivery address, but paused at the payment interface. The screen displayed the message. This store is currently not open for your purchase. What? Changqing was taken aback and attempted to place an order at other shops, but the same message appeared. Even offering a higher price yielded no different results. I'm back. As the door swung open, Yi Rian entered, shedding her coat, and approached him from behind, her expression darkening as she read the message on the screen. Unable to purchase? This must be the handiwork of the Chun family. As the foremost family in Jinhai City, the Chun family's financial power extended throughout the city. Achieving such a feat was a mere trifle for them. Yi Rian attempted to use her account, but was similarly denied. Xiaoqing, I may have made a mistake. In an instant, she recalled her warning to Principal Wang earlier that day. Her connections, unbeknownst to others, were well known among the upper echelons of Jinhai City. Thus, they feared Changqing might leverage this relationship to rise to power, potentially exposing the truth of that matter. Changqing sighed, suspecting the underlying reasons. Taking Yi Rian's hand, he smiled and said, "It's all right, sister, you do all this for my sake. If we cannot purchase, then so be it. Tomorrow I will go to the shop. They cannot just throw me out." Yi Rian appeared guilt-ridden. Xiaoqing, I truly have my difficulties. Before she could finish, Changqing placed his finger on her lips. Sister, I am no longer a child. I understand. Yi Rian was momentarily stunned before erupting in anger. You little rascal, daring to take advantage of me. The atmosphere at home instantly became lively. After some playful banter, Yi Rian, panting, had her bosom heaving, leaving Changqing parched. By the way, what do you need these materials for? Wait, have you contracted a beast pet? It wouldn't be the one without a bloodline, would it? Chapter 7. Yet another golden attribute. Indeed, Changqing did not hide the truth, summoning Xiao Jin from the Beastmaster space. Sensing the distinct atmosphere between the two, Xiao Jin skipped over to Yi Rian's feet, its golden fur bobbing adorably. Girls are utterly defenseless against such petite pets. and she bent down to cradle it in her hands, smiling as she playfully teased it. After a while, Yi Ruyan, still worried, said, Changqing, I know it clings to you and would rather burn its bloodline than leave. However, you've contracted it. What will happen during the national examination? Your parents have high expectations for you. Sister, why not take a look at Xiao Jin's attributes? Changqing proactively activated the reconnaissance function for Yi Ruyan. However, he had modified the information. Yi Ruyan gazed at Xiao Jin, her face transforming from delight to confusion in an instant. A golden bloodline? Changqing, Changqing nodded, indicating that it had not fully burned its bloodline and retained a portion of its growth. After all, it was a legendary beast pet. How could it be easily destroyed? It was not that Changqing did not trust Yi Ruyan. Rather, it was precisely because he trusted her that he chose to conceal the truth. The world of beast mastery is filled with myriad mysteries. All kinds of types exist, both conceivable and inconceivable. He could not afford to take risks. After the initial joy, Yi Ruyan regained her composure and expressed her concerns. Changqing, I do not wish to discourage you, but solely relying on it is still insufficient. If only I had not rushed out earlier and had stayed to accompany you in completing the beast contract, perhaps it could have been preserved. Watching Yi Ruyan blame herself once more, Changqing sighed inwardly, resolving to continue the benevolent lie. Sister, Xiao Jin's bloodline will gradually recover. No one can foresee the future. Since it has already happened, we must look forward. Really? Changqing nodded earnestly. When have I ever deceived you? Sister, I am hungry. I want to eat braised pork. You little glutton. Although she knew Changqing was merely comforting her, his words instilled a sense of blind trust. The next morning, while Changqing was still in slumber, Xiao Jin pecked him awake. The little creature opened its mouth, clearly hungry. All right, I know you're hungry. Changqing took out the beast meat he had obtained yesterday from his backpack, and Xiao Jin's eyes sparkled as it lunged forward, devouring it with great delight. By the way, it seems I still have one opportunity to draw a golden attribute. Busy with checking the materials yesterday and then chatting with Yi Ruyan late into the night, he had completely forgotten about it. You still have one drawing opportunity left. Would you like to draw? Changqing rubbed his hands together vigorously. This time, what attribute would I receive? Before my eyes, countless dazzling golden lights intertwined, ultimately culminating in a single strand that danced forth. The entry extraction was complete, and congratulations were in order for acquiring the golden entry Chhu to Ch and Tin. Chhu to Ch and Tin? How increasingly abstract the name of this entry has become. Changqing muttered to himself as he examined the entry's capabilities. Chhu to Ch and Tin. Golden entry, even the glutton has its springtime. All things are edible, and one must steer clear of pickiness. Any item consumed by your beast companion will yield the maximum potential of its inherent attributes. The abstract nature of the entry and its somewhat convoluted ability description left Changqing somewhat perplexed. However, adhering to the belief that no golden entry is without merit, he promptly bestowed it upon Xiao Jin. As Xiao Jin was indulging in its meal, it suddenly paused. Before its pecking at the meat hastened to such a speed that it left a blur in its wake. A piece of meat weighing over 10 jin vanished in an instant. Moreover, it still seemed unsated, incessantly chirping at Changqing. Oh my! This eating style would surely exhaust even a mountain of gold. Changqing thought, feeling overwhelmed. Just then, a notification chimed in. Chhu to Ch and Tin ability activated. Your beast companion has consumed the flesh of a bloodthirsty porcupine, gaining attribute, Constitution 1. Attribute points gained. Changqing realized. And he retrieved a basic armor from his pack. Armor, wooden vine armor. Grade, white. Attributes, Strength 1, Agility 1. After finishing its meal, Xiao Jin turned its attention to the armor. To Changqing's astonishment, it effortlessly pecked through the wooden vines, consuming them piece by piece. In less than 2 minutes, an entire piece of armor had vanished into its stomach. Chhu to Ch and Tin ability activated. Your beast companion has consumed a white piece of equipment. Gaining attributes, Strength 1, Agility 1. Observing the increase in Xiao Jin's attributes, Changqing began to grasp the capabilities of the golden entry. The increase in attributes from meat was determined by the quality of the ferocious beast's flesh, while equipment was accepted without exception. The better the food, the greater the increase in attributes. Indeed, one truly benefits from what one consumes. Changqing couldn't help but drool at the thought. This golden entry's capabilities were indeed extraordinary. Seeing that food had run out, Xiao Jin flew to Changqing's cheek, adorably pleading for more. Changqing found himself both amused and exasperated. He glanced at the meager pieces of equipment in his pack, originally intended for trading, as the cost of upgrading was not insignificant. Forget it, money can be earned again. He resolved, retrieving the remaining 4 pieces of equipment. Xiao Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement as it dove into the pile. Who to CHNTI inability activated. Your beast companion has consumed a white piece of equipment, gaining strength 1. Who to CHNTI inability activated. Your beast companion has consumed. In 5 minutes, all the equipment had been devoured. Xiao Jin then stretched out its little legs and lay comfortably on the ground, seemingly content. Gu Changqing sighed, reveling in this miraculous ability. In just a short time, the four-dimensional attributes of the three-legged golden crow had increased by 12 points. Gritting his teeth, Gu Changqing called out to the satiated three-legged golden crow. Let us go to the beast shop. If I can't buy it online, I'll bring the money to you. They want to just turn us away. He hailed a cab and arrived at the bustling city center square. As he looked around, he was greeted by a dazzling array of shops related to beast companions, with customers constantly coming and going. Among them, the most opulent was the Yonghing Beast Shop. Rumor had it that this establishment was backed by the city lord's residence. Many rare materials were readily available here if one had sufficient funds. This is the place, Gu Changqing thought as he approached the grand entrance. Just as he was about to step inside, he was intercepted by the greeters stationed on either side of the door. You are Gu Changqing, right? Apologies, but the Yonghing Beast Shop does not accept your business. Please leave. Gu Changqing's brows knitted together. They wouldn't even let him through the door? Without engaging in further disputes or inquiries, he turned away and ventured into another shop. Yet, every beast shop he encountered used the same excuse to bar him entry. They even uniformly displayed a sign reading, "No entry for Gu Changqing and his dog." Chapter 8. Seeking to obstruct my path? Then I shall sever your retreat. A 5-meter radius of emptiness surrounded Gu Changqing as he stood there. Passers-by halted their steps, drawn to the spectacle. The name Gu Changqing resonated with familiarity among them. Yet they struggled to recall why. Whispers began to circulate, and gradually their expressions shifted. Oh, I thought a prominent figure had arrived. It turns out to be the renowned student from Jinhai No. 1 High School. Indeed, he was a figure of renown. To prevent a legendary beast companion from slipping through his fingers, he would rather exhaust its bloodline than relinquish it to the most deserving hands. The fact that Jinhai No. 1 High School could produce such a student must mean their previous lives were filled with virtuous deeds. What are you all grumbling about? If you have the ability, go awaken at the abyssal altar yourselves. Gu Changqing's actions were a clear message. Jinhai City meant nothing to him. He was content and at ease. Talent. Do you wish to enter the beast shop? No need to trouble yourself. Just tell me what you need. Would you like some ferocious beast droppings? They're not expensive. I'll give them to you for free. Laughter erupted, and Gu Changqing found himself the target of their ridicule. Meanwhile, the staff from various shops brandished brooms and ropes, playfully mimicking a drive-away stance. Gu Changqing wore a smile, listening to their taunts. Those individuals continued to shift the blame onto him. What are you all doing? Step aside. At that moment, the crowd parted to reveal Chunhai and his sycophantic entourage, entering with an air of authority. Upon seeing Gu Changqing being resisted by the shop staff, a smile crept onto Chunhai's face, allowing him to release the pent-up frustration within. His gaze swept across the staff, who instinctively averted their eyes under his scrutiny. Do you know who he is? He is one of us from Jinhai No. 1 High School. Have you consulted me about treating him this way? A trembling staff member replied timidly, Young Master Chun, please forgive us. We are merely adhering to the rules. This individual has a notorious reputation, selfish and self-serving. As a descendant of heroes, he lacks the magnanimity of his forebears. Doing business with him would tarnish our credibility. His words elicited nods of agreement from the other staff members. Chunhai's expression darkened as he spread his hands towards Gu Changqing, feigning helplessness. Leaning closer to Gu Changqing, he whispered, Gu Daxueba, if you sincerely plead with me and publicly confess your wrongdoings, they will immediately clear a path for you to enter the shop. From the moment he attempted to purchase online the previous day, he had realized that those malicious forces had begun to impose sanctions. However, he had not anticipated their actions would be so severe. Thank you for your kind offer, young Master Chun, but I am simply too stubborn. Gu Changqing did not linger, departing the square and returning home. As he left, the crowd that had gathered to watch dispersed. Chunhai's expression fluctuated between dark and light. Young master, are we letting him go just like that? He is merely a waste. Let us have some fun with him. Chunhai shot him a glare, replying coldly. Do you want to inform the people of Jinhai City that our Chun family is suppressing and retaliating against him? And no, I absolutely did not mean that. Chunhai's demeanor softened. Let the rumors continue to ferment. For now, let's not act against him. Yes, I understand. Publicly humiliating him and ruthlessly trampling upon him was their best course of action. Chunhai longed to see Gu Changqing's reputation tarnished, fading into obscurity within Jinhai City. However, his father had warned him that while they could suppress Gu Changqing from all angles, they must not escalate matters to life-threatening levels. Chunhai realized that the best opportunity to crush Gu Changqing had slipped away. Even if I do nothing to you, you will soon learn what it means to struggle in Jinhai City. The pet shops throughout the city have cast you aside. In the living room, Yryn angrily slammed her hand on the table. Am I merely a whisper in your ear? The more she contemplated, the more infuriated she became. Pulling out her phone to make calls, Gu Ch and Qingqiu hurriedly stopped her, saying, Sister, please don't rush. Can I not be anxious? Under Gu Ch and Qingqiu's soothing presence, Yryn huffed and sat down, declaring, Last night, I pondered deeply. And if I wish to excel in the national examination, I must break through to become an intermediate Beastmaster and unlock the second Beastmaster space. Gu Ch and Qingqiu was taken aback, yet profoundly moved. Yryn had already devised a comprehensive plan for the future. A Beastmaster is considered a junior Beastmaster upon forming a contract with their first beast. When a Beastmaster reaches level 10 and utilizes various materials for beast evolution, they will ascend to an intermediate Beastmaster, unlocking the space for contracting a second beast. The Space Stone is a vital material for opening the Beastmaster space. With the pet shops blacklisted, it is nearly impossible for independent Beastmasters to procure such expensive items. Attempting to rely on that pitiful chance is akin to winning the lottery. Gu Ch and Qingqiu had previously seen a post where a Beastmaster, refusing to accept defeat, spent an entire month grinding through a level 10 dungeon without yielding a single item. Thus, I have no intention of gambling on drop rates. Relying on drop rates is not a luxury we can afford. Suddenly, Yryn realized something, looking at the confident Gu Ch and Qingqiu in disbelief. You're thinking of obtaining the completion record. The completion record for dungeons is an additional reward bestowed by the Deep Blue rules after the Ferocious Beast dungeon is generated. Any top achiever who maintains a score within the top 10 for 24 hours will be granted rare materials. By securing the record, Gu Ch and Qingqiu can possess the Space Stones and other promotion materials with a 100% guarantee. The challenge lies in the fact that only Hell level difficulty counts towards the completion record. Qiao, have you thought this through? The Hell level dungeon is nearly equivalent to the original power of the Ferocious Beasts. Gu Ch and Qingqiu had already taken out his phone, searching for the leaderboard of completion records for various level 10 dungeons. At the top, the Golden Team from the Eternal Pet Shop held the record with an astonishing 30 minutes and 3 seconds. Yryn gazed at the nearly insurmountable record with a frown. Completing a dungeon differs from grinding for records. To complete a dungeon, one merely needs to discover suitable methods and exploit loopholes. Many Beastmasters profit by writing completion strategies online. However, grinding records demands far more stringent conditions, complementary teammates, comprehensive dungeon knowledge, and formidable beasts, none of which can be compromised. Furthermore, as a senior Beastmaster, she had already lost her eligibility to enter such low-level dungeons. Gu Ch and Qingqiu's reputation had been deliberately tarnished, reaching a point where everyone wished to shun him. Who would dare team up with him under such circumstances? Yryn turned to observe Gu Ch and Qingqiu, who was engrossed in researching various dungeon materials, as if she had made a significant resolution. Just as she was about to find an excuse to leave, Gu Ch and Qingqiu closed his phone and stood up from the sofa. I've reviewed the information sufficiently, sister. Let us go. Yryn was taken aback. Where to? Gu Ch and Qingqiu grinned. To procure supplies. All factions have united to boycott his resources. Well then, I shall obliterate all your resources. In Chapter 9, the Hell Dungeon Record Board, when Yryn was pulled down from the car by Gu Ch and Qingqiu, she remained in a daze. Gazing at the shimmering dungeon portals in the square, she quickly pulled him aside, whispering, Qiao, don't act impulsively. You aren't thinking of entering the dungeon alone, are you? Indeed, finding teammates is too troublesome. He left unsaid that claiming experience solely for oneself was the true path. Yryn felt a surge of frustration welling in her throat, wanting to unleash her anger upon him. After all that had been said, it seemed to fall on deaf ears. For the first time, she felt her younger brother, whom she had meticulously cared for over the years, becoming increasingly unfamiliar. Losing a legendary beast, being framed, and facing oppression from powerful factions. If it were her, lacking any background, she would have been at a loss for solutions. Yet, he did not succumb to despair. Rather, he actively sought a way to break the impasse. Yryn seemed to perceive that he possessed some form of confidence, emboldening him to venture forth without hesitation. Had she aged? Was she beginning to hesitate? If he had no support, then sister would be your greatest backing. Suddenly, Yryn patted Gu Ch and Qingqiu on the shoulder, and in his astonished gaze, her full bosom stood proud, and a confident smile graced her exquisite face. Qiao, you never engage in battles without certainty. Go forth. Should any issues arise, I will be here to support you. Gu Ch and Qingqiu felt a wave of relief at Yryn's transformation. The first time he met her, he had seen a decisive heroine, a figure of brilliance that remained vivid in his memory. However, since their parents' passing, the heroine had laid down her armor, becoming a caregiver burdened with the mundane. All of this was due to him. Now, as the tides turned, his legendary journey was about to commence, and Yryn too should seek her own glory. With sister by my side, there will be no unforeseen events. I shall proceed. Just as Gu Ch and Qingqiu approached the level 10 dungeon, the portal suddenly flashed with red light. Congratulations to the Jinhai Wang team for breaking the completion record of the dungeon Rubble Lone Ridge. The announcement drew gasps from the crowd. Gu Ch and Qingqiu opened the dungeon record leaderboard, his pupils constricting. He saw that the Eternal Pet Shop had been ousted from the top position. Rubble Lone Ridge, Hell Level, Completion Time Record Board. First place, Jinhai Wang Team. Completion Time, 2911. Second place, Eternal Pet Shop, Completion Time, 3003. Third place, Beastmaster Rose, Completion Time, 3364. Yryn also checked the record board, exclaiming in astonishment. A time within 30 minutes? Is this Jinhai Wang Team composed of members from the Beastmaster Association? Wait a moment. They will emerge shortly. Soon. A vortex emerged from the dungeon portal, and 5 figures slowly walked out. Behind each of them trailed a powerful beast, each possessing a rank above golden level. The overwhelming aura they exuded was extraordinarily formidable. These 5 individuals' beasts were not merely amassed through wealth. Their bloodlines were exceptionally superior. They were the elite city guards of the East District. Recognizing their attire, Yryn immediately identified them. The elite city guards of the East District? Gu Ch and Qingqiu murmured, suddenly enlightened. The East District was the stronghold of the Ch family. The city guards there had intricate ties with the Ch family. He had not anticipated that the Ch family strategy was indeed meticulous, accounting for every detail. Oh, isn't this the former Vice Captain Yryn? The leader of the 5-person team recognized Yryn and greeted her warmly. Yryn's expression darkened. The city guards were meant to protect Zhnhi City from ferocious beasts, so when did they develop an interest in low-level completion records? What is the matter? Is the Ch family on the decline? Unable to supply you with materials? The leader surveyed his comrades and shrugged, saying, Vice Captain Y, your words seem biased. We are merely the lowest-tier soldiers. How can we compare to someone like you, who was born at the pinnacle of the Roman road? Moreover, we truly need materials for promotion. Are you here to compete with us? However, given your body and beasts, it might be somewhat challenging. I still have my pride. A senior beastmaster stooping to grind for completion records in low-level dungeons is truly regressing. Yryn frowned deeply after assessing their levels. Changqing. All 5 of them have forcibly reduced their ranks using special secret methods. It seems they do not wish for you to be associated with the completion records. Gu Ch and Qingqiu nodded. Acquainted with Yryn, the tone of disdain was palpable in the words exchanged. How absurd to derive a sense of superiority from such trivial conquests. The elite of the city guard, and this is the extent of their achievements? Gu Changqing's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. In an instant, the beast tamers gathered before the portal to the instance halted in their tracks. Puzzled by the audacity of this brash young man. Who does he think he is, so oblivious to the realities of the world? To clear a dungeon record within 30 minutes is no small feat, and yet here he stands, casting aspersions on the new generation of beast tamers, who are already so full of themselves. Among the crowd, many students recognized Gu Changqing with a mix of admiration and disdain. They murmured, is that really Gu Changqing? The one who is merciless even to his own beasts? He should just stay home and avoid tarnishing the reputation of Jinhai. Various opinions echoed around him. So you are the one who awakened a legendary beast at the Abyssal Altar? The leader's gaze was sharp, as if attempting to pierce through Gu Changqing's facade. Shouldn't you also add the prefixes of selfishness and being a malignant presence in Jinhai? Gu Changqing's retort momentarily left the leader at a loss for words. Is he truly so brazen? Does he have no friends? Are you here merely to set records? Gu Changqing pointed at the individuals behind the leader, noting their palpable fear. Even a legendary beast had become naught but a mere pet, and they still tread cautiously? The leader was on the verge of losing composure. Are you answering my question? Gu Changqing smiled, clearly enjoying the moment. Enough banter. You are here for the pay, after all. Otherwise, we might as well make a wager. Gu Changqing stepped forward, brushing past the bewildered leader. Please select the difficulty for the dungeon, Wansher Guling. Hell level. Detected that your party consists of only 1 member. The full party size is 5. Do you wish to enter? Enter. The hell level dungeon has been generated. Please proceed through the portal. Amidst the collective confusion, Gu Changqing stepped into the portal. Has this already begun? Chapter 10. Unknown species, the mysterious beast card. You have entered the hell-level dungeon, Changqing. As the light from the portal faded, Changqing's figure emerged. Before he could fully perceive his surroundings, a whistling sound cut through the air, growing increasingly urgent. Goodness! Looking up, Changqing saw a massive stone, approximately 1 meter in diameter, hurtling toward him like a cannonball. Just as he prepared to evade, his feet sank into the soft, fine sand beneath him. Xiaojin. With a cry, a brilliant white fireball erupted from Xiaojin, colliding midair with the descending boulder, causing a layer of stone to melt under the intense heat. A dark figure, the black jade stone man, fell from within the molten rock, landing with a violent stir of sand. Information about the black stone man flashed vividly in Changqing's mind. Unknown species, ferocious beast. Heiyu Shuren, not in the tier classification. Level 10. Attributes: Strength 100, Constitution 300, Agility 55, Spirit 0. Skills: Falling Rock, Blackened Rampage, Eternal Motion. Changqing was not intimidated by the fearsome attributes. How could he encounter a dungeon creature here? Prior to arriving at the Guling dungeon, he had meticulously studied the strategy guide. However, he had not anticipated that the rhythm of the dungeon would shift upon his entry. The guide indicated that the first obstacle was a sand monster upon entering. The teleportation point was indeed situated within the sandy expanse. Yet, the Heiyu Shuren was supposed to be encountered after traversing this sandy marsh, upon reaching the foot of the Changqing Ridge. Taking a deep breath, Changqing chose not to dwell on the unexpected changes in the dungeon's challenges. The premature appearance of the Heiyu Shuren had resulted in the absence of sand monsters attacking from the marsh. Although it bore no mission, it also exhibited no inclination to attack. Xiaojin. He called again as the sharp claws seized his shoulder and lifted him into the air. After a season of abundance, Xiaojin's attributes had doubled once more. With 40 points of strength, lifting Changqing was a trivial task. True to the strategy guide, the Heiyu Shuren remained motionless once it emerged from its stony shell. Xiaojin soared over its head, heading toward the indistinct silhouette of a colossal mountain beyond the marsh. Suddenly, an ear-piercing sound sliced through the air once more. Xiaojin instinctively veered to the side. A black stone grazed past Changqing's cheek. Warm liquid trickled down, and upon wiping it away, he found it was black. Poisonous. That was his immediate thought. Yet his body exhibited no signs of discomfort. Just as Changqing intended to direct Xiaojin away from the marsh, a blazing fireball, trailing a long tail of flame, hurtled toward the Heiyu Shuren. In the next moment, Xiaojin tossed Changqing aside, elegantly spinning to grasp the collar in midair. Its sharp claws ablaze with white fire as it dove downward. Clang! The claws struck before the fireball could reach. However, the moment the white flame made contact with the Heiyu Shuren's neck, it was instantly extinguished. The iron-like claws only sparked a few embers, leaving no mark. Xiaojin ascended vertically, while the blazing fireball followed behind, erupting with a tremendous blast, sending a shockwave that stirred the sands into a frenzy. In the center of the vortex, the white flames enveloped the Heiyu Shuren. Xiaojin flapped its wings, switching to grasp Changqing with its claws, nuzzling against his dazed face as if to reassure him. Fear not, I have avenged you. Changqing's mind swam, struggling to quell the turmoil in his stomach. This is untenable. The drawbacks of such a mobile artillery are too severe. Unless in dire circumstances, it is best to refrain from such maneuvers. Unprotected high-speed movement was beyond the capabilities of a novice beast tamer like him. After a brief pause, the flames of the blazing fireball began to wane. Changqing's gaze remained fixated. The strategy guide hinted at the possibility of defeating the Heiyu Shuren, and many had commented on this. Only 2 points were made. Its defenses were impenetrable, and the irony that the Heiyu Shuren was disinclined to retaliate. The blazing fireball represented the most potent attack available, especially with a spirit attribute exceeding 280 points. If it could not penetrate defenses, there was no point in wasting time. As the swirling sands settled and the flames extinguished, the black figure stood resolutely, akin to a war god, undamaged, and even more profound in its darkness. Let us go. Changqing patted Xiaojin's back, not daring to linger. An unknown species that even the deepest blue could not identify was, for now, beyond their grasp. Yep, Xiaojin screeched at the Heiyu Shuren, seemingly issuing a warning. Yet, in the next moment, a shadow suddenly loomed overhead. Changqing glanced up just in time to see a rock, larger than a small mountain, looming above him. Goodness, is this dungeon cursed? The seemingly benign, yet mocking Heiyu Shuren was now attacking him with lethal intent. Fortunately, in the face of the boulder's assault, Xiaojin demonstrated the overwhelming prowess expected of a mythical beast. However, the Heiyu Shuren's attacks grew increasingly sinister. Just as they reached a safe zone, Falling rocks appeared from nowhere, pursuing them relentlessly. It was evident that the creature was intent on preventing their escape. As time passed, fueled by the rising tide of battle fervor, Xiao Jin ceased to retreat, unleashing the blazing fireball upon the He Yushuren with reckless abandon every 5 seconds. Stranger still, engulfed in flames, the pursuing falling rocks crumbled into dust, dissipating into granules. Gu Changqing furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling the perpetual motion skill from the He Yushuren. Could it be that it prevented my escape to harness my energy? At this moment, Gu Changqing cast aside his previous concerns, witnessing the flames extinguish with increasing rapidity. The profound blackness grew ever glossier. After a full 10 minutes, Little Jin's spiritual power was exhausted and replenished in cycles, while Gu Changqing consumed numerous pills, nearly succumbing to Little Jin's relentless energy extraction. Suddenly, a powerful repulsive force emanated from the He Yushuren, and cracks began to appear on its once impenetrable surface. 1 crack, 2 cracks, 3 cracks. In no time, the He Yushuren was riddled with fissures, threatening to shatter upon contact. Little Jin, descend. Little Jin flew to the side of the He Yushuren, and Gu Changqing leaped down. He extended his hand, gently touching it. With a crash, half of the He Yushuren's body shattered instantaneously. Inside, it was hollow. A black card floated quietly at the heart's position. At that moment, the wound on his cheek, previously grazed by the black stone, erupted with dark blood, which promptly fell onto the black card, rapidly absorbing and merging. Everything transpired too swiftly. Before Gu Changqing could comprehend the situation, a notification sounded. Congratulations on completing the special hidden task, the unfillable perpetual motion body. Reward, an unknown species beast pet card. Chapter 11, Setting Fire to the Mountain, Specific Gold Attributes. A black beast pet? Gu Changqing clutched the card, his brow knitted in contemplation. Clearly, its rank did not conform to the abyssal rule hierarchy. Such an unknown was uncertain, whether it boded well or ill. After stowing the black beast pet card into his bag, Gu Changqing grasped Little Jin's claw and soared beyond the sandy marsh. Upon clearing the challenge, he resolved to gather information regarding this unknown species. Considering the terrifying defensive capability of the He Yushuren, he felt a surge of excitement. If the second beast pet could be contracted as a defensive meat shield of that caliber, he would face no further concerns on the national examination stage. The swirling sands of the marsh gradually thinned, revealing the outline of a solitary, towering mountain in the distance. Once the dust settled, a vibrant green landscape filled his vision. Beneath Qingqiu Ridge, lush vegetation thrived. Dense trees lined the path leading up the mountain, intermittently echoing with the sounds of chirping birds. Just as Little Jin and Gu Changqing landed, a notification rang out. Phase 1 of the Lone Stone Ridge instance completed. Time taken, 15 minutes and 4 seconds. Phase time ranking, 19th place. Phase 2 begins. To provide the He Yushuren with ample energy. Much time had been squandered in the first phase of the sandy marsh. If he aimed to break the record, he must exert utmost effort in the subsequent phases. Little Jin, can you hold on? At this moment, Little Jin's spiritual power was barely half. Continuous bombardment for over 10 minutes, even with 3 gold attributes, was proving taxing at its current rank and level. Little Jin lowered its head, nuzzling Gu Changqing's abdomen, emitting adorable coos. Gu Changqing sighed, patting its head. He had originally entered the instance to level up and procure food for it. Now, he had acquired none and nearly depleted his own reserves. It was only natural for it to express some displeasure. Spoiled children are the most demanding. All right, the remaining stages will be all about food. It's all yours. At the mention of food, Little Jin's gluttonous nature ignited. The prospect of consuming more spurred an unprecedented fighting spirit. Gu Changqing stepped forward, and suddenly, the earth trembled as a vine, thick as a thigh, burst forth from the ground. The straight, sharp spike aimed directly at Gu Changqing's heart. Flames of hunger ignited in Little Jin's eyes as it instantly darted in front of Gu Changqing, instinctively knowing how to deal with such a long, straight, and versatile foe. Grasping the vine with its claws, it unleashed a blast of blazing initial sun flames. The vine, already fearful of fire, snapped at its rear, retreating into the earth. In that brief moment, Gu Changqing accessed its information. Renmian Pushu, Intermediate Ferocious Beast, Level 10. Attributes, Strength 72, Constitution 208, Agility 5, Spirit 30. Skills, Soil Spike Barrage, Vigorous Life. A level 10 intermediate ferocious beast with such attributes was essentially a living target. However, as Gu Changqing surveyed the densely packed, towering trees, he felt a tinge of apprehension. This thicket extended up to the mountainside, with the total length of the path approximately 1,000 meters. This meant that in addition to identifying the Renmian Pushu, he would also have to contend with unforeseen attacks. It was a test of speed and reaction. Yet, the next second, a smile graced Gu Changqing's lips. He turned to little Jean, who was savoring the softened vine, each bite releasing a crisp, refreshing taste, fragrant with the essence of grass. Little Jean, I've heard there's a particularly delicious ferocious beast on the ridge. What you're eating now pales in comparison. Akin to refuse from the gutter. You've been endowed with gold attributes. You are now an unparalleled existence beyond the divine. How can you settle for this? If you can endure it, even your master cannot. Currently in its juvenile phase, little Jean possessed the intellect of a young child. Upon hearing Gu Changqing's words, its eyes sparkled with determination. It gazed resolutely at him, as if to say, whatever you decide, I shall obey. Gu Changqing pointed towards the thicket. Burn it all down. We shall feast grandly. With a whoosh, a gust of wind surged, and little Jean soared into the sky. The blazing initial sun flames coalesced, striking down towards the dense forest below. A deafening explosion ensued, and the white fireball scattered, igniting every tree it touched, be they ordinary or Renmian Pushu. Within minutes, the majority of the thicket transformed into a sea of flames. Even more astonishing was that little Jean required no deliberate targeting. The Renmian Pushu, already fearful of fire, could not withstand the inferno. Gu Changqing, meanwhile, stood leisurely at a distance, amused by how easily his child could be swayed. It was merely unfortunate that the equipment in the flames could not be retrieved. Suddenly, a cacophony of notifications erupted, resonating wildly. Killed level 10 intermediate ferocious beast Renmian Pushu. Gained 50 experience. Killed level 10 intermediate ferocious beast Renmian Pushu. Gained 50 experience. Killed level 10 intermediate ferocious beast Xuan Fingying. Gained 25 experience. Killed level 10 lower tier ferocious beast Xuan Fingying Cub. Gained 10 experience. Experience surged like a tide, each increment a delight. Truly, this was a hellish difficulty instance, yielding experience aplenty. Even with the doubling requirement for each level, the speed of monster clearing here was effortlessly manageable. In less than a minute, the exhilarating upgrade notification arrived. Congratulations on leveling up. Infinite gold attribute triggered. You may draw a random gold attribute once. Gu Changqing, Beast Pet, Chuyang Yao. Level 4. Experience 20,800. Title, Junior Beast Tamer. Talent, Infinite Gold Attribute, Unique. Level 4 requires 800 points of experience, and the rate of acquisition was gradually slowing. With the instance nearing its conclusion, Gu Changqing rubbed his hands together, eager for another extraordinary gold attribute. This way, the final outcome would not be a waste of time. Draw, Gold Attribute Drawing in Progress. Congratulations on obtaining the Gold Attribute, Path of Destiny. The Path of Destiny? Gu Changqing, filled with curiosity, clicked to unveil the introduction to the golden attribute. Tianming Ji Lu, a unique bloodline attribute, fraught with thorns and perilous trials, can only be harnessed by extraordinary beast companions. A specific golden attribute has emerged. A mere trifle. The textbooks alone document over 1,000 varieties of beast companions and ferocious beasts, not to mention those yet to be discovered and recorded. To find one among them is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Just as Gu Changqing lamented the squandered opportunity, the black beast card in his backpack suddenly stirred, as if responding to an unseen force, quaking violently. Chapter 12. An exceedingly challenging instance. Is there still humanity? The black beast card buzzed intensely. The mysterious beast temporarily residing within it seemed eager to break free from its confines. Yet, the deep blue rules were too domineering, rendering its efforts futile. A beast not bound by a contract cannot be endowed with a golden attribute. Gu Changqing retrieved the black beast card from his pack, cradling it in his hands. Uncertainly pondering, are you drawn by a familiar aura? The beast card quivered once more. Remain still within, and I will contemplate making you my second beast companion. With Gu Changqing's promise, the black beast card settled down. As he placed it back, Gu Changqing couldn't help but reflect. The moment he acquired the designated special golden attribute, the black beast card reacted. Could it be that the infinite golden attributes gift is randomly provided based on his own essence? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. He decided to put it aside. There remained a considerable distance to reach level 10. At this moment, Qingqiu Ridge had been entirely engulfed in a sea of flames. After the initial sun's blaze extinguished, the fire did not cease. Instead, it formed fiery waves, determined to incinerate the entire ridge. The experience bar continued to rise, albeit at a diminished rate. Just as he was on the verge of breaking through level 5, it abruptly halted. Contentment is key. Other sprinting teams wished to avoid any combat, focusing solely on compressing time. The fire had raged for less than 7 minutes. Experience points had surged by over 1.5 levels. There remained ample time to strategize against the leading team's completion record. Behind them, There was only an ancient creature left. Little Jean circled above the blaze, occasionally diving down, only to ascend again with a piece of damaged equipment in its beak, which it disdainfully discarded. The second phase of the launcher Guling instance is complete, taking 7 minutes and 31 seconds. Ranking first for phase duration. The final phase begins. Due to your arson, the ferocious beasts in the instance have gone berserk, increasing the phase difficulty. Defeating the final ferocious beast will enhance the drop rate, with a significant chance of obtaining rare items such as bloodline essence and spatial stones. The ferocious beasts have gone berserk. Just as Changqing heard the abyss's notification, a deafening explosion erupted, and a deep pit several meters wide formed to his left. At the bottom of the pit, Little Jean was surrounded by swirling white flames, most of which had dissipated. Little Jean, Changqing exclaimed, leaping into the pit to assess its injuries. After a moment, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the protective flames had shielded it. Little Jean was not gravely harmed. Just then, the ground trembled violently. Little Jean rallied, grasping Changqing and soaring into the air. The sight before him left him speechless. Not only was the ground shaking, but the entire instance appeared to be on the brink of collapse. From the direction of the sandy marsh, several tornadoes formed of fine sand surged skyward, converging toward the ridge with a force that threatened to pierce the heavens. The massive stones of Qingqiu Ridge began to tumble, rising visibly at an alarming rate. Meanwhile, the azure-hued swift-winged eagles that had survived the fire congregated atop. With piercing eagle cries echoing, hundreds of swift-winged eagle feathers danced in the air, eerily merging to form a colossal eagle head. The main body of Qingqiu Ridge rose nearly 3 meters before gradually extending limbs. The vast grains of sand surrounded them, transforming into a flowing armor-clad mantle. My goodness! Before him stood a creature towering 30 zhong, a fusion of an eagle head and sand-clad body. His knowledge of beast mastery was quite solid. He possessed infinite golden attributes, and various other extraordinary golden attributes were not beyond his grasp. Yet now, gazing up at such a ferocious beast, he felt compelled to exclaim, "The things in textbooks are merely child's play. Is this what they call going berserk?" Revealing its true form is closer to the mark. According to the conventional instant strategy, the final guardian ferocious beast consists of the swift-winged Eagle King and its subordinates. Was it truly necessary to deploy nuclear weapons to swat a fly simply because of a fire? Changqing swallowed hard, and information regarding this fusion beast appeared before him. Guardian of the Lonely Ridge, a fusion-type special ferocious beast. Level 10. Attributes: Strength 300, Constitution 300, Agility 300, Spirit 300. Skills: Swift Wind Eagle's Cry. Quicksand of 1,000 miles, All Things in Spring, Perpetual Motion, Passive. Description: A mutated ferocious beast forcibly fused by unknown powers. Defeating it will yield unprecedented special rewards. Should one perish, they shall become part of it. Wow. A ferocious demon level. Although Changqing had slain no fewer than 200 ferocious beasts, the highest had merely reached intermediate level. Now, he faced a ferocious demon, having crossed 3 major tiers. Changqing gazed upward at the instant sky, exclaiming, "Abyss. If you wish to eliminate me, just say so." The terrifying attributes of 300 in all 4 categories had completely surpassed the strength expected in a level 10 instance. The 3 active skills were unique to the 3 phases of ferocious beasts within this instance. No wonder Little Jean was sent flying. Even with the mythic bloodline granted by the golden attribute, it paled in comparison to this fusion monster. Little Jean exhaled hot air, its body temperature rising as white flames enveloped Changqing, rapidly coalescing before him. Little Jean, fueled by vengeance, amassed a fireball for a full minute, achieving a diameter of 1 meter before launching it towards the ferocious demon with an indignant cry. Suddenly, Changqing's vision blurred, and he seemed to glimpse a remarkably divine avian silhouette enveloping Little Jean. Could this be the body of the Golden Crow? Little Jean's spirit surged momentarily, though it appeared somewhat fatigued. With this strike, the hard-earned spiritual energy dissipated in an instant. Changqing's brow furrowed deeply, as the fusion-type ferocious demon possessed the most troublesome skill, perpetual motion. This skill was held by the Heiyu Stone Man. Changqing could not ascertain whether the ferocious demon had a unique ability to fuse with the skills of the ferocious beasts present in the instance, or if it was simply a variant of an unknown ferocious beast, like the Heiyu Stone Man. The powerful initial sun's blaze distorted the space around it. The ferocious demon remained motionless, watching as the fireball drew nearer, hurtling toward the eagle head. Suddenly, the tightly shut eyes of the eagle head snapped open, and its black pupils sparkled like exquisite jade. An invisible barrier of air collided with the approaching initial sun's blaze. Observing the fireball's diminishing power, Changqing's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that his suspicions were correct? If so, what was the point of continuing? He might as well move on to the next round and not waste time. A sharp crack interrupted his thoughts of retreat. The invisible barrier had developed spiderweb-like cracks. In the next moment, the initial sun's blaze shattered through it. Though its power had waned, it remained formidable. There's hope, Changqing rejoiced. Soon, he was left utterly astonished once more. Unbeknownst to anyone, a colossal sword formed from swirling sands had coalesced in the hands of the fearsome demon. With a heavy swing of its stone-like arm, a crescent-shaped torrent of sand surged forth, obscuring the heavens and eclipsing the sun. The initial flames of the sun were instantly enveloped upon contact, extinguished in an instant. Chapter 13. The Dark Origin, Dungeon Clearance. The sky, laden with swirling sands, centered around the demon, shrouded much of the dungeon's expanse. This strike not only negated Xiao Jin's initial sun flames, but also plunged Changqing's heart into the abyss. How could one continue in such circumstances? His own attacks felt like mere scratches, while the demon's casual blows were catastrophic. They existed in entirely different dimensions. Xiao Jin, Changqing called out, contemplating retreat. Yet, Xiao Jin gazed upward at the golden-hued sky, emitting low, distressed chirps, believing the little creature to be unwilling to concede. He gently reassured it. Do not be disheartened. Victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. Your future is far beyond what this mere demon can compare to. Once you grow a bit more, you will effortlessly vanquish it. However, contrary to his soothing words, Xiao Jin became inexplicably irate. Suddenly, it turned its head, its sharp beak darting towards Changqing's abdomen. Startled, Changqing hadn't anticipated an attack from Xiao Jin. The next moment, before he could react, the beak seemed to pierce through an invisible barrier, emerging with a black card clutched in its mouth. Changqing focused, realizing that this was the black beast card from the package. Could it be? Grasped in its beak, the card was instantly engulfed in white flames. The card reacted to the fiery energy, rippling with waves of black energy. Then, a tender, stuttering voice resonated in Changqing's ears. Silly bird, let go of me. You're biting my little brother. Quickly release me, or I shall strike you. Changqing stared in astonishment, confirming that the voice indeed emanated from the black beast card. In contrast to its childish tone, another voice was melodious and charming. Black brat, you've stirred up this trouble. Hurry and lend me your strength, or else. What strength? Silly bird, I am still just a child. Child, my foot. If anything happens to my master, I shall dismantle you and roast you slowly until you're crispy. Such crude and violent words. What does your master's fate have to do with me? Changqing listened quietly, amused. He recalled that in textbooks, it was stated that beasts could resonate and communicate with one another, provided they were under the same beastmaster. Given that Xiao Jin possessed a mythical bloodline, this ability was not surprising. Yet, the beast within the black card could communicate as well, indicating its inherent power was formidable. Unwilling to concede, are we? Very well. Once we exit, I shall have my master seek out some radiant treasures to bathe you in holy light daily, cleansing you of that darkness. As the two beasts stubbornly quarreled, Xiao Jin's words abruptly silenced the argument. The beast within the black card began to curse petulantly, reluctantly releasing torrents of black energy, enveloping the white flames. Ki, Xiao Jin chirped, stowing the black card back into Changqing's storage space before soaring into the sky. Its body visibly expanding under the influence of the black energy. It grew until it reached a terrifying size of nearly 10 meters, finally halting its ascent. The true form of the Jinwu. Changqing quickly assessed Xiao Jin's status. Beast, Chuyang bird. Rank, bronze. Level, 4. Bloodline attributes. Dari Jin Yen gold. Battle will aroused, gold. Glutton spring, gold. Attributes, strength 404, glutton attribute. Constitution 403, agility 402, spirit 2804. Spirit power, 21100, bloodline ability activation 20,000. Skills, form transformation. Chuyang true flame, flame immunity, passive, Jinwu form. Condition, eternal darkness, 100 destruction of negative dark attributes, 100 absorption. Dark origin, maximal enhancement of beast bloodline ability activation. Determined by beast constitution. After this state expires, all attributes and skills of the beast enter a cooldown period lasting 5 hours. Upon reviewing the status interface, Changqing understood why Xiao Jin had retrieved the black card. Since entering the dungeon and encountering the black jade figure, he had unlocked a hidden quest. The beast within the black card was indeed the key to defeating the demon. Go forth, Xiao Jin, Changqing exclaimed uncontrollably, bolstered by the dark origin. Xiao Jin responded with a sharp, piercing call. Immediately, torrents of raging flames erupted around it. The brilliant white and dark energies, oppositely charged, merged astonishingly harmoniously. Xiao Jin unfurled its wings, which were several times larger than its body, charging towards the demon. Gu Changqing watched in quiet admiration, struck by the domineering presence and might that a mythical bloodline Jinwu should possess. The demon, resembling a small mountain, with its black eagle eyes fixed on Xiao Jin as it approached with ferocity, sensed the looming threat and once again wielded its colossal sand sword, swinging it multiple times. A curtain of sand threatened to engulf the entire dungeon. Yet, in the next moment, a massive fireball, 9 meters in diameter, blazed through the murky black fog, shattering the barrier of sand. Within the demon's eagle eyes, pure black light surged, yet under the influence of the enhanced state, its perpetual motion skill was rendered completely ineffective. Boom! As the giant fireball neared the demon, it erupted violently, releasing countless smaller flames that cascaded like a meteor shower, enveloping its vast form. Bang! 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 Each fireball that struck created a resounding explosion. The intertwining black and white flames, as the detonations continued, formed towering pillars of fire that reached the heavens. The surging waves of fire and shockwaves spread outward, a force so overwhelming it seemed to reshape the very earth. Left with no choice, Gu Changqing leapt into a pit to evade the onslaught. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and he felt his strength rapidly deplete. Was this the end for him? Once a beastmaster and a beast forge a contract, they enter a symbiotic relationship. If one party suffers severe damage, the other will also experience varying degrees of harm. Previously, he had easily crushed the demon using his bloodline's superiority. Now, as Xiao Jin was forcibly enhanced by the dark origin, it was drawing upon Gu Changqing's strength to restore itself. Without hesitation, Gu Changqing retrieved a vial of elixir and consumed it hastily. Fortunately, not much time had elapsed. The cacophony of explosions outside ceased, and a shadow appeared above Gu Changqing. He looked up to see Xiao Jin had transformed into its nightlight crow form, weakly falling into his arms. Its body was riddled with wounds, with peck marks and splinters from branches littering its form. Rest well. With a flash of light, Gu Changqing placed it into the Beastmaster space. He climbed out of the pit, gazing into the distance. Before him lay a landscape of raging flames and the remnants of shattered structures. Gu Changqing felt a pang of regret. It would be best if this skill could be avoided. Congratulations on defeating the special fusion-type demon, the Lonely Ridge Watcher, and gaining 2,000 experience points. Congratulations on completing the hidden quest of the dungeon, receiving the special item, Eye of Darkness. Congratulations on clearing the Hell-level dungeon, the Chaotic Stone Ridge, with a completion time of... Chapter 14. What qualifications do you have to be expelled from school? Ears of a Dog. Before the dungeon's luminous portal, Yi Rian stood quietly outside, her fidgety hands betraying her inner turmoil. Gu Changqing spoke with unwavering confidence, yet as time passed, Yi Rian's concerns erupted like a geyser. She frequently glanced towards the portal of the dungeon, her heart racing with tension, reminiscent of her first official battle against a fearsome beast. Yi Vice Captain, do not be anxious, even if we fail the dungeon. Your valiant spirit to venture forth alone is commendable. Yi Rian cast a sidelong glance at the squad leader, Zhang Sun, and scoffed. Is the Chun family's reward truly so generous? Are you willing to forsake your future merely to record a low-tier dungeon? It seems that years of peace have dulled your senses. Zhang Sun replied nonchalantly, there is no need for provocation. Sacrifice must accompany gain. The city guard remains loyal to the lord of the city, as you are well aware. I wonder how those valiant souls who perished in the beast tide for Jinhai City would feel upon seeing their descendants treated thus. Yi Rian was incensed, retorting, silence. Do not provoke me further. Zhang Sun quickly gestured for quiet, as if zipping his lips. His final remark was a concession made in deference to their past mentor. Although the Chun family restrained themselves from harming Gu Changqing, other matters were less certain. What do you mean? Yi Rian pressed, but Zhang Sun returned to his squad, adopting an indifferent demeanor. At that moment, the crowd in the square parted, revealing Lu Renjia, the chief of Jinhai No. 1 High School, solemnly accompanied by Chunhai. Su Sisi clung to Chunhai's arm, lowering her head in embarrassment upon seeing Yi Rian. Surprised, Yi Rian exclaimed, Director Lu, what brings you here? Before Lu Renjia could respond, Chunhai interjected, asserting his dominance. Ah, Yi teacher is also present. This is fortuitous. In light of Gu Changqing's recent actions, which have incited public outrage, the Lord's office has issued the latest decree. The school's upper echelons are furious and have convened a meeting to determine his punishment. Director, please present the results to Teacher Yi. Lu Renjia, with a forced smile, withdrew a judgment document and coldly handed it to Yi Rian. Teacher Yi, since Gu Changqing is absent, please relay this to him. Yi Rian unfurled the document, her eyes widening in disbelief as she exclaimed, You have expelled him from Jinhai No. 1 High School. Director Lu, is the school truly prepared to sever all ties? Lu Rinjia interrupted her, his anger palpable. Teacher Yi. Expelling him is already a significant act of mercy. His actions regarding the legendary beast companion have tarnished the reputation of Jinhai City and defiled the profession of beast tamers. Yi Rian's chest heaved with indignation, yet reason cautioned her against confrontation. The judgment document spoke volumes. Although expulsion would not entirely obstruct the path to the national examination, the prestige of esteemed institutions was paramount. A beast tamer who had been expelled, whose character was questionable, and who was ostracized by the entire city would hardly be considered by any prestigious beast taming university. This was a ruthless maneuver, one that could drive Gu Changqing into despair and irretrievable ruin. The school should have dealt with Gu Changqing long ago, with such a character. It was fortunate he had not contracted a legendary beast companion, lest he become the greatest calamity for Jinhai City. Su Sisi clung to Chenhai's arm, wishing she could meld it into the substantial flesh of his physique. Chenhai smiled with satisfaction. Teacher Yi, you possess a significant background. Why risk your reputation for a disreputable individual? Initially, the school's decision was to be announced nationwide, but considering he is a descendant of a hero, they granted him one final chance to redeem himself. Yi Rian, furious, pointed at Su Sisi and scolded, at such a young age, you exhibit remarkable tea artistry. Su Sisi, emboldened by Chenhai's presence, retorted, what of it? What does Gu Changqing amount to? Does he deserve a legendary beast companion? He is merely a commoner. Even with special consideration, what can he achieve? Is it not better to obtain something more suited to oneself? A lowly insect should strive to escape their plight, not reach for the stars. If the legendary beast companion were in Chenhai's hands, nurtured by the Chen family's abundant resources, it would surely become the guardian deity of Jinhai City. He sacrificed greatness for his selfish desires. Would you not agree he is a sinner of Jinhai City? Expulsion is lenient. He should be banished from Jinhai City entirely. Listening to Su Sisi's words, the crowd fell silent. Are you two a couple? If so, your meddling is excessive. Who wouldn't want to keep a legendary beast companion for themselves? If not, then what business is it of yours? Such outrageous remarks truly reflected the adage that not all kin belong to the same household. Su Sisi pointed at Yi Rian with disdain, declaring, Teacher Yi, you have always held yourself in high esteem because you do not grasp the logic of those who live at the bottom. If you truly possess the ability, then show it. Yi Rian's face flushed with anger, yet she surprisingly refrained from retorting. She indeed had the power to alter Gu Changqing's fate, but had chosen not to act. Just then, a cool voice echoed from behind Yi Rian. What are you? What right do you have to judge my sister's choices, you wretched harlot? Emerging from the dungeon portal, Gu Changqing appeared weak, yet resolute. Yi Rian's heart leapt in joy as she rushed forward, anxious to inquire, how are you? Are you hurt? Gu Changqing shook his head and, upon noticing the judgment document in her hand, scoffed. Jinhai No. 1 High School is truly rotten to the core. Lu Rinjia's anger flared upon hearing this. Gu Changqing, you selfish traitor who endangers Jinhai City. How dare you speak so brazenly? What right do you have? What right do I have? Shut your foul mouth and listen closely. With that, the notification from the abyss resounded across the square. Congratulations to Gu Changqing for clearing the hell-level dungeon, Chaos Stone Ridge, achieving the top record with a time of 2,763 seconds. Chapter 15, Late Coming Affection. The abyss's announcement struck like a bombshell, landing heavily upon everyone's consciousness. On the record board, Gu Changqing's name ruthlessly overshadowed the recently established record by the Jinhai King squad. What was most astonishing was that all other record holders had been part of fully staffed 5-member teams, while Gu Changqing had accomplished this feat alone. Zhang Sun and the other members of the Jinhai King squad stared at Gu Changqing in horror, their expressions akin to seeing a ghost. A 2-minute difference may seem trivial to outsiders, but they understood the immense challenge it represented, not to mention the severe setbacks caused by the quagmire. They had spent considerable time and resources merely on the second stage. Moreover, they had utilized special means to downgrade from a high-level beast tamer to a junior beast tamer. With such a disparity in numbers and experience, supplemented by various potent restorative potions, how could the record still be broken? How could a selfish, incompetent individual so decisively crush their advantage? How did you manage this? Zhang Sun was at a loss, unable to fathom the reasoning. Cheating. You must have employed some underhanded tactics to surpass our record. After all, there are significant consequences for willfully downgrading one's rank to seize a low-tier dungeon record. Gu Changqing made no effort to conceal his methods, bluntly admitting, I cleared it through my innate talents for cheating. But alas, my talent is simply extraordinary. What can you do about it? The realization of Gu Changqing's record-breaking achievement jolted Chenhai and the others from their stupor. Following his words, she reprimanded, Indeed, it is through deceit that you thrive. Gu Changqing, how dare you admit it with such audacity? Su Sisi chimed in. Exactly. How shameless can one be? Utilizing cheating methods to maliciously usurp dungeon records, the City Lord's Mansion and the Beastmaster Association will not let you off lightly. Uninformed peers among the Beastmasters joined the outcry. Changqing, the disgrace of Jinhai City. I suggest the City Lord's Mansion expel him beyond the city walls to fend for himself. Did you ever consider your parents while cheating? The honor they fought for with their lives has been tarnished by you. To share the same era as this person is a tremendous humiliation to us. Expel him. Expel him. The clamor for his expulsion grew louder, reaching a fever pitch. Yet, a portion of the Beastmasters remained silent. Those who had endured the trials of hellish dungeons were momentarily hushed. Cheating? Since the abyssal rules were applied to the present world, there have been rumors of powerful geniuses whose excesses caused the rules to collapse. However, no one had exploited the abyss for personal gain. Despite Changqing's actions being utterly unfathomable, it was inconceivable that a dungeon refined over generations would open its doors solely for him. Yi Rian firmly grasped Changqing's hand. Conveying her support, Changqing responded with a warm smile. Sister, this is just the beginning. Congratulations, Changqing, for completing the hidden mission of the dungeon. The ruins of chaos will be temporarily sealed for 1 hour. Upon reopening, new ferocious beasts will emerge. Congratulations, Changqing, for unlocking the unique hidden task chain. The first phase rewards have been distributed. The abyssal voice, although softer than during the record-breaking moment, effectively dampened the vast outcry. Instantly, all gazes converged on Changqing, filled with curiosity, envy, greed, and an array of desires. A task? Is there a task within the dungeon? I don't know. I'm only at level 2, so I'm not qualified to hear about these things. Is there anyone at level 10 who can share what that hidden task entails? Are the rewards substantial? I can't say for sure, but since the dungeon has existed this long, it was only theorized that tasks might exist, yet it turns out there truly is one. Moreover, it is unique, and the rewards are absolutely astonishing. Yi Rian initially appeared dazed, then exhilarated, bumping into Changqing. You little rascal, you've made something of yourself. Breathing in the fragrant air and feeling the delightful impact of their collision, Changqing's face flushed slightly. Sister, please, keep it together. Realizing the inappropriateness of her posture, Yi Rian playfully tapped his forehead. You little imp, stop thinking such nonsense. Changqing protested. I wasn't thinking anything. No wonder. We were wronged. Zhang Sun stepped forward, relief evident on his face. To unravel a task that has puzzled countless beastmasters speaks volumes about your brilliance. It seems your beast companion has been heavily influenced by rumors. You're overpraising me. It's merely luck. The Abyss and Zhang Sun provided commentary, causing those who had shouted accusations of cheating to lower their heads, some even shamefully retreating. Chunhai's face turned ashen as he tightened his grip on Su Cici's hand, causing her to wince in pain, yet remain silent. Changqing, we shall see, he declared, pulling Su Cici away from the square. Lu Renjia did not follow Chunhai, but instead donned a smile, saying, Changqing, do not hold a grudge against the school, it was all unavoidable. Rest assured, I will speak with the principal upon my return. After all, it was never our intention to let such an outstanding student fall by the wayside. Yi Rian chuckled, mocking, Director Lu, your attitude has shifted dramatically. Weren't you just shouting that Xiaoqing cheated? Ah, that was unavoidable. The decision from the City Lord's Mansion left the school no choice. However, we still believe Changqing is a good student. Lu Renjia shifted the conversation. By the way, Changqing, what rewards did you receive for that task? This isn't an invasion of your privacy, but rather a means to strengthen our position. This way, we can argue with the City Lord's Mansion and ensure your return to school. Rewards? Changqing opened his backpack and extracted a green card embossed with the image of a majestic eagle. This is the first phase reward from the hidden task. The Gale Eagle King. It is merely a card for a Lord-level beast companion. The rest are just various rare materials. I expect there will be rewards of King level, Legendary level, or even higher. With a resounding clap on his thigh, Lu Renjia expressed his frustration. The school's oversight is utterly ridiculous. How can such a genius be expelled? Come, return to school with me. Even if it costs me my position, I will ensure your reinstatement. He reached out to pull Changqing along. But Changqing deftly sidestepped, coldly regarding the astonished onlookers, and remarked, Director, have you ever heard the saying? Late affection is as worthless as grass. Chapter 16. The Three-Way Gale, An Unexpected Visitor. Changqing, you. Lu Renjia's face flushed with indignation. In front of so many people, he was openly mocked. Given Changqing's current uniqueness, he could only suppress his fury and maintain a smile. Enough with the angry words. You are a genius student cultivated by Jinhai No. One high school, and your parents are both honorary beastmasters of the school. Your subsidies, your encouragement funds, all come from here. Changqing, I know you still have feelings for the school. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared, do not throw a tantrum. Gu Changqing stared in astonishment at Lu Rinjia, who spoke so confidently yet maintained a calm demeanor. He could not fathom how such words could be uttered with a straight face. Just moments ago, in the same place amidst the same crowd, the accusations of cheating rang loud and clear. It can only be said that one's skin can become so thick that it can withstand nuclear attacks. Yi Rian rolled her eyes, mercilessly exposing the truth. Director Lu, it seems what you just said is either the honor conferred by the Provincial Beastmaster Association or something I arranged through connections. Yet, in your mouth, it has all become the school's achievements. Unfazed by Yi Rian's discontent, Lu Rinjia maintained his stance. You are a teacher. The school recognizes your contributions. Teacher Yi, let's not dwell on this. The priority now is to restore Changqing's school status. It's all for the sake of the national examination. Gu Changqing felt nauseated by the obsequious attitude. He took Yi Rian's hand and said, "Let's go, sister. I need to thoroughly organize the tasks and rewards I've obtained. Come, let me prepare a delicious meal for you." They passed by Lu Rinjia, who reached out in an attempt to retain them. Director, I cannot bear the school's favor. From this moment on, I have no ties to Jinhai No. 1 High School. Lu Rinjia wanted to argue, but they had already melted into the crowd, disappearing from sight. Damn Gu Changqing. He only made me take the blame once, and he holds a grudge like this, forgetting even the school's nurturing kindness, a true ingrate. Realizing this, he knew he must report to the principal quickly, setting aside the potential rewards from the hidden task. If other schools in Jinhai City got wind of this first, they would face severe embarrassment. Gu Changqing and Yi Rian returned home, where the latter entered the kitchen to begin preparing a sumptuous feast. Gu Changqing sat in the living room, first checking on Xiao Jin's status. The condition of the dark source was truly terrifying. Xiao Jin lay motionless in the beast space, its fierce flames burning to heal its wounds. The depleted spiritual energy showed no signs of recovery. Gu Changqing couldn't help but reflect. This was the second time Xiao Jin had given its all for him. The bond between the beast master and their companion is profound, with a mutual understanding that they can exit the instance at any moment. Despite this, the bond remains unreserved. From the presence of Xiao Jin, he experiences a warmth akin to that of Yi Rian. Rest well. Once you have recovered, I will ensure you feast to your heart's content. At the mention of food, the lethargic Sanzu Jinwu lifted its weak head slightly before sinking back down. Gu Changqing smiled. The impact of the three golden attributes is particularly pronounced when it comes to a glutton. Subsequently, Gu Changqing began to assess the gains from his journey through the instance. First and foremost, he acquired 3 much-needed space stones. The fusion-type fierce beasts yielded 2, while a hidden quest rewarded him with another. The progress bar surged significantly. In addition, he gathered various materials: the heart of the sand demon, ingredients; the swift-wind eagle beast stone, ingredients; the poo tree fruit, ingredients. Undoubtedly, the most significant reward was the beast card of the swift-wind eagle king. Gu Changqing gently caressed the image of the eagle king on the card, and information about it immediately surfaced. Swift-wind eagle king. Bloodline: San Tu Sun Foam, Lord level, Qing. Skills: Swift-wind eagle cry, extreme speed, low-level evolution. Description: possessing the weak bloodline of the Santu foam, there is an exceedingly low probability of evolving its bloodline level. The introduction of the Swift-Wind Eagle King is brief. Yet the mere possession of the Santu Sun foam bloodline attribute is sufficient to establish its prominence among Lord-level beasts. The Santu foam, both among fierce beasts and captured companions, is undeniably a pinnacle of royalty. The bloodline skill of the Santu foam is said to produce winds capable of dissipating the physical form, strength, and even soul of both beast masters and their companions. There are terrifying rumors that the winds of the Santu foam can lead to the scattering of souls. Among beast masters, only one Santu foam has been captured and tamed, belonging to Zhao Zhanxiong, the current lord of the Jinhai City and president of the Beastmaster Association. However, to Gu Changqing, these matters are merely trifles. Regardless of your bloodline, should I take a liking to you, I shall transform you entirely. Yet, Gu Changqing hesitated between choosing the Swift-Wind Eagle King or the unknown Black Beast card. Perhaps it would be wiser to complete the hidden quest first and see if there are even better rewards ahead. In his heart, he truly dismissed the Swift-Wind Eagle King. Having already acquired Xiao Jin, the sovereign of the skies, it was naturally not a consideration. As for the Black Beast card, despite sensing a specific golden attribute, he felt uneasy about something that even the abyss could not fathom. What if a mysterious and formidable creature were unleashed? The risk is too great. Next, he turned to investigate the anomalies within various instances. Regrettably, in instances below level 30, there were no obvious anomalies akin to the Black Jadestone Man. Gu Changqing scratched his head, pondering whether the clue lay in the wild instances outside Jinhai City. After completing the first phase of the quest, the objectives of the second phase were not provided, leaving the Beast Masters to rely on sheer luck in their explorations. The nature of the instances inside and outside the city is starkly contrasting. The instances outside the city are referred to as wild instances, with fierce beasts almost always occupying the locations of their portals. To clear a wild instance, one must first endure a life-or-death struggle with these fierce beasts. Similarly, the rewards and experience from wild instances far exceed those within the city. Even so, only beast masters of higher rank dare to venture outside the city. Changqing contemplated whether he should take a chance and venture out. Changqing, it's time to eat. The enticing aroma wafted through the room, snapping Changqing out of his thoughts, and his stomach growled in response. Approaching the dining table, he picked up a piece of braised pork with his chopsticks. Feeling a sense of transcendence, Yi Ruyun's culinary skills have truly become increasingly exquisite. Compared to the dark cuisine of their first encounter, it was a world apart. Observing Changqing devouring his meal, Yi Ruyun smiled knowingly. Just as she served a bowl of rice in front of him, a series of urgent breaking sounds suddenly echoed from outside. Following that, a soft and melodious female voice drifted in. May I ask if Changqing is home? Chapter 17. The girls' high school comes to claim him. Green tea must be ground by a specialist. Huh, who is it? Yi Ruyun opened the door in surprise, only to find 6 beautiful girls dressed in elegant yet youthful attire, nodding at her before gracefully entering the modest living room. Changqing, who was in the midst of his meal, glanced up and froze. Good heavens, where did this group of socialites come from? The 6 beauties, apart from the slightly older girl in the center, were roughly the same age as Changqing. If Yi Ruyun's beauty rated at 99, theirs was around 90. They were all stunningly beautiful. Who are you? Is it polite to barge in without any notice? Seeing Changqing's unabashed admiration, Yi Ruyun felt a surge of anger and spoke rather harshly. Hello, we are from Jinhai Girls' High School. I am Bing, the head of the senior class. These are students about to graduate, and they wish to meet the prominent figure of Jinhai. Bing's demeanor was warm and inviting, exuding a sense of spring breeze. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Yi Ruyun let out a sigh of relief, shooting a glare at Changqing, who quickly redirected his attention back to his meal. Jinhai Girls' High School, what brings you here to see Changqing? If it's merely to admire, you have seen enough. There's no need to stay for dinner. A female student next to Bing, dissatisfied with her tone, attempted to speak, only to be silenced by Bing's raised hand. The matter is this. We have heard that Changqing was expelled from the first high school. Our principal regards this with utmost seriousness. After extensive discussions, the school has decided to make an exception and offer Changqing admission. If he is willing, Jinhai Girls' High School will spare no resources to support him in the national entrance examination. Changqing nearly spat out the rice he had just taken in. He was aware of Jinhai Girls' High School. Moreover, its reputation is renowned throughout the province. Beast masters emerging from this school either get recruited by prominent families or become involved with major organizations. Even the current city lord's wife graduated from this school. Just by connections alone, the Qin family, the foremost beast master family in Jinhai, would find themselves overshadowed. Yet, this institution, which traditionally cultivates exceptional female beast masters without drawing attention, has unexpectedly sought to enroll a male student. I can attend a girls' high school? Changqing was utterly bewildered. Checking his reflection on his phone, he still looked handsome and masculine. Why on earth were they interested in him? Bing smiled gently. Do not doubt our school's sincerity. We genuinely wish to recruit you. Give me a reason. Changqing is no naive child. The extent of the school's so-called commitment is almost unimaginable. When something falls from the sky, a pit must surely lie beneath it. He is not so naive as to believe that the allure of a legendary beast companion and hidden quests could incite such fervor. Yi Ruyun also furrowed her brows, suddenly recalling something, and exclaimed, You want Changqing to go to that place? Bing nodded directly, without hesitation. Indeed, Teacher Yi is astute. The reason we are offering such a substantial price is that we hope Changqing can, once capable, venture into the Forbidden Sea to search for her. Changqing was left utterly perplexed. Her? Who is she? Yi Ruyun's expression turned grave as she spoke in a low voice. The former and only female city lord of Jinhai, Situdanya. During the beast tide that besieged the city, only terrestrial fierce beasts appeared, none from the sea. This was due to the female city lord leading an elite team into the Forbidden Sea. However, following the beast tide, that group of beast masters never returned. Bing sighed, recalling how they had once dispatched beast tamers to search for help. Yet the Forbidden Sea had since been shrouded by the rules of the deep sea, permitting only legendary beasts to enter. Tongxue, it has come to our attention that your beast companion has not been demoted in rank. In fact, There remains a chance for it to return to the legendary level. The accuracy of this information did not surprise Changqing. After all, holding the top position on the record board spoke volumes. Xiaobing exhaled in relief, stating that as long as he agreed, the girls from the female high school could certainly fulfill their promises. Yi Rian glanced at Changqing, her eyes revealing a hint of emotion. If he were to consent, the Qin family and the city lord's mansion would undoubtedly take heed. The female high school of Jinhai indeed possessed such capabilities. Changqing pondered the implications, about to respond when he was abruptly interrupted. I disagree. A roar erupted from outside, cutting him off. Su Sisi burst in, her face a mask of anxiety and fury, flanked by Lu Rinjia and several high-ranking officials. I disagree. Su Sisi approached the dining table, looking down at Changqing. After a moment, her tone softened slightly. Changqing, you are the pride of our Jinhai first high, my pride. How could you transfer to the female high school? Do you truly wish to part ways with me? I have thought long and hard about this. There is still a place for you in my heart. My previous rejection stemmed from caring too much, wanting to apply some pressure for you to become even better. Now, you have indeed improved, and I agree to be your girlfriend. Moreover, Hai has already consented. As long as you are willing to return, the Qin family will dispel those damaging rumors. Do it for me, please. Su Sisi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Her heartfelt plea fell on deaf ears for Changqing, who perceived her as having made a grand sacrifice, akin to saving the world from calamity. What a self-satisfied, deluded person you are, daring to compete for Brother Gu. The young ladies from the Jinhai female high school sneered. My goodness. Do people truly believe a pair of worn-out shoes can stand before us? Oh dear, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just one of young Master Qin's girlfriends. The disdainful remarks from the ladies surrounded Changqing, their alluring scents wafting through the air, intoxicating yet infuriating. Su Sisi, pointing at them in anger, turned helplessly to Changqing. Changqing, they are slandering me. You mustn't believe them. I am innocent. Su classmate, we are not acquainted. Please address me by my name. Changqing's expression was frosty. Whether you are innocent or not has nothing to do with me. Su Sisi's eyes widened in shock. Changqing, how can you say that? Oh, forgive me. I should have slapped you out of here. Just seeing you makes me want to regurgitate my meal. Before Su Sisi could retort, the young ladies swiftly countered her. You should have wiped your nose before speaking. It's too late now. Go away, Brother Gu is ours. What do you have? Wealth, power, or leisure? You possess none, yet you dare to speak. Their words pierced Su Sisi's heart, causing her face to flush with humiliation. Changqing, I have already given you an out. If you do not return, I will never speak to you again. With that, she covered her face and fled in distress. Changqing was left bewildered, questioning the rationale behind such thinking. What foolish author could pen such absurdity? Chapter 18. Is this the attitude of seeking favors? Preparing to assault the outside dungeon. Su Sisi had been driven away by the young ladies of Jinhai Female High School. Lu Rinjia and several school officials exchanged awkward smiles, observing the young beauties surrounding Changqing, eager to serve him at the dining table. This information was erroneous. Wasn't it said that Changqing had affections for Su Sisi? According to their analysis, it was merely a matter of finding a way to ease the situation. If Su Sisi humbled herself and spoke kindly, everything would fall into place. They exchanged knowing glances, quickly arriving at the conclusion that, after all, they were still young. With other girls present, it was perfectly normal to say something spiteful to save face. Clearly, there was still hope. Haha, indeed a talented and handsome young man. Lu Rinjia broke the awkward silence left by Su Sisi's departure. Changqing, what Sisi wishes to convey is the heartfelt sentiment of all the faculty and students at our school. You are simply too impatient. I ask you, would we send away a genius we have painstakingly nurtured? The other school leaders chimed in. We are merely acting under pressure from above, taking this temporary step to protect you. I trust you understand. Indeed, given the public uproar, it is essential to quell the misunderstandings and biases against you before the national exams. You should see how much the school values you. Come back. The school is your home, and your classmates are your family. As for your relationship with Su Sisi, if there is mutual interest, we are supportive. Yes. She argued fiercely for you with the relevant figures from the city lord's mansion. In her heart, you are a special individual. Their laughter grew more pronounced as they spoke, and Changqing felt a smile tug at his lips. With a sudden motion, half a bowl of rice was flipped onto the table, and Changqing raised an eyebrow, mockingly regarding the performers. So, are you implying that I was the one being petty, misunderstanding your intentions? Lu Rinjia, sensing an opportunity, remarked, it was all a misunderstanding. How could we blame you? Come, the principal has organized a re-enrollment ceremony just for you. Let bygones be bygones. Changqing stood up, a sardonic smile on his face. While the young ladies from Jinhai Female High School looked on anxiously, eager to interject, but unable to find the words. Yi Ruyan, unusually silent, gazed at him with trust in her eyes. As Gu Changqing approached, Lu Rinjia and the others beamed with delight, casting provocative glances at Xia Bing, their mockery evident. In that case, Gu Changqing paused, facing Lu Rinjia. I agree to the collaborative endeavors with the female high school. However, we shall discuss the specifics thoroughly. In the next moment, Gu Changqing abruptly turned and forcefully grasped Xia Bing's hand, smirking coldly. Director Lu, thank you for the care from First High. But I hold a grudge against the Qin family and will not cause trouble for the school. The smiles of the officials froze on their faces as the realization dawned that they had been outmaneuvered by Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing, Lu Rinjia's voice darkened. We have extended you great courtesy. Do not be ungrateful. The opportunity has been presented. Do not let Su Cece lose heart. She is incapable of cooling down. A social butterfly. How could she ever be cold? Gu Changqing paused. And who informed you that I would fall for such tactics? Director Lu, do you fancy the feeling of being green with envy? Lu Rinjia, flustered, pointed at Gu Changqing, trembling. For such trivial matters, you would disregard your alma mater that has raised you? You are tarnishing the hero's reputation and do not deserve the monthly benefits. Xia Bing regained her composure. Although Gu Changqing had merely agreed to collaborate and had not committed to joining the female high school, the objective had been achieved. Just 1,000 a month for the benefits? No, I recall that based on merit, Changqing's parents received the treatment of level heroes. Together, that should be at least 7,000. Am I mistaken? I must inquire with the relevant departments at the city lord's mansion. Lu Rinjia and the others held their breath. It is absurd. They are at a high level of treatment. How could it possibly be otherwise? Xinhai and Gao has always been highly regarded. It appears they excel even in slandering their peers. Gu Changqing, did you see that? Such a school will only lead you astray, turning you into a laughingstock in Xinhai City. Gu Changqing, unfazed, smiled and gazed at them, stating, I am already the laughingstock of Xinhai City. All thanks to my esteemed school. That is all a misunderstanding. Gu Changqing shrugged, adding, fine. Whenever the school officially clarifies the events of that day at my home to the public, I shall return to school. For now, I have important matters to discuss with teacher Xia Bing. If there is nothing else, I shall not see you out. The group left in a disheveled state, their expressions fluctuating. Their eyes avoided Gu Changqing's gaze. How to address this? Offending the Qin family and the deputy city lord? They wouldn't dare. Even with 10 times their courage. Those who ascend to high positions in the city are not easily provoked. Do not speak like a child. We will give you ample time to consider. Consider what? I have but one condition. If you cannot agree, do not pester me. Gu Changqing firmly issued an eviction order. Shall I escort you out, or are you capable of leaving on your own? Yi Ruyan's sharp gaze delivered a final warning. Humph, don't regret it. Gu Changqing scoffed. Who knows who will regret it? The bothersome individuals departed, and a few beauties from Ngao attempted to entangle him, only to be ushered out by Xia Bing's gaze. Thank you for your trust in us. With that irritating fly gone, please share how you wish to cooperate. Materials? Equipment? Or perhaps beast companions? Or a confrontation against the Qin family? Gu Changqing shook his head. A little pressure will suffice. I will personally reclaim what is rightfully mine. As for other aspects, I am not lacking at the moment. Such arrogant words left Xia Bing in bewilderment. Before their arrival, she had meticulously gathered and studied all of Gu Changqing's information, even noting his restroom breaks. The Qin family, wielding their power, had sealed all beast companion shops throughout the city, nearly cutting off his path. Numerous targeted schemes had left him with no way forward. Yet, the person involved claimed he lacked nothing. This was either sheer arrogance or an indication of profound depth. Xia Bing pondered, no matter how precious legendary beast companions may be, if they cannot grow, they are worthless. Where did his confidence stem from? Or was he hesitant about their sudden approach? You have not mentioned any conditions. Cooperation will be difficult. Gu Changqing smiled. Who said I have no conditions? My condition is quite simple. I hope your esteemed school can provide me with convenience on the wild map. Chapter 19. 2 messages. The Beauty Protection Squad. The Wild Dungeon? Xia Bing's expression shifted instantly. She had anticipated that many of Gu Changqing's proposed conditions would be exceedingly harsh. The higher-ups at Ngao had mentally prepared for that. Yet, he chose not a single condition that would benefit him, instead pushing himself into a perilous situation. Xia Bing, in a daze, thought she had misheard and sought confirmation. You mean, you want to enter a wild dungeon? Gu Changqing smiled slightly. What? Is that difficult to understand? Xia Bing instinctively nodded. A wild dungeon is a realm of true peril. Compared to the beast tide that erupts after a long interval, a wild dungeon presents a direct confrontation with ferocious beasts. Within Xinhai City, the abyssal rules provide protection, allowing beast tamers to withdraw if their lives are in danger. Moreover, beast companion shops sell items for survival, alleviating the fear of mortal peril. However, Once one steps outside the city, entering the outer map, the protection mechanism of the abyssal rules becomes entirely ineffective. Wild dungeons are the most treacherous of places. Aside from elixirs, other auxiliary items will become ineffective, meaning that death truly means death. For 99% of beast tamers in Jinhai City, the normal procedure involves gaining admission to a desired school, mastering all knowledge and skills related to beast taming. And after upgrading to a high-level beast tamer and contracting 2 or 3 beast companions, they might consider stepping into the outer map. The death of a beast companion will cause irreversible damage to the beast space, but it does not threaten life. Xia Bing looked at Yi Ruyan with a strange expression, as if inquiring, has he always been like this? His thought processes and reasoning seemed to diverge from the ordinary. Could he possibly have a penchant for self-destruction or a mental disorder? Yi Ruyan returned a wry smile, fully understanding Xia Bing's current inner turmoil. When Changqing aimed to break the dungeon record alone, she felt similarly anxious. Very well, since you dare to propose it, there must be some basis for your confidence. Nevertheless, we require some time. How long? 1 day? Changqing shook his head. Too long. For me, every second is precious. Xia Bing realized Changqing clearly had little understanding of the outer map. Currently, there are 5 wild dungeons accessible for exploration surrounding Jinhai City. However, around these 5 dungeons, the Beast Tamer Association, the City Lord's Mansion, and various prominent families have stationed their beast tamers and established camps. She sighed softly. Unfortunately, Gao has not participated in the dungeon usage rights, so we need to negotiate with others. I hope you understand. So that's the case. Changqing understood. 1 day is too long. I can only give you 5 hours. Xia Bing hesitated for a moment, then said, all right, we will do our best. Before departing, Xia Bing drafted a supplementary cooperation agreement with Changqing. With the abyssal supervision in place, both sides felt secure. While waiting, Changqing extensively researched information about the outer map. However, useful information available online was scant. It seemed there were those unwilling to expose too much about outer matters. The intention was clear, to prevent beast tamers from recklessly putting themselves in danger and to maintain confidentiality regarding dungeon yields. Changqing originally planned to secure the dungeon records within the city to at least safeguard the materials needed for advancement. However, the rewards from hidden quests were evidently superior. Now with the backing of Jinhai and Gao, he would no longer be in such a dire situation regarding material needs. Seizing this opportunity, he also wished to see what kind of wealth those prominent figures were amassing in secrecy. Realizing Changqing had made up his mind, Yi Ruyan knew her attempts to dissuade him were futile. She took all of Changqing's assets and began preparing for the outdoor adventure. It was not until 2 or 3 in the afternoon that Xia Bing arrived, fashionably late. 2 messages, 1 good and 1 bad. Which would you like to hear first? Yi Ruyan, who had been categorizing a large amount of materials for Changqing, immediately replied, all right. The good news is, we have secured the dungeon usage rights, and it happens to be the most resource-rich of the 5 dungeons. Changqing narrowed his eyes and asked, what about the bad news? This is the bad news. This dungeon has always been targeted by the Beast Tamer Association. From what we learned indirectly, various major forces have also organized elite teams to venture in, but none returned. Xia Bing felt guilty, sensing that Gao had failed to deliver the optimal conditions. We also attempted to negotiate with others, but Changqing had already prepared himself. But they have all agreed that regardless of what conditions you offer, they will not trade, correct? Yes. Only the Beast Tamer Association was straightforward. Then it's settled. Changqing did not need to guess that the Chun family's blockade was undeniably formidable. Suddenly, his beast space trembled with a vibrant energy, radiating warmth from his center throughout the living room. Changqing felt a surge of delight and reassured, little Jean. Don't cause a commotion, I know you have recovered. The intense heat gradually subsided. Xia Bing wiped the dried sweat from her forehead, excitedly exclaiming, is this the pressure of a legendary beast companion? This collaboration is truly a win-win situation. Within her beast master space, a snow-white leopard, adorned with intricate patterns, trembles in a corner, as if sensing an unparalleled nemesis in the scorching heat emanating from the 3-legged golden crow. This is a pure manifestation of bloodline suppression. Even before reaching a higher grade, it possesses such formidable power, reminiscent of the legendary city lord that Changqing had brought back from the Forbidden Sea. All provisions have been meticulously prepared. Yi Ruyan lifted a large package beside Changqing, who then placed the items into the spatial compartment. Amidst her complex emotions of hesitation, he gently grasped her hand in his. Sister, I understand everything. Rest assured, with it by my side, I shall be safe. A mist of affection welled up in Yi Ruyan's eyes as she tenderly caressed Changqing's cheek. It's all my fault for not being able to accompany you. That place is too perilous. We cannot simply act on impulse. Changqing felt a warmth in his heart, and replied with a smile, "Of course. I will stay by your side. I want to witness your former brilliance firsthand." Zhang Sun's words confirmed that both Yi Ruyan's health and her beast companion were in jeopardy. Even if she wished to accompany him, he would not permit it. His feelings for her were indecipherable, akin to both a mother and a sister, or perhaps something more. "Our people will accompany you, ensuring you are not left in danger." Yi Ruyan felt somewhat reassured. After all, no one wished to publicly confront a prestigious institution. Upon stepping out of the house, Changqing was greeted by a few beautiful women who cheerfully descended from a vehicle, encircling him. "Teacher Xia, please tell me that they are here to protect me?" Xia Bing nodded with a smile. "Do not underestimate them. The strength of the Beast Master Roses is quite formidable in Jinhai City." Chapter 20. The World Beyond the City. Where tycoons meet tycoons. Beast Master Roses? That name seems familiar. After pondering for a moment, Changqing's expression revealed admiration towards the 5 women. The team that previously ranked 3rd in the Shattered Stone Ridge dungeon records was indeed the Beast Master Roses. Their combat prowess is no trifling matter. Xia Bing took her place in the driver's seat and, after bidding farewell to Yi Ruyan, occasionally glanced at Changqing's expression through the rearview mirror. Noticing his growing regard for them, she remarked, "Do not underestimate our young ladies from the esteemed academy." Changqing awkwardly nodded. Simply clearing a hell-level dungeon and achieving commendable results was not something just any academy could accomplish. The esteemed academy certainly harbors hidden depths. The girl named Qing, with 2 adorable ponytails and lively eyes, eagerly interjected during Changqing's praise. "Brother Changqing, why not join our esteemed academy? Whatever conditions you have, we can accommodate." As she spoke, a pink mist flickered in her eyes. Changqing merely glanced at her and felt a rush of affection and admiration, instinctively responding, "I am willing." Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed within the vehicle, and a wave of heat enveloped Changqing. Qing appeared to be struck, her face paling instantly, and the pink hue in her pupil shattered. "It's a misunderstanding." Xia Bing quickly pulled over, turning to explain. The searing heat finally roused Changqing from that peculiar sensation. He warily glanced at Qing. It was her eyes that had caused it. "Qing, did I not tell you not to recklessly utilize the abilities of your second beast companion? If the principal finds out, you will be punished." Qing, pale-faced, forced a smile. "I'm sorry, Brother Changqing, I didn't mean to." She reached out to touch him, but he instinctively recoiled. A moment of clarity flashing through his mind. Charm, a mental type skill? Xia Bing was taken aback by Changqing's extensive knowledge. Momentarily setting aside her explanation, she sighed. "I was considering recruiting you into the esteemed academy. It's no wonder Qing would wish to charm you." Changqing remained unperturbed and calmed little Jean, saying, "My parents left behind many books. One of them contains relevant information. However, such skills activated by beast companions through the Beast Master are exceedingly rare." Xia Bing merely smiled, refraining from further elaboration. Changqing, recognizing the delicate nature of the topic, turned his gaze to the window. As the vehicle navigated through the city streets, the surroundings gradually transformed. The population thinned, with barely a soul in sight for several minutes. The architecture in this region predominantly featured square structures, and even multi-story buildings were a rarity. As they pressed forward, the buildings vanished, replaced by endless ruins and deep pits that extended several meters into the ground. Changqing's demeanor shifted as he realized they had entered the buffer zone. Ahead, under the shining sun, loomed a towering wall, resembling a colossal dragon lying across the earth. Stretching for thousands of miles, the city's boundary. This was Changqing's first visit, yet he had seen images on the computer. Whenever the beast tide breached the fragile rules, it would cross this wall, launching the most brutal and bloodthirsty attacks against humanity. Such scenes haunted his mind, vivid memories of hell on earth flashing before him. Only when the vehicle came to a halt did he notice they had arrived at the city gate. Changqing disembarked and followed Xia Bing as they approached the gate, where a weighty sensation enveloped him. Xia Bing presented her credentials and exit permits to the city guards. The guards scrutinized each individual, frowning upon seeing Changqing. "Teacher Xia, the world outside is hardly as gentle as within the city. Bringing a novice beast master here might not be wise. I have no choice. The principal specifically requested this. Please show some leniency." As she spoke, she discreetly slipped a pouch of money to the guard. "Fine." After accepting it, the guard shouted for the gates to open. The towering door, constructed from unknown materials, slowly parted, allowing a thin mist to seep through the gap. As it brushed past Changqing, a pungent scent of blood assaulted his senses, and he seemed to hear the roars of beasts and the sounds of battle, filled with wrath and malice. Little Jean, unbidden, emerged from the Beast Master space to perch on his shoulder, alleviating the negative influence of the mist. Changqing glanced at the others. Apart from Qing and Xia Bing, The other 4 girls were also affected. In contrast, the guard was taken aback by Changqing's swift return to clarity. Soon, the 4 girls also regained their composure. After Bing thanked the guard, they traversed the nearly 30-meter-long entrance corridor, which concluded at a crimson light gate. Changqing marveled at the human endeavor that had resulted in the construction of this city-encompassing wall, pondering the immense effort and resources expended. Let us go. Bing was the first to step into the light gate. Changqing followed closely, and as his feet crossed the threshold, a notification sounded. You are about to leave Jinhai City and enter the unknown and perilous world beyond. Do you wish to proceed? Yes, Changqing confirmed. In the next moment, the light gate flickered, and upon regaining his sight, he found himself outside the city. Behind him, the towering walls had blurred, shrouded in mysterious energy, obscuring their true form. You have entered the outer world. The abyssal protection rules have dissipated, and certain items will lose their efficacy. With a series of cracking sounds resonating within his body, Changqing understood that the restraints of the abyssal rules had shattered. Meanwhile, the life-saving items that Yurian had provided him had turned a deep gray. Let us proceed. There remains a considerable distance to the copy camp. Bing's voice served as a reminder, her previously gentle demeanor now taut with tension. All right, Changqing responded, witnessing several summoning arrays illuminate the surroundings. The 5 enchanting ladies each summoned their respective beast companions. Changqing's attention was immediately drawn to Su Qing's beast, a diminutive, snow-white pony that timidly hid behind her, revealing only half its head, peering curiously and shyly at Changqing and the little golden creature perched on his shoulder. To his astonishment, a small bump adorned the pony's forehead, resembling a budding white horn, quite conspicuous. Could it be a unicorn? Changqing inquired uncertainly, to which Su Qing brightly nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it is a support-type unicorn. Do not be deceived by its adorable appearance. It possesses considerable strength. Changqing marveled. Recognizing Su Qing's exceptional lineage, as a support-type unicorn undoubtedly commanded a lofty price. It was no wonder her team of 5 could conquer the chaotic Shattered Stone Ridge dungeon. Among beast tamers, renowned support-type companions were exceedingly rare, their worth surpassing that of other creatures of similar rank by several folds. Just as Changqing mused over the wealth surrounding him, he failed to notice a shadow flit through the nearby underbrush. Chapter 21. Ambush, an extremely bizarre skill. Outside the city, the world was a vast expanse of dense forest, with numerous rocky mountains and streams. Aside from the lingering scent of blood in the air and the occasional distant roars of beasts, it bore no distinction from the city within. The anticipated sudden appearance of ferocious beasts did not materialize. Changqing's puzzled and cautious demeanor prompted Bing to clarify. This area has been traversed by predecessors. It is relatively safe. Moreover, under the constraints of the Abyss rules, ferocious beasts typically refrain from approaching the city walls. They prefer to congregate around the outskirts of wilderness dungeons and are generally quite amicable towards humans. Changqing found this characterization perplexing. It was his first encounter with the notion of ferocious beasts being friendly, which felt rather blasphemous. The devastation wrought by these beasts upon humanity was immense, with numerous beast tamers meeting their demise at their hands. Such an evaluation left Changqing with a sense of disillusionment. Bing provided no further explanation, continuing to lead the way, as sometimes words cannot teach. As they ventured farther from the city walls, the dense foliage gradually thinned. Groups of rocky mountains, towering several meters high, lined the path, with winding streams meandering through the hills, flowing towards the enigmatic, distant ocean. This city was named Jinhai. Yet the ocean's true distance and grandeur were confined within the digital realm. From the moment he exited the city, Changqing contrasted the scene before him with the once azure rivers and mountains, now utterly distorted and unrecognizable. The abyss had transformed not only the species and ecology of this planet, but had silently expanded its expanse as well. Be alert, we are approaching the rock forest. Bing's tone turned serious as she brandished a shield, shimmering in icy blue, adorned with a design resembling a creature that was part tiger, part leopard, held firmly before the team. The other young women, as if trained, formed a formation of 1-3-2, while their beast companions took positions to the flanks and rear, maintaining vigilance. As it was Changqing's first outing, he was uncertain of his role, so he allowed the little golden creature to soar into the air to survey their surroundings. Nonetheless, this formation effectively sheltered him in the center, instilling a sense of warmth. After traversing approximately 200 meters, they arrived at the entrance of the rock forest, where massive boulders, several meters wide, began to tumble down from the mountains above, rolling toward them with alarming speed. Changqing's heart raced. Had they encountered ferocious beasts? However, the little golden creature shook its head, indicating no signs of such beasts. Xia Bing's expression darkened as she shielded herself with the shield, stating, "The ferocious beasts during a beast tide are indeed humanity's greatest foes. However, in the world beyond the city, we describe them as friendly because they seldom invade territories unprovoked. It is rare for ferocious beasts to scour the world in search of humans to prey upon. Here, the greatest adversaries for beast tamers are their own kind." Changqing was still grappling with the meaning behind Xia Bing's words when he noticed the creature depicted on her shield opening its mouth, unleashing a flurry of dazzling ice arrows that coalesced with frost, aimed at the descending boulders. "White horse, grant me strength," Su Qing exclaimed, feeling an overwhelming sensation akin to despair. After a comical incantation, her unicorn nodded in satisfaction, its budding horn radiating white light that enveloped Xia Bing. Bathed in this luminescence, Xia Bing's imposing aura intensified, and a greater number of ice arrows surged forth, freezing the boulders solid before they could reach the formation. Subsequently, the little golden creature expelled several small fireballs, incinerating the boulders into heaps of red embers. Xia Bing gazed at the dwindling white flames, astonished. The potency of such flames could only be achieved by legendary beast companions. Momentarily dazed, she called out to the hills above the rock forest, her voice resonating with authority. "This is Xia Bing from Jinhai Girls High School, leading students in trials beyond the city. If we have intruded upon your territory, we sincerely hope for your understanding. We merely seek passage and are aware of the rules. We shall not forget this encounter." Just as she finished speaking, a round stone from the mountaintop seemed to be propelled forth by an unseen force, hurtling directly towards Xia Bing. With a resounding crash, Xia Bing stood her ground, bracing against the impact with her shield. The tremendous force radiated outward, causing Changqing to press his hands against her shoulders, feeling the reverberation threaten to displace his organs. "Teacher Xia, who are they?" It became abundantly clear that the obstacles within the rock forest were not ferocious beasts. There was only one possibility. Changqing had initially suspected that a certain family had claimed the rock forest as their stronghold, but it was evident that this was not the case. This secondary path was governed by the Beast Tamer Association, and correspondingly, the likelihood of encountering those rogues was significantly heightened. "I have been careless. You and Su Qing must retreat swiftly. I will buy you time." Xia Bing exhaled a deep breath, her gaze transforming into one of resolute determination. Changqing shook his head, insisting, "If we leave together. The primary reason for this predicament lies with me. If it weren't for my presence, silence." Xia Bing interjected sharply. "They are beast tamers, hunters who thrive on slaughter and plunder, malevolent individuals expelled from the city. Remaining here will only become a burden to me." The little golden creature in the air let out a childish squawk at Xia Bing, then returned to perch on Changqing's shoulder, its beak flapping in agitation. Although Changqing could not yet communicate with the beast, he sensed through their blood bond in the beast tamer space that it was expressing its grievances quite colorfully. Xia Bing had made her decision, and as Changqing was about to offer further persuasion, a figure clad in a black cloak, adorned with a purple demon emblem on their chest, materialized mere 2 meters to his left, gradually revealing themselves from head to toe. This scene terrified everyone present. The emergence was not an illusion or projection. Such abilities were exceedingly rare. "I have found you," the figure rasped, their voice grating like acid on the throat, unsettlingly harsh. As the words left their lips, the sound of rupturing air and overwhelming pressure surged forth. "Be careful." Su Qing, sensing the danger looming over Changqing, lunged toward him. Yet in the next moment, the potent pressure swept across Changqing's position. However, Changqing himself had vanished. "That was close. I nearly fell for it." Changqing's voice echoed from above, as he was now being carried aloft by the little golden creature. As the unseen assault approached, Xiao Jin adeptly activated the body of the golden crow, enabling a swift evasion. In the midst of his dodging, he also unraveled the shocking and bizarre technique. The figure in the black cloak, taken aback, quickly distanced himself from Xia Bing and the others. Gazing at Changqing, perched atop the colossal divine bird, he remarked, "Truly a legendary beast companion. We have reconsidered our stance." Xia Bing was taken aback, exclaiming, "Changqing, above your head." Chapter 22. Only the weak choose to band together. At this moment, a suspended black swamp appeared in the sky. Enormous bubbles surged from the depths of the pool, bursting with a sharp crack, unleashing plumes of black flames that resembled explosive fireworks, rapidly transforming into an ocean of fire. Following this, torrents of black water cascaded down, with streaks of electric arcs dancing within. 3 distinct forces collided, intertwined, and curiously fused, morphing into a gigantic black serpent, infused with the might of electricity, fire, and water, descending upon Changqing. Changqing furrowed his brow. Such a beast companion's skill was quite rare. Below, Xia Bing shouted in horror, "This is bad. It's a fusion skill of the same elemental force." Upon hearing this, Gu Changqing exclaimed in astonishment, "What a marvel! That is a trump card only an advanced beastmaster can master." It was a splendid skill, achievable only by the rarest of talents. The collision between beast companions could amplify their original abilities tenfold, or even 20-fold. Xiao Jin ceased his cries and raised his head to observe the looming pool of darkness. Realizing escape was futile, he swiftly gathered energy, preparing to withstand the onslaught. If Gu Changqing attempted to flee, he might minimize the damage. But doing so would leave Xia Bing and the others as prime targets. "Damn it, I'll fight. Xiao Jin, don't worry about me. Strike with all your might." The power of this skill, though not as formidable as that of the fearsome beast fusion, would still carry at least half its might. Xiao Jin braced to exert himself against Gu Changqing, possessing immunity to flames, yet it was clear that the firepower of the fusion skill exceeded that threshold. "Get out of here if you don't want to die," Gu Changqing bellowed downward. Xia Bing's face was etched with anxiety and helplessness. She had yet to ascend to the rank of advanced beast master, and among the remaining individuals, only Su Qing possessed any significant standing. If Gu Changqing were to fall, the plan to rescue the female lord of Zhenhai would be utterly thwarted. "Gu Changqing, we will not. Teacher, let us leave." Su Qing interrupted Xia Bing's stubbornness, shaking her head solemnly. The latter, meeting her gaze, ultimately yielded, calling out, "Let us go." Before departing, Su Qing recited a chant, bestowing a status enhancement upon the three-legged golden crow. "You better not die, otherwise I shall claim the top spot in the national exam." Watching as they fervently fled the skills coverage, Gu Changqing sighed. Indeed, they were coming for him. The beast master, indistinguishable from a ghost, made no effort to intercept them. With them gone, he could unleash his full potential. Gu Changqing opened his backpack and retrieved a mysterious black card. Who doesn't he have a hidden card? The black card seemed aware of the impending chaos, struggling to free itself from his grip. "If you keep squirming, I swear I will sell you to the auction house. Born through my hands, I am your benefactor. It's time for you to contribute." The black card was subdued, its struggles waning. Xiao Jin turned and clutched the card in its beak, though this time it refrained from utilizing the card's extraordinary amplification ability, opting instead to temporarily activate its bloodline. Gu Changqing, taken aback, noticed the supportive skill Su Qing had cast upon it. "Glory of the Holy Light Paradise. Resist dark assaults 200. Reduce dark damage by 100. Beast companion skill damage 30. Skill accompanied by radiant effect." Goodness gracious. This supportive skill is indeed formidable. No wonder it is a rare breed of unicorn. From the skill, it was evident that Su Qing had discerned an evolutionary path, progressing toward the light. Gu Changqing expressed his admiration, realizing he was not the only one favored by fortune. Those families standing atop the city, even without talents like his, could still relentlessly pursue and approach greatness through their heritage and wealth. Yet, I am the true one. In that moment, Gu Changqing rose. Gazing at the gradually forming black serpent, he scoffed. "A fusion skill? Is it because of weakness that you seek solace in numbers?" Xiao Jin, inspired by Gu Changqing's burgeoning determination, grew larger under the enhancement of the supportive status. The white flames became increasingly radiant, with glimmers of golden light swirling within the core. Indeed, Xiao Jin, being the progenitor of fire, possessed the unique bloodline of the great sun golden flame, rivaling the sun itself. How could a mere layer of darkness obscure the brilliance of the sun? With a resounding cry, the sound reverberated through the rocky forest, spreading outward. Xiao Jin concentrated all its spiritual power. The dazzling fireball no longer rushed forward but slowly detached, soaring towards the oncoming black serpent. Boom! Upon contact between light and darkness, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted, and a violent shockwave spread, stirring up a sandstorm upon the ground. Initially, the black serpent could stand against the initial sun's true flames. Yet it audaciously consumed the fireball, only to have the light explode within its energy form, causing the serpent's body to dissipate in the radiance. The residual power of the initial sun's true flames plummeted into the black swamp, and within moments, the swamp evaporated, restoring the sky to its original state. Wow! 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 3 simultaneous cries of pain echoed from above. Xiao Jin unfurled its wings, swift as lightning, pecking at the air in a particular direction, its sharp claws seemingly grasping something. Pulling forcefully. Instantly, a rain of avian blood and feathers fell, revealing a black giant bird, torn in two, gripped in Xiao Jin's claws. Atop its sharp beak was a figure clad in a black cloak, adorned with a demonic insignia. His heart had been pierced, and he was evidently beyond saving. With a powerful flick, the figure plunged toward the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, never to move again. Congratulations on slaying the malevolent beast master. Honor points 10. Prestige in Jinhai City 10. An unexpected gain. The significance of honor points lay in the political sphere. If one wished to join the Lord's Mansion or the Beastmaster Association, these were essential considerations. Prestige reflected upon establishing organizations or families. The higher the prestige, the greater the support from the citizens of the city. Xiao Jin, it's all yours. Let none escape. Xiao Jin rejoiced, ready for a feast. With the eagerness of a construction worker, it swiftly devoured the 3-meter-long bird carcass, leaving not a feather behind. Once satiated, its spiritual energy was significantly replenished. With another shriek, 2 more malevolent beast masters fell, their similar avian companions becoming mere sustenance. Spring of the Glutton. Your beast companion consumes the golden tier beast companion, Black Firebird. Gaining 50 in all attributes, current maximum. Fire skill proficiency 100. Spring of the Glutton. Your beast companion consumes the golden tier beast companion, Black Thunderbird. Unable to gain attributes, lightning resistance 5. Spring of the Glutton. Your beast companion consumes the golden tier beast companion, Black Waterbird. Unable to gain attributes, water resistance 5. Your beast companion, 3-legged golden crow's true sun flame skill proficiency has reached its limit. Level upgraded to 2. The sound of alerts echoed one after another. Yet Changqing chose to ignore them, his gaze fixed on the ground where the 3 bodies of the malevolent beast masters were gradually fading away. Xiaojin dove down and landed gracefully, allowing Changqing to leap off its back. Surveying the desolate surroundings, he coldly remarked, "Do you wish to escape with the bodies? Alas, it is too late." Chapter 23. The path to paradise you refuse to take. Suddenly, amidst the silence of the devastated wasteland, a sound reminiscent of swallowing echoed. In the next moment, Changqing turned his attention to the left front. Xiaojin, understanding the cue, swiftly conjured the initial flame of the true sun, which, instead of its usual predominantly white hue, now shimmered with a faint golden radiance. As the fireball ignited, the temperature around it surged by several degrees, making it difficult to fathom the energy contained within. Changqing was momentarily stunned by the blast of heat, and upon examining the upgraded level 2 skill, he noted that while other attributes remained unchanged, the damage inflicted by the flame skill had quadrupled. Such an intensity of damage, when fully harnessed, could nearly rival the combined might of the previously enhanced strikes. The divine bloodline was indeed fearsome. Come forth. Do not presume that your pet's unique talent will shield you from detection. As the fireball erupted, flames surged skyward, creating a pit in the ground, while simultaneously forming a towering fire tornado over 5 meters high. Dark ash filled the air, and amidst the flames, a 2-meter-long chameleon revealed its true form. Its mouth opened wide, and from within, the first malevolent beast master leaped forth, followed closely by 3 heartless corpses. Fear flickered in the eyes of the malevolent beast master as he trembled, his hoarse voice quivering. "What do you want?" "Naturally, I wish to pose you a few questions. Will you answer them truthfully?" "Never. We would never divulge such information." With a swift crack, Xiaojin moved like lightning, piercing through the heart of the malevolent beast master. The astonished man looked down, bewildered by the gaping void where his heart once resided, his mind inundated with confusion. "Wasn't it customary to threaten me first? Wasn't I supposed to be coerced into revealing information?" Xiaojin swallowed the heart whole, only to regurgitate it in disdain, perhaps due to the Beastmaster's inability to trigger the glutton's awakening. Changqing approached the malevolent Beastmaster, a smile spreading across his lips. "I knew you possessed some dignity. You would rather die than betray the information of your employer and organization." The Beastmaster's pupils began to dilate, struggling to articulate something, but no sound emerged from his lips. His pet chameleon, intent on avenging its master, was swiftly torn to shreds by Xiaojin. "Congratulations. You have slain a malevolent Beastmaster. Honor points 10, prestige in Jinhai City 10. The glutton's awakening triggered, consumed a silver-grade chameleon, gaining 20 to all attributes and 5 to falsification ability. Only a silver grade? Yet, thanks to the chameleon's unique skill, even when facing formidable foes, it could achieve unexpected victories in the element of surprise. As the body of the malevolent beast master crumpled to the ground, for pale red lights fell from him. Changqing stepped forward to retrieve them, his face breaking into a wide grin. These were their stored supplies. Upon inspection, he discovered over 300,000 in wealth, along with a plethora of beast materials. Although most were of lower quality, he still unearthed treasures, bloodline fruits, skill potions, and even a spatial stone. Truly, what one lacks is what one finds. It was evident that this group had engaged in considerable plunder and destruction. "Ah!" Changqing exclaimed in surprise as he integrated the spoils into his backpack. Xiaobing, Su Qing, and the others returned. Upon seeing the 4 corpses on the ground, All but two turned away, covering their eyes, with one even retching. Xiaojin's strikes had been rather excessive, leaving gaping wounds in their chests. Is this how they perished? Xiaobing asked incredulously. She had witnessed the malevolent beast master's treachery, not due to their strength, but their cunning ambush tactics, often outnumbering their opponents. Their fused skills were a prime example. She had never seen or heard of a beast master escaping unscathed from such a siege, much less turning the tables completely. Now, Changqing had not only succeeded but appeared entirely unflustered, as if it were effortless. Could it be that his legendary pet was indeed, as the Academy speculated, remaining unweakened? Su Qing's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed intently at Changqing. You're incredible, Brother Changqing. Without a doubt, you will be the undisputed champion of this year's national exam. Changqing chuckled. Without your final support, I would not have emerged unscathed against such formidable skills. If Xiaojin, with its mythical bloodline, could not handle a golden-grade beast, that would truly be a disgrace. Xiaobing shot several ice arrows at the three corpses, freezing them in place before shattering them to obliterate all evidence. Let us depart. Having caused such a commotion, this place is no longer safe. The group continued on their journey, encountering neither assassins nor fierce beasts along the way. By nightfall, they emerged from the treacherous rocky forest and arrived at the campsite of the wilderness dungeon. Halt! The campsite, a human-made structure, was surrounded by red blood locust wood fencing, with beast masters stationed at the entrance. The scent of the blood locust wood, nourished by the blood of ferocious beasts, repelled them. Xiaobing presented the passage permit, allowing Changqing and the others entry. The campsite was expansive, the surrounding vegetation cleared, and numerous warning devices and traps were set up. Several wooden cabins were haphazardly arranged, with beast masters coming and going, casting curious glances at the newcomers. Let us rest first. The wild beasts tend to be more active at night, making it unfavorable to enter the dungeon. What do you think? Xiaobing inquired, seeking Changqing's opinion. He shrugged. I am at your disposal. Very well. Xiaobing led the way towards the largest cabin. As soon as she opened the door, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell silent. A wave of domineering pressure descended upon Changqing and the others. Xiaobing quickly raised the passage permit, declaring, We are from Jinhai Women's High School, here to engage in the dungeon. The Beastmaster Association should have made arrangements. At that moment, a youth, red-faced and reeking of alcohol, staggered over, circling them before finally fixing his gaze on Changqing. You are the traitor from Jinhai City? At this proclamation, Xiaobing and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. Before Changqing could respond, Xiaobing scowled. Qingqiu, he is one of us from Jinhai Women's High School. Think before you speak. Do not presume that your family's influence grants you the liberty to provoke us. Oh, haha. Who would have thought that your school has become so incomprehensible? You dare to protect such a person. Are you not afraid of bringing disaster upon yourselves? With that, he spat on the ground. Resources in the wild dungeon were scarce, allowing entry only once a day. Wasting an opportunity on him? Is it because you look down upon our Beastmaster Association? As Qingqiu finished speaking, over a dozen individuals in the room stood up, their gazes hostile. Changqing grasped Xiaobing's arm, shaking his head. Do not engage with a mad dog. What if it bites you? It seems there is no rabies vaccine here. Laughter erupted from Su Qing and a few other girls, unable to contain themselves. Qingqiu's expression twisted in rage. Wretch, what did you say? Changqing, irritated and seeking an outlet for his pent-up frustration, retorted. You are from the Qin clan, right? How convenient. Grievances have their sources. May I have the privilege of witnessing the remarkable prowess of the YSHUSH Shihu? Fear not. I shall be gentle and not seek your demise. Chapter 24. The mask is off. I shall no longer pretend. Seeking my life. Qingqiu turned in astonishment to his companions from the YSHUSH Shihu, exclaiming, Did you hear that? He said he wants my life. Ha! Qin Xiao, you must be cautious. Coming in with such lethal intent is quite terrifying. The members of the YSHUSH Shihu chimed in with mocking laughter. Oh, should I admire your unwavering confidence? Or should I be in awe of your ignorance and folly? Qingqiu gradually suppressed his mirth, his gaze turning frigid, as though he were staring at a corpse on the verge of losing its warmth. Classmate Changqing. Xiaobing tugged at Changqing's sleeve from behind, whispering, I am aware that your beast companions possess extraordinary combat prowess. Even several golden-tier beasts could easily handle the situation. However, it would be wise not to court unnecessary trouble, especially with him. I know. Changqing's reply left Xiaobing momentarily speechless. If you are aware, why then act against your better judgment? A few years prior, the Qin family was merely a respectable clan in Jinhai City, far from their current stature. Yet he emerged like a comet, securing a top 30 position in that year's national examination and gaining admission to the esteemed Qinglong University of the four major YSHUSH academies. While most other YSHUSH were at the intermediate rank during the examination, he soared ahead, advancing to the rank of senior YSHUSH. However, he suffered defeat in the arena against an exceptional genius from the capital. After graduating from university, he returned to Jinhai City and was granted an exceptional position in the YSHUSH, Shihu by the current city lord. Some even say he was intimidated into complacency by that genius, relying on the Chun family's rising prestige to secure his place in the association. By conservative estimates, he has surpassed the senior YSHUSH rank, establishing a fourth beast space. Gu Changqing effortlessly articulated Chun Go's fundamental information and conjectures, particularly regarding his might, which could be surmised to be at the pinnacle. The girls from Jinhai Girls High were even more perplexed. With such high praise yet so much caution, why provoke him? A junior YSHUSH, regardless of how advanced their beast companions, could not possibly challenge 3 ranks above them. Furthermore, upon formally advancing from the intermediate YSHUSH rank, the enhancement would not only apply to the beasts but also significantly amplify the YSHUSH's own combat capabilities. After 3 ranks, even including Xiaobing, they could only speculate how formidable he would become. For the first time, Xiaobing's gaze towards Gu Changqing began to flicker. She felt a twinge of doubt. It seemed that the person Jinhai Girls High had invested so much in was not the wisest choice. The youthful YSHUSH's brilliance was not a flaw, for at least he possessed considerable confidence. Yet, overconfidence could easily morph into arrogance. Throughout her years as an educator, she had encountered many promising talents. Yet none matched Gu Changqing's audacious demeanor. Being too rigid can lead to a downfall. Sometimes, retreating is not a sign of weakness. Thank you, Teacher Xiao, for your guidance. I understand both progress and retreat, yet the current situation does not allow for hesitation. Your well-meaning advice is akin to a donkey's liver and lungs. Xiaobing's face flushed with frustration, her resolve solidifying upon her return. She would persuade the school administration to refrain from expending further resources on someone so heedless of their own limitations. Let us proceed to the central area of the camp, so I may witness how you intend to claim my life. However, I too shall convey the same sentiment to you. Let us not take lives. The two stood facing each other in the open space at the center of the camp. Upon learning that a duel was to take place against Qingqiu, the YSHUSH gathered around, leaving their tasks unattended. Soon, nearly 30 individuals encircled the two. Teacher, what should we do? Su Qing exclaimed in distress, seeking Xiaobing's counsel. If one seeks their own demise, what can I do? Alas, our plans must be set aside. Fear not. For Qingqiu will not resort to lethal force against him, but the unspoken words hung heavily in the air. While Gu Changqing's reckless demeanor was evident, Xiaobing understood Qingqiu's temperament well enough. He was not one to instigate trouble. Chen Xiao, give it your all, and do not allow a mere junior to best you. Bets are being placed. It is rare to see Chen Xiao so earnestly engaged. Chen Xiao, exercise caution. Do not truly kill him. As the members of the YSHUSH, Shihu jested, Qingqiu suddenly smiled, the fog of drunkenness dissipating. Who would have thought you would disregard the counsel of others and proactively challenge me? The arrogance and bravado in his tone faded, replaced by a cold detachment and skepticism. The Chen family has sent you forth. Even if I wished to avoid conflict, you would find a way to provoke me. If that is the case, why complicate matters? Just outside the city, I encountered a malicious YSHUSH, and now in the camp, I face a legendary figure from Jinhai City. Even a fool would grasp the significance of these encounters. Should you meet your end at the hands of that malicious YSHUSH, it would serve as a fitting conclusion. If you survive, then Qingqiu is your final hurdle. The intention is quite clear. They seek to ascertain the extent of Gu Changqing's capabilities. You are far more astute than I had anticipated. If my cousin possessed even half your cunning, it would be a great boon. For the sake of the Chen family's ambitions, I have no choice but to offend. Gu Changqing waved his hand dismissively, asserting that there was no need for such formalities between sworn enemies. Qingqiu, taken aback by Gu Changqing's frankness, paused before bursting into laughter. Very well. You are indeed bold to provoke an adversary of the Chen family. When you are defeated by my younger brother, I shall plead for your swift departure. I shall be grateful for that. Conversely, when I bring about the downfall of the Chen family, I shall consider sparing your life. After their exchange of verbal jabs, the atmosphere turned icy. Silence enveloped the crowd, every breath held as if a pin could drop. Suddenly, Qingqiu made his move, his right hand sweeping forward, summoning 4 6-pointed star formations upon the ground. As the radiance intensified, 3 of the formations revealed the silhouettes of colossal beings. A 2-headed hound, a slashing golden sword, an ice bird. As Qingqiu uttered the names of his beasts, the essence within the 6-pointed star formations coalesced, unveiling their true forms. One was a towering, 3-meter tall, jet black hound with crimson eyes. The second was a massive bird cloaked in icy blue, nearly the size of a golden crow. The third was a magnificent golden sword. The air was thick with a menacing aura, and merely gazing upon them caused discomfort, akin to being pricked by needles. The fourth six-pointed star formation, however, was devoid of any presence. Yet, even so, Changqing was taken aback, his mouth slightly agape. To his astonishment, one of Qingqiu's beasts was an artifact beast. The golden sword suddenly shrank, morphing into a conventional blade, soaring into Qingqiu's grasp. He twirled it with finesse, declaring, "The skills of Ayshhush after advancing to a senior rank. Now, I am the beast." As he spoke, a tempestuous battle spirit ignited in his eyes. "Since you have the girls from the high school to protect you, there is no need for you to hide any longer. Your legendary beast companion has not fallen from grace, has it? Hurry and summon it forth, so I may behold its legendary might." Changqing steadied his mind and replied, "As you wish." Just as Qingqiu had stated, having traversed the most perilous moments, I shall no longer pretend. I lay my cards on the table. Chapter 25, The Supreme Elegance of the God-Level Beast Companion. All attention shifted to Changqing. Although none would believe that a junior Yshhush could prevail, they were exceedingly eager to witness the legendary beast companion. Changqing's focus immersed deep within the beast space. As Xiao Jin understood the necessity of making a name for himself in this battle, clutching a black card and scratching it with his sharp claws, as though reprimanding a rebellious subordinate. The voices of the two beast companions echoed within the beast space. "I shall not lend you my strength. I shall fight to the end. Would you lend it or not? Otherwise, I shall incinerate you with my flames. Burn away, the fiercer the fire, the faster I shall grow. In that case, I will entice the master to cast you into the abyss of a dark void. If you dare to do that, then I shall lend it. But do remember to be gentle, for I have yet to recover from my last loss. I have a premonition that the master is about to initiate something significant. If you perform well, perhaps I might allow you to remain." The two little creatures, since they awakened weakly yesterday, have ceased their stuttering and now speak in a soft, sweet manner, stirring something within Changqing's heart. A grand spectacle is about to unfold. If executed well, rewards shall abound, but failure will invite punishment. This is the essence of the Beastmaster's path. Changqing is currently in the preparatory stage after departing the Beastmaster space. He requires a little more time. In full view of the crowd, he approached the betting table, observing the multitude of space bags piled high on the left side, undoubtedly belonging to Qingqiu. He rummaged through his backpack, extracting the Lord-level beast cards and scarce materials such as spatial stones, placing them firmly in his designated area. Lo and behold, the moment the Lord-level beast card emerged, gasps of astonishment filled the air, exclamations erupted, breaths quickened. This is indeed a Lord-level beast card. Furthermore, it possesses a unique bloodline. If nurtured properly, even if it does not reach the strength of a king level, it shall still be a formidable entity of that tier. Has he lost his mind? Does he not find it appealing for himself? Or is there a superior alternative? In an instant, their attitude towards Changqing shifted significantly. Subsequently, those who had yet to enter began to place their bets as well. Spatial stones, blood-replenishing pills, and other delicacies were stacked upon the table. Even Xia Bing and her companions could no longer suppress their restless hearts. However, apart from Su Qing, they all wagered on Qingqiu's side. Changqing paid no mind. Any rational individual would not bet on him. As he beheld the table now laden with a dazzling array of materials and riches, he could hardly contain his excitement. Everything was prepared in abundance. Su Qing produced a fist-sized white jade stone and placed her bet on Changqing's side, then chuckled. "I've staked my little horse's lifeline on you, so don't you dare lose." At her words, Changqing could only smile wryly, wishing she would choose her words more carefully. "Rest assured, I shall deliver," he replied, returning to his original position. "Apologies for the wait. It seems you have great confidence in your beast, even revealing that hidden task beast card. What a pity." Qingqiu's face betrayed disappointment as he retorted, "I forgot to mention that a month ago, our Beastmaster Association hunted a fierce beast on the brink of evolution. Though weakened, with barely a fraction of its strength remaining, we still managed to slay it, and I was a key contributor. You seem to underestimate the disparity in our ranks." Changqing, unfazed, merely cleaned his ears. A fierce beast? It's merely a trivial matter. As they all anticipated how to divide his wager, he chose to save time. Within the Beastmaster space, Xiao Jin erupted in excitement, clearly prepared. A six-pointed star formation gradually ascended beneath Changqing's feet, followed by a radiant golden flame that spiraled upwards like a tornado, reaching for the heavens. The blinding brightness compelled all to shut their eyes. The overwhelming chill emanating from Qingqiu's ice bird was instantly obliterated. The searing wave enveloped everyone, making them feel as though they stood beside the sun, on the verge of melting away. With a cry akin to a phoenix's cry, a fierce gale swept through the camp, whisking away the oppressive heat. Everyone opened their eyes in astonishment. The previously dark night had transformed into a dazzling day. Above, a golden sun hung majestically. Squinting closely, one could faintly discern the silhouette of a giant bird soaring within it. Changqing was equally astonished. Xiao Jin's form was far more powerful than when it had slain that fierce beast. This spectacle nearly resembled the legendary golden crow. Instinctively, he entered the Beastmaster space, only to find that black card lying there, its color having nearly faded to a grayish hue. A weak voice of complaint echoed, "If I trust you again, it shall be your end." The frail tone suggested it could cease at any moment. Changqing cautiously withdrew to assess Xiao Jin's condition. No wonder it was so vigorous. It had already pushed its bloodline capacity to a terrifying 50, displaying the true form of the golden crow. "Do you wish to continue?" Changqing inquired lightly. Glancing at Qingqiu, the two-headed dog lay quivering on the ground, not only from the suppression of its bloodline, but also from the overwhelming might it could not withstand. Though it possessed the bloodline of the hellhound, it barely reached the lord level. The ice bird had shed its icy exterior, now resembling a plucked chicken, utterly motionless like a statue. The only one still holding on was the sword in Qingqiu's hand. Such weapons are rare. Their bond with beast masters is deeper than with other types. At that moment, sensing its master's inner turmoil and pressure, the fierce golden sword suddenly broke free from Qingqiu's grasp, fearlessly soaring toward the sky. Yet, under the blinding brilliance, its glow appeared dim, nearly non-existent. Changqing raised his right hand and then let it fall. The golden sun enveloping Xiao Jin began to descend toward the camp. As the fierce golden sword made contact, a sharp snap echoed, and it shattered, vanishing immediately. "Wow!" Qingqiu spat out a mouthful of blood, staring incredulously at Changqing. "Is your beast truly legendary? This is impossible." His disbelief echoed the sentiments of the onlookers. Despite the rarity of legendary beasts, they do exist. A fully realized legendary beast indeed possesses the cataclysmic power to protect a city or province. However, that is only if it is fully realized, with its tier entirely matching its bloodline, activating all the potential it possesses. And Changqing, from the moment he contracted his beast until now, it has only been 3 days. Tell me, can a beast contracted for merely 3 days unleash the sun? As one of the prodigies of Jinhai City, Qingqiu, a leading combatant of the younger generation, felt the light in his eyes slowly fade. As the golden fireball descended within 100 meters of the camp, he despaired. "I concede." The moment the word concede escaped his lips, the golden fireball gracefully arced over the camp before soaring westward. Nearly 10 minutes later, a tremendous explosion reverberated, causing the ground to tremble twice. Silence enveloped the camp, broken only by the sounds of swallowing. Everyone felt a chill down their spines, having narrowly escaped death. Changqing, brimming with joy, apologized while gleefully collecting the spoils into his bag. Then, the notification sounds erupted like fireworks, frantically flashing. Chapter 26, Golden Entry, The Sun Shines Brightly. Congratulations on defeating the lower-level Fierce Beast Strength Hornad, gaining 66 experience. Congratulations on defeating the mid-level Fierce Beast Blood-tailed Kite, gaining 100 experience. Congratulations on defeating the lower-level Fierce Beast Plucked Dog, gaining 66 experience. The enormous initial solar flame cast by Xiao Jin, unbeknownst to which mountain it struck, triggered a flurry of kill notifications. The experience points soared like a roller coaster, incrementing steadily, until, congratulations, your level has increased by 1. Infinite golden entry triggered. Please promptly claim your golden entry reward. Changqing smacked his lips as if he had discovered the secret to leveling up. If he could casually unleash such power, advancing to a senior beastmaster before the national examination would be a breeze. However, the following notification dashed his hopes. Due to your beast's initial solar bird bloodline being severely overdrawn, it shall enter a 12-hour slumber. Such severity, as consciousness delves into the beast mastery space. The form of the golden crow has yet to retreat, and compared to its usual state, it has shrunk to nearly half its size. The black card also shows significant wear, lying atop Xiao Jin, slowly siphoning its flames to recover. It appears that the life-saving trump card can only serve its purpose of survival. It is best to level up to level 10 and contract a second beast pet before considering other matters. Hey, aren't you pleased with your abundant gains? Su Qing pouted as she approached, her gaze fixed on Changqing's package. My treasure, it is time to return it to me. Apologies. Changqing retrieved the white jade stone along with other delicacies and handed them to Su Qing. She only took the jade stone, smiling as she said, I am merely here to liven up the atmosphere. I have plenty of these. Changqing, not one to indulge in pretenses, stuffed the items back. Pretending to be courteous with a wealthy lady is akin to jesting with Guangong while wielding a broadsword, an act of folly. Suddenly, Qingqiu, who had been struck, shouted in surprise, "Be careful." As Gu Changqing was taken aback, he felt a chilling current rush towards him. Dodge! Su Qing reacted swiftly, positioning herself in front of Gu Changqing. With a resounding crash, a powerful force surged forth, sending both of them tumbling like a stack of cards. A giant clad in black armor gradually revealed itself, wielding a sword over 3 meters long, crackling with black lightning. Just as it prepared to pursue its advantage, a hexagram formation rose beneath its feet, returning to the beast mastery space. Su Qing, Gu Changqing, the staff from Jinhai Female High rushed over to assess their injuries. Gu Changqing was unharmed, having merely fallen awkwardly. Su Qing's arm bore a deep sword wound, flesh torn and black arcs of electricity faintly visible. Anger surged within Gu Changqing as he glared at Qingqiu from a distance, coldly stating, "Do you wish to die?" Qingqiu, drenched in cold sweat, was terrified. Gu Changqing's demise would be welcomed by his family, but if anything happened to Su Qing, the Su family and Jinhai Female High would be in an uproar. He hastily retrieved all the healing ointments from his backpack, exclaiming, "The beast pet I just contracted has low loyalty." Gu Changqing's heart raced with apprehension. He had narrowly escaped becoming a casualty. He still possessed countless treasures yet to be unearthed. Amidst the pile of precious healing balms, Su Qing's wound quickly healed, although her complexion remained somewhat pale. "Thank you." Gu Changqing expressed his sincere gratitude. Su Qing smiled slightly and whispered in a tone only they could hear, "Hurry and contract the second beast pet." Gu Changqing was taken aback, noticing the fleeting pink hue in Su Qing's eyes, and realized he had somewhat misjudged her prospective second beast pet's abilities. After a thrilling interlude, the deep night fell. Upon returning to his room, Gu Changqing found Qingqiu waiting at the door. "Is there something you need?" Qingqiu appeared somewhat awkward. "You know, I don't wish for anyone to perish." "I understand. You have likely gathered enough information about me." Gu Changqing pushed past Qingqiu's obstructive shoulder and entered the room. The imposing presence of Xiao Jin had indeed instilled despair in those present, yet Qingqiu had never mounted an effective counterattack against him, appearing almost as if he had intentionally surrendered. Just as the door was about to close, Qingqiu remarked, "The Qin family was wrong, utterly wrong. I can sense that it is not the legendary beast pet that has enabled you, but rather it is you who can empower the beast pet." Exhausted, Gu Changqing shut the door, completely disregarding Qingqiu outside. His heart raced. This fellow's observational skills were rather formidable. Sitting on the bed, he began extracting golden entries. Countless streams of golden light swirled before him, and one shot forth. "Congratulations, you have obtained the golden entry. The sun shines brightly." The absurdly delightful name of this entry brought Gu Changqing immense joy. He had discerned a pattern in the extraction of unlimited golden entries. The more fervently one extracts, the more exhilarating it becomes. Continuously extracting yields continuous ecstasy. He examined the abilities of the golden entry, and his smile gradually broadened. "The sun shines brightly, golden entry. For specific fire-type beast pets. When basking in the zenith of the midday sun, for 1 minute, the beast pet's attributes and skills are enhanced by 1,000. The brief yet incisive description of the entry caused Gu Changqing's eyes to nearly pop out. A tenfold increase, achieved instantaneously, especially since it included skills as well. Does the abnormality of golden entries know no bounds? Though it lasts only a minute, within that fleeting moment, one would be nearly invincible. Without hesitation, Gu Changqing applied it to Xiao Jin, who seemed to sense something even in slumber and let out a few whimpering cries. Subsequently, Gu Changqing found himself in a quandary regarding whether to choose the mysterious entity within the black card for his second beast pet. The following morning, Gu Changqing awoke to a cacophony outside his room. In the courtyard, Xia Bing and several beautiful students from Jinhai Female High were embroiled in a heated argument with middle-aged leaders dressed in formal attire. Even some greetings to family members were interspersed within the fray. "You're awake." Su Qing appeared out of nowhere. "What is happening?" "It is just that someone displayed extraordinary prowess last night, terrifying the most talented youth of the Qin family." "Boring," Gu Changqing murmured and prepared to retreat to his room. There were still 2.5 hours until Xiao Jin's recovery, and he had yet to sort through the spoils of last night. "Qing." Just as he was about to step inside, a call that made him feel nauseated rang out. Su Sisi, beaming with excitement, was about to throw Gu Changqing a warm embrace, but the school, still in dispute, was faster than her motion. "Gu Changqing, I am the vice principal of the second high school, as long as you come. The second high school is nothing. It is our Jinhai Independent High that truly matters. Our education. Everyone, do not crowd, one at a time. Gu Changqing, I have fought alongside your parents on the battlefield. A chorus of self-introductions erupted, even mentioning Gu Changqing's parents. At that moment, a frail voice among the crowd caught Gu Changqing's attention. Our private independent high school is willing to offer 1,000-year-old Huanyang ginseng to help your sister recover from her ailment. Gu Changqing's heart raced as he forcefully pushed through the people blocking his path to reach that individual. Huanyang ginseng? Do you truly possess it? Chapter 27. Mysterious Senior. Beast Rampage. The thin, bespectacled man in the crowd noticed Gu Changqing's keen interest and immediately pushed through the throng, shouting, "Yes, our private independent school absolutely has it." Gu Changqing scrutinized the crowd pressing forward, his brow slightly furrowed. The bespectacled man appeared frail, yet beneath the thick lenses, his eyes occasionally revealed a different emotion. Who would have thought it was the external recruitment director of the independent high school? What? Are you trying to deceive Gu Changqing before the school collapses? The vice principal of the second high school, with a protruding belly, mocked disdainfully. Others seized the opportunity. Gu Changqing, do not listen to his nonsense. The 1,000-year-old Huanyang ginseng is an unparalleled delicacy. Do not say Jinhai City. Even the provincial capital may not be able to find it. Indeed. Who doesn't know that teacher Yi has a remarkable background? The forces behind her cannot achieve it. How could the independent high school? Amidst the back and forth, Lu Rinjia caught a pivotal point. Teacher Yi is an outstanding instructor at Jinhai First High. Her situation has been the subject of our discussions with her family. As for the Huanyang ginseng, we have scoured for nearly 8 years without any success. Director Qi, attempting to deceive our school's talented student, is quite naive. Oh, so he has become your talented student now? If memory serves, you personally threw the verdict in Gu Changqing's face. Are you regretting it now? Where's your face? Oh, old Lu, your first high has even less face to be here. Changqing, a student, was not afforded fair treatment, but rather was ruthlessly suppressed by your collusion. If this were our school, even the lord of the city would not prevail. Qing muttered quietly beside him. You are merely a backseat driver. Where was your excitement when Changqing was expelled? The atmosphere plummeted to an all-time low. Gu Changqing silently called for a moment of respite, extending his hand to pull the independent director Q into the room, saying, "Thank you for your goodwill, I appreciate it." Once the door closed, the noise surged once more. He sat on the edge of the bed and inquired, "Do you truly possess the Qi Nnin Hu Ngshn? The Qi Nnin Hu Ngshn is an exceptionally rare material for advancement. Its first appearance was during the transition of a spirit-level beast tamer ascending to a king-level beast tamer. According to historical texts, ascending from spirit to king is not merely a transcendence of the beast companions, but also a profound transformation of the beast tamer themselves. Indeed, the first powerful individual to ascend to king level withstood a beast tide that threatened the city. Following this event, it was revealed that the transformative power stemmed from the Qi Nnin Hu Ngshn. It is not only an extraordinary delicacy for ascension, but also has the ability to fundamentally rejuvenate the physical body and mend hidden wounds. However, it lacks a specific source or dungeon for procurement. The aforementioned elder acquired it by chance, and even illustrious families like Y and Y could not find a single specimen. Highlighting its rarity, Director Q, who had been timid under the recent onslaught, suddenly removed his glasses, and his demeanor shifted dramatically. They were correct. I indeed do not possess the Hu Ngshn. His honesty did not surprise Gu Changqing. Director Q raised an eyebrow, as Gu Changqing's reaction surpassed his expectations. Observing his silence and lack of dismissal, Director Q found himself at a loss regarding Gu Changqing's thoughts. However, we do have information about the Hu Ngshn. Oh, Gu Changqing replied, his tone indifferent. Director Q's heart began to race. What did that signify? His demeanor had shifted dramatically. An elder entrusted us with this secret before his departure, stating that it would secure everything for us in the near future. Oh, this piqued Gu Changqing's interest slightly, yet he remained reticent. Director Q bit his lip, his gaze behind the glasses becoming notably sharp. Again with this attitude. Outside of Zhnhi City, near the sea, there once existed a small town. However, after the cataclysm, it was seized by ferocious beasts. Crucially, the abyssal rules exert minimal constraint in that area. Perhaps due to its distance from the city, the beasts do not easily depart. All right, I understand. You may leave now. Oh, Director Q was momentarily taken aback, his hand hovering over the doorknob when realization struck him. What? My trump card was revealed so effortlessly? Outside, Qing noticed the pink hue in her eyes fading, and her legs weakened, requiring support from her female classmates. What's wrong, Qing? Qing shook her head. It's nothing. Let's return to rest. Is there something else? Gu Changqing asked, surprised. No, nothing. Then we. Gu Changqing opened his backpack, beginning to organize the disarray within. Without looking up, he remarked, "Didn't that elder predict this?" Director Q, elated, exclaimed, "You agreed to enter our school?" "Not exactly. Mere enrollment is possible, but there is one condition. Upon my return to the city, I wish to meet your headmaster." "Enrollment?" "Huh." Director Q remained enthusiastic, but ultimately acquiesced. Given Gu Ch and Qingqiu's current influence, even mere enrollment could resurrect their failing school. "Then we shall await your arrival at the school." In less than an hour, Gu Ch and Qingqiu had organized the items in his backpack. The materials required for his advancement were nearly complete. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of anticipation for the upcoming wild dungeon. The various pet shops, families, and organizations within the city placed immense value on dungeon resource records, yet here they were not considered high-grade commodities. The items carried by the Beast Tamer Association could fetch considerable prices in the city. Indeed, hunting in the wild was the most effective path to wealth. Gu Ch and Qingqiu entered the Beast Tamer space, and after a night's rest, the condition of the little gold was markedly improved. However, the black card remained a dark gray, indicating that this trump card's energy accumulation was proving troublesome. Regrettably, it belonged to an unknown species that even the Abyss could not identify, and the only known method of energy accumulation was through the flames of the little gold. Let us take it step by step. With the dual assistance of fervor for battle and the sun overhead, even without the instantaneous transformation ability of the black card, the chances of successfully traversing the wild dungeon were not low. As time ticked by, finally, with a resounding phoenix cry, the room where Gu Ch and Qingqiu resided erupted in white flames, reducing everything to ashes. Shortly thereafter, Gu Ch and Qingqiu emerged, his expression dark, while a raven perched on his shoulder, indulging in its feast. Shibi and other high-ranking members from various schools rushed forward, but were halted by Gu Ch and Qingqiu. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have no intention of joining any school, so please take your leave." Upon hearing this, Shibi expression dimmed slightly. Ch and Qingqiu, "I. Teacher Shi. Please lead the way." Shibi sighed deeply, realizing that the last glimmer of hope had vanished. Fortunately, he did not terminate the collaboration. Under Shibi guidance, the group departed the camp, heading into the depths of the wilderness. After approximately 20 minutes of travel, a vibrant crimson light emerged in the distance. That was the entrance to the dungeon map. Just as Shibi finished speaking, a deafening beast roar echoed from that direction, followed by the thunderous sound of approaching footsteps, reminiscent of a galloping herd. This is not good. The ferocious beasts are in a frenzy. Chapter 28. Wild ferocious beasts without experience? Is everything arranged over there? Within the administrative building of the Lord's office in ZHNHI City. Atop the luxurious and spacious office on the top floor, a middle-aged man with spiky, disheveled hair swirled the red liquid in his goblet, gazing out at the vast expanse of half of ZHNHI City. As he posed this question, a smile crept onto his lips, as if he recalled something amusing or someone entertaining. "Lord, everything has been arranged. The timing is just right." A sharply dressed young secretary replied solemnly, though a hint of concern flickered in his eyes. "What? Are you beginning to worry about the last scion of the Gu family?" Zhao Zhnexi took a sip of the vintage wine, casting a sidelong glance at him, his tone laced with jest. "You jest? My life has belonged to you since the city fell. As for him, I no longer need to contemplate his future. Miss Y will undoubtedly handle things better than I could." "TSK, TSK. Zhao Zhnexi let out a sound of exasperation. "You think I believe you? If you were not lending assistance from the shadows, would news of his easy defeat of CHNGU spread so rapidly? My subordinate is quite irate, believing it was my covert directive." The young man remained calm. "You may certainly cast me aside. I believe the deputy lord will not make things difficult. You." Noting the cold demeanor of the stone-faced young man, Zhao Zhnexi ceased his banter. "I am being intentional. Over the years, he and the CHN family have monopolized all the dungeon records within the city. I can surmise their ultimate goal. Alas, a mere boy has disrupted their plans." Zhao Zhnexi reclined in his chair, one leg draped over the desk, saying, "What are your thoughts on him? If utilized properly, he is a sharp blade. If misused, he becomes a deadly weapon." Zhao Zhnexi expression grew grave. Indeed, a blade too sharp could harm not only enemies, but also allies. Coupled with his considerable intellect, it seemed the inheritance of wisdom was not lost on him. In the youthful gaze, a touch of admiration and pride emerged, emblematic of their essence. The children of nature are certainly not mere pawns to be manipulated by the Qin family. "Ha ha ha." Zhao Zhanxiong laughed. "A man of contradictory words and intentions. Continue your surveillance over there. As long as we remain true to our original plan, you may exercise your discretion. I shall contact those old-timers to wrestle some individuals from their grasp. It will entail a significant expenditure." "Excellent. The young man exited the office, and after the door closed, he retrieved his wallet from his pocket, unfolding a photograph within. It depicted a handsome couple, radiating love, embracing a carefree youth, all striking a peace sign towards the horizon. The young man's index finger brushed against the photograph, and a crooked smile formed at the corner of his mouth. Changqing, do not let us down. The earth trembled with a resounding roar, a thick scent of blood wafting through the air. Changqing stood at the forefront of the formation, side by side with Xiaobing. Gazing at the menacing aura that surged towards them, he shouted, "Xiao Jin, disrupt their charge." Xiao Jin let out a cry, instantly transforming into its golden crow form, soaring into the air, its massive wings stirring a fierce gale. The blazing sun's true flames enveloped all, and as the flapping intensified, white flames streaked like meteors into the dust stirred up by the ferocious beasts. Simultaneously, a portion of the flames encircled them, erupting into a towering wall of fire exceeding 2 meters in height. As the dust approached, coupled with the fierce winds from Xiao Jin, Changqing finally beheld the true visage of the beasts. Violent Rhinoceros, Intermediate Beast. Level 10. Attributes, Strength 120, Constitution 150, Agility 130, Spirit 45. Skills, Charged Horn Strike. Rampaging Stomp. Status, Enslavement. The enhancement value of cognitive attributes is determined by the master's spiritual power, current enhancement, 30. Sacrifice. As the designated offering, random abilities receive boosts. Enhanced values, Strength 40, Agility 40. Upon observing the attributes of the violent rhinoceros, Changqing's heart jolted. Indeed, without the oppressive constraints of the abyssal rules, the dimensional attributes of the intermediate beasts surged significantly. Yet, their escalation seemed excessively abnormal, particularly the enslavement and sacrifice statuses, which left him bewildered. Could it be that the abyss perceived my strength as formidable, escalating the normal difficulty to a hellish mode? Form ranks. At Xiaobing's command, the girls from the female high school quickly arranged themselves into formation. However, their expressions revealed a predominant sense of panic and fear. Outside the city, various protective artifacts became ineffective. This meant that should they fall to the beasts, it would be a true death. These young ladies from the elite class, accustomed to effortless victories in the city, found themselves confronted with life and death perils for the first time. While maintaining the flames, Xiao Jin relentlessly intensified its output against the violent rhinoceros horde. Despite the impressive damage and coverage of the blazing sun's true flames, this multitude of violent rhinoceroses was no longer the mindless fools they faced in dungeons. They utilized Rampaging Stomp to mitigate the spread and damage of the flames, encircling Changqing and his companions with layers of beasts. Changqing looked up to see a crimson sun ascending to 80 degrees in the gray sky. Glancing at the time, he noted that only an hour remained until noon. Xiao Jin, it's your turn. Changqing began to rummage through his pockets, discarding everything except for the materials needed for advancement. Springtime for gluttons triggered. Your beast pet consumes Qiyang grass, increasing fire damage by 1. Springtime for gluttons triggered. Your beast pet consumes strength bear stone, increasing strength by 20. Springtime for gluttons triggered. Your beast pet consumes misty fruit, increasing spirit by 15. As an array of delicacies filled Xiao Jin's belly, the eyes of Xiaobing and the others widened in astonishment. They witnessed the three-legged golden crow's body visibly expanding, albeit gradually, while the power of its released skills steadily intensified. What a spectacle! Changqing murmured to himself, pride swelling within. Though the attribute increases were modest, the cumulative effects of numerous golden attributes and skills multiplied its might exponentially. At that moment, the beautiful students from Zhenhai Female High School seemed inspired, hastily rummaging through their bags to toss materials and potions towards Xiao Jin. With each offering, it stirred with renewed vigor. Changqing chuckled to himself, encouraging more and more. After all, it was not his coin being spent. Seeing Xiao Jin single-handedly suppressing the violent rhinoceros horde, Su Qing stepped out of formation to join Changqing. I increasingly believe Chungo's assertion. Your beast pet is far from legendary. Changqing refrained from responding, saying instead, Miss, if you find yourself with idle time, perhaps your horse could bestow some status enhancements upon my beast pet. Su Qing smiled sweetly. You've hit the nail on the head. Fear not. We shall keep this secret. Changqing scoffed, suddenly realizing a pressing matter. Have you received any experience notifications for kills? Chapter 29. Beasts Beyond Comprehension in the Wilderness. No. The rhinoceroses outside the firewall were incinerated by flames. Under the protection of the firewall, Xia Bing and her companions continued to unleash skills against the rhinoceros horde. However, most of their beast pets were of the golden tier, fundamentally inferior to the violent rhinoceroses. Their attacks merely inflicted negligible damage, akin to scratching the surface. Suddenly, A rhinoceros ablaze with fire broke through Xiao Jin's firewall, charging inside. However, all its vitality had been consumed by the white flames, and upon entering, it lay defeated on the ground. This scene seemed to ignite a fuse. The white flames enveloping Xiao Jin began to shimmer with a visible golden hue, while a surging crimson mist, akin to boiling water, swiftly evaporated. Changqing checked Xiao Jin's status. Its battle spirit had inadvertently doubled, continuing to grow. Su Qing's beast pet, the unicorn, also bestowed supportive enhancements upon Xiao Jin. With the added boosts, the nature of the flames transformed. If the blazing sun's true flames were akin to the first light illuminating the world at dawn, then the fire at this moment resembled a nemesis capable of vanquishing all evil and ferocity, obliterating everything in its path. The violent rhinoceroses, which had managed to resist somewhat through rampaging stomp, found themselves overwhelmed as the temperature of the flames suddenly escalated, melting sand and soil alike. In the blink of an eye, the violent rhinoceros horde began to collapse, engulfed by the sea of flames, consumed by fire. Streams of molten lava, each a meter wide, meandered through the inferno, deftly avoiding the firewall. As Su Qing gazed at the scene outside the wall, resembling an infernal sea of flames, she could not help but swallow hard. What manner of creature are you? The ability to incinerate mountains and boil seas was no mere legend. Being the daughter of an esteemed family, Su Qing had encountered many powerful beast pets. Those beast tamers were the backbone of Jinhai City, some even recognized by provincial authorities, with limitless futures ahead. Yet, the distinction lay in the unimaginable resources amassed to cultivate them. Take Qingqiu, for instance, a prodigious talent among the younger generation of the Qin family, likely to become a leader. Prior to the national examination, he had already attained the title of senior beast tamer, boasting a lord-tier beast pet and 2 top-tier golden beasts, garnering great acclaim and setting records in Jinhai City. Such gifted beast tamers, endowed with resources, could easily reach that level. Yet, what of Changqing, armed only with a discarded card of a once-wasted pet? Even a legendary beast pet could hardly rival the prowess of those established prodigies. He has yet to be promoted, and the evolutionary path of his beast companion remains unexplored, surpassing the efforts of others over decades. Su Qing's heart churned, feeling as though her worldview had shattered. Each time, she believed that was Changqing's utmost effort. Yet he consistently redefined her understanding. Even though her second beast companion possessed unique abilities, she was unable to fully investigate its potential. Changqing, where lie the limits of your abilities and the latent potential of your beast companions? Su Qing felt utterly bewildered, staring intently at Changqing as if gazing into an unfathomable abyss. Hey, stop daydreaming. We might be in trouble, Changqing admonished, tapping her forehead with his index finger. Noticing her clarity returning, he crouched down and pointed at the rampaging rhinoceros that had barged in. Xiao Jin's flames remained unextinguished, continuing to burn. However, the rhinoceros possessed a peculiar skin. After the flames reduced it to ashes, the remnants did not scatter but instead solidified tightly together. Changqing brushed away some of the flames and pressed gently. It was as hard as stone. A chilling aura seeped into his fingers. Teacher Xia, are you certain that the Beast Tamer Association can truly manage the intensity of this wild dungeon? Changqing furrowed his brow. The ferocity of the wild beasts on this map was undeniable. Venturing deeper into uncharted territory could even lead to encounters with beast kings. Yet, that would never happen here. To speak frankly, had it not been for the several extraordinary enhancements applied to Xiao Jin, amplifying the power of its divine bloodline infinitely, the members of the Beast Tamer Association in the camp would have been trampled flat by the rampaging rhinoceros after just a few charges. Their destructive and impactful force could easily be compared to the elite vanguard during a beast-tied siege. I am also quite uncertain, Xia Bing replied, filled with anxiety and trepidation. Among the 5 known wild dungeons, only this one had yet to be cleared. The Beast Tamer Association had kept information about this dungeon under stringent secrecy. From an outward appearance, it seemed only slightly more difficult than the other 4. But who could have known that before reaching the dungeon's portal, they would be besieged by hundreds of terrifying beasts? If anything were to happen to Changqing here, it would spell disaster. My apologies, we did not thoroughly investigate the information regarding this dungeon when we exchanged for its usage rights. Xia Bing quickly apologized, adding, however, I can assure you that there were no rampaging rhinoceroses in the previous distribution of beasts in this area. Oh, if it's not a native beast, then either the dungeon is compromised or someone is deliberately orchestrating this situation. As for who that might be, it remains unclear. Xiao Jin, Changqing softly called. Xiao Jin merely circled above the wall of flames before letting out a clear cry. Changqing was momentarily taken aback upon observing its state. Its battle fervor was rising continuously. Yet, the rampaging rhinoceros had already been incinerated, and the fervor should have ceased. Could it be? Gu Changqing quickly rose and said, "You all need to leave immediately." Su Qing assumed Gu Changqing was angry and began to defend the school. Valuable strategic experiences from wild dungeons are typically not disclosed lightly. Moreover, your urgency leaves us with no choice. Leave. Gu Changqing's expression darkened as he shouted. What's wrong? Su Qing sensed something was amiss and hurriedly inquired. If you don't want to die here, hurry and go, stop dawdling and talking nonsense. With a cry, Xiao Jin seemed to sense the impending danger, opening its mouth to unleash a beam of white flame. The beam melted the ground surrounding the wall of fire, transforming it into a flowing river of molten lava. The ground where Gu Changqing and the others stood began to drift back towards their original path, like a flatboat. Gu Changqing reached out, and Xiao Jin swooped down, allowing him to mount its back. From this elevated vantage point, Gu Changqing observed the corpses of the rampaging rhinoceroses lying on the ground, each positioned exactly as practiced, forming a vast grotesque face. The original position was right at the center of this face's forehead. Damn it, Gu Changqing muttered under his breath. At this intensity, could there be another beast of monstrous caliber? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a figure clad in a black cloak emerged from the haze in the direction of the wild dungeon. In the next moment, the earth split open, and a pair of arms, adorned with 10 beastly heads, reached up from below, directly grasping for Gu Changqing in midair. Chapter 30. I bestow upon you a son, perish. Gu Changqing was struck with terror. What in the world is this? The 10 beast heads, resembling fingers, opened wide, showcasing an array of skills that instantly formed a dazzling net of fiery attacks. The arms converged to ensnare Gu Changqing and his beast companion within their grip. Xiao Jin flapped its wings vigorously, shedding large bursts of flame that exploded around them. The powerful shockwave barely held back the 10 different beast skills, and then it soared into the sky, successfully escaping the encirclement. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of skills collided in the air, igniting a tempest of flames, fierce winds, rampant lightning, and torrential rain. What a close call. Gu Changqing could not help but exhale in relief, feeling fortunate. This dual-armed monstrosity was indeed formidable. Compared to the beast demon in the rocky solitude, it surpassed it without the constraints of the abyss. He found himself uncertain whether it was a mutated fusion beast or the beast companion of that cloaked beast tamer. No wonder they could so easily eliminate our members. The genius of Jinhai Hai had such unique beasts. This individual did not intentionally suppress their voice. They spoke in a true tone. Their voice was melodious, akin to a lark, yet carried a masculine strength. Once again, it targets me. Clearly, they have invested considerable resources to eliminate me. The moment they appeared confirmed their affiliation with the 4 deceased malevolent beast tamers. The distinctive pattern of the malevolent ghost served as evidence. Yet, one thing puzzled Gu Changqing. Why? Despite Jinhai Female Hai openly supporting him and the pressure from Yi Rian, did the Qin family still pursue his demise so resolutely? Many aspects simply did not add up. Unless, Gu Changqing's doubts regarding the Chun family began to dissipate. Certain elements were undeniably irrational. If they dared to test the waters and orchestrate an assassination attempt, then Chun Go's probing within the camp would become meaningless. If not the Qin family, then who could it be? In that moment, Gu Changqing could not recall any other enmity that warranted such relentless pursuit. The cloaked figure chuckled softly as a slender arm emerged from the earth behind them. They bit their fingertip and inscribed something within the palm of that arm. Suddenly, the 10 beast heads emitted a chilling wail, their enormous mouths opening wide, tearing through their own jaws and spraying blood in a horrifying display. Thick, black smoke erupted from the beasts' mouths. This smoke billowed violently with the wind, quickly enveloping the area above the dungeon, extending for several kilometers. Even with Xiao Jin's aerial advantage and speed, it could not escape and became ensnared within. Cough, cough. Engulfed by the black smoke, Gu Changqing inhaled sharply, quickly covering his mouth and nose. The smoke entered his body, leaving him dizzy, weak, and disoriented. Only when Xiao Jin enveloped him in flames did that unbearable sensation gradually dissipate. Xiao Jin also appeared to be affected, struggling in the black smoke as even its golden flames began to fade. Gu Changqing opened its status and saw a malevolent ghost pattern displayed. The Soul Dust Domain, a fusion skill released by a special mutated beast pet that merges negative states, reducing all attributes, perception, and mental strength. Indeed, even for someone inexperienced, the terror of the Soul Dust Domain is unmistakable. No wonder it could cause the divine-blooded Xiao Jin to begin its regression. It embodies the essence of special fusion and mutation, fulfilling nearly all criteria of excellence. Furthermore, it is a skill derived from the fusion of 10 ferocious beasts. In the depths of the Soul Dust Domain, Xiao Jin's condition gradually deteriorates. Its attributes decline at a visibly alarming rate, particularly its mental attribute, which plummets by nearly 40%. Had it not been for the slight fortitude of its fighting spirit, the consequences would have been dire. It emits a painful cry, and the immense body of Changqing, which Xiaojin bears, begins to shrink. Yet, it continues to endure the discomfort. Xiaojin, Changqing suddenly leans down, pressing against Xiaojin's back, murmuring, "You've suffered alongside me. If you're tired, do not force yourself." In an instant, the murkiness in Xiaojin's eyes brightens slightly, though it proves to be of little consequence. Its body continues to shrink until it can barely sustain the form of Changqing alone. Give up. Do not struggle any longer. You have done enough. Changqing unpacks his belongings and retrieves a dagger for self-defense, gently pressing it against his chest. He smiles and says, "As your master, I have brought you shame. Even in death, I shall not yield you to them." Just as Changqing is about to press the dagger down, a rift opens in the pitch-black soul dust domain. Sunlight floods in, as if paving a path towards illumination. A cunning smile graces Changqing's lips, triumphant in his scheming. Meanwhile, the malevolent beast master outside the soul dust domain clearly senses the deception. Just as he attempts to mend the rift, a shrill cry pierces the air. The high-pitched call of a phoenix reverberates like thunder across the desolate expanse of the soul dust domain. The sound is ancient and profound, echoing from a distant unknown world. Wild and mysterious. As the cry descends, Xiaojin, once languid, suddenly erupts in an overwhelming golden radiance. The brilliance is so potent that it dispels the darkness in every corner of the soul dust domain, illuminating the surroundings. It is akin to a sun suspended in the sky, too dazzling to behold, its power boundless. Crack, crack. Cracks begin to traverse the special spatial walls of the soul dust domain. Until a resounding crash echoes, the domain bursts forth with infinite light. Gasping for fresh air, Changqing smiles down at the cloaked figure below. Your beast pet skills are commendable. Alas, the human is rather foolish. The malevolent beast master grits his teeth, his tone turning sinister. Damn you, little ghost. I shall tear you apart and make you experience a fate worse than death. His arms intertwine, ultimately forming the shape of a towering tree. The 10 heads of ferocious beasts extend like serpents, rushing from all directions. Changqing chuckles lightly, observing the approaching heads as they prepare to unleash their skills once more. You have already missed your best opportunity to kill me. Why did you not strike then? Are you held back by something? After a pause, he declares proudly, "No one can slay me at noon, for my beast pet is invincible." As if in response to Changqing's words, the golden flames enveloping Xiaojin suddenly surge skyward, even forcing the smoky haze obscuring the sun to retreat in the face of the intense heat. The blazing midday sun reveals its true visage, Xiaojin's form as the golden crow expands further under its illumination. Are you ready to meet your demise? Changqing's gaze suddenly turns fierce. The malevolent beast master looks skyward, and as the 10 ferocious beast heads charge, they are instantly incinerated by the golden radiance. He swallows hard, his eyes wide with disbelief. Two Suns? Chapter 31. Foreign Organizations, Evil Gods. Above the heavens, it appears as if a great hole has been punctured. In a distant azure sky, a radiant sun gleams with blinding brilliance. The hazy smoke attempts to seal the breach, but is repelled by the intense heat. All around Xiaojin, golden light dazzles, resonating with the great sun. Changqing basks in the gentle golden flames, witnessing the arms of the malevolent beast master gradually dissolve in the extreme temperature. And he cannot help but marvel. Infinite production. All are masterpieces. The sun shines brightly. At noon, it can absorb solar energy for the beast pet's use. Current time, 12 o'clock. Ability granted. All attributes, skill 1000. Status will dissipate in 1 minute. Absurd. A tenfold enhancement of all attributes and skills. Coupled with the initial sun's true flame and the damage multiplicative effect of the golden crow's body, the resulting power is staggering. Caw. Xiaojin lets out a clear call. Descending with unparalleled divine might, golden flames trailing like a meteor from the heavens, covering every inch of the land below. The malevolent beast master, shocked, bites his finger anew, inscribing one bizarre symbol after another. At that moment, the rampaging rhinoceroses, previously engulfed in flames, rise once more. Just as the fireball is about to strike the ground, a rumbling sound reverberates, and dust swirls chaotically. A colossal demonic figure unfurls from the dust. Upon contact with the pattern, the fireball vanishes mysteriously, as if sinking into the sea. Changqing is taken aback. He never anticipated that the malevolent beast master could withstand the formidable power bestowed by multiple golden attributes. This scene far exceeds his expectations. It should be noted that the strength of that fireball, while not as cataclysmic as when using the black card, is still more than sufficient at 1/10 of its power. To withstand such a concentrated barrage is truly beyond belief. Crack, crack. After enduring dozens of fireballs, a series of sharp cracking sounds suddenly erupts. The next moment, a chain of explosions ensues. The bizarre demonic figure scales with numerous fine cracks. And with the impact of the fireballs, it erupts with a resounding bang. A mangled body is flung from the smoke. Half of the malevolent beast master's body is reduced to a bloody mess. Meanwhile, his beast pet quickly repairs his injuries with pulsating dark light. Still alive. The malevolent beast master's tenacity astonishes Changqing. At this moment, Xiao, having reduced its golden crow form, places Changqing back onto the pockmarked, devastated ground, and fiery tendrils pin his hand to the earth. The malevolent beast master's life is temporarily saved, but he can no longer continue to heal his body. Half of his hood blown away reveals a delicate face with soft brows, yet his irises are green. Green eyes? Not from Shenhuagua. This realm of beast taming, once akin to Blue Star, possessed various nations. However, many were destroyed when the ferocious beasts descended, forced to merge with others to flee. Some banded together, exploring the wilderness, becoming unrestrained overlords. These beast masters are mostly enemies of those within the cities, hence the label of malevolent beast masters. Jinhai City, located on the eastern coast of Shenhuagua, has evidently been infiltrated by malevolent beast masters from other nations. Aware of his precarious fate, the man coldly states, "Defeated by your hand, I have no retort. However, your good days are about to come to an end, unless you choose to remain like a turtle in its shell, never stepping outside the city again." Suddenly, his gaze turned fierce, and even within the city, safety was no longer guaranteed. "One day, you shall pay the price for your arrogance." Changqing casually dug at his ear, dismissively stating, "Am I someone who can be easily intimidated? Rest assured, I do not require your men to seek me out. I shall come knocking on your door to eliminate you. Answer me one question, and I shall grant you a swift demise." Spitting contemptuously, he added, "The warrior of the malevolent deity fears not death. I shall not perish. I merely return to its side. One day, when it awakens and returns to this world, I shall rise again as its devoted follower." Before he could finish his words, Xiao pierced through his palm. Flames ignited gently, scorching the flesh around the wound. "Ah, great warrior of the malevolent deity, consider my proposal. Dream on," he screamed as his thigh was pierced again, a familiar torment. Changqing, undeterred, found himself growing fond of this stubborn foreign warrior. Eventually, as his body became riddled with charred holes, Xiao found a new target. Just as its sharp beak was about to strike, he cried out, "Why don't you ask? Did I not inquire?" Changqing cast a sidelong glance at the insatiable Xiao. Ignoring him entirely, Xiao fixated on the heart. As if to say, "Who cares? I'll peck first and ask questions later." The malevolent beast tamer, who appeared anything but benevolent, sighed. "Our organization truly resides in a hidden location outside the city, with most members being descendants from foreign lands." Having opened up so easily, Changqing pressed on. "Get to the point. Speak of the malevolent deity and why you wish to kill me." "The malevolent deity is the last hope for us foreign descendants. Its origins remain unclear. All I know is that it requires a vast number of beast companions to regain its former strength. As for why we wish to kill you, it is, of course, due to your beast companions." Changqing nodded, understanding now. The bizarre maneuver in the realm of lost souls evidently had nothing to do with the Qin family. However, a new question arose. The townsfolk knew of my selfishness, which turned legendary beasts into useless creatures. Even if I had slightly faltered last night, you wouldn't have had the time to set such a trap for me, would you? Faltered? I received no word of this. Had I known you were a pervert, I would never have accepted the task. He looked at Xiao above him, fear creeping in. Had he known earlier, he would never have sought death. This task was accepted the day before yesterday. The day before yesterday? Changqing furrowed his brow as he recalled how the Zhenhai Girls' High School had traded numerous conditions for access to the wilderness instance. Simultaneously, someone had issued a kill order to the malevolent beast tamer in the wild. Excluding the Qin family, there was only that individual left. "Thank you for your cooperation." Changqing rose, and Xiao swiftly pierced through his heart, flames erupting instantaneously, reducing him to ashes. As Changqing bent to retrieve his fallen package, suddenly, the arm that Xiao had impaled transformed into a pool of white liquid, vanishing underground. The occurrence was too rapid for either of them to react. That was not his beast companion. Chapter 32, The Vanished Town, Hand of the Malevolent Deity. Congratulations on defeating the malevolent beast tamer. Honor points, 20, Zhenhai City Prestige, 50. The honor and prestige are higher than those of the previous 4 I slain? It seems this fellow was an elite member of the malevolent deity organization. Xiao jumped to the spot where the arm had vanished, its sharp claws scratching at the ground in frustration before it huffed and withdrew. Gu Changqing chuckled, patting its head, planning to eliminate and devour any future encounters without granting an escape. Xiao Jin regained its composure, chirping in discontent as it hesitantly stored away its golden body. Gu Changqing turned and walked towards the nearby portal to the instance, gazing at the flattened rock mountain. Even he gasped in awe. Under the sun's glaring rays, Xiao Jin's combat prowess could rival that of meticulously cultivated, perfectly conditioned powerful beasts. Should its tier rise and its bloodline abilities further unlock, Gu Changqing felt overwhelmed by the thought of the immense power it could wield. As he walked, he became entranced by the scattered remnants of limbs and bodies. These blackened remnants, akin to corpses, retained a familiar, cold aura. These were indeed the bodies of the rampaging rhinoceroses. Slowly, it dawned on him why that ghastly face had absorbed Xiao Jin's flames, transferring their potency into the bodies of the rampaging rhinoceroses. Had Xiao Jin not been in a moment of invincibility, dispatching him would have required considerable effort. Gu Changqing now understood the words of Xia Bing. The malevolent beast tamers did not inherently possess overwhelming strength, but rather, their beast companions were decidedly more sinister than those of ordinary tamers. First came the exceedingly rare fusion skills, followed by the formation that used ferocious beasts as vessels to absorb firepower. Without absolute strength, one would find themselves utterly helpless, potentially falling victim to bizarre tactics. In Gu Changqing's mind, the malevolent deity organization was now marked as extremely dangerous. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the portal. Fortunately, the portal could adjust the terrain's height autonomously. Gu Changqing reached out to touch the portal, and a series of information appeared before him. Wild instance, hand of the malevolent deity. Instance level, hell. Instance description, a town, annihilated under a terrifying giant hand on a pitch-black night. No one knows what transpired that night, but it is clear that nearly 10,000 beast tamers met with calamity. Instance reward. Rumor has it that a mysterious stone from beyond the heavens can open a foundational space for the fortunate to embark upon the path of the Beastmaster. This wild instance had no level restrictions and offered no difficulty options, directly maxing out the intensity. Coincidentally, Gu Changqing had just heard the term malevolent deity from the mouth of the malevolent beast tamer, only to encounter an instance bearing the same name moments later. Such a coincidence felt almost too uncanny. As for the reward, Gu Changqing merely skimmed over it. The foundational space of the Beastmaster's path sounded grand, yet was merely a rumor. With limitless golden attributes, even without any space, he could still ascend to divinity. Moreover, the path to divinity was but a legendary phrase. Countless talented beast tamers had pursued the so-called divinity, yet ultimately succumbed to the ravages of time, becoming mere grains of sand on this path. You have not yet formed a party. This instance can accommodate a maximum of 30 participants. Will you enter the instance solo? Yes. As the prompt appeared, Gu Changqing was about to confirm when a voice interrupted him. Hold on. Gu Changqing turned to see Qingqiu approaching on a two-headed hound, his expression complex. Is there something you need? Qingqiu sighed, surveying the rock mountain that had decreased in height by at least 3 meters. I owe Su Qing a favor, and she insists it be repaid through you. Gu Changqing shook his head. No need. It is necessary. What I wish to convey concerns the basic situation of the instance. Ever since our Beastmaster Association discovered this instance, we have been stuck halfway, unable to progress further. Do you know why? Gu Changqing regarded him silently, offering no indication of inquiry. Qingqiu continued naturally, because within the instance, besides the ferocious beasts, there are also beast tamers. Gu Changqing raised an eyebrow, realizing that he had anticipated this. According to previous accounts, the malevolent beast master was capable of bestowing the statuses of enslavement and sacrifice upon the rampaging rhinoceros, manipulating them at will. Furthermore, with that severed arm having escaped, he has formed a rough conjecture. In the early stages, we had already conquered the challenge. Should you succeed in your endeavor, I hope you can provide us with a simplified strategy, not for the purpose of triumph, but to honor our fallen comrades. In Qingqiu's gaze, there was no trace of distraction, while Gu Changqing nodded. Suddenly recalling something, he inquired, I remember you mentioned hunting a fierce demon. Was it in a dungeon? Yes, Qingqiu replied with a sigh. Our 30-member team was led by Sun Yi, the captain of the 6th squad of the association. A spirit-level beastmaster. Everything was proceeding smoothly until we encountered that fierce demon. The beast was of a high level, yet its combat prowess was not particularly formidable. Just when we believed we could pass through unscathed, the demon appeared. Recalling the terrifying event, Qingqiu's eyes filled with dread and panic. It was a mutated 3-headed touch dragon, endowed with various corrosive abilities. Moreover, its bloodline purity was exceptionally high, to the extent that it had even sprouted half a dragon horn. Changqing recounted the experience of that dungeon in vivid detail to Changqing, who, upon hearing it, gained a deeper understanding of the challenges posed by the dungeon. After sharing his tale, Changqing felt no sense of pride in slaying the fierce demon. Instead, he was drenched in cold sweat, his clothes soaked through. With the potential of your beast companion, you should be able to breeze through this dungeon. We are adversaries. Yet I must say, it may not be feasible at this time. Suddenly, Changqing's gaze turned resolute. Since then, I have returned and perused a plethora of texts. I can unequivocally assert that the Abyssal Descent has not merely unleashed fierce beasts. I concur. Within his beast master space, there lay a barely alive black beast card, an unknown species that even the Abyss could not identify. So, will you still venture forth? Changqing gently pressed, as the portal to the dungeon began to rotate, generating a vortex of formidable suction, gradually enveloping his figure. You may perish, but I may not. As the vision before him dimmed, Changqing found himself standing amidst a lush, green wheat field. You have entered the wild dungeon, the hand of the evil god. In this dungeon, all auxiliary items, except for potions, will become ineffective. Every 12 hours, there will be an opportunity to exit the dungeon. Once you choose to exit, you cannot re-enter for a month. The dungeon has commenced. Please be prepared. With the Abyss's announcement echoing, heads suddenly emerged from the wheat field, their vacant gazes fixed intently upon Changqing. Chapter 33. The Mimic Beast, the Union of Man and Beast Companion. What the hell? The bizarre scene startled Changqing, causing him to tense up. Just as he was about to summon Xiaojin, he noticed it had already soared above those severed heads, its sharp beak effortlessly piercing through their crowns. No blood gushed forth. Instead, a viscous green liquid clung to its beak, which it slurped down eagerly. Springtime for the glutton is triggered. Your beast companion has consumed the essence of the mimic beast, gaining a disguise ability of 5. Springtime for the glutton is triggered. Your beast companion has consumed the essence of the mimic beast, gaining 1 point in mental attributes. A series of notifications ensued, and only when the mental attribute increased by 10 points did Xiaojin gradually lose interest. Perhaps frightened by its own feast, the head swiftly transformed into fireflies, fleeing towards a distant field. Congratulations, you have slain a lower-level fierce beast, the mimic beast, gaining 1 experience. Congratulations, you have slain a lower-level fierce beast, the mimic beast, gaining 1 experience. Seeing the unchanging experience bar, Changqing thought he had misread. He looked towards the fleeing mimic beasts, and their information gradually materialized before him. Mimic beast. Lower-level fierce beast. Level 1. Attributes, Strength 0, Constitution 1, Agility 1, Mental 50. Skills, Illusory Vision, Fusion, Mimicry. Description, as the most rudimentary existence among fierce beasts, the mimic beast employs its unique abilities to evade predation. Naturally timid, they are not adept at combat, but possess commendable escape skills. Xiaojin. Changqing raised his gaze, casting a glance. Understanding the cue, Xiaojin promptly unfurled its wings and pursued the direction of the mimic beasts. Not long after, with only a few dozen mimic beasts remaining, they were compelled to return under Xiaojin's imposing presence. Changqing singled out the largest among them, whose information had also changed, now bearing the title of leader. Noticing Changqing's unfriendly gaze, the mimic beast leader instinctively approached Xiaojin, completely oblivious to the fact that it had just devoured several of its kin. Producing a contract card from his pack, Changqing stated, "It seems you possess some semblance of intelligence. As long as you obey me, I shall not harm your companions." Xiaojin chirped excitedly, acting as the translator. The mimic beast leader conversed with it for a while before suddenly returning to the center of the group. In the next moment, the mimic beasts flew closer to it, transforming from a multitude of twinkling fireflies into a singular entity. Changqing beamed with delight. Indeed, the fusion skill was precisely as he had envisioned. After merging with its brethren, the mimic beast leader flew towards the contract card held in Changqing's hand. The lower-level fierce beast mimic beast voluntarily offers its allegiance to you, wishing to become a beast companion. Do you agree? Agreed. As the words left his lips, the rules of the contract card manifested a powerful suction, drawing the mimic beast leader inside. Watching the transparent contract card transform into a white hue, Changqing exhaled in relief. A white beast card is considered useless? Indeed, the combat prowess of the mimic beast could be described as trash. However, Changqing saw potential in its mimicry and illusory vision abilities, both of which pertain to mental manipulation. Lacking in bloodline quality is not a concern. What it possesses in abundance are golden attributes. Level up, level up. Changqing, invigorated, departed the wheat field, traversing the singular path that led deeper into the unknown. After a significant passage of time, no fierce beasts appeared. Surrounding him were dilapidated houses, as if they had endured a fierce battle, with the remnants of humans and fierce beasts scattered about. This area had been thoroughly explored by the Beastmaster Association. Unlike city dungeons, wild dungeons only reset upon complete conquest. Let us proceed. Xiaojin. Xiaojin activated its golden crow form, crouching down, and once Changqing mounted its back, it spread its wings and flew towards the unexplored territory ahead. After nearly an hour of flight, a vague shadow of a city wall gradually materialized at the edge of his vision. Below, the desolation gave way to makeshift camps, each occupying several dozen square meters. Emerging in a haphazard manner, you have reached the edge of the dungeon's progress. As the Abyss's message concluded, Xiaojin let out an irritable cry. Reluctantly landing on the ground, Changqing dismounted and surveyed the surroundings. The materials used in the camps appeared relatively new, likely remnants left by the Beastmaster Association. Some were relatively intact, while most had collapsed and deteriorated. It seemed they had been hunting the fierce demon-level beast not far from here. At that moment, Xiaojin called out twice towards the west, then seized Changqing, flying low. Upon nearing, Changqing could see that the ground within a 10-mile radius was pockmarked and ravaged beyond recognition. He approached a massive pit, peering down, and his pupils constricted in shock. At the bottom of the pit lay the skeletal remains of a colossal fierce beast, approximately 30 meters long and 5 meters high, sprawled on its back. The pit's floor was nearly covered with a layer of brown blood, and a foul stench wafted in the wind. Was this the corpse of the fierce demon-level three-headed touch dragon? The Beastmaster Association certainly knew how to handle things. A dignified fierce demon-level beast had been reduced to mere bones. Moreover, several of its most resilient parts had been damaged, forcibly severed and removed. A solitary figure and a beast gazed upon the colossal skeleton, their mouths agape. The flesh and blood of such a ferocious creature must be extraordinarily nourishing. Just as the beast savors human flesh, believing it to enhance its prowess, so too do humans regard the flesh of such beasts as delectable. Yet, the imbalance prevails, with humans perpetually in a position of disadvantage. Do not covet, for greater treasures lie ahead. Changqing gently patted Xiaojin's head and departed. Embarking towards the towering city wall, he chose to walk rather than ride. As the distant, blurred outline of the wall solidified, structures resembling guard towers began to emerge around him. Suddenly, from within one of these towers, a human head protruded through a narrow window. Another one. Changqing frowned, and a sharp crack echoed as the guard tower shattered into fragments. A gargantuan octopus burst forth, its form grotesquely intertwined with that of the human head. The octopus moved with remarkable agility, swiftly descending from the tower, and within mere moments, it was a mere few dozen meters away from Changqing. 6 or 7 tentacles whipped through the air, producing a piercing sound as they sliced through the atmosphere, aiming directly at him. Changqing leapt, landing atop Xiaojin's back. While simultaneously observing the monster's information, Deep Sea Octopus, Advanced Beast. Level, 25. Attributes, Strength, 351, Constitution, 549, Agility, 313, Spirit, 221. Skills, Corrosive Horn Strike, Ink Bomb. Description, a parasitic beast companion of its master, highly dangerous. Upon reading this, Changqing raised an eyebrow, then furrowed it again. What Shingo had described, beyond ferocious beasts, included beast tamers. He had not anticipated such a manifestation. The tentacles lashed out like iron whips, but Xiaojin was no slouch in speed, narrowly evading the onslaught. Attack. Following Changqing's command, Xiaojin swiftly conjured a sphere of true sun flame, cleverly dodging the tentacles as he reached the top of the octopus, and then unleashed his fiery breath upon the head. As the attack struck true, Xiaojin retreated immediately. Suddenly, whispers reached Changqing's ears. Help me, liberate me. Chapter 34. Hidden task triggered, surrounded. Boom. The true sun flame accurately struck the face of the octopus human, exploding and showering flames upon the massive creature. The intense heat penetrated its skin, causing the octopus's tentacles to thrash wildly. Subsequently, torrents of water erupted from the octopus's body in a futile attempt to extinguish the flames. Alas, it was all in vain. With Xiaojin's spirit attributes bolstered through absorption and enhancements, they had reached a staggering level. Even though this deep-sea octopus boasted excellent attributes, it could not withstand Xiaojin's fire. Gradually, the flames intensified, consuming the moisture within the octopus until it transformed into a delectable mound of cooked flesh, exuding an enticing aroma. Congratulations, you have slain the advanced beast deep-sea octopus, earning 400 experience points. The experience bar surged significantly, prompting Changqing to check his personal information. Changqing, Beast Companion, Initial Sunbird. Level, 5. Experience, 7, 201, 600. Title, Junior Beast Tamer. Honor, 60. Prestige, Town of Jinhai, 90. Talent, Infinite Gold Attribute, Unique. To ascend to level 6, one requires 600 experience points, and each subsequent level demands double the prior amount, necessitating a minimum of level 10 to promote. Changqing scratched his head, contemplating the arduous task ahead. If all else fails, perhaps during Xiao Jin's invincibility for a fleeting minute, he could unleash a barrage on the map outside the city? Yet that was merely a thought. Who could predict what beasts lurked in the unexplored territories? He began to envy those who had already attained the golden level beast tamer status before the grand examination. Collecting his thoughts, he resumed his examination of Xiao Jin's status. Beast Companion. Initial Sunbird. Tier, Bronze. Level, 5. Bloodline Attributes. Great Sun Golden Flame, Gold. Fiery Battle Spirit, Gold. Glutton Spring, Gold. Sun in the Sky, Gold. Attributes, Strength 803152020. Constitution 802-5020. Agility 80465020. Spirit 5601-450-2010. Lightning Resistance, 5. Water Resistance, 5. Pseudo Breaking Ability, 5. Disguise Ability, 5. Skills, True Sun Flame, Level 2. Flame Immunity, Passive, Golden Crow Physique. As a mobile high-altitude artillery platform, Changqing found himself at a loss for words. With a staggering 654 points in Spirit, compounded by the enhancements of the 2-level True Sun Flame and Golden Crow Physique, the terrifying damage output was exemplified by the Deep-Sea Octopus. Each grant of a gold attribute doubled the foundational stats, propelling Xiao Jin further along the path of transcendence. Although the other 3 attributes lagged behind, within the same tier, Xiao Jin remained a top-tier existence. While Changqing was absorbed in his analysis, Xiao Jin had already leapt atop the octopus, fully exploiting his speed to devour the succulent flesh. Changqing approached the human head, whose features were charred by flames. Yet a semblance of a smile lingered at the corners of its mouth. His fist clenched involuntarily. The beast tamers of this dungeon had once fought valiantly on the front lines, shedding blood for the safety of their stronghold. A mere hand had exacted a fatal price. Even in death, they were subjected to the torment of their souls, torn between kin. And it was but a fragment of the myriad worlds beyond the city walls. With a deep exhalation, Changqing awaited Xiao Jin to finish feasting upon the octopus, silently continuing onward. Glutton's Spring triggered. Your beast companion consumes the flesh of an advanced beast, gaining 30 in all attributes. Glutton's Spring triggered. Your beast companion consumes an advanced beast stone, gaining 50 in all attributes, significantly reducing fear of the deep sea. Your beast companion's 3 attributes have reached the critical threshold and can no longer increase. Have they reached the critical point? Among the 4 attributes, except for Spirit, the other 3 reached 200. The Spirit attribute broke through 700, attaining a staggering 734 points. Changqing let out a self-deprecating sigh. The desire to infinitely elevate Xiao Jin's attributes through Glutton's Spring had been dashed. However, upon reflection, a total attribute surpassing 1001 under the bronze tier was still a testament to its terrifying potential. It remained to be seen what the critical value of the Spirit attribute would be. Continuing onward, he deliberately slowed his pace as he passed each guard tower. Not once did he encounter the beast tamers assimilated by beasts until he reached the base of the city wall. This wall nearly rivaled half the height of Jinhai City. Towering 20 stories high, the gate, forged from fine iron, remained pristine. Xiao Jin soared into the air, but upon reaching midway, he felt the oppressive weight of the abyssal rules. Changqing furrowed his brow. It seemed he was on the cusp of breaching the city gate. He cautiously approached the gate, his hand resting upon the cold iron latch when suddenly, a prompt appeared. Hidden Task Stage 2 triggered. Please proceed to the city center to prevent the evolution of the 3-headed dragon. Task Failure Penalty, Talent Reduction. Beast Companion Bloodline Decrease by 3 tiers. Task Success Reward. Randomly obtain a King-level beast card. Changqing's eyes widened. The good news was that the hidden task had activated. Indeed, within the wild dungeon. The bad news was that the penalty was exceedingly harsh. A card of a legendary beast pet demands a price of one's very essence. Oh, Abyss, your intentions are far too apparent. This time, just like the last ferocious creature, it is evident that you wish to make things difficult for him. Once activated, the task must be undertaken without the option to refuse. The Sanshou Zhulong? Wasn't it vanquished by Chungo's beast taming team? Could it be that such formidable beasts are not limited to a single entity? The immense sense of security that Xiao Jin provided began to waver at this moment. Moreover, the mission did not indicate any time constraints. The severe miscalculation in intelligence led Changqing to contemplate retreat. A gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. He beckoned Xiao Jin, who was resisting the rules of the abyss, wishing to momentarily evade the peril and prepare adequately before advancing through the dungeon. Little did he know, the city gates opened slowly on their own, a beam of blinding light streaming through the widening portal, illuminating his figure. Damn it! Changqing cursed the abyss inwardly. Squinting his eyes, once the harsh light subsided, he was able to discern the scene within the city beyond the gates. Xiao Jin, run! Changqing's expression changed drastically. With no time to mount, he grabbed Xiao Jin's bird legs and urged an immediate withdrawal. Xiao Jin soared into action, carrying Changqing away 100 meters, when suddenly, from within the city, a myriad of skills erupted like dazzling fireworks at the city gates. The onslaught persisted for a full 10 minutes before the skills dissipated. The once magnificent gates and walls crumbled with a thunderous crash. Cursed be the abyss! Changqing swore, witnessing figures of beast tamers emerging from the dust and ruins, leading their pets with a singular focus on him. Chapter 35. The Puppet Beast Tamer, the second Sanshou Zhulong. I merely opened a door. Is such an overwhelming pursuit truly necessary? Below, the beast tamers systematically commanded their transformed beasts, relentlessly unleashing skills in an attempt to bring Changqing down from the skies. When direct attacks bore no fruit, those with flying beasts grouped together to deliver aerial strikes. Seizing the opportunity, Changqing gleaned crucial information about them. Compared to the magnificent four-dimensional attributes of the first deep-sea octopus, these unmerged entities fell short in attributes. Yet, they possessed the advantage of combat instinct and experience, which had not vanished. Xiao Jin maintained combat proximity. Prioritize eliminating the airborne beasts, employing guerrilla tactics to outmaneuver them. Chirp! Xiao Jin responded with a light whistle, gathering fiery orbs of initial sun true flame around itself. It deliberately slowed its pace, and as the pursuing flying beasts caught up, executed a graceful somersault, causing dozens of fireballs to erupt spectacularly. This is outrageous. Changqing felt a complete loss of centripetal force, the world around him fading into darkness, his mind pounding. Only when the abyss's notification sounded did he regain his composure. Displeased, he rapped Xiao Jin lightly on the head, securing a rope from his backpack tightly around its back. Feeling slightly more at ease. Congratulations, you have slain a high-level ferocious beast, the lethal falcon, gaining 300 experience. Congratulations, you have slain a high-level ferocious beast, the lethal falcon, gaining 300 experience. The two flying beasts were reduced to ashes in the wake of the flames. Changqing's heart skipped a beat upon seeing the beast's name. Lethal Falcon. That name resonated deeply within him. His memories drifted back to just before the last beast tide attacked the city. His father, whose visage was fading from memory, had once brought him to the city guard. There, he had seen lethal falcons, not just one, but an entire breeding facility. The once familiar voice echoed in his ears. Changqing suddenly looked up. Behind him, 6 or 7 colossal birds, each over 3 meters long, were in pursuit, their conspicuous red plumage standing out. It was the lethal falcon. Changqing recognized them at once. Only that particular city guard had ever contracted lethal falcons in the entire Jinhai city. Gradually, the lethal falcon had become their emblem. Why? Why was his estranged father's city guard present here? Shouldn't they be defending Jinhai city with their lives? His gaze fell upon the ground. Those beast tamers, though long dead, had become akin to ferocious undead. Yet their combat training and formation spoke volumes. They were the elite city guard who had survived fierce battles. Slap! Changqing struck his own cheek, the flicker of doubt that had arisen within him dissipating swiftly with the sting. Kill! His tone was cold, devoid of any emotion. Gurgle! As if in response to its master's steadying resolve, Xiao Jin's surface began to bubble with a faint crimson mist, akin to boiling water. The fervor of battle surged moment by moment, the blood-red hue overlaying the initial sun-true flame. Every 5 seconds, a fireball coalesced, while Xiao Jin maintained a safe distance, enveloped by the searing initial sun-true flame. Chirp! With a jubilant cry, fireballs trailed by long white-red tails streaked towards the ground like celestial meteors, bombarding the earth below. The flames, with their immense primary attributes, exploded upon contact with the ground, engulfing the pursuing beast tamers in a dazzling display reminiscent of fireworks. Congratulations! You have slain a mid-level beast tamer, Puppet, gaining 200 experience. Congratulations! You have slain a high-level beast tamer, Puppet, gaining 250 experience. Congratulations! You have slain a mid-level beast tamer. Notifications echoed continuously, and Changqing's experience surged rapidly to level 6, akin to a rocket. Infinite golden notifications followed suit. However, Changqing's focus was elsewhere, gazing at the beast tamers within the flames, who showed no signs of struggle, his teeth clenched in anger. Each of these individuals was a hero of Jinhai City. They had perished, only to be subjected to such indignity. For the second time, he could no longer suppress the murderous intent within him. With nearly 100 lives extinguished under Xiao Jin's meticulously charged carpet bombing, not a single soul remained unscathed. Changqing released Xiao Jin, walking through the inferno. The fallen, burnt corpses bore smiles, mirroring the individual who had merged with the deep-sea octopus. Changqing retrieved a bottle of mediocre liquor, uncorked it, and poured it into the flames. The scent of alcohol wafted, mingling with their ashes, drifting towards the town's direction. Crash! The bottle slipped from his grasp as Changqing swiftly returned to Xiao Jin's back. Squeak, squeak. Sensing her master's discontent, Xiao Jin began to make noise, attempting to offer comfort. I'm fine, let's self-destroy this place. The final resting place of heroes, where they receive applause, flowers, and the adoration of the populace, is a rare outcome. More often, it is alongside brothers in arms, defending the land they cherish, unafraid of being shattered to pieces, with no regrets. Xiao Jin spread her wings, soaring toward the town at the utmost speed. As they neared their target, the previously waning battle fervor reignited. Upon returning, with no city walls to obscure the view, the previously incomprehensible scene lay bare before them. The vast center of the town had transformed into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The skeletal remains of humans, fierce beasts, and their animal companions lay in a chaotic heap. Thousands of beast stones hovered silently in the air at the center, their energies extracted and transformed into countless strands of energy, converging at the core. There, a colossal serpent, nearly 100 meters long with 3 heads, coiled majestically. The 3-headed touch dragon. Indeed, there were 2 of them. Upon its heads, 1 black and 1 white beast stone radiated dual hues of light, absorbing the energy from all the beast stones. As the energy continued to flow in, the black and white beast stones began to merge at a languid pace. From Changqing's perspective, the arrangement of all the bones resembled an altar of ascension. He noticed that some remains had not yet fully decayed. Those belonged to the beast masters who had been slain by the association. At that moment, Changqing recalled the vicious beast masters who had ambushed him. Just then, 4 beast masters emerged from the back of the 3-headed touch dragon. They spotted Changqing's position, and one, with its mouth agape, spoke in a mechanical and emotionless tone. Young beast master, the nourishment for your ascension is sufficient. Leave, and we shall not kill you. Not kill me. The flames in Changqing's eyes threatened to incinerate his reason. Grateful for their mercy? Since they have shown me kindness, I must repay it. As he thought of repayment, wisps of white smoke escaped from Xiao Jin's mouth. When it came to the moment of repayment, the pent-up flames erupted like a volcanic explosion, shooting forth a 2-meter-wide column of fire directed straight at the 3-headed touch dragon. Chapter 36. Are there traitors in the city? Outrageous. The 4 beast masters, mere puppets, coldly reprimanded as 12 black hexagram formations suddenly rose from the ground, enveloping the 3-headed touch dragon from 4 directions. 12 hands, exuding billowing black mist, rose from the center of the formation. These massive hands extended outward, coalescing with others to form a formidable black barrier. The hand of the dark god? Changqing gaped at this scene, unable to discern the nature of the giant hands from his distance. With a pop, the column of flames spewed forth by Xiao Jin collided directly with the barrier formed by the giant hands. Upon impact, there was little disturbance. The 2 energies seemed evenly matched, creating a subtle balance. Damn it, so you wish to test endurance against me? Xiao Jin could no longer advance, opting instead to summon a portion of its flames to protect Changqing's safety. The 4 beast master puppets showed no intent to engage him in combat. Changqing opened his backpack space and hastily emptied its contents, revealing a multitude of medicinal bottles of various effects scattered across Xiao Jin's broad back. Xiao Jin, unleash your might. If you don't extinguish it, how can I continue to call myself a beast master? Changqing had resolved to give it his all. You think you have the energy to sustain this? What originally began as an interminable and destructive battle had, by twist of fate, devolved into a contest of endurance. Squeak. Xiao Jin responded affirmatively, and its flames grew even more robust. Suddenly, a wave of helplessness surged within Changqing. In an instant, all his strength was siphoned away, and he found himself collapsing into the soft feathers. Xiao Jin, their essay saying, a little stream flows long. Are you afraid you might not drain me completely? He was beginning to understand the despair of the black card. Each time, it was as if the pump's power was cranked to maximum, draining even the most substantial reserves to the last drop. Fortunately, as the bottles scattered, a crimson pill rolled to his lips. Using his tongue, he rolled one into his mouth and gently bit down, feeling a warm current flow down his throat into his stomach, coursing through his limbs. Within 10 seconds, Gu Changqing sprang back to life. Most of these pills were either won from the beast masters at the camp or prepared by Yi Rian, who had clearly feared for her own safety, inadvertently aiding him immensely. As time passed, Xiao Jin, after repeated attempts, finally found the balance between absorption and replenishment. Gu Changqing continued to swallow pills, reveling in the delightful sensation of swiftly regained strength. Without the bloodline's substantial purification from the black card, he could only rely on his own reserves. Although Xiao Jin was an extraordinary beast, technically still in its juvenile phase, the intensity of its accumulated attack far surpassed the limits of spiritual energy. Suddenly, Gu Changqing was jolted from his reverie of consuming pills by Xiao Jin's call. He turned to look toward the city's center. After nearly an hour of stalemate, the barrier formed by the 12 giant hands dissipated, revealing a fair-skinned arm. This arm bore a striking resemblance to the one that had fled. Each impact of Xiao Jin's flame column now carried greater potency than before, its battle intent rising ceaselessly, serving as one of their trump cards. With a whoosh, the transformed white hand, devoid of the black mist support, instantly turned to ash like burning paper. Boom. The sound of a heavy hammer striking a drum echoed as the flame column, now unimpeded, surged forth with unmatched heat, crashing into the three-headed touch dragon. The left and right heads of the three-headed touch dragon trembled in pain, while the central head remained eerily still. Yet in the next moment, the beast stone energy that had been absorbed by the black and white stones began to reverse and dissipate, forming a protective energy shield around the three-headed touch dragon once more. Damn it, this altar serves not only for ascension but also possesses a formidable defensive array. Cursing under his breath, Gu Changqing stuffed more pills into his mouth. You wretched creature, if you have the ability, withdraw your energy shield. I stand here unmovable, ready for a duel. Thud. With such a cowardly display, how can you still claim to be a fearsome beast? The wild boar at my doorstep possesses more courage than you. Thud. You wish to outlast me? I may not have much, but I have plenty of pills. Look at those beast stones, their colors fading, nearly exhausted. Thud. Gu Changqing, consuming pills, transformed into a formidable force of taunts. Yet, no matter how he provoked, the three-headed touch dragon remained cowering within its shield. Observing the dwindling number of pills, Gu Changqing felt a sense of urgency. The first to run out of energy would become the other's meal. As the beast stone energy waned, his reserves were also nearing depletion. All right, you think you're tough? Xiao Jin, crank up the power. Gu Changqing stuffed 3 more pills into his mouth. After receiving a confirming glance from Xiao Jin, its battle intent surged to unprecedented heights. An overwhelming sea of blood flames engulfing nearly half the town. Xiao Jin's body swelled nearly 5-fold, bathed in blood flames, resembling a cataclysmic avian beast. But Gu Changqing was in dire straits. After consuming all the pills, he still could not maintain the high extraction rate. Due to your vitality and spirit dropping to a critical point, the Abyss has activated protection. Experience points will replace medicinal consumption. Your experience, 100. Experience, 100. Experience, 100. Damn it. The Abyss emerges to rob me at this moment. Cursing aside, he had to fight for his life. Experience points plummeted at a rate of 100 per second, yielding Xiao Jin's frenzied assaults. Initially, after eliminating the Beastmaster puppets and fierce beasts that had pursued him out of the city, Gu Changqing's level had skyrocketed to level 8, with abundant experience to spare. Now, was he to revert to square one? As his experience points dwindled, his level fell by 1 rank. He watched helplessly as he dropped back to level 6. And his current level's experience was also in jeopardy. Gu Changqing felt an urge to curse. Fortunately, just when there were only 200 points remaining, everything suddenly came to a standstill. I surrender, I surrender. A faint, unfamiliar voice drifted through the air. Without the extraction of Xiao Jin, Gu Changqing's mental strength gradually began to revive. It was only when he could rise that he beheld the scene before him. The town. Where was the town? Within the city walls, the area spanning several dozen meters had transformed into a charred wasteland of crimson and black. The massive form of the three-headed touch dragon lay sprawled upon the ground, its body marred by countless claw marks, each wound nearly eviscerating it. Yet it was not dead, merely singed by flames. 2 of its serpent heads were battered beyond recognition, missing more than half of their features. The remaining head struggled to lift itself, hissing toward Gu Changqing, yet uttering human words. I have lost, do not kill me. I can become your beast companion, willingly and ever loyal. Sensing its plea lacked conviction, the three-headed touch dragon continued. Though I have failed my ascension, I am still a fierce demon-level beast. I can be of great assistance to you, as long as you spare my life. Gu Changqing dismounted from Xiao Jin and approached the colossal serpent head. In a swift motion, Xiao Jin pressed the head firmly into the ground, emitting a series of warning sounds. Since you possess human-like intelligence, tell me, Where's the hand of the evil god? The three-headed touch dragon struggled to lift its mouth from the earth. You seek the hand of the evil god. No wonder such a formidable divine companion accompanies you. The hand of the evil god has already been vanquished, or more accurately, the power it left behind has been dispelled. Changqing furrowed his brow. What level of monstrous beast was the hand of the evil god that even the abyssal rules could not contend with it? Then you shall perish in its stead. Changqing issued the death order. Xiao Jin, unable to contain its eagerness, was poised to extract the dragon's heart and pierce its skull. Wait, I have a secret. I know of a secret. Within your human cities, there are those who deliberately nurture or harbor unspeakable secrets with the evil god. As Xiao Jin prepared to feast, Changqing quickly intervened. Xiao Jin, the latter, displeased, clicked its tongue and diverted its attention elsewhere. How do you know this? Seeing Changqing temporarily sheath his weapon, the three-headed touch dragon immediately replied, the immense energy I used for ascension was deliberately sent to me by that person. Chapter 37, Bountiful Harvest, Ascension to Rank. Oh, in what manner was it sent? Changqing had initially shown little interest. His objectives were exploration and ascension. Yet, one after another, they approached him, all from the same faction. He then heard the three-headed touch dragon mention that someone was intentionally sacrificing the lives of beast tamers to provide nourishment for its ascension. Moreover, in this instance, most of the casualties were from his father's city guard, compelling him to pay closer attention. It is through this scenario that beast tamers are slain. Each time, the beast tamers entering are not of high rank, fitting the pattern of the larger beasts preying on the smaller ones. We have tacitly agreed to only slay the smaller ones, allowing the larger ones to return. However, recently, there was a deviation. A powerful team arrived, and my wife was killed by them. Changqing recalled the three-headed touch dragon that had been slain. It was a male and a female. Qingqiu had not lied to him. Do you think I would believe you? Suddenly, the dragon's stomach writhed, and its enormous mouth opened to expel a white card. It was a non-contract beast companion card, though the four corners were adorned with black markings, indicating some unknown factor. This was given to me by the hand of the evil god, along with the necessary conditions for ascension. I am merely the prey at your table. Dare I deceive you? You may inquire with my divine companion. Every word I speak is the unvarnished truth. As it spoke, the serpent's head attempted to turn aside, but Xiao Jin forcefully pressed it back down. Can you discern the rank of my beast companion? Beast tamers can use the abyssal rules to view information on known monstrous beasts, unless it is of an unknown variety, like the black card. Similarly, monstrous beasts possess the ability to investigate beast tamers or their companions. I cannot discern it. However, the intimidation and pressure your divine companion exudes is indistinguishable from that of the hand of the evil god. The only difference lies in rank and grade. Rather than being used as a weapon, I would prefer to follow you. Xiao Jin disdainfully glared, issuing its shrill sounds. The three-headed touch dragon's words were evidently sincere. Very well, then I shall keep you for now. Changqing produced his beast companion card, biting his fingertip and letting his blood drip onto the card before pressing it against the forehead of the three-headed touch dragon. Fierce demon-level beast, three-headed touch dragon, voluntarily pledging allegiance to you, seeking to become your beast companion. Do you agree? Yes. A swirl of black and white light enveloped the massive serpent body, and in less than a minute, it deflated like a punctured balloon, leaving behind a thick layer of serpent skin. The color of the beast companion card transformed from white to purple. Changqing was momentarily stunned, not expecting that it still contained the bloodline of a king. King-level beast companion card, three-headed serpent. Rank, ordinary. Bloodline, touch dragon divine blood, purple. Initial attributes, strength 20, constitution 20, agility 20, spirit 10. Skills, strangulation, corrosive acid. Description, descendant of the touch dragon divine flood dragon. Only a slight opportunity away from transformation into a true dragon. The bloodline of the touch dragon divine flood dragon. What a tremendous windfall. Changqing recalled from his studies that during the brutal wars between humans and monstrous beasts, the touch dragon divine flood dragon held a significant place. The Kyoto Dragon Fall incident was rumored to have occurred when the touch dragon divine flood dragon sought to reverse its bloodline to become the Nine Heavens flood dragon, only to be thwarted by powerful human beast tamers, resulting in a fierce conflict with substantial casualties on both sides. Nevertheless, Changqing stored away the beast companion card, already formulating plans in his mind. In his strategy, the three-headed touch dragon did not hold precedence. With a golden keyword in hand, all claims of divine blood and celestial roots could take a back seat. Congratulations on completing the task, receiving a king-level beast companion card. Subsequent tasks, please explore on your own. At that moment, the rewards for the task arrived. Gazing at the two purple beast companion cards in his inventory, Changqing pouted. Sometimes, Having too many beast companions could also be a burden. Regardless, this venture had yielded a bountiful return. However, as time passed, the news of clearing the challenge had yet to arrive. Could it be that other monstrous beasts remained alive? Murmuring to himself, Changqing retrieved the beast companion card and tossed it at Xiao Jin's feet. At that moment, the three-headed touch dragon, stripped of its power and re-registered, panicked. Unable to speak, it desperately flicked its tongue in explanation. Xiao Jin, understanding its words, slowly approached the serpent skin and unleashed a fiery breath that burned a large hole. Changqing took the opportunity to reclaim the beast companion card and moved closer to inspect. The spot where the three-headed touch dragon had been lying was now molten stone, revealing a dark hole beneath. Changqing tossed a stone down, and after a short while, he heard an echo. Could this be the legend mentioned in the introduction of the scenario? Xiao Jin. A burst of flames dissipated, transforming into the night radiant crow, which flew into the opening, followed closely by Changqing. The depth was about 7 or 8 meters, and his blurred vision quickly brightened. This was a cavern over 3 meters high, with limited space. A milky white stone was firmly embedded in the ground, within which lurked a black shadow. Unknown species, stone from beyond the heavens. Ability, unknown. Effect, exhibits energy fluctuations similar to that of a spatial stone. A forcible attempt may be possible. Information about the stone appeared, causing Changqing to grit his teeth in frustration. An object that could not be identified, and they suggested a forcible attempt? The abyss has tried to bring me to my demise time and again. Fine, I will attempt it. At the very least, the attributes of this stone align with the description provided in the dungeon. I am eager to discover what kind of space can forge the path of the Beastmaster. Changqing placed his hands upon the surface of the celestial stone. In an instant, an intense electric current coursed through his arms, sending tingling sensations throughout his body. Soon after, a torrent of frenzied power surged within him, akin to boiling magma, igniting his limbs and bones. Xiao Jin. Changqing attempted to call out to Xiao Jin to interrupt him, yet the latter merely gazed silently, showing no intention to intervene. What is happening? Am I in danger? Just as doubt crossed his mind, a voice from the abyss echoed. You are receiving feedback from the unknown celestial stone. Your Beastmaster space is being opened and transformed. You have gained 100 experience points from the feedback of the unknown celestial stone. You have gained 100 experience points from the feedback of the unknown celestial stone. Changqing felt momentarily bewildered as he observed his dwindling experience points gradually increasing, while the Beastmaster space was enveloped in a soft, milky light. Beyond that, a tiny white pearl, no larger than a grain of rice, was visibly expanding at an astonishing rate. He swallowed hard. Is this the opening of a second Beastmaster space? Changqing was even more perplexed. Everything transpiring surpassed his comprehension of being a Beastmaster. The searing heat persisted, but as he slowly acclimated, Changqing found himself gritting his teeth and enduring it. At that moment, he began to hear cheerful exclamations. Hey, can you hear me? Master, can you understand my words? Xiao Haidanzi, go away. You are not the master's pet, so why are you making a fuss? Oh, this is so long. How I long to hear the master affectionately call my name. Xiao Haidanzi, do not misuse your abilities to disrupt. This space belongs solely to me and the master. If you have the skill, take over that newly opened space next door. It was Xiao Jin's voice. Previously, communication could only occur through bloodline enhancement or heart pulse connection. Now, the dialogue between human and pet had finally been realized. While Changqing was unable to speak, Xiao Jin buzzed around him incessantly. With the absence of danger, Changqing cast aside his reservations and relaxed completely. Time passed unknowingly, and he felt as though he were soaking in a hot spring, only to suddenly be plunged into cold water. Instinctively shivering, he opened his eyes to find that the celestial stone had vanished, leaving behind a book with a black cover lying on the ground. Congratulations, you have successfully advanced your rank through special power. Chapter 38, a series of dungeons? What is concealed within? Congratulations, you have broken through your limits and been promoted to Intermediate Beastmaster. A warm and robust energy dispelled the pain brought on by the celestial stone, silently mending his body. Changqing clenched his fist, feeling an abundance of strength, as if he could effortlessly deliver a powerful blow to a tiger before him. From within, he sensed that energy was purifying his essence and enhancing his physical prowess. Intermediate Beastmaster skill, Beast Power Activation. Changqing opened his personal information and discovered an additional skill slot for Beastmaster skills, as the Beast Power, resembling a crimson whirlpool, gradually activated. Beast Power, a unique skill of the Beastmaster, beginner level. By utilizing the evolved Beastmaster space, a small portion of a pet's power can be harnessed for personal use. Current Beast Power capability, Fire Control, Mythical Level Pet, Shuriang Bird. The activation of beast power elucidated to Changqing why absorbing the celestial stone's energy had caused him such agony, for he was condensing Xiao Jin's initial sun true flame. However, just as he envisioned showcasing the initial sun true flame and fantasized about the prospect of self-sufficiency, a flickering flame akin to a lighter danced upon his fingertips, shattering his fleeting dreams mercilessly. Never mind, with Xiao Jin's protection, he felt secure. Lost in thought, he had yet to retrieve the black-covered book from the ground when Xiao Jin leaped into his embrace, chattering incessantly. Yet to Changqing's ears, it sounded like the normal voice of a girl. "Master, you can finally understand my words." Changqing gently stroked Xiao Jin's head, replying, "Yes, now our communication is seamless." The pair, one human and one bird, engaged in lively chatter, with most of the conversation dominated by Xiao Jin's incessant prattle. "Hey, didn't you level up?" The energy from the celestial stone propelled him directly to level 10, bypassing the usual promotion process, while also opening the second Beastmaster space. It was time and effort saved, along with material conserved. No, that wretched stone wouldn't allow me to benefit. Xiao Jin's increasingly human-like expression of grievance was evident. Your bloodline has reached a level that allows for automatic promotion, and you have more than enough materials. After a while, Changqing finally managed to quiet the loquacious Xiao Jin and picked up the black-covered book from the ground. Unknown volume of the 10,000 Beasts, pending activation. Ability, unknown. Description, it seems to be a tome documenting countless beasts, currently blank, presumably intended for you to fill in. Changqing scowled as he tossed the 10,000 Beasts volume into his backpack. Since the commencement of the second stage of the quest, the Abyss had become increasingly unreliable. Yet, aside from the premature promotion, he had not gained any other exceptional abilities. Is this all that the legendary Beastmaster God has to offer? Just then, a luminous screen appeared before him. 12 hours have passed. Would you like to exit the dungeon of the evil god's hand? Yes. Huh, the dungeon hasn't been cleared? The three-headed touch dragon isn't the final challenge? Changqing was at a loss. According to the three-headed touch dragoness account, the evil god's hand had broken free from the abyss's restraints and was no longer within the dungeon. Its willingness to become a pet indicated that it was not lying. Clearly, this dungeon was not as straightforward as it seemed. Yes, Changqing did not wish to linger, resolving to explore further at a later time. The dungeon's portal manifested before him, and in the blink of an eye, he was drawn inside. Upon returning to the realm outside the dungeon, he instinctively touched the portal. Wild dungeon, beast-tide catastrophe. Dungeon level. Dungeon description, no one knows what has transpired here. The hand that brings death and destruction seems to harbor secrets that threaten humanity. Dungeon rewards, dependent on the completion status, with no upper limit. The dungeon had changed, and the difficulty level was marked with a question mark, indicating that it had surpassed hellish levels. You have exhausted your daily dungeon attempts. Please return tomorrow. Changqing, seemingly unfazed, fixated on the words beast tide, recalling the city guards that should not have appeared in that previous dungeon. Various speculations swirling in his mind. Brother Changqing, a melodious voice interrupted Changqing's reverie. Su Qing, along with Xia Bing and other students from the Jinhai Women's High School, as well as members of the Beastmaster Association, awaited nearby. Observing Su Qing's hurried approach, Xiao Jin shot a fireball at her feet, signaling her to halt. Meanwhile, it affectionately rubbed against Changqing's face, pridefully declaring, "I am the master's treasured darling." Changqing chuckled in amusement. "Xiao Jin, she has provided you with ingredients before." Xiao Jin turned her head in disdain, huffing, mere sugar-coated shells. Su Qing, undeterred by Xiao Jin's warning, stepped closer, observing the seamless exchange between the human and bird with delight, proclaiming, "You've advanced to intermediate Beastmaster? Have you perhaps found treasure within the dungeon? It could be considered a modest gain, but treasure is a stretch." Changqing replied ambiguously, and those around him perceived it differently. "A treasure worthy of the title Beastmaster God, and you call it a mere modest gain?" He noted the varying expressions of disbelief, acknowledging that since they did not believe the truth, they could let their imaginations run wild. "Have you cleared it?" Qingqiu approached him, his expression as grave as ever. Changqing shook his head, stating that none of the intelligence provided matched the facts. The three-headed Chulong, one male and one female, nearly claimed his life thanks to Qingqiu's misguided assistance. Qingqiu's eyes flickered with a spectrum of emotions, encompassing shock, lingering fear, and an indescribable sentiment that even he could not articulate. "I apologize, it was my fault." "No need," Changqing replied. Qingqiu hesitated, wanting to speak but refraining. Changqing harbored little malice towards him, nor was there any fondness. Even if he were not a member of the Qin family, they would hardly become friends. Qingqiu exuded a semblance of sincerity, yet there was an elusive quality beneath the surface. "Teacher Xia, We should return and adequately prepare for the grand examination. All right. I've informed the association. 3 waves of their personnel will patrol the route. Just as he brushed past Qingqiu, the latter called out, "Wait. Before the grand examination, Xiaohai should be able to advance to a senior beast tamer. Furthermore, the Chun family has mobilized nearly all their connections to acquire a king-level beast card. Do not underestimate a mere king level. Its combat power rivals that of legends. Last night, you indeed left me in awe. In retrospect, I realized that your beast could not unleash such a cataclysmic strike without consequence." Changqing was once again taken aback. As an adversary, why would you divulge such information to me? Precisely, that strike nearly drained all my energy. But so what? Crushing Chunhai and revealing the truth is my ultimate goal. Chunhai, the Chun family, having survived the most perilous period, they no longer held any significance in Changqing's eyes. Qingqiu was momentarily stunned, then revealed a bitter smile. Gazing at Changqing's retreating figure, he murmured, "Changqing, what if there were beasts capable of restraining your legendary beast?" On the way back, the students from Jinhai Girls' High School remained unusually silent. Even Su Qing, who was usually close to him, appeared lost in thought. As Xia Bing had predicted, upon arriving at the gates of Jinhai City, 3 contingents from the Beast Tamer Association were patrolling the route. Changqing turned to glance outside the city before striding directly into the light gate. The moment he returned to the city, he felt the overwhelming power of the abyss. And that sense of security washed over him once again. "Brother Changqing, if we cross paths during the grand examination, please do not be too harsh." In the car, Su Qing broke the silence. "Who knows? In any case, let us strive together. Being in the same city, encounters are inevitable." Su Qing was astonished. "Did you not check the official website for this year's examination process?" Changqing shook his head. "Since acquiring Xiaojin, I have not experienced a moment's peace. This year's rules have changed. Aside from individual performance scores, there are now 2 additional components, an escape battle and a team battle." Chapter 39, Yi Rian's Discomposure. The second beast pet knocks. This year's grand examination is this challenging? In past national examinations, there were only 2 components, the written test and the martial examination. The written test assessed knowledge of beast cultivation, while the martial examination evaluated performance in artificial dungeons, focusing on victory records. Only those who ranked in the top 50 of the entire city in both categories qualified for the National Comprehensive Examination. Each component was designed to assess individual capability. However, as Su Qing explained, the escape battle and team battle would evaluate the comprehensive strength of school units. This was quite normal. This year's freshman beast tamers have produced numerous exceptionally talented individuals. Xia Bing, gripping the steering wheel, glanced at the 2 seated side by side in the rearview mirror and continued, "Changqing, your legendary beast is indeed the only one in the history of Jinhai City. However, in various provinces, including the capital and other major cities, it is not as rare as one might think. And Su Qing, despite your family's resources being entirely focused on you, you must not let your guard down. What a pity, if only you could attend our Jinhai Girls' High School. Both you and Su Qing would surely gain national recognition." Changqing scoffed, "National recognition? That cannot be anything positive. Brother Changqing, how about?" Noticing Su Qing inching closer, Changqing quickly shifted aside, maintaining a safe distance. "No, I fear Xiaojin may become jealous." "Humph." Su Qing haughtily returned to her seat, entirely oblivious to the nuances. Changqing cast a glance at the gently rising hill nearby, pondering whether there was any discernible difference. Xia Bing, observing Changqing's reticence, could not help but sigh softly. "If only I had believed more back then, adhered to the school's intentions, and avoided analyzing things with conventional thinking, perhaps the situation would not be as dire as it is now." She had braced herself for the school's reprimand. Changqing, on the other hand, rummaged through several beast cards nestled in his backpack, deep in thought. For the second beast space, there were currently 5 options. The first was the Swift Wind Eagle King, which was no longer a consideration given the presence of Xiaojin. The second was a mimic beast, an ordinary creature with a rather unique ability. The third was the 3-headed Chulong, for which Changqing already had plans. The fourth was a king-level beast obtained as a reward for completing a task, a snow leopard with incredible speed. Finally, the last option was an unknown black card. He felt more inclined towards the mimic beast. And with 5 golden attributes yet to be drawn, he eagerly anticipated discovering the abilities associated with the mimic beast. In comparison to the other 4, the unknown beast within the black card exuded an enchanting allure, leaving him in a state of indecision. "We've arrived." The car came to a halt, and Changqing looked up, catching sight of Yi Rian's anxious and haggard face. Upon seeing him safe and sound, her worry subsided. "Sister." Changqing opened the door and exited the vehicle. Yi Rian searched him over with both hands for a long while before anxiously asking, "Are you hurt?" How could I be hurt? My name is well known in the city, after all. Observing Gu Changqing's childlike demeanor, Yi Ruyan's gaze softened. She placed her right hand upon his neck and said, well known? My ears are nearly calloused from hearing it. Changqing, we must take our leave. Xiaobing called out, signaling their departure. Brother Changqing, see you at the grand examination. Yi Ruyan frowned slightly. Brother Changqing, that sounds rather sweet. Her eyes carried an unusual emotion. Gu Changqing quickly summoned Xiao Jin, placing it in front of him. We are merely ordinary friends. You can ask Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin, aware of the woman's standing in its master's heart, spread its wings and flew into Yi Ruyan's embrace, chirping excitedly. However, Gu Changqing's expression gradually darkened. This creature was reporting him. With exaggerated gestures, it recounted how he had been so close to Su Qing that it had been neglected. Fortunately, its current rank was low, allowing only Gu Changqing to decipher its words. Well then, the journey outside the city must have yielded significant gains. Come inside and share your experiences with me. All right. At the dining table, one human and one bird devoured their meals with remarkable speed. Occasionally, Gu Changqing transformed into an excellent storyteller, embellishing his experiences. Yet, he instinctively omitted any life-threatening details. Yi Ruyan smiled radiantly, continuously serving them more food while quietly listening. Gu Changqing sensed something amiss and halted his animated storytelling. Placing his utensils down, Sister Yu, unbeknownst to him, tears had begun to stream from the corners of her eyes. Yi Ruyan wiped them away and said, seeing you become an outstanding and talented beast tamer, I feel I have not let your parents down. I am truly happy. You lie. Every time you deceive me. You wear that same calm facade. Sister, do you wish to return to the battlefield? Yi Ruyan was taken aback, her thoughts pierced, momentarily at a loss for words. The most significant gain from this trip was learning about the news regarding the Huanyang herb. I believe your family has tirelessly sought it. The Huanyang herb can reconstruct and eliminate hidden ailments within the body, assisting beast tamers in making a full recovery. Gu Changqing was taken aback by Yi Ruyan's strangely peculiar reaction. She not only displayed no signs of joy, but instead reacted as if she had touched an irritant. Abruptly rising to her feet, the little Jin, who had been showing off his culinary skills, was startled, his feathers ruffled in alarm. It mattered not, even if she knew the truth. My wounds cannot be healed by the elusive Huanyang Shun. With my background, how could I possibly find a single root of Huanyang Shun? Such pursuits are merely the acts of deceivers. Do not be fooled. The individuals from Mindu, private independent, high school are nothing more than charlatans, relying on flowery speech to swindle others. Sister, such a display of disarray from Yi Ruyan was unprecedented in his memory, even when he was nearly harmed by the Qin family. Yi Ruyan had been more furious and had utilized her available resources to aid him. But now, upon hearing the mention of Huanyang Shan, she resembled a lioness awakened from a nightmarish memory, poised to strike. He did not bring up Mindu High School, yet Yi Ruyan was aware. Qing, you should focus your energies on the upcoming examinations. There are merely 2 or 3 days left. Do not disappoint our expectations of you. Gu Changqing nodded. Softening his tone, understood, sister. This time, I will make everyone aware that my sister is the strongest, because it is she who has nurtured the stronger version of myself. You little rascal, are you teasing me again? After finishing their meal, Yi Ruyan returned to Zhanhai Gao. With the imminent exams, her responsibilities as a teacher weighed heavier. Gu Changqing sat on the sofa, rubbing the plump belly of the Jin Wu resting on his legs, and asked, Little Jin, is Huanyang Shin truly ineffective? I am unsure. Little Jin scratched his belly, his eyes darting around. Master, perhaps that black fellow knows. Subsequently, Little Jin returned to the beast space, pulling out a black card from within. What are you doing? I'm resting, regaining energy. A tender voice from the mysterious beast within the black card echoed in Gu Changqing's mind. Using our unique communication channel? That is quite presumptuous. If you keep babbling, I shall peck you to death. Little Jin's sharp beak glared at the black card, which squawked in distress. Humph, behave. Master wants to inquire about Huanyang Shin's effects. Huanyang Shin, do you have any? Give it to me, and I can ascend to a higher level. Blackfellow, if you continue to jest, you may find yourself with no opportunities left. All right, Huanyang Shin indeed possesses the effects that the master is aware of. However, those are merely the most rudimentary and wasteful applications. When combined with several near-extinct divine materials, it can break through the pinnacle barriers of beast masters, reaching the level of top-tier ferocious beasts or other mysterious entities. The black card paused for a moment. Sister's reaction is so intense. I suspect she is worried for the master's safety. After all, the growth environment of Huanyang Shun is not only harsh, but also guarded by formidable ferocious beasts. Is that so? How powerful are the beasts guarding it? How do they compare to you and Little Jin? Master, although you possess the miraculous power to elevate elder sister's bloodline continuously, Do not forget that no matter how formidable she is, she remains invincible only among those of the same or slightly higher tier. Unless elder sister reaches the king level, she will not possess the strength to contend. Level 60. 5 promotions, meaning little Jean must evolve into the Ji Mei Li Hua Sheng Jun. Gu Changqing furrowed his brows. He could not wait that long. Of course. If you contract with me, once you reach gold level, I can present Huan Yang Shun before elder sister. Upon hearing this, little Jean felt that the black fellow was indirectly mocking him. Just as it was about to continue its retorts, Gu Changqing interjected, "Fine. The second beast space is yours." Chapter 40. A black monkey that wields a sword? Is it true? Adoptive father, uncle, dear ancestor. The black card quivered with excitement. Striving to curry favor, Gu Changqing took a fruit knife from the platter, dragging it across his fingertip to draw blood, which dripped onto the center of the card. Instantly, the blood was absorbed, and a chilling, ominous black aura surged forth, accompanied by an evil, sinister laugh echoing through the living room. Gu Changqing's heart sank. He sensed impending danger. How could he have been so foolish as to take such a risk? The black mist nearly filled half the living room, and he could vaguely see a bizarre figure slowly taking shape within it. Normally, he would expect a prompt alert from the abyss, yet now, there was nothing. He wished to halt the process, but it was too late. At that moment, a flame devoid of warmth surged into the black mist. The black mist seemed to encounter a natural enemy, evaporating in an instant. Once the gas had completely dissipated, a small monkey, only 30 centimeters tall and entirely black, struck a triumphant pose, hands on hips, laughing heartily atop the coffee table. Little Jean remained composed, casting a nonchalant glance at the monkey. "Black fellow, who are you chattering with?" The monkey promptly flattered, hopping over to little Jin's side. "Elder sister, I wasn't locked away for too long, was I? Please be understanding. Hurry up, or I shall refine you." Aye. Understood, little brother understands." Gu Changqing stood dumbfounded, watching as the monkey returned to the black card, then merged with his body. "Congratulations on contracting your second beast pet. Your beast pet is not recorded in the Wanshou Tu Lu and cannot be activated." In the beast space, the monkey was quite pleased with its new abode, celebrating jubilantly before emerging with a black six-pointed star formation. "Master, is there any of that extraordinary item that can instantly enhance bloodlines?" Gu Changqing gazed at the two pitch-black beast pets. Little Jean was acceptable, restoring the Jean Wu form, retaining its invincible, kingly demeanor. But this monkey, how could a black monkey emerge instead? It was entirely different from what he had envisioned. "Oh, there is." Gu Changqing opened the golden entry, a golden entry named Tianming Ji Lu gleaming with brilliance. "Would you like to bestow the golden entry Tianming Ji Lu upon the unknown species beast pet?" "Yes." Golden entry bestowed successfully. "Congratulations. Your beast pet has acquired a special Tianming bloodline." The moment the golden entry was bestowed, the black aura re-emerged around the monkey's surface, but this time, it merely swirled around its body. In no time, the black mist condensed, enveloping its form, gradually transforming into a shining black armor and a flowing black sword. Shouldn't it be a staff? Why a sword? Puzzled, he opened the monkey's attribute information. Beast pet Hey Dan, unknown species, identity indeterminate. Grade, ordinary. Level 0. Bloodline, unknown bloodline. Tianming, special bloodline. The path of destiny is fraught with challenges. Each rebirth significantly enhances foundational attributes and unlocks special skills. Note, forced suicide is ineffective. Attributes, strength 35, constitution 20, agility 25, spirit 20. Skills, dark surge, unable to use. Dark origin, unable to use. Eternal body, level 1, plundering swordsmanship. Introduction, once a lawless black monkey, for reasons unknown, sealed within a stone man, fell into the beast world alongside ferocious beasts. "Goodness," Gu Changqing exclaimed in surprise. The abyss truly knows how to simplify matters. They don't even know the beast's name and have merely used a nickname as a substitute. However, its foundational attributes are the same as Little Jin's, both maxed out at 100 points. Whether due to the Tianming bloodline or that unknown bloodline, the extravagant 4 skills, the most formidable ones, remain unusable. Gu Changqing gazed at Hey Dan, momentarily at a loss for thoughts. Hey Dan, under Gu Changqing's scrutiny, felt a shiver run down its spine and trembled. "Master, what are you planning to do? I am curious. Why do you not wield a staff?" A black monkey that wields a sword indeed made him, a time traveler, feel quite uncomfortable. "A staff? I have one." The black mist dispersed, reshaping into a black staff. Hey Dan fancied himself quite the dancer, but in the next moment, the stick slipped from his grasp, shattering the lamp above. "A mistake, a mere blunder. I shall practice more until my movements are as fluid as my fingers." With the last flicker of hope extinguished, it became apparent that wielding a sword would suit you better. Otherwise, onlookers might mistake me for a monkey performer. Very well. After vanquishing the second beast companion, Changqing found no further desire to level up. Time was indeed running short. He had always been curious as to why others seemed to level up as effortlessly as quenching their thirst. For him, even soloing wild dungeons proved a formidable challenge to gain experience. Never mind. I shall focus all my efforts on the impending examinations. In the days that followed, Changqing primarily remained at home, consolidating his knowledge of beast training. When he found he had exhausted all avenues of learning, he leveraged his level 10 advantage to conquer all level 10 dungeons. The beast shops that occupied the top ranks gnawed their teeth in frustration. Yet they could do nothing against this plague, having to swallow their resentment in silence. Finally, as the sun rose on a new day, the entire town of Jinhai welcomed the most grand occasion of the year. All the academies converged in the central Pingding Square of Jinhai. The city lord's residence had erected a stage, with an enormous wide-angle light screen suspended in midair, ensuring visibility for all. Gradually, the representatives of various academies, led by their instructors, took their seats in designated areas. At that moment, Changqing had just awakened, stretching lazily while rousing the slumbering Xiao Jin in his arms. "You little rascal, have you forgotten what day it is today?" Yi Rian, clad in a teacher's outfit, was a tempest of emotions, her buttons straining in protest, ready to give way at any moment. "Sister, I'm merely a casual examinee. Arriving early only means enduring those tedious speeches from the officials. It's utterly dreary. Hurry up. I brought breakfast for you." "All right." Changqing slipped on his shoes and stepped down from the bed, while Yi Rian tidied the disheveled bedding. She was taken aback by the sight of Xiao Jin, who was rubbing its eyes. Its once diminutive and adorable form had now tripled in size, having evolved from the early sunbird into the true fire sparrow. "Has Xiao Jin leveled up?" "Yes, after grinding through over 10 dungeons, I finally managed to raise its level." Yi Rian nodded, momentarily stunned before asking, "Over 10 times in a hellish difficulty dungeon? What level are you at now?" "Level 10. The experience required is excessively high." Yi Rian, with a hint of suspicion, inquired, "How much experience is needed for a level up?" While munching on a bun, Changqing glanced at the information panel. 51,200. "Oh." As Yi Rian continued to tidy up, she suddenly exclaimed, "What? 51,200? Yes, what's wrong?" She dropped the blanket and marched into the living room, exclaiming, "What do you mean? What's wrong? Your experience doubles with each level." Changqing, bewildered by her question, thought, "Isn't that the case?" At that moment, Xiao Jin flew onto the dining table, pecking at a bun, and stated, "It's due to the golden attribute limit." In an instant, Changqing experienced a moment of clarity. No wonder those monsters could ascend to the rank of golden beast masters in such a short span. It turned out that from the very beginning, his experience had been double that of others. Before Changqing could devise a way to explain this, Yi Rian clapped her hands, causing a tremor to ripple through the air. "It must be Xiao Jin. Legendary beast companions often have some limitations before and after the contract." Ah, there goes her imagination again. After a hearty meal, under Yi Rian's insistence, Changqing finally emerged, arm in arm with her, heading towards Pingding Square. Upon arrival, he surveyed the throngs of people surrounding the area, intending to find a spot on the outskirts to wait. After all, as an examinee without an affiliated academy, his ranking would be quite low. "Brother Changqing, Qing, over here." Two voices called out from opposite sides. Chapter 41, A Den of Snakes and Rats. "Humph. The new love and the old flame. I shall see how you choose." Yi Rian, arms crossed over her chest, observed Su Cece on the left and Su Qing on the right, indulging in the spectacle. Changqing, with a helpless shrug, reassured her, "No one compares, sister. You are the best. I shall stay by your side." Yi Rian chuckled at his sweet words, her melodic laughter drawing the attention of many around them. "Stop pouring honeyed words into my ear. I have matters to attend to. You should do the same." As a teacher at Jinhai No. 1 high school and a respected authority on beast knowledge, Yi Rian left Changqing to take her designated seat among the faculty. The moment she sat down, several school leaders approached her with obsequious smiles. "Teacher Yi, if Changqing does not have a fixed academy, he might face disadvantages in the examinations. Indeed, why not persuade him? We can reinstate his student status immediately. From what we understand, this examination is expected to showcase exceptional talents. Without support, Changqing will struggle against many." Listening to their incessant chatter, Yi Rian had no interest in engaging in superficial pleasantries. She stated bluntly, the conditions for him to reconsider have always been laid bare. Yet you, the school officials, feign ignorance, attempting to bypass obstacles and force him to comply. No wonder Jinhai No. 1 is deteriorating, its reputation plummeting. With a group like you, there is no hope for improvement. Publicly humiliated, the leaders were left speechless, unable to retaliate against Yi Ruyan. Are you truly willing to let him bear the stigma of disloyalty? The school has indeed neglected its duty to support him, but has he done anything wrong? We genuinely care for his future. Is that a fault? Huh. Yi Ruyan retorted coldly, her eyes glinting with icy resolve. Regretting your mistakes now and questioning the past. How dare you utter such words? I am embarrassed for you. My mood is rather pleasant today, so do not provoke me. I could easily expose your sordid affairs right here. My restraint is not out of fear of you. I trust Changqing to seek justice and fairness. Otherwise, do you think the name Yi Ruyan is merely a facade? Her voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. In an instant, the school leaders scrambled back to their seats, sweat beading on their foreheads. They were indeed allies of the school, but only for their own benefit. If this formidable individual were truly angered, Jinhai City would be turned upside down. After the last beast-tide battle, her fury had reverberated through the upper echelons of Jinhai and the province alike. Yi Ruyan tossed her hair disdainfully, letting out a huff. Then her gaze drifted to the back, where a tall figure gradually receded from view, echoing in her mind with a youthful voice. Auntie, will my parents not return? Will I live with you from now on? A warm smile bloomed on her lips. Meanwhile, Changqing, disregarding Su Sisi, stepped into the exclusive area for the girls' high school. His mere presence instantly captured the attention of all the female students and faculty. Su Qing skipped over to his side, cheerfully exclaiming, Brother Changqing, be gentle. Changqing simply smiled. At that moment, a sprightly elder, appearing to be around 60, approached him with a warm smile. Changqing, it is an honor to meet you. We are aware of the recent events, and we have taken disciplinary action against Teacher Xia. Please trust in our sincerity to cooperate. Changqing scrutinized him carefully. While Su Qing introduced, this is Mr. Murong Yuan, a major stakeholder of our girls' high school. Murong Chengqiu is his daughter. Changqing nodded in acknowledgement, smiling in response. No wonder the girls' high school was so reckless. It appeared the real power behind the scenes had spoken. There is no need for such formality. Teacher Xia's actions were justifiable. The offspring of heroes are indeed extraordinary. Since you are advocating for him, we shall consider this matter. Future correspondence will be handled by Teacher Xia. All right. You young people can chat. I shall not intrude, remarked Murong Yuan with a smile as he prepared to depart. Suddenly halting, he lamented. What a pity it is that I cannot recruit you into Ngao. Such a loss indeed. Observing Murong Yuan shake his head in regret as he returned to his seat, Changqing scoffed, as a shareholder of Ngao. Why would I want to recruit a man? Do you not understand the principle that men should not complicate matters for other men? I too find it unfortunate. Su Qing teased, eliciting an eye roll from Changqing. As the two engaged in their casual banter, Su Qing's expression suddenly soured as she glanced behind him. Changqing, taken aback, turned around to see what had elicited such disdain. There stood Su Sisi, accompanied by two men and a woman, awkwardly approaching. The older pair scrutinized him intently, while the younger one displayed a nonchalant arrogance, turning up their nose in disdain. What do you want? Changqing inquired coldly, feeling quite uncomfortable. Yet, the other party remained blissfully unaware of his irritation. Su Sisi, oblivious to the disdain in his tone, stated, Qing, these are my parents and my younger brother. They've heard me mention you often and wanted to meet you. What do you want to see me for? There's nothing to see, he replied dismissively. Su Sisi's mother narrowed her eyes and reprimanded. So, you are the one who confessed to our Sisi? You seem decent enough, but your manners are atrocious. Haven't your elders taught you how to speak respectfully to your superiors? The man chimed in. Indeed, if it weren't for Sisi pleading with us, we wouldn't have bothered to come see someone like you. Dream on. To this, Changqing merely chuckled. Oh, then it seems I am the fortunate one. If you have something to say, do so quickly. The exam is about to commence. Sensing the tension in the air, Su Sisi swiftly tugged at her parents and forced a smile. Qing, you should understand my intentions. Now that my parents know my heart belongs to you, they have come to support me. She gestured to the young man behind her. This is my brother, Xiaohao. He will be taking the big exam next year. But he lacks a proper beast companion. You still have that Lord-level beast card, right? If you don't need it, could you lend it to Xiaohao for now? With your assistance, he is sure to achieve excellent results. At that point, we might. Changqing raised his hand to interrupt Su Sisi. As for the beast card, I have already given it away. What? Her parents exclaimed in unison. You gave it away? A beast worth millions. And you simply gave it away? To whom? You must retrieve it immediately. I assure you, without a Lord-level beast card, you will not win CC's acceptance as your girlfriend. One might think a pauper should not act so magnanimously, having never seen the world. Su Sisi's expression darkened. Changqing, how could you do this? Even if you are upset about my closeness with Hai, there is no need to waste something so precious. To whom did you give it? Speak. At this moment, Changqing comprehended the meaning of birds of a feather flock together. He had initially believed Su Cece to be a genetic anomaly, awakening an innate talent for tea arts. To his surprise, it was hereditary. She had inherited this skill entirely. Not showing any change in expression was truly a waste of her talents. It was merely a Lord-level beast card. I am confident that young Master Chun could easily gift you 10 or 8 of them, he remarked. Su Cece choked on her words, her expression twisting with resentment. Ever since he shattered the dungeon record, Chun Hai had seemingly become obsessed with leveling up, completely ignoring her and even resorting to insults. Had she not lost her beast, she would not have recalled that Gu Changqing possessed a Lord-level beast card. You are beyond redemption. To garner my attention, you have stooped to such depths. Enough of this nonsense. Let us find young Master Chun. I saw him. Su Cece allowed her mother to pull her away, seething. You can forget about me forgiving you easily. Once they departed, Su Qing couldn't help but chuckle. Brother Changqing, how did you manage to attract such a gem? Gu Changqing felt utterly embarrassed, thinking, young and naive. He longed to find the person who had initially defeated him and give them a sound thrashing. Alas, that individual had transferred to another school. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the entire examination venue. Gu Changqing, along with everyone else, looked to the skies, where a magnificent bird, regal in demeanor, surveyed the scene below. 3 colors of wind swirled around it. A tall, unkempt man lay atop the bird, his voice booming. The national exam has begun. I, Zhao Zhanxiong, wish you all prosperous destinies. Chapter 42. The arena battle commences, instantaneous eliminations. So this is Zhao Zhanxiong. As Gu Changqing beheld the middle-aged man atop the majestic bird, his heart raced. Strong, very strong. And it was not just the bird. Renowned as the pinnacle of Lord-level beasts, even ordinary legendary beasts could not best the Santu Fengxian. Zhao Zhanxiong, the newly appointed Lord of Zhenhai City, exuded an aura that was enough to instill awe and trepidation in those who beheld him. I did not expect to find such an intriguing character here. In the Beastmaster space, He Dan caressed a sword made of black energy, twirling it elegantly before sheathing it, his dark hands clasped behind his back. With the physique of a Beastmaster, stepping into the king-level hierarchy, commendable, indeed. The usually mischievous Xiao Jin refrained from emerging to tease He Dan, clearly in agreement. At that moment, Gu Changqing felt as though his contracted beast companions were all hidden titans in disguise. The golden attributes not only elevated their bloodlines, but seemed to impart knowledge that transcended the realm of Beastmasters. King level? A title following the spirit level Beastmaster? Indeed, Master. This step is crucial and serves as a watershed for Beastmasters. No, it should be said that whether it be ferocious beasts, Beastmasters, or other unknown entities, this step is exceedingly vital. To cross it will lead to unimaginable transformation. To falter means a lifetime of despair. This was the rule of the Abyss. Balancing ferocious beasts while simultaneously constraining Beastmasters. Gu Changqing fully trusted He Dan's words. With the golden attributes, loyalty would be 100%. There would be no deceit towards the master. Wow. Just as Gu Changqing pondered He Dan's words, the entire plaza erupted into a frenzy. A powerful wave of sound echoing as cheers erupted, particularly from the girls who screamed at the top of their lungs. Following their gaze, Gu Changqing spotted a strikingly handsome young man with an elegant demeanor, accompanied by several high-ranking officials from the City Lord's office, including the Deputy City Lord. Making their way toward the stage, Su Qing's eyes sparkled with pink hues, tiny stars glimmering in her gaze. Hey, wipe the drool. Gu Changqing interrupted her focus, earning a disgruntled response. Brother Changqing, do not delay me from watching my idol. Who is he? Gu Changqing regretted asking the moment the words left his mouth. Not only Su Qing but also a number of students from Zhenhai and Gao regarded him with incredulity, as if he were an alien. Brother Changqing, are you truly from Zhenhai City? How could you not know him? Gu Changqing smiled faintly. How many people from the lower tiers have had the opportunity to meet or interact with such high-level individuals? It is only natural not to know. Seeing that Gu Changqing genuinely did not recognize him, Su Qing lowered her hand and explained, Shen Lin, an exemplary student from Min Du High School. After graduation, he joined the city guard. During the last beast tide, his entire team was annihilated, and he was the sole survivor. He was subsequently recognized by Zhao Zhanxiong, who was not yet the city lord at that time, and was kept by his side as a secretary. By the way, he and Shen Go were classmates. What a pity, Shen Lin did not participate in that year's big exam. Otherwise, he would have surely surpassed Shen Go. Oh, from Min Du High School. Gu Changqing's gaze traversed the crowd, landing upon Shen Lin at the main podium. The more he looked, the more a sense of familiarity enveloped him. As though he had encountered Shen Lin before, yet the memory eluded him. It seemed that Shen Lin also sensed his scrutiny, directing a glance in Gu Changqing's direction. Their eyes briefly intertwined before parting. A peculiar sense of familiarity lingered, one that felt both strange and entangled. As the Vice City Lord and several high-ranking officials concluded their speeches, Shenlin initiated the process for the national examination. The first task was the arena battle, and he urged the students to attentively listen to their names as they entered the arena instance sequentially. Those with designated opponents were to submit their information to the City Lord's office, and after a comprehensive evaluation, they would gain access to the main arena. As names were called, Qiansan, Muyang, Zhangdaohua, students from various schools approached the main podium to collect their assigned numbers, entering the luminous portal to the sub-arena. With the dwindling number of candidates, none had designated battles, which was rather normal. The rounds of arena battles would span 30, with scores based on victories. The main events were typically reserved for the finale. Suqing, Jiangfang, Brother Changqing, it's my turn. I shall enter first. All right, good luck. Gradually, the candidates filled the sub-arena, and the light screen began showcasing the battles within. Changqing. At last, it was the turn of the idle candidate without a school. He strode towards the main podium, casting his gaze around. Apart from Yi Rian's encouragement, others regarded him with scrutiny or disdain, particularly the Chun family and the Vice City Lord. No longer intimidated by Changqing's beast companion, it seemed that Chun Hai's rapid progress had emboldened them. Here is your identification token. Shenlin handed a plaque to Changqing. As Changqing turned, Shenlin lowered his voice and said, "Do your best." Changqing was taken aback. By the time he turned back, Shenlin had already left the podium. Puzzled, he approached the portal to the sub-arena and lightly touched it. "Welcome, contestant number 666. You are about to enter the arena battle instance. Functional items will be disabled during the battle." Changqing's vision darkened, and when it returned, he found himself atop an arena. Opposite him stood another contestant. Currently in the preparation phase, Changqing summoned Xiao Jin and He Dan using the hexagram formation. Xiao Jin maintained the form of a night crow, glancing at the two beast companions of equal number opposite him, then disinterestedly returned to the beast space. He Dan, meanwhile, scoffed, feeling utterly bored. "Master, they are far too weak. It is hardly worth my effort." Changqing's brow twitched as he gritted his teeth. "If you won't intervene, then I shall handle it myself." He Dan stretched out a finger, indignant. "What kind of cattle or horse warrants the master to act personally? I shall go and return shortly. Countdown to battle. 3, 2, 1. Battle begins." As the countdown concluded, the opposing beast master charged forth with a hefty wild boar and a long blue serpent. Upon seeing that Changqing had only one beast companion, he beamed with delight. Wild boar, charge. Venom corrosive. Without hesitation, he unleashed both skills. The boar, weighing nearly 200 pounds, thundered forward like a heavy tank, surrounded by a dim yellow light. The serpent coiled upward, its gaping maw spewing forth a stream of brown venom. Standing calmly at just a few dozen centimeters tall, He Dan slowly manifested a long sword in hand as the wild boar barreled toward him. In the next moment, the wild boar abruptly halted, the force of its own momentum causing it to tumble backward, collapsing heavily onto the ground. With one dark finger, He Dan pressed against the boar's snout, causing blood to spurt forth. As the venom cascaded down, he swiftly drew his black sword and with a gentle flick, released a crescent-shaped sword aura that effortlessly absorbed the venom upon contact. With a resounding thud, the serpent's head cleanly separated from its body. "I concede." The opponent promptly surrendered. "Congratulations, you have won the battle. Points: 1. Victories: 1. Was that it? Although the opponent's beasts were merely silver grade, the attributes post-upgrade were indeed formidable. Since the contract, He Dan had been replenishing energy in the beast space without gaining a single level. Goodness, was this unknown species truly that impressive? A swift defeat. Chapter 43, Dominant Confrontation. 20 consecutive victories. Outside the instance, the panoramic light screen began broadcasting the events within as Changqing entered the arena. Concurrently, the abyss displayed the basic information of both combatants. When Yi Rian noticed that Changqing's opponent only had 2 silver-grade beasts, her anxiety eased. However, upon observing Changqing, her heart tightened once more. The abyss revealed that Changqing's beasts were 1 unranked and 1 unknown. The unranked was a discarded beast, while the unknown signified an unpredictable quality. This was not surprising given the rules of the abyss. When Changqing contracted Xiao Jin, it indeed expended its legendary bloodline, becoming a discarded beast. The infinite gold attribute had repeatedly elevated its bloodline, transcending the divine and further transcending. Not even Changqing, as its master, could discern the current classification of Xiao Jin's bloodline. As for He Dan, that was an entirely different matter. Unranked. What a farce. Was it not a fact that Changqing single-handedly compelled the genius Chun Go to forfeit? It appeared that the forces behind him were beginning to stir. By heavens, I truly thought a dramatic reversal from the bottom tier was about to unfold. It is indeed a drama. All schemes. At that moment, from the direction of the Chen family, Chen Ziming's laughter rang out unabashedly. Certain universities manipulated public opinion to fabricate rumors, and this wave was undoubtedly profitable. However, no matter how well packaged, there would always come a day of exposure. The backlash would render them mere jesters. Besides Su Qing, Lu Renjia chimed in, it is as I suspected. This individual is straying further down a wicked path and has brought shame upon the heroes. Initially, we at Yigao hoped to offer him a chance for redemption. Yet, this individual audaciously believes we have expressed remorse and has made various unreasonable demands for defamation. The data from the abyss lay bare, and even if Yurian sought to refute, she found no points of attack. Empty words cannot surpass the authority of the abyss. Oh, the wicked are the first to leap. What? Is it not time to cling like maggots? Do we need your evaluation of what the girls' high school does? Even if he truly possesses strength, or even if he does not, we are willing to package it. Do you think you, Yigao, can control that? As the hidden bigwig behind the girls' high school, Morong Yuan, puffed on his pipe, his keen eyes scrutinized the leaders seated at Yigao, directly launching an offensive. I have recorded everything you just said. Don't come back later to shame yourself with a slap in the face. Upon witnessing the emergence of the hidden bigwig, Lu Renjia instantly lost his temper. Despite the Morong family's low profile in Jinhai City, they were a force to be reckoned with. Especially during the tenure of the former city lord, their prestige reached its zenith. Even in decline, no one dared to challenge them. Chen Ziming's gaze turned cold as he stood and scoffed, Morong family head. Do you not feel you are slapping the face of the former city lord by shielding a notorious scoundrel? What are you to meddle in that? Who were you begging for favors in front of various instances when I was ruling Jinhai City? Do you even have the qualifications to challenge me? I will state it plainly. Changqing is under my protection, Morong Yuan. Changqing could hardly fathom that in the presence of the city's beast masters, the populace, and most of the high-ranking officials, Mring exhibited such unwavering resolve. The Chn family, now esteemed as the foremost clan in Znhi, still fell short of the Mring family in terms of heritage. One could only hope that you would continue to be obstinate, relying on despicable means, and before all eyes, witness your disgrace. Very well, let us observe. Are you bold enough to establish a wager? If Qingqiu effortlessly subdues his opponent, you shall publicly consume excrement. Are you willing to accept this challenge? Chngming felt as though his temples were about to burst. Seething with indignation, he chose to refrain from further confrontation with Mring. LRNJI, seizing the opportunity, remarked, Master Mring, I advise you to reconsider. With merely a non-ranked beast companion, how could one hope to triumph over two silver-ranked opponents? Should he prevail, I shall take responsibility for the Chn family. The onlookers, filled with anticipation, watched the elite engage in a war of words, their tension palpable. Suddenly, as the words indicating the commencement of the battle appeared on the luminous screen, the beasts clashed head-on. In the blink of an eye, a grand banner proclaiming congratulations to candidate 666 for victory began to scroll across the center. What has transpired? Has the abyss malfunctioned? Are there too many candidates causing the rules to collapse? Surely not. Is there a replay? I barely caught a glimpse. Was it a one-hit knockout? Wasn't Changqing deemed useless? How can this possibly be classified as useless? The turn of events was astonishingly swift, occurring in an instant. However, the expressions of the leaders seated in the front rows, as well as the high-ranking officials of the city lord's mansion, transformed into astonishment simultaneously. They clearly observed a pitch-black monkey effortlessly halting the charge of a wild boar with a single finger, while a sword aura severed the head of a green serpent. YRYN's suppressed emotions were instantly unleashed. She cast a cold glare at LRNJI and said, Director L, does your earlier statement about taking responsibility for the Chn family still hold true? LRNJI, feeling a sting in his cheeks, feigned ignorance as he sat down, burying his head in his arms. A mere intermediate beast master, Teacher Y, I implore you not to revel in misfortune. A mere clown should refrain from prancing about, and instead sit quietly and observe. A high-ranking official attempted to come to LRNJI's aid, but was rebuffed by YRYN's commanding presence. On the battle platform, Changqing awaited his next opponent. He remained oblivious to the fervor outside. HIDN returned gracefully, twirling his sword, and chuckled, Master. That was a breeze. Excellent. Since it was effortless, let us proceed to the next adversary. As you command, but Master, if I secure all your victories, would you prioritize me when you acquire that kind of treasure? Such items can alter your bloodline. HIDN shook his head. No, not all attributes pertain to bloodlines, but they do possess the capability to influence them. Of course, The eldest sister is an exception. You have bestowed too many good things upon her, tailored almost exclusively for her. At this moment, the waiting area opposite them shimmered, and the next opponent was assigned. Go forth. I shall prioritize you afterward. Understood. With a promise in place, HIDN brimmed with vigor. The poor opponent opposite him, just as the countdown concluded and before he could issue commands to his beast, was met with the heavily armed armored monkey, which surged forward with lethal intent, swiftly dispatching the beast with mere strokes of its sword. The subsequent opponent remained rather weak, not exceeding the intermediate rank. The early stages of the arena battles predominantly served to deliver victories and points to the stronger competitors. Gradually, Changqiu's winning streak reached 19 matches. In the 20th bout, he finally encountered a senior beast master. The configuration of beasts was respectable, 2 golden ranked and 1 lord ranked. As the waiting area's screen illuminated, the individual dashed to the center of the arena, looking at Changqing with enthusiasm. Ah, it's you, Changqing. Alas, my second defeat was at your hands, but I bear no grievance. Let us not waste time, I concede. Changqing was momentarily taken aback by his opponent's actions. A senior beast master voluntarily conceding? Could he possess a unique ability to see through to my formidable aura? Upon recognizing the school uniform he wore, Changqing began to understand. A student from a private independent institution, no doubt. This concession was a courtesy that could not be refused. Congratulations on achieving a winning streak of 20 matches. The arena leaderboard has been activated. Your rank is 21st. After the arena battles conclude, various rewards will be distributed according to rankings. Please continue your efforts. The leaderboard was unveiled. During the waiting period, Changqing opened the list and upon seeing the names and ranks displayed, murmured, as expected. Arena Battle Leaderboard. Rank 1, CHNHI, Senior Beastmaster. Wins, 25, losses, 0, School. ZHNHI number 1 high. Rank 2, SQing, Intermediate Beastmaster. Wins, 23. Losses, 0, School. ZHNHI number 1 Girls High. Rank 3, QSHing, Senior Beastmaster. Wins, 22. Losses, 2, School. Private Independent. Rank 4, GOHN, Senior Beastmaster. Wins, 21. Losses, 1, School. SHNGL in High School. Rank 21st, GCHNGQing, Intermediate Beastmaster. Wins, 20. Losses, 0, School. None. The rankings on the leaderboard were determined by the number of victories. The 20 individuals ahead of him all boasted over 20 wins. Such an average record was exceedingly rare in previous years, where a few exceptional beast masters usually dominated the rankings, leaving the other candidates mere embellishments. It appeared this year held a considerable number of skilled contenders. Suddenly, in the waiting area opposite, a flash of brilliance accompanied a melodious female voice that exclaimed a curse. GCHNGQing turned towards the sound, unable to suppress a wry smile. Indeed, he had encountered her. Chapter 44. SQing's full power form. Is GCHNGQing in danger? SQing approached the arena center, her countenance darkened, accompanied by a stunning, ethereal unicorn. Sighing as she emerged from the waiting area, HIDN, sensing the moment, unsheathed his sword and prepared to charge, exclaiming, "Here comes a formidable opponent," whose attributes aligned perfectly with her beast companion. Truly a rare sight. Return. GCHNGQing called back the earnest HIDN and walked to the central position, standing opposite SQing. Alas, SQing sighed. I have prayed countless times, yet here I stand facing you, brother CHNGQing. It seems my first defeat shall be at your hands. Although SQing had not known GCHNGQing for long, she had gained a considerable understanding of his strength due to their shared bond with their beast companions. Aware that victory was beyond her grasp, she raised her head defiantly and declared, "Were it any other day, I would immediately surrender. However, today concerns the honor of our girls' high school. I must apologize. Brother CHNGQing. The national examination emphasizes the candidate's achievements, transcending mere personal battles. Its implications extend to the reputation of the schools involved and, at times, outweigh individual accomplishments. This is why the higher-ups at ZHNHI number 1 high had repeatedly sought to reinstate GCHNGQing's academic status. On one hand, they may genuinely regret having forsaken a gem. On the other hand, they seek to leverage students to elevate the school's prestige. Very well. Today I shall have the privilege of witnessing your second beast companion. GCHNGQing was well aware of the capabilities of SQing's second beast companion, a creature specializing in mental prowess, one which had nearly led to his downfall in the past. Observing the diminutive HIDN, SQing instinctively remarked, Brother Chingqiu, do you not intend to unleash your full strength? Without Xiao, you might find it challenging to surpass me. This statement deeply provoked Hidn. Who is this presumptuous little girl? Hidn, have triumphed in countless battles, and you were likely still in hiding during those times. Is it merely a unicorn? To me, it is just a target to be struck. Furthermore, if I flatter you a bit, you seem to be getting ahead of yourself. Listening to the grievances of Hidn, Changqing relinquished his intention to summon Xiaojin. However, in Su Qing's eyes, Hidn's incessant chattering was rather refreshing. How adorable are Brother Changqing's beast companions. Perhaps, when I ascend to the rank of Golden Beast Master, Brother could generously part with one for his sister? Let us see about that. Hidn, incensed, swiftly drew his sword, unleashing a sharp black sword aura that swept across, clearly indicating his displeasure without any intention of holding back. Su Qing was taken aback by the monkey's unpredictable behavior and noticed that Changqing did not issue any orders, which startled her. Be cautious, this monkey is not ordinary. A captivating, sultry voice echoed in her mind. In a critical moment, Su Qing leaped sideways, narrowly evading the sword aura. Simultaneously, she deftly traced 2 summoning arrays for her beast companions. As the sword aura approached the unicorn, a hexagram array automatically drew it into the beast space. After the sword aura passed, it reappeared. What the heck? Changqing, observing from the side, was equally astonished by Su Qing's adept maneuver. His combat experience was nearly non-existent, having been subjected to one-sided crushing education. His knowledge of battle techniques was woefully inadequate. Both Xiaojin and Hidn completely transcended the limitations of ordinary beast companions. They possessed independent thought, knowing how to fight and respond without requiring Changqing's concern. Their obedience was a matter of instinctive loyalty. In contrast, Su Qing, with her formidable beast companions, showcased exceptional responsiveness. Changqing felt that he would struggle against her if they were both intermediate beast masters. It appears that I have yet to diverge from this path. Changqing shook his head gently before unleashing a surge of energy. Though it was a momentary transformation, Su Qing caught it. For the honor of her school, she would show no mercy. Since returning from the outskirts, she had been studying Changqing's weaknesses, as he was the greatest obstacle to her becoming the top contender in Jinhai City. She had already identified his shortcomings. At present, she felt a lack of confidence, not due to her uncalled Xiao Wu. That little girl indeed had a remarkable talent. At the intermediate level, she could forge such a profound bond with her beast companion. Given this, He would no longer regard you as a fledgling. Prepare to face your demise. Hidn charged forward, while the unicorn was fully prepared, its crown pulsating with crackling electricity. As Hidn's long sword approached Su Qing's waist, blinding white light and a cacophony of thunder erupted simultaneously. Retreat! Changqing shouted sharply, and a thunder zone formed before Su Qing. Hidn's attack abruptly halted, struck squarely by the white lightning. Changqing's command was executed only seconds later. Hidn, as if struck hard, flew out of the thunder zone. Changqing observed the pink glow in its eyes fracturing. Enchantment. A pang of anxiety gripped his heart. This ability, specializing in mental manipulation, seemed excessively potent. Hidn was undoubtedly of mythic lineage. Logically, beast companions beneath it should have some degree of suppression. Could it be that Su Qing's second beast companion was also of such caliber? As the enchantment faded, Hidn rubbed its fur, disheveled from the electric strike, and launched into a tirade. You sly creature, seizing the opportunity to find my weak spot so quickly. Very well, let us play this way. Within the thunder zone, Su Qing moved gracefully amidst the lightning. Her demeanor transformed. She emanated an aura of regal elegance, infused with the vibrancy of youth. One of her eyes appeared normal, while the other shimmered with a rich pink hue. Changqing furrowed his brow. He was all too familiar with this power. It was the first skill unlocked upon advancing to the intermediate rank of Beastmaster, Beast Force. In contrast to his ability to merely conjure a flicker of flame, Su Qing's mastery and exploration of Beast Force far exceeded his own. Be careful, Brother Changqing. Su Qing's voice carried an undercurrent, as if another voice resonated within it. The tone was deeply alluring, enveloping the listener in a haze, reminiscent of a seasoned woman whispering secrets into one's ear, prompting a flurry of thoughts to escape unbidden. In the holy hall, only light prevails. Suddenly, Su Qing began to recite that enchanting incantation once more. This time, however, it was different. The unicorn's forehead bulged, gathering a substantial amount of white lightning. Instead of targeting Changqing, it cascaded directly onto Su Qing's head. Following this, a triumphant roar erupted as the unicorn dissolved into white lightning, gradually forming a resplendent crown of thunder upon Su Qing's head. It seemed exceedingly comfortable, prompting Su Qing to involuntarily murmur a sigh of pleasure. Yet, that single sound nearly shattered Gu Changqing's composure. He stared at her, his eyes alight with a pink glow that threatened to coalesce into a galaxy. Outside the instance, the luminous screen had just broadcasted Chun Hai's latest match. He effortlessly defeated the independent Qisheng, adding a loss to the latter's record. Chun Ziming observed his son's success with a cold smile, remarking, "This is true genius. He is undeniably the first in Jinhai City. That selfish waste, despite being undefeated, has only faced opponents with less than half a victory rate." Yi Rian clenched her fists, unable to refute the obvious reality. Suddenly, the screen flickered again, revealing the silhouettes of Gu Changqing and Su Qing. Gasps erupted from Jinhai Girls High. Murong Yuan and the school's leadership frowned at the sight of Su Qing, bathed in lightning. Murong Yuan's expression darkened as he murmured, "How is it that they encountered each other so soon?" Su Qing had unleashed her full power, exhibiting a profound mastery over her beast companion. The question remained, how confident was Gu Changqing in dealing with such a formidable form? He had only summoned one beast companion and could not afford to be overconfident. Although Su Qing was of the same rank, her beast companion was anything but simple. The whispers among the school's leadership further unsettled Murong Yuan. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhanqiu, lounging atop the Santu Feng Huan with a drink, finally sharpened his gaze upon witnessing Su Qing's transformation. Could it be a legendary bloodline that transcends myth? One could only wonder how much ancestral essence it harbored. Gu Changqing, how will you triumph against her? Chapter 45, A Complete Victory. Brother Changqing, be cautious. The seductive allure of Su Qing's voice brimmed with tantalizing enchantment. Surrounded by white lightning, she raised her right hand, pointing it at Gu Changqing. With a piercing sound that sliced through the air, accompanied by the tumult of thunder, she conjured a unicorn forged from lightning. "Holy Hall Judgment," Su Qing commanded, and the unicorn grew larger. As it neared Gu Changqing, it suddenly exploded, unleashing devastating bolts of lightning that cascaded like torrential rain, enveloping a 10-meter radius around Gu Changqing. There was no escape. Even the path of retreat was thoroughly blocked. My goodness. He Dan's fur bristled in terror as it quickly positioned itself in front of Gu Changqing, instinctively pushing him out of the Thunder Zone's reach. The eternal body. Countless bolts of lightning struck against the armor formed by He Dan's dark energy. Yet they were seamlessly absorbed as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss. He Dan's form expanded rapidly, on the verge of bursting. The eternal body disregarded damage and could siphon energy from others for its own use. However, in its current state, it had reached a critical point. With a thought, Gu Changqing attempted to recall He Dan while simultaneously summoning Xiao Jing. Huh, how bold. Watch as I crush your head. In the realm of Bai Mangdian Wang, a dense black mist unfurled, transforming into a roaring inferno that completely negated the effects of the Holy Hall's judgment skills. He Dan executed a nimble somersault, with his long sword weaving a series of black floral patterns in the air. These sword blossoms, seemingly materializing from thin air, drew the lightning from Su Qing's body as if subjected to some unseen force, absorbing it into their midst. Yet she did not remain passive. Her entire body trembled violently, and with a delicate shout, a pink tail extended from behind her, crashing down onto the black monkey with immense force. Having gained a slight advantage, the black monkey chose to retreat swiftly, returning to Gu Changqing's side. It wiped its face, bits of singed fur falling off in tufts. Taking a cautious breath, it remarked, "Master, this is quite the challenge. Perhaps it is time to summon the elder sister. I can only guarantee your safety, but winning remains uncertain." Gu Changqing observed everything keenly, particularly Su Qing's tail, which was quite unexpected. She had ingeniously transformed herself into a medium for her beast companion's powers, truly an eye-opener. Initially, he thought she was a mere unicorn, nearly falling for the ruse. It must have been some mysterious guidance that led her to discover the path of ascension within the Holy Hall. Is it truly impressive? He Dan scratched its head, noting that beast companions primarily serve a supportive role, yet once they harmonize with their master, they trigger the bloodline of the Holy Hall. With light as their deity and thunder as their might, existing within themselves to punish evil and uphold justice. Isn't that the skill of a beast tamer? Gu Changqing pondered the application of beast power. No, it is a unique ability of the beast companion. Besides this unicorn following the Holy Hall path, her other companion is equally formidable. If it were not for beast power, that would be a relief. Possessing two super god-level beast companions that he could not match would surely tarnish his reputation as a beast tamer. Little Jean, Gu Changqing snapped his fingers. Summoning a six-pointed star formation, and the dark, raven-like figure of Xiao Jin emerged. Upon its arrival, it flicked the golden feather atop its head and disdainfully glared at He Dan. Useless creature, it's up to the elder sister to clean up this mess. He Dan had lost all the prior bravado it had while in the beast companion card, grinning sheepishly, It's said, when the elder sister steps in, everyone must bow down. Xiao Jin flew to Gu Changqing's shoulder, affectionately rubbing against his cheek. Master, I am your favorite, aren't I? With its domineering yet proud demeanor. Gu Changqing felt warmth in his heart as he gently stroked its small frame, responding, of course. Go for it, elder sister. Elder sister, how majestic. Amidst Heidan's cheers, Xiao Jin flew to Su Qing's side, disregarding the flickering white lightning, and remarked, indeed, there is a formidable creature hiding within you. For the sake of being your master's friend, I shall expel it. Xiao Jin extended its tiny claws, enveloped in searing white flames, far surpassing the true flames of the sun in intensity. Wait. Su Qing retreated several meters, distancing herself from Xiao Jin. Now that Xiao Jin has appeared, I concede. She promptly submitted her surrender to the abyss, and upon hearing the notification, she finally sighed in relief. Just moments ago, her second beast companion had sensed a formidable foe, desperately warning her to be cautious. It felt as though Xiao Jin had not extended a bird's claw, but rather a lethal hand from the very depths of hell. The opponent has surrendered. Congratulations on your victory. Current winning streak stands at 21, with 21 points. Once Su Qing returned to her normal state, she did not feel anger but instead approached Xiao Jin with a light-hearted demeanor, rummaging through her bag for materials. Xiao Jin appeared to be quite understanding, munching on the materials one by one with a satisfying crunch. I lost. Even with all my effort, I couldn't defeat your new beast companion. Let alone Xiao Jin. Gu Changqing smiled and replied, your combat experience and skills are unmatched by me. If given another chance, I would seek your guidance. Su Qing's expression fell. It is better not to learn. Ever since I was a child, my family has pressured me to study, enduring great hardships. If Brother Changqing is willing, please visit my home after the exams. All right, I will definitely come. Gu Changqing truly could not emulate the methods of large families in nurturing their offspring. They had begun training from childhood, naturally starting ahead of the ordinary populace. However, he understood that to learn combat experience and techniques, one must confront ferocious beasts and risk life and death to bridge the gap. Then it is settled. As Su Qing's figure gradually faded from the arena, she cautioned, be wary of Chen. He gives me an uncomfortable feeling. After conveying her warning, she teleported to another arena of the instance. Chen was it. Not only Su Qing had warned him, but Chen Jia's Chen Go had also made this point clear. Gu Changqing was unfazed. New grievances and old grudges would be resolved in one go. The subsequent opponents presented little challenge, as the abyss seemed to ease its trials for him. He achieved 30 consecutive victories, securing 30 points before being teleported out of the instance, during which he did not encounter any of the top 30 talents listed on the leaderboard. Upon his exit, Yi Rian greeted him with a smile. Chen Ziming scoffed disdainfully, just a stroke of luck. I doubt you can maintain such fortune in the next subject. Just then, the portal of the instance trembled again, and Chen Hai stepped out. He cast a surprised glance at Gu Changqing before checking the leaderboard. As he saw both of them occupying the first and second positions with a perfect win rate, his expression darkened further. It was solely because Gu Changqing overshadowed him. Gu Changqing, do not get too complacent. I will show you what a top-tier beast tamer truly is. After uttering a fierce proclamation, Chen Hai turned and left the podium. Gu Changqing found it surprising. This fellow seemed to have gained some insight. Had he received guidance from a wise mentor? Yet, this made things all the more entertaining. A swift defeat paled in comparison to the gradual erosion of one's psychological defenses, hoping for a slow descent into despair. Nearly an hour later, all candidates had completed their arena battles. At this moment, Shun Lin ascended the main podium, declaring, the results of the first subject, the arena battles, have been announced. We will now proceed to the second subject, the hell-level difficulty artificial instance. This year's written examination rules have also changed. According to the overall results of the martial examination, the universities of your choosing will uniformly set the examination questions. I hope all candidates strive to catch the attention of their desired universities. After the conclusion of the artificial instance examination, the overall results would be released. The top 30 candidates would represent Jinhai City and their schools in a showdown against the geniuses from various provinces and cities throughout Longhua. Chapter 46. Bloodshed on the Artificial Instance of the Desolate Wilderness. The postponement of the written examination? Only those selected would have a chance. A series of changes left most candidates present in shock and confusion. Only a select few understood how unique this year's national examination was, all gearing up for a final. Brilliant display. Xiaoqing, so far, you have not been selected by any Beast Tamer University. The scores from the arena battles have already been reported to cities across Longhua, and even the top-tier and second-tier universities have received the information. That is to be expected. Gu Changqing was not surprised. This year's examination posed significantly greater challenges compared to previous years. Correspondingly, the admission criteria of the beast tamer universities had naturally risen. Moreover, a single arena battle could not convey any substantial information. In this context, individual scores merely served as references. The main events lay in the final survival battle and team battle. However, Yi Rian shifted the topic among the four symbol universities of the province. Xuanwu University has shown particular interest in Shanghai. If his subsequent scores remain outstanding, he is likely to secure his position. Oh, the four symbols universities? The four symbols universities are named after the legendary four divine beasts. In terms of both historical legacy and faculty strength, they rank just below the Qilin University in the capital. It can be said that being recognized by any of these universities is a testament to Chunhai's combat prowess and potential, receiving ample acknowledgement. Strangely enough, I discreetly inquired and learned that during your 2 days of training outside the city, Chunhai also ventured beyond the city limits. However, the Chun family has meticulously concealed his movements, leaving no trace. Changqing furrowed his brow momentarily before it relaxed. Fear not. The Chun family's meticulous plans shall be shattered by my own hands. I cannot afford to be careless. I sense that Chunhai is different from before, though I cannot quite articulate how. It feels dissonant, unsettling. Yi Rian contemplated various words, but could not encapsulate that sense of strangeness. I shall not underestimate any adversary. After briefly outlining the modifications to the rules, Shenlin adjusted his glasses and glanced at Zhao Zhanxiong, who was indulging himself atop the sand tufing swan in the air, and said, "Next, we shall proceed to the second examination task, the completion of the artificial dungeon. The progress within the dungeon will serve as a vital indicator of your scores and capabilities. Within the dungeon, you may utilize any items, theoretically without restriction, unless they are utterly unworthy of even the abyss. I urge all candidates to take this seriously. I wish you all great success in your martial endeavors." Upon concluding his explanation, the leaders and instructors from various schools began guiding their students toward the second examination venue at Jinhai No. 1 High School's rear mountain. Jinhai No. 1 awaits you. All right. Yi Rian followed the team from No. 1 High School as they departed, and soon the vast square became desolate. Changqing could not help but press his forehead, realizing he was the only candidate without a school affiliation. What's wrong? Are you not leaving? Shenlin, holding a folder, inquired curiously as he approached him. I am leaving now. Changqing could not resist stealing glances at him, trying to recall where he might have seen him before. Noticing his gaze, Shenlin merely smiled faintly. Do your best. This year's grand examination should provide you with some insights. You are fortunate to be part of the best, yet also the worst cohort. However, when faced with choices, do not dwell excessively on the pros and cons. Just like your heroic parents, who ultimately made the most regrettable yet optimal decision. Observing Shenlin, who oscillated between familiarity and strangeness, Changqing asked, Secretary Shun, do you know my parents? Every survivor of the beast tide in Jinhai City knows your parents. If that is the case, why do I still? Shenlin raised a hand to dismiss Changqing's words. Knowing, acknowledging, recognizing, do you grasp the essence of these terms? Their sacrifices have etched their images into the minds of all, yet that does not imply approval of the actions of their descendants. What you must do is break free from this distorted fetter and achieve recognition in your own domain. The light in Changqing's eyes shifted from dim to bright. He bowed deeply to Shun Lin, expressing, Thank you, Secretary Shun. I believe I understand what I must do now. The emergence of beast tamers is to empower humanity in safeguarding their homeland, not merely to speak at length. I hope we have the chance to meet again after the grand examination. Shin Lin quickened his pace, and suddenly, a colossal snow ape appeared beneath him, lifting him effortlessly and swiftly disappearing from Changqing's view. Remarkable. Truly, those from the Lord's manor possess terrifying strength. 10 minutes later, relying on his identification number, he smoothly entered Jinhai No. 1 High School. Surveying his familiar surroundings, Changqing made his way to the rear mountain. Upon arriving at the second examination venue before the dungeon's luminous gate, he discovered that nearly a quarter of the candidates were absent. Upon the announcement of the rules, Changqing anticipated that some candidates would choose to forego the examination. He had not expected such a significant number. Zhao Zhanxiong, no longer in a disheveled state, had tidied his attire, exuding an imposing aura that weighed heavily on everyone's hearts, akin to an insurmountable mountain. Before we begin, I have but one message. Never forget the bloodshed and the sacrifices of our ancestors. This place has become a forbidden ground for new beast tamers because you have yet to grasp its essence. May a worthy candidate emerge this year. After speaking, Shenlin began to call out identification numbers. One by one, the students formed a long line and entered the dungeon. However, the dungeon's luminous gate relentlessly expelled the candidates who had entered before. Zhao Zhanxiong shook his head repeatedly. Jinhai, Changqing. Coincidentally, their names were called sequentially. Gu Changqing approached the dungeon's luminous gate and lightly touched it. The information regarding the Bloodbath Wasteland dungeon appeared before his eyes. Artificial dungeon, Bloodbath Wasteland. Difficulty, Hell. Description, a trial ground for ferocious beasts, specifically designed by Zhunhai No. 1 High School for the new generation of beast tamers, accessible to those under 18. Bloodbath Wasteland. The school's curriculum includes not only the known ferocious beasts, but also the bloody memories from the time before humanity's rise. The Bloodbath Wasteland undoubtedly ranks among the top 10 in those memories. I never anticipated the school would incorporate that dark history into the dungeon. Gu Changqing. Even if you manage to defeat Qingqiu, what of it? He has already forfeited the title of genius due to his own descent into depravity. I forgot to mention, I easily defeated him yesterday afternoon upon my official return. A spirit-level beast tamer? Truly laughable. I shall not only trample you beneath my feet, but also claim the title of Zhunhai's best. Gu Changqing remained composed and said coolly, before entering the dungeon, take a good look at the scenery of reality. I fear you may not have the chance to see it again. Mere words. Zhunhai was the first to enter the dungeon. Gu Changqing followed suit. The grand gate of the dungeon slowly opened, and a dense, dark red mist began to seep outward, eerie and fierce. Without hesitation, Gu Changqing stepped boldly into the dungeon. Chapter 47. Enhancing Skill Proficiency. After a bout of intense dizziness, when Gu Changqing opened his eyes again, he found himself in a vast expanse of grassland. You have entered the hell-level dungeon, Bloodbath Wasteland. The grassland was shrouded in a hazy, dark red mist. The grass stood at waist height, providing optimal cover for lurking ferocious beasts. A wild boar. Before Gu Changqing could act, the black egg, having emerged from the beast-taming space, took the initiative, wielding a long sword to slash through the grass and clear a path. As a horde of startled, lesser ferocious beasts, the bloodthirsty porcupines charged with their formidable tusks. The black egg grew excited, deftly swinging the sword, and soon, 5 bloodthirsty porcupines lay in pieces, reduced to mere chunks of meat. The swiftness of its technique rivaled that of a seasoned butcher. A mere 10 experience points seemed rather paltry. Such scant experience. It hardly reflected the expected yield of a hell-level difficulty. The black egg caressed the sword, embodying the grace of a wandering swordsman, effortlessly maneuvering among the bloodthirsty porcupines. Gu Changqing sighed, lamenting the wasted potential of wielding a sword. In no time, the bloodthirsty porcupines vanished from sight. Let us move. Gu Changqing urged his 2 beast companions onward, but as they exited the grassland, suddenly, a heavy shroud of ominous clouds and mist descended from the depths of the dungeon. The black egg merely glanced and remarked in astonishment. This power seems reminiscent of the first batch of beasts that were drawn here, does it not? Just as the black egg mused, the dense mist surged forth, and in an instant, a tiger enveloped in green flames leaped out, launching several green fireballs directly at Gu Changqing and the black egg. Seizing the opportunity amidst their evasive maneuvers, it charged at the black egg with astonishing speed. This tiger is a lifeless entity. Be cautious of its flames, which are specifically designed to target souls. The black egg transformed into an encyclopedia of beasts, offering explanations to Gu Changqing while unleashing its sword, extinguishing the flames and siphoning every last ounce of energy with its swordsmanship. Engage. Gu Changqing's fingertips ignited with white flames. And with a whisper, several strands of fire diverged from the small flame, enveloping a temperatureless yet highly corrosive green fireball, which was swiftly absorbed into the flickering blaze. The flame power of Shao Jin stemmed from the unique bloodline of the Golden Crow's Great Sun Golden Flame. Once the green fireball was disintegrated, it attempted to resist, but was utterly consumed by the domineering white flames. Your Beastmaster skill, Flame Control Technique, has reached Proficiency Level 10. After his battle with Su Qing, despite Gu Changqing's overwhelming superiority in beast companions, he began to appreciate the capabilities of the Beastmaster himself. The skills of a Beastmaster are derived from their beasts, and he whimsically decided to test the potency of the Flame Control Technique, only to find its power far exceeded his expectations. However, upon noticing the proficiency level of the technique, particularly the 3 zeros following the 5, it felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. The journey ahead is arduous and long. Meanwhile, the sharp black sword energy of Haydn absorbed the incoming fireballs. As the Inferno Corpse Tiger approached for close combat, Haydn, like a ghost, swiftly maneuvered behind it, thrusting the black sword into its back. The sword tip emerged from its heart, shattering a green crystal, the energy within gradually flowing along the sword into Haydn's body, merging with its dark essence. Congratulations. You have slain the intermediate beast, Inferno Corpse Tiger. Experience gained, 30. Your beast companion has leveled up. Haydn progressed from level 0 to level 1, its stature slightly elongated, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. However, its fur had become significantly shinier. Feeling quite proud, it rubbed its black fur and said, "Master, don't I look much more spirited?" Gu Changqing retorted, "Get to work, and remember to leave the good stuff for your master. You aren't like Xiao, who can just eat whatever to gain strength." Haydn lowered its head like a child caught misbehaving, murmuring, "I do have some. Although it's different from Big Sister's abilities." In an instant, its murderous intent surged, and the long sword of condensed dark energy became even sharper, charging into the dense fog. It shouted, "Damn it, you made me get scolded by the master. I will cut you down. Look at my sword." At that moment, a few stray fireballs circled around Haydn and began to attack Gu Changqing. Sensing danger, Xiao emerged from the Beastmaster space, instantly forming several fireballs. "Xiao, I can handle this myself." After his promotion, Gu Changqing's physical enhancement bestowed him with remarkable reflexes. Faced with the siege of intermediate Inferno Corpse tigers, although he was gradually forced back, he narrowly escaped disfigurement from their claws several times. Thanks to his heightened focus and reflexes in critical moments, he managed to evade danger. Gradually, understanding their attributes and realizing their attack methods were limited, Gu Changqing began to turn the tide, occasionally burning large holes through them with his flame control technique until their strength was depleted, leaving them to collapse as lifeless corpses. Your Beastmaster skill, Flame Control Technique. Proficiency level 20. Your Beastmaster skill, Flame Control Technique, proficiency level 20. The notifications delighted Gu Changqing. He had initially thought that proficiency in the flame control technique could only be gained by absorbing flames, but he discovered that engaging in combat and utilizing the skill yielded quicker results. Having found a method, Gu Changqing instructed Haydn to continuously release beasts, honing his skills and greatly shortening the duration of combat. Gu Changqing found joy in this, tirelessly battling beasts for experience. When his stamina reached its limit, he consumed potions and continued to press on, completely forgetting that he was in an examination, until the solemn voice of the abyss echoed within the instance. A message that all examinees could hear. Congratulations to candidate 439, Qingqiu, for slaying the level 40 advanced beast, Undying Inferno Corpse, and uncovering the secrets of the Undying Beast clan. The first phase of the narrative concludes, and the second phase, Bloodshed on the Wasteland, begins. The announcement repeated 3 times. And as Gu Changqing burned the final beast to ashes, his gaze sharpened. Qingqiu had truly undergone a transformation. The Qin family had pinned all their hopes on him. Congratulations to candidate 119, Qingqiu, for slaying the level 40 advanced beast, Undying Inferno Corpse. Congratulations to candidate 076, Su Qing, for slaying the level 40 advanced beast. Congratulations to candidate 444, Moron Qin, for slaying the level 40 beast. More and more Beastmaster candidates, following Qingqiu's lead, completed the first phase of the narrative like mushrooms after rain, eager to avoid wasting even a second. Glancing at his flame control technique's proficiency of 2000, Gu Changqing realized that to further enhance it, he would need to set it aside for the moment. Xiao, Haydn, let's go. Haydn, with unwavering determination, replied, "Master, I am already giving it my all." Suddenly, a fireball the size of a basin, trailing a golden flame tail, shot into the dense fog. Boom. Like a brilliant firework exploding in the dark night, the golden light dazzled as waves of fire surged forth, scattering embers everywhere. Any beast touched by the flames shrieked in agony as they were consumed. Even the thick fog was forced back, revealing the land beneath it. "Oh no," Haydn exclaimed, akin to a kite severed from its string, being hurled away before crashing to the ground. Gu Changqing felt his throat tighten. While he knew that Xiao Jin's attributes had increased after its promotion to silver rank, he hadn't expected it to be so significant. Gu Changqing opened the information panel and scrolled down. The skill list showed that the original Daybreak True Flame had vanished, replaced by another skill. Chapter 48, The Evolutionary Path of the Divine Beast, Undying Inferno Corpse. Blazing Sun Flame, a skill derived from the True Fire Sparrow bloodline, evolved from Daybreak True Flame. It is an intangible fire-type skill of pale golden color and cannot be upgraded. Spirit Energy Consumption, 100. Skill Effect, Flame Attack 600. The higher the spiritual attribute of the beast, the stronger the released skill power, with no accumulation ability. While in the Golden Crow Shadow state, triggers the combination skill, Golden Crow Roar. Golden Crow Shadow, a new skill generated after the evolution of the Golden Crow body, capable of summoning the phantom of the Golden Crow for battle. Skill Effect, Golden Crow Shadow can store flame energy, immune to flames, and amplify flame power. For every 100 points of spiritual attribute, flame-type skills are amplified by 20. Duration of Golden Crow Shadow is 10 minutes. Cooldown time, 20 minutes. When combined with Blazing Sun Flame, triggers the combination skill, Golden Crow Roar. Golden Crow Roar, a combination skill that releases all stored flame energy at once, dealing damage equal to 100 times the spiritual attribute. 100% of the stored flame energy is usable, cooldown time, 12 hours. The Daybreak True Flame and Golden Crow body have been replaced by Blazing Sun Flame and Golden Crow Shadow. Gazing at the lengthy and intricate skill description, the glimmer in Gu Changqing's eyes flickered with excitement. If the two skills prior to evolution merely offered standard double damage, serving as a foundational support, then the evolution has fully unfurled Xiao Jin's future growth trajectory. The strength of the spiritual attribute will determine the rank to which it can ascend. Particularly with the combination skill that promises 100-fold spiritual damage, such an abundance of golden attributes has finally yielded tangible rewards. The pale golden flames consumed the bizarre beasts within the thick fog entirely, while the golden tuft on Xiao Jin's head, like a powerful vacuum, absorbed the flames back. Behind the blazing sun flame, a progress bar indicating 2 also appeared. This is the stored energy that can only be used for combination skills. A wisp of white smoke rose from its head as Xiao Jin let out a satisfied burp and said, "Master, I have completely rested. Now, your dear little baby will accompany you on the adventure." As for the little black ball, in the golden glimmer of the eyes, disdain and scorn filled the gaze, suggesting that one should go back to where they came from. Laughter echoed in the air, and in a buoyant mood, Gu Changqing affectionately stroked Xiao Jin's little head, nodding in agreement. He Dan, in a state of distress, rushed beneath Gu Changqing, tearfully pleading, "Leader, you cannot abandon your most loyal little brother. I am still quite useful. Once my energy is replenished, I can serve as a reliable power source. You almost led the master into danger, and you still dare to claim you're reliable." Xiao Jin flew atop He Dan's head, pecking at it incessantly with its sharp beak, creating a lively clamor. He Dan, with a sycophantic grin, remarked, "Hee, I just wanted to admire the elegance of the leader. Ever since you ascended in level, you've rarely come out to play. It's been so long since I've seen you that my dark circles have become pronounced." Gu Changqing watched the two beast companions bicker with a smile. Just then, a heavy thud resonated, and the temperature around them plummeted. The chill was not merely a physical sensation, but one that penetrated the very soul. "Damn it, who is so blind?" He Dan exclaimed, its pupils tinged with blood. "Can't you see I'm reporting my reflections to the leader?" A massive Yanshi who, reborn from the ashes, had appeared, moving at a deliberate pace, as if each step bore the weight of the world. He Dan drew its sword, unleashing dozens of black sword energies that struck at the beast's vital points. However, the resultant clash produced a sound of metal on metal, as the sword energies were scattered upon impact. "Humans must die?" The previously lifeless head of the tiger suddenly opened its foul mouth, uttering human words. "He Dan!" Gu Changqing called out to halt He Dan's advance. Before them, information regarding the Yanshi who materialized. Undying Yanshi advanced puppet beast, level 40, attributes, constitution 3000, skills, unmoving as a mountain. Undying corpse flame, description, a puppet beast brought back from the blood-soaked wasteland, possessing unparalleled defense. Yet, it also bears the weaknesses of a puppet, having once been nearly extinguished by an army of beast tamers. This was Gu Changqing's first encounter with a beast possessing a singular attribute. The formidable constitution of 3000 points attested to its might. Was this the culprit behind the undying nature of the Yanshi who in the blood-soaked wasteland? The candidates who had paved the way for it had indeed proven that defeating it would grant access to the next phase of the narrative. "Humans must die?" The undying corpse's tiger head roared once more. A surge of green flames erupted from its feet, rapidly spreading in all directions. Any area touched by the green flames turned gray and lifeless. Fire control. Gu Changqing ignited white flames, attempting to absorb the green flames as before. However, as soon as the white flames made contact, they withered and extinguished, along with Gu Changqing's fingertips turning ashen. "Damn it!" Gu Changqing quickly retracted the fire control technique and retrieved several pills from his backpack, consuming them to restore his fingers to normal. The green flames of the undying corpse were exponentially more potent than those of the Yanshi who. "Xiao Jin, it's your turn." Xiao Jin landed on the ground, willingly stepping into the green flames, which immediately engulfed it like a parasite. He Dan, in a panic, drew its sword to aid. But Gu Changqing pressed down on its head. "Don't rush. A body with nearly impenetrable defenses must have a mechanism." The difficulty of this first level was neither high nor low. With knowledge gained from the abyss, Gu Changqing had formulated a general strategy to withstand. The energy of the undying corpse had to be significantly diminished, lacking the overwhelming force it once possessed. As anticipated, once enveloped by the green flames, Xiao Jin erupted in radiant golden fire, transforming into a dazzling golden sword of flame, striking forth mightily. The blow forced the undying corpse to stagger back, leaving a half-meter-long gash on its massive head. Yet, the wound healed almost immediately, although the flames spreading outward dimmed slightly. Effective. The leader is indeed formidable. Such flames cannot approach even a fraction. Subsequently, Xiao Jin employed its previous tactics, manipulating the intangible golden flames to great effect. The undying corpse's wounds opened and healed repeatedly, while the green flames began to recede, returning to the body of the undying Yin Shihu. Leader, I come to assist you. With the threat diminished, He Dan could finally unleash its fury, its long sword creating a flurry of sword flowers, easily overcoming the feeble green flames. With relentless attacks lasting 5 minutes, parts of the undying corpse fell away, crashing to the ground and raising clouds of dust. The immense body of the Yin Shihu was left with only its head and torso intact, now prostrated on the ground without the energy to support itself. Congratulations, Candidate 666, for slaying the level 40 advanced beast, the Undying Yin Shihu, and uncovering the secret of the Undying Beast group. The first phase of the narrative has concluded, and the second phase is about to begin. Would you like to proceed to the second phase of the narrative? Yes. As Changqing was about to confirm, Xiao Jin suddenly interjected, Master, wait. This puppet beast harbors a secret. Chapter 49, The Coffin Among Puppet Beasts. All are old foxes. Secret? Changqing, filled with curiosity, circled the 7-meter-long, 3-meter-high massive corpse. He Dan knocked on the hard exterior with its fist, producing a hollow sound. Master, it seems to be hollow inside. As it spoke, He Dan struck with its sword, sending sparks flying, yet achieving little. Changqing and Xiao Jin, in perfect harmony, covered their foreheads with their hands and wings, speechless. He Dan looked up, embarrassedly scratching its head. The sword isn't effective. I need to change weapons. With that, a surge of black energy coalesced, transforming into a hammer towering over He Dan, which struck forcefully at the tiger's mouth. The sound resonated like a great bell, causing He Dan to tremble. Again and again, cracks began to appear at the tiger's mouth. Shatter. With one final blow, there was a crashing sound as the tiger's head was fully caved in. In the next moment, a torrent of green liquid gushed forth from the opening, illuminating the surroundings with its vibrant hue, revealing a coffin bathed in the liquid within. Warning! Warning! The narrative of the dungeon has changed. You have inadvertently released something beyond the difficulty of this dungeon. Detecting potential life-threatening danger, a teleportation portal will activate immediately. Upon exit, your exam score will be recalculated. The abyssal voice echoed like an alarm, incessantly beeping. In an instant, both Xiao Jin and He Dan shielded Changqing, as if something extraordinary were about to emerge. Master! Master! The two beast companions urged Changqing to retreat, distancing him from the liquid and the coffin. He Dan, possessing greater knowledge due to its unknown species, stated, Master, it is an anomaly. Just the released pressure is enough to render half of my strength ineffective. What about you, leader? Xiao Jin's golden pupils sparkled with brilliance, resembling a divine bird ablaze with fire, soaring forth from the radiant sun. A faint shadow flickered around it, occasionally bright and then dim. The shadow of the Jin Wu. Xiao Jin responded through its actions, mirroring its current predicament. Shall we retreat? Changqing felt a sense of reluctance as he gazed at the shimmering portal behind him. His attention shifted to the coffin nearby. Clenching his teeth, he resolved. He Dan will defend while Xiao Jin will attack. If anything goes awry, we will immediately enter the portal. Do you understand? His intention was not to engage in a confrontation with this formidable being, but rather to uncover the secrets hidden within the coffin. He could not return empty-handed. Understood. Understood. Surrounding He Dan was a swirling mist of dark energy, as it reconstructed its armor anew. Gradually, the surface of the new armor became increasingly solid, resembling black jade at a glance. The eternal body, this skill was akin to that of a Heiyu stone-level entity. With one human and two beast companions activated in their strongest forms, they began to approach the portal. Just as they were about to step through, Changqing exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Jin. A slender fire whip extended from the shadow on Xiao Jin's back, striking precisely against the coffin lid. The lid fell to the ground, splashing green liquid everywhere, while Changqing's hand reached towards the portal. Suddenly, a surge of green liquid burst forth from the ground, gushing violently. Damn it, let us do this. He Dan gripped a long sword tightly and plunged it into the ground. Instantly, a protective shell of jade-like black mist enveloped them. However, the portal was not so fortunate. The green liquid, unable to breach He Dan's defenses, redirected its onslaught towards the portal. Moments later, the green liquid receded, and Changqing's heart sank as he realized there was no trace of the portal left. Could this strange liquid truly destroy the rules of the abyss? Gu Changqing was astonished. This was completely beyond comprehension. The rules of the abyss could indeed be shattered, but only if there were flaws within those rules. Now, the green liquid disregarded such a premise, stripping away the life that the abyss had granted him. As Gu Changqing pondered his next move, a green hand emerged from the coffin, gripping the edge with force. Simultaneously, a notification from the abyss appeared on the screen. After a moment of shock, Shenlin attempted to retrieve the live broadcast permissions for Gu Changqing's instance, but was met only with the cold, unyielding message. The examinee is in a special circumstance. Playback is unavailable, and exit is impossible. Zhao Zhanxiong, seated at the head of the table, abruptly stood, pointing an accusatory finger at Principal Wang of Zhenhai No. 1 High School, and exclaimed, "Wang, what have you done with the artificial instance? Damn it. I trusted your words and personally ventured into the blood-soaked wilderness to capture the beasts there. I never expected you to be scheming behind my back." Principal Wang, drenched in sweat, replied, "Lord City Master, the rules for the instance were established by the City Master's Office and the Beastmaster Association. We were merely participants. Our input limited to mere suggestions. Moreover, we have no authority to alter the artificial instance." "Then explain to me how this is happening. Gu Changqing has been punished repeatedly by your school under various charges and even expelled. Is this how you treat the descendants of heroes?" Principal Wang, aware of his own culpability, knew that the blame could not solely rest on his shoulders. He could only look to Qin Ziming, the head of the Qin family, for assistance. Upon locking eyes, Qin's heart raced with apprehension. As expected, the next moment, Zhao Zhanxiong's fury directed itself towards him. The Qin family has been quite influential in recent years. Qin Ziming, you came from humble beginnings, did you not? How is it that you have transformed into one of the very types of people you once detested? If you cannot provide me with a reasonable explanation, you will have no place in Zhenhai. Qin Ziming was equally drenched in cold sweat, internally protesting his innocence. At this moment, Vice City Master Li Haoran stepped in to mediate. "City Master, we currently do not know what transpired within the instance. Perhaps Gu Changqing encountered an unexpected opportunity, leading to the abyss's inability to connect. Or maybe he utilized the most accessible resources. Everything remains uncertain. Moreover, to unleash such wrath for the sake of one individual might lead other examinees to believe that Gu Changqing's audacity stems from your support behind him." Initially, the crowd could comprehend the earlier statements, but the latter half tightened their nerves. Simultaneously, they realized that Gu Changqing's rapid rise, despite lacking a legendary beast companion, was largely due to the backing of the city master. Gradually, whispers transformed into fervent discussions. In a heartbeat, the second examination venue erupted with clamorous voices, all seeking a fair answer from Zhao Zhanxiong. Witnessing Li Haoran effortlessly turn the tide, Zhao Zhanxiong exclaimed, "Li Vice City Master, your words truly pierce the heart." With a smile, Li Haoran retorted, "City Master Zhao, it is your statement that I find most perplexing. It seems that while you outwardly endorsed the proposals from the last meeting, you privately hold reservations. The results were undeniable, leaving no room for disbelief." Unless Zhao Zhanxiong believed, he could intervene. Before he could finish his thoughts, the screen flickered back to life. A scrolling notification from the abyss crossed the center of the display. Li Haoran scrutinized the text, and a smile gradually froze on his face. Chapter 50, Loyalty Surpassing 100, A Ray of Hope. Examinee 666, Gu Changqing, has unlocked the hidden plot of the blood-soaked wilderness. In mere digits, the expressions of Li Haoran and Zhao Zhanxiong exchanged places. "Ha ha ha, splendid. It appears I have indeed misjudged Principal Wang. I extend my apologies to all the faculty and students of Zhenhai No. 1 High School. Your achievements in nurturing the new generation are evident. I hope you will continue to strive for excellence, eliminating any detrimental elements within your ranks." In contrast, Li Haoran's gaze was sharp, like a keen blade aimed directly at Qin Ziming. The latter, equally bewildered, glanced back at Principal Wang, and their eyes met in a shared, wry smile. The design of the artificial instance had evidently required significant effort from both Zhao Zhanxiong and Principal Wang. In the encounter with the undying flame corpse, there were intricate arrangements in place. Principal Wang could only chuckle bitterly, realizing that as a mere school principal, he had no part in the fierce contest between the two titans of Zhenhai. "Li Vice City Master, I truly had no knowledge. The undying flame corpse was entrusted to us by the City Master for transport. Perhaps our input into the narrative mode allowed the abyss to achieve a deeper level of resolution. At this point, passing the responsibility onto the abyss seemed the most prudent course of action. If you both have the capability, go and confront the abyss yourselves." Li Haoran was not foolish enough to believe that the abyss was assisting Zhao Zhanxiong, thus returning the ball to their court. City Master Zhao truly dotes on and trusts this child. Zhao Zhanxiong remained unhurried, casually taking a sip from a wine gourd and remarked, "In the past, Many like him emerged from the new generation, yet unfortunately, they faltered due to humble origins, unable to find good fortune. Vice City Master Li. If Gu Changqing truly manages to turn his fortunes around and claim the top spot, our agenda. Li Haoran interjected, very well. I shall no longer oppose this, and will offer my full support. Such a decisive stance left Zhao Zhanxiong feeling somewhat suspicious. Yet the current situation was precisely what he had long desired. Gu Changqing, do not falter now. As the narrative split, Gu Changqing, shielded by Haidanden's eternal body, observed a green hand grasping the edge of the coffin. The abyss's warning resonated incessantly, heightening his anxiety. He dismissed the notification and awaited the unfolding events. What year was it? Suddenly, a feeble voice emanated from within the coffin, followed by the green liquid beginning to flow back into it. With an eerie light and mist swirling upwards, the coffin fulfilled its purpose and dissipated alongside the ethereal vapor. A hazy figure slowly solidified. A beastmaster? As the light and shadow dissipated, Gu Changqing observed intently, and the figure before him was also scrutinizing him, exclaiming in astonishment. Gu Changqing's pupils constricted. Was this a human or a fearsome beast? Below the waist was a green serpent's tail, while above the waist was a complete human form, with exposed arms covered in patches of green scales that glimmered with a perilous sheen. Beneath a cascade of flowing green hair was a visage reminiscent of a person from the Longhua. The vertical pupils, locking onto him, sent a chill down his spine. Yet, the figure did not attack. Instead, it shifted its gaze, surveying the environment of the dungeon with a hint of nostalgia. He commanded, Haidanden, retract your protection and approach 5 meters in front of him. He bowed respectfully, asking, Senior? The figure turned its gaze back to Gu Changqing, observing him for a moment. At that moment, Gu Changqing felt a shiver run through him, but the teleportation portal had closed, and the dungeon had deviated due to its presence. He had no choice but to face this challenge head-on. Senior? Haha, that address is not misplaced. I ought to be your senior. Hearing this, Gu Changqing felt a slight relief. Why are you sealed within the coffin of the puppet beast? This is an artificial dungeon, recreating a brutal battle from history between humans and fearsome beasts. Surely, you cannot be. What a clever junior you are. The serpent tail coiled as the figure assumed a more comfortable posture. Indeed, with the rules of the abyss at play, the future generations have not forgotten about us old-timers. Although it did not provide a direct answer, it granted Gu Changqing the desired insight. Suddenly, it looked past Gu Changqing to his 2 beast companions. Incomprehensible, truly incomprehensible. Junior, are those your beast companions? Their bloodline level is exceedingly high, above legendary, I presume? Both Xiao Jin and Haidanden, startled like cats with bristled fur, attempted to retreat into the beast control space. Unexpectedly, with a wave of its hand, a green liquid severed the connection between them and Gu Changqing. An immediate chill ran through him as he realized the link to his 2 beast companions had been cut. If they are above legendary, they would be of immense significance to me. The figure's expression twisted into a menacing snarl. From the serpent tail beneath it, a surge of green liquid seeped out, transforming into serpentine water creatures that slithered past Gu Changqing, heading straight for Xiao Jin and Haidanden. Do you think I, can be easily bullied? The shadow of the golden crow on Xiao Jin grew increasingly massive, emanating an ancient and formidable aura as it solidified. No, this is not legendary. Could this be the fabled divine bloodline? The figure went into a frenzy, stroking its serpent tail. After tormenting each other for so long, you, who pride yourself on being a god, what do you feel upon witnessing true divinity? Gu Changqing clenched his teeth and swiftly blocked the path of the water serpents. Simultaneously, he invoked the fire control technique, sending forth lines of flame from his fingertips to ensnare the advancing water serpents. A gasp escaped him as he vomited blood, each orifice bleeding, his body weakening yet striving to maintain composure. Senior, if you are still human and possess human thoughts, I advise you not to harbor any illusions. If you desire my family, you must withstand the rules of the abyss. Otherwise, should I perish within this dungeon, I will be immediately teleported out. Gu Changqing's frail body straightened bit by bit. He had assumed that the beast tamers of yore were different from those today. In retrospect, they were all cut from the same cloth, plundering, exploiting, oppressing. Throughout his journey, Gu Changqing sought nothing more than to wield the power in his hands to claim his innocence. Along with interest, if I die at your hands, I shall accept my fate. Suddenly, cries and roars erupted simultaneously. In the next moment, the golden crow shadow that belonged to Xiao Jin and the perpetual body of Haidanden bizarrely manifested upon him. The obsidian-like protection and the faintly golden authoritative image filled Gu Changqing with an inexhaustible surge of energy. The fire control technique unleashed thousands of fiery tendrils, binding every water serpent in submission. Ah, splendid. Quite splendid indeed. The figure nodded in satisfaction at this scene. Just then, a notification from the abyss sounded. Your beast companion's loyalty has surpassed 100. Congratulations on activating the hidden skill of the beast tamer, Hope's Light. Surpassing a loyalty of 100? Any beast companion with a golden attribute would have a loyalty of 100 points. Changqing had not considered that 100 points was not the maximum. There was still room for enhancement. Hope's Light, hidden skill of the beast tamer. This skill can only be activated when loyalty surpasses its limits, and the beast companion willingly sacrifices for its master. Skill effect. The beast master can set a certain ratio to siphon energy from the beast companion to learn, amplify, and strengthen their own beast master skills. Once the ratio is established, it cannot be changed permanently until the beast companion's demise. Understanding the skill's effects left him momentarily perplexed. Hope's Light truly deserved its title as a hidden skill. Its effect allowed the beast tamer to significantly enhance their gains within the same time frame, especially when the bloodline level of the beast companion was higher, yielding greater returns. However, Changqing dismissed the skill information, choosing to act as though nothing had transpired. At that moment, the golden crow shadow and perpetual body that enveloped him returned to Xiaojin and Haidandan. The figure's green vertical pupils were filled with astonishment and confusion. As a beast tamer, apart from being able to contract beast companions and command them in battle, one could only acquire a minuscule amount of power from the rare materials required during rank advancement to purify their body, strengthen their spirit, and gather sufficient foundational conditions to unlock beast tamer skills. 80 to 90% of that power belonged to the beast companions. Now, this hidden level Hope's Light would disrupt the balance, transforming the greatest beneficiary from the beasts to the beast tamer. Why remain unmoved by such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Or was it merely a fade to suppress excitement while performing in front of it? You do not wish to use it? I must remind you that if you do not set it, it will be erased and repaired by the abyss's rules. Why should I use it? Changqing's retort left this age-old figure in a peculiar form, momentarily bewildered. Changqing had no intention of using it, despite Hope's Light's effects being comparable to golden attributes. What he lacked least was golden attributes. He still had 3 chances for extraction that he had not yet utilized, which might be no less than it. Do you not desire to grow stronger? Do you not wish to possess power on par with your beast companions? Do you not wish to stand higher and further, overlooking the path of the beast tamers? Indeed, Changqing's gaze was clear as he beckoned, and Xiaojin and Haidandan eagerly bounded to his side, gently stroking their heads. Changqing smiled sincerely. However, the path of the beast tamer I wish to tread is not just for myself, but for us. Without them, I wouldn't even qualify to step into this realm. They are the ones fighting for me, protecting me, and the first to face death. While the beast tamer is indeed the master, what follows? Does that grant the right to deprive them of what is rightfully theirs? I cannot speak for others, but in my eyes, they are an inseparable part of me. Only when they grow strong can I truly become strong. As for the beast tamer, only a fool would deem it unfair. Changqing spoke passionately, recounting the various injustices he had encountered, the deceptions he had faced, all stemming from the insatiable desires of some who sought more and better. Junior, you have truly astonished me. His expression transitioned from astonishment to contemplation, followed swiftly by hearty laughter. The scales adorning his body began to shed, each piece glistening with a translucent brilliance, vibrant with shades of green. The immense serpent tail dissipated amidst a misty emerald haze, and in a mere moment, he had transformed into a human, a figure well acquainted with Changqing. At his feet lay a small emerald green snake, its head adorned with 2 fleshy growths the size of palms. The Tantian Biling, in its quest to subdue you, has exacted a heavy toll from us all. This, in turn, precipitated the brutal conflict on the bloodstained wilderness. Yet, be it as a ferocious beast or a loyal companion, you stand unworthy of the divine bloodline. I, like you, bear the shame of betraying my kin, and I feel remorse towards you. The Tantian Biling. Changqing was utterly astonished. The diminutive emerald serpent before him bore little resemblance to the storm-summoning dragon of his textbooks, which roamed the heavens and earth. Wait, if it is indeed the Tantian Biling, then... Changqing gazed at him once more, murmuring, the son of the first-generation Beastmaster God, the sole genius of the human race, the first Beastmaster to forge a contract with a mythical beast, the master who perfected the Beastmaster system, the bloodstained wilderness, single-handedly confronting the apex strength of the ferocious beasts. This is the King Sage. If he truly is the King Sage, there are many other titles he possesses that Changqing refrained from uttering. He was also the pioneer who proposed the cultivation of the human race's Beastmaster power and founded the Beastmaster Academy. Throughout the annals of human history, there have been many venerable predecessors, yet his brilliance, in many ways, has eclipsed that of his father, the Beastmaster god. No wonder he seems so familiar. I never expected that in such a distant future, someone would still remember me. In the eyes of the King Sage, a hint of nostalgia surfaced. Seeing you, listening to your tenacity and path, is akin to witnessing the resplendent rise of the human race. I must also express my gratitude to the Abyss. It has allowed the puppeteer beasts to be distributed across various instances, enabling me to witness the vigor of the new generation. Compared to our time, they are undeniably stronger. Splendid, splendid. Changqing refrained from correcting him, patiently absorbing the King Sage's reflections. Indeed, those who could enter this instance and reach the puppeteer beasts were indeed exceptional beastmasters. However, among 50, it was already rare to find even one emerging from a humble background. The rise of humanity from its modest beginnings to a position where it could contend against formidable foes relied on the selflessness of their generation. But what of today? The class system of beastmasters has transformed from mere illusion into grim reality. The elite control nearly all resources, while those they deem commoners, perhaps even the most ordinary spiritual fruits or flesh, are deemed too precious to consume. In an instant, Changqing's emotions surged, a tumult of feelings. Observing a shift, the King Sage suddenly extended a hand towards Changqing, who, perplexed, shook it. Congratulations, you have triggered Hidden Quest Stage 3, becoming the top scorer in the Grand Examination of Jinhai City, triumphing over various prodigies. Rewards will be determined by the final outcome. Failure will result in the loss of everything. The hidden quest for Stage 3 has been activated? Changqing looked up, meeting the King Sage's gaze, which bore a hint of desperation. The bloodstained wilderness was my oversight, leading to a dearth of human beastmasters. I hope you can avert the tragedy. After all, humanity is founded on the principle of humanity. The form of the King Sage transformed into countless white dots, dissipating alongside the Tongtian biling within the instance. With his hand now empty, Changqing gazed at the scattering light, solemnly declaring, I will do my utmost, until tranquility was restored and the instance resumed normal operations. Stage 2 of the storyline has commenced. Do you wish to enter? Enter. Chapter 52. I said be quiet, do you understand? The live broadcast of Changqing resumed. In the second examination venue, the faction led by Li Haoran and the faction represented by Zhao Zhanxiong from the Beastmaster Association stood in irreconcilable opposition before the citizens observing the grand examination. Just as tensions escalated, Principal Wang, drenched in sweat, pointed at the light screen, seeing Changqing enter the portal of the second stage of the storyline, and finally felt his heart settle. It seems that the individual Lord Zhao anticipated has had a stroke of luck. Likewise, the backup plan that Deputy City Lord Li has set in motion is quite impressive. Li Haoran and Zhao Zhanxiong, the actual stewards of Jinhai City, thus provided each other with a graceful exit, both returning to their seats to quietly observe the unfolding events on the screen. Yi Rian, too, felt her heart ease. In that fleeting moment when the live broadcast signal was interrupted, she yearned to tear off the hypocritical mask shrouding Jinhai City and expose the truth in a visceral manner. Below the podium, Shun Lin withdrew his hand from his pocket, damp with sweat, betraying his inner turmoil. Unbeknownst to Changqing, who was immersed in the second stage of the storyline, he now stood before a dilapidated city wall. Surrounding him were the shattered remains of ferocious beasts and beastmasters. Beastmasters entered and exited in pairs, some tending to the corpses of their comrades, while others hurriedly repaired the wall. Each face reflected an absence of emotional fluctuation. Changqing discerned that they were not mere mechanical beings simulated by the Abyss, but rather a restoration of fragmented memories implanted into the instance, forcing the examinees to confront the tragic battlefield of that time. Only through a numbing detachment from life and death could they maintain such a calm demeanor. Brother Changqing. As he journeyed onward, both within and beyond the city, the scene remained unchanged. In a vast expanse, Changqing heard a call and looked up to see Su Qing waving at him. Besides her, there were other examinees who had successfully navigated the first stage of the storyline. Su Qing's face bore traces of tears, indicating she had cried recently. The expressions of the others were largely similar, particularly Chun Hai, whose eyes betrayed an unmasked intensity of killing intent. Gradually, the assembly of examinees grew larger, and upon counting, there were still around 100. The remaining examinees were barred from entering the first stage of the instance. At this juncture, a robust and imposing beastmaster, his muscles rippling like coiling dragons, approached the gathering of 100. You are the future of the beastmasters. If it were not a matter of humanity's survival, I would be reluctant to thrust you into battle before you grasp the concept of life and death. However, the ferocious beasts are upon us. What shall we do? They aim to breach the sole defensive stronghold on this prairie, and once the city falls, they will surge into the heart of humanity. Now tell me, is there anyone who is afraid? Rest assured, I will consider your individual circumstances and will not send anyone to their demise. The burly Beastmaster was enacting a scene reminiscent of his past, rallying the new generation of Beastmasters within a real city. Suddenly, an ill-timed voice interrupted, rambling on. What a dreadful instance this is. Hurry and present the tasks. We are in the midst of an examination. Indeed, the Abyss's rules are quite trendy. I wonder if the Beastmasters and ferocious beasts inside yield experience when killed. Do they drop equipment? Surely not, as it is merely a manifest image. Gradually, no one paid heed to what the burly Beastmaster was saying. They were engrossed in speculating about the forthcoming tasks. The Bloodstained Wilderness Artificial Instance, Hell-level difficulty, permits a maximum of 10 to form a team. The storyline of Stage 2 has gathered the examinees together, and the purpose is now abundantly clear. Can you all be quiet and allow the elder to finish speaking? Changqing's gaze darkened, fixed intently on the leading examinees from other schools. Even if they ignored him, the burly Beastmaster would proceed according to standard protocol. Yet, a nameless fury burned within him. Oh, isn't that Gu the great genius? It is an honor to finally meet you. A mere junior title can intimidate the Chun family's prodigy into surrender. We truly cannot aspire to your heights. Changqing, what are you pretending to be, a big shot? Indeed, just an unworldly pauper, unaware of what this is? Ask us, and we shall not mock you. A whisper crept into Chun Hai's ear, instigating, young Master Chun, this dog has severely slapped the Chun family's face. Are you merely going to stand by and watch? This is not the usual demeanor we expect from you. The individuals surrounding Chun Hai bore an unmistakable sense of intimidation, revealing themselves as scions of noble families within Jinhai City. While the Qin family undoubtedly held the title of the foremost clan in Jinhai, it did not grant them the liberty to act with impunity. I shall settle this score myself. Should you harbor ulterior motives, you shall be the first to meet your demise. Chun Hai's gaze turned cold, rendering the instigator trembling and retreating in fear. Sighing, Su Qing remarked, Brother Changqing, no one truly cares. To them, this is merely a chapter in history. Indeed, what was I so furious about? Changqing clenched his fists, realizing that in Jinhai City, failure to forge alliances or to endure injustices would inevitably cast one as an outcast, a target for persecution. I command you to be silent. Believe it or not, I will send you packing out of this instance. A streak of black sword energy zipping past the heads of the examinees, while He Dan's crimson eyes flared, releasing a plume of white vapor as it bared its teeth in a fearsome roar. The chilling air that swept over them snapped them into silence. Chen Hai observed Changqing's beast companion, feeling the proud indifference begin to dissipate, replaced by a somber expression. At that moment, a burly Beastmaster bellowed. Your task is to guard the North City Gate. I shall not hesitate to inform you that only the most valiant and fearless warriors among humanity are worthy of standing upon the city walls. You are those warriors now. Go forth. Upon his words, all examinees received a notification from the Abyss. Phase 2, bloodshed in the wasteland commences. You may choose to form a team or go solo. Your score will be based on the number of beasts slain. Proceed to the North City Gate to select your designated defensive position. In half an hour, the beast horde will commence their assault. Brother Changqing, I require your assistance. In an unexpected turn, Su Qing proactively extended an invitation to team up with Changqing. Let us choose nearby positions, supporting one another, shall we? Her proposal aligned perfectly with Changqing's own intentions, prompting him to nod in agreement. The duo formed their team, opting not to rush for positions like others, but instead meandered through the city, observing the beasts to gather insights. However, upon their arrival at the North City Gate, they found that all positions had been claimed, save for one on either side directly above the gate. One examinee, previously intimidated by Changqing, scoffed coldly, Changqing, Miss Su, you are both esteemed figures among the top 3. Thus, we shall reserve the most arduous positions for you. No need for gratitude. It's merely courtesy. Chapter 53, Arrogance? A cure for arrogance. Despicable, shameless, employing underhanded tactics to ensnare Brother Changqing. Su Qing fumed with indignation, her words reflecting not her own interests but prioritizing Changqing's well-being. Oh, the illustrious young lady of the Su family from Lingnan, expressing concern for a commoner. Could it be that she has taken a liking to him? How amusing. Su Qing's face flushed with anger as she pressed her hand atop his head. Let the dog bite. Do not retaliate. Changqing remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on the desolate expanse beyond the North City Gate, where the beast horde was poised to charge. Su Qing obediently nodded. Indeed, biting back is quite distasteful. You are courting death. The scion of a noble family had summoned his beast companion, emboldened by the presence of his familiar. You are far too noisy. He Dan suddenly leaped into the air like an arrow released from a bow, soaring towards the sky above. The black sword gleamed in the dim sunlight, radiating a lustrous sheen. In an instant, 5 blades cleaved through the air, unleashing a torrent of crescent-shaped sword energy imbued with lethal intent. Water prison, water shield, water barrier. The noble scion, confident in his prowess, commanded 2 water-type beast companions to activate their defensive skills. Layers of rippling water surged forth, imbued with an intense absorption capability. However, as the black sword energy made contact, the rapid assault began to wane, gradually enveloped by the yielding water. Just when the other examinees believed the threat to be mitigated, the 5 strands of black sword energy, upon being absorbed, detonated, transforming into countless needle-thin shards of energy. The tri-layered water barriers were swiftly overwhelmed, bursting like fragile parchment under the assault. The swift turn of events left the noble scion aghast, realizing too late the peril they faced, as their bodies were raked by the merciless sword energy. Cease this at once. Changqing, how dare you harm fellow students during the examination? Who gives you the audacity to act so recklessly? Do you take us for mere decorations? They felt a burning shame upon their faces. Sun Min, among them, though not the strongest, was a seasoned beast master, commanding 3 familiars, 2 of which were golden and 1 a lord-level beast, all boasting elevated ranks. In a full defensive stance, they believed their shields impervious to breach. Yet Changqing, regarded as a commoner and a cheat in their eyes, summoned but a single beast, executing merely 1 strike, which not only shattered Sun Min's defenses, but also nearly claimed his life beneath the sword energy. They could not fathom how a commoner could possess such formidable strength. Chun Hai's gaze turned steely as he regarded the composed Changqing, feeling an inexplicable twinge of unease. Yet in an instant, he cast aside his misgivings. I could break your shield as well. Sun Min, was it? Changqing's peripheral vision swept over. I hope your bravado can endure. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to challenge you to a life-and-death duel after we exit this instance. Bloodied and humbled, Sun Min's arrogance evaporated. The sword energy had merely inflicted superficial wounds, not fatal harm. However, the long-nurtured sense of superiority was thoroughly trampled beneath their feet. At that moment, a cloud of dust surged across the distant plains, the ground trembling violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Columns of luminous energy erupted, delineating each examinee's chosen positions within a 10-meter radius. The beast horde has arrived at the city gate. Examinee's task, slay 100 beasts. Upon completion, you may exit the instance. 100 beasts. The examinees collectively exhaled in relief at the task's quantity. Those who reached this stage were predominantly the rising stars nurtured by their family's resources, with Changqing as the sole commoner among them. They are coming. Changqing's brow furrowed as he noted the dust rising just 50 meters from the city, the beasts advancing with alarming speed, now within 30 meters. Brother Changqing, tell Xiao Haihei to remain still. Su Qing approached with her unicorn, eager to enhance He Dan's status, but was halted by him. Protect yourself, and remember to call for me if danger arises. With that command, Changqing, alongside He Dan, leaped from the crumbling city wall, a drop of over 10 meters. Go forth. Changqing stood resolutely before the battered city gate, He Dan enveloped in dark energy, its armor reinforced, resembling black jade. Roar. Towering crimson steeds, over 2 meters high, charged forth from the dust. Their hides clung tightly to their bodies, as tough as iron. Upon reaching the city gate, the leading steeds lowered their heads, akin to fearless warriors, crashing into the weathered walls. Intermediate beast, iron-headed horse. Level 50. Attributes, strength 360, constitution 220, agility 300, spirit 20. Skills, steel bones, charge. Description, an extinct breed of beast known for its brute force. It operates on a single command. Upon discerning their details, Changqing's heart raced. The intermediate beast of level 50 possessed attributes that were astonishingly exaggerated. Hyde boldly took the lead, exuding an aura as if one man could single-handedly defend against 1,000 foes. However, in the next moment, its diminutive body was sent flying by the iron-headed horse, crashing heavily against the city wall. Damn, I cannot cut through. Perpetual body, enhance me again. The armor thickened once more, and Hyde extricated itself from the wall to continue the defense. After several cycles, it barely managed to withstand the charge of the iron-headed horse. Hyde, aim for the horse's legs. Do not confront it head-on. Be more agile. Changqing analyzed the battle situation and appropriately directed Hyde with sound commands. Indeed, this tactic proved remarkably effective. The iron-headed horse was exceptionally sturdy, and its legs were its sole vulnerability. Moreover, it was solely focused on crashing into the city wall, neglecting everything else outside. One after another, the horse's legs were severed, and the struggling, iron-headed horse on the ground remained fixated on the wall. Truly, a primitive beast. Other candidates, witnessing Changqing's brilliant strategy, began to imitate him. Before long, Under the relentless assault of over 100 candidates, they were all annihilated. Master, look! Hide! Venting its frustrations on the iron-headed horse, suddenly approached with a severed horse's head, prying open its foul mouth to reveal a thumb-sized jade stone nestled within. This is... Changqing retrieved the jade stone. Congratulations, you have obtained a puppet jade. Puppet jade, a special item, an essential core for crafting and controlling puppet beasts. Puppet, yet another puppet. He hurriedly asked Hyde, does each one possess this? Only this one does. It was the one at the forefront. Changqing pondered. What truly transpired in the wilderness back then? Wang Shengren claimed it was his fault, yet his beasts did not include any puppet beasts. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon occurred at the edge of the wilderness, with flames soaring into the sky, illuminating half the horizon. Xiao Jin. Changqing no longer held back. Kill. Seek out such jade stones. Xiao Jin let out a triumphant cry, its pale golden flames surging forth as it rushed towards the distant blaze. Chapter 54. Merely a dungeon. Merely a dungeon. Caw, caw, caw. At the wilderness's end, the dim red flames enveloped half the sky, with the piercing cries of crows echoing together, sending chills down one's spine. Xiao Jin, engulfed in flames, soared deep into the plains, where pale gold and crimson intertwined, and a series of explosions erupted. Congratulations. You have slain the intermediate beast fire crow, gaining 200 experience. Congratulations, you have slain the intermediate beast flame crow, gaining 100 experience. Current dungeon task kill progress, 15. Current dungeon task kill progress, 16. A golden crow, comparable to the legendary divine beast phoenix, descended amidst the crows. Against its own kind, Xiao Jin showed no mercy. Perhaps inspired by Hyde's skills, it wielded an intangible fiery force that morphed endlessly in its grasp. Soon, the number of beasts in its designated area dwindled rapidly. Brother Changqing, help me. Suddenly, a voice calling for assistance reached Changqing's ears. Turning to look, he saw Su Qing besieged by a multitude of fire crows. Her unicorn struggling to withstand the onslaught, its snow-white fur marred by patches of charred black. Hide quickly. Hyde hesitated. Master, the leader is not here. If I leave, what if? Go now? Seeing his master's resolute determination, Hyde dashed into Su Qing's area, combining forces with the unicorn's supportive abilities, and soon began to thrive in combat. Hyde's perpetual body seemed to have developed immunity from the flames of Xiao Jin, as the fire-based skills released by the fire crows inflicted minimal damage and instead provided an opportunity for absorption and charging. With the situation under control, Changqing seized the moment to glance at the other candidates' areas. That glance nearly sent him into a fit of rage. The task for the grand examination required the slaughter of 100 beasts. However, the beasts arose from the memories of this battlefield. Some candidates, realizing their own strength was insufficient to eliminate the dozens of fire crows in their paths, abandoned their positions and allowed the fire crows to enter the city, cooperating with others to kill them. Yet, Changqing, on his way back, had learned of the current situation within the city. Among the 4 city gates, 3 were severely damaged, with only the northern gate still possessing some defensive capability. The combat-ready personnel and the injured were primarily concentrated within the northern city streets. They passively allowed the swarm of fire crows entry, and in an instant, the city was engulfed in flames, with cries of slaughter echoing endlessly. Humph, a bunch of cowards. Not far from Changqing's position, Chunhai commanded the Crimson Flame Wolf and a Snow Lion to coordinate their efforts, staving off the attack of the fire crows. Clad in expensive armor and wielding a long spear, he basked in the gleam of red and blue light, resembling a god of war. Each fire crow struck down by his skills was swiftly dispatched by his spear, efficient and decisive. 10 minutes later, Xiao Jin returned, blood and bits of meat adorning its beak, clearly having dined well. Shortly thereafter, Su Qing praised Hyde and came to express her gratitude to Changqing. Observing Chun Hai's sharp maneuvers, Su Qing sighed, saying, "It seems the second position is beyond saving. The Chun family truly spares no expense." The Xuanwu armor and the Thunder War spear were both acquired at an exorbitant price of 54 million from a mysterious buyer at the Beast Auction House in the provincial capital. Initially thought to be the work of a super family, it turned out to be an investment by the Chun family in Chunhai. Noticing Changqing's unfamiliarity with equipment, Su Qing elaborated. The Xuanwu armor is a king-level piece of equipment, featuring a perfect defense skill with a purple attribute that reduces attack damage by 70%. The Thunder War spear, crafted from the spine of the Thunderclap tiger mixed with rare materials, is also a king-level item. Its purple attribute can unleash the power of lightning, effective both at close and distant ranges, suitable for both offense and defense. However, its most significant reliance should be on the third beast. Since the arena battle began, it has yet to be unleashed. Brother Changqing, you must be cautious. Gu Changqing gasped in astonishment. To ensure first place and represent Jinhai City against the nation's elites, the Qin family had indeed armed Jinhai to the teeth. Warning! Warning! The third wave of beasts is about to arrive. The number of beasts is substantial. All candidates should prepare accordingly. Brother Changqing, I shall return now. All right. Gu Changqing's gaze peered through the cracks of the city gate, witnessing the chaos unfolding inside. Flames recklessly consumed the already scarce shelters, and those unable to flee were left to perish in the inferno. Yet, such actions would not violate any rules, nor would they affect their performance evaluations. Whether it was the first wave of iron-headed horses or the second wave of fire crows, their abilities, though considerably limited, still exceeded the average strength of the candidates. Seeking assistance from within the city was also a component of the city defense task. They are coming. What is that? Blackwater? It doesn't seem so. If we can't hold them back, let them enter the city, and we can pick up the spoils from behind. That method is quite clever. Free fighters are too good to pass up. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated, and the candidates remained calm, thinking it better to let them into the city. Master, I wish to slay them. Hyde caressed the sword's blade, its tone dripping with murderous intent. Slay them? A single fire would turn them to ash. Xiao Jin unusually supported Hyde. The task is paramount. Do not worry, you will have your chance. The black torrent swiftly spread across the entire plain, and as it flowed to the city gate, Gu Changqing finally discerned that it was not black water at all, but a swarm of densely packed black ants. Lowly beast, devouring ant. Level, 30. Attribute, none. Skill, devour. Introduction, an extinct beast ant, similarly renowned as the second madman. It can consume anything, so if encountered, one should flee immediately. Gu Changqing employed his fire control technique, sending forth several strands of flame that, upon contact with the devouring ant, instantly reduced it to ashes. Simultaneously, the number of completed kill tasks increased. Gu Changqing was perplexed. Such a frail creature, easily vanquished. Was this a gift? Outside the dungeon, the failed candidates, their families, and the onlookers gazed at the leaders with incredulous expressions. Was this blatant cheating? Cold sweat broke out on Principal Wang's forehead. He stood to address the suspicious crowd, explaining, "Our original intention for the dungeon was indeed to commemorate history. As for why such an error occurred, it should be attributed to the Abyss's deliberate machinations. Historically, no one has ever progressed to the second stage of the dungeon in previous assessments. Please believe that we operate under principles of fairness and justice." Fairness and justice? Those candidates who effortlessly slayed the beasts had completed their tasks, and the teleportation gates were already manifesting. In a national examination, could Jinhai City openly cheat and take shortcuts without fear of national ridicule? Wait, look. Why is Gu Changqing strolling along the city wall instead of hunting beasts? What the hell? I just saw him. He actually cut down Sun Min. Chapter 55. If no one is here, I shall proceed alone. Gu Changqing, what are you doing at my location, you waste? After Sun Min's beast pet had slain several devouring ants, he had already met the task requirement of 100 beasts. Prompted by the abyss, he was to choose to leave the dungeon immediately. Meanwhile, he was pondering that the forbidden dungeon, feared by the new generation of beast tamers, was nothing like he imagined. He, Sun Min, would be the first to clear it. What if Chun Hai and Su Qing, merely paper tigers, impressive in appearance but useless in action? Just as he was about to make his selection, a hand gripped his wrist. Sun Min turned to see it was Gu Changqing. The latter's face was expressionless, while the candidates on the city wall, apart from a small fraction diligently combating the devouring ants to prevent them from nearing the outer wall, the rest chose to exit the dungeon to vie for the coveted first place. The devouring ant, iron-headed horse, fire crow swarm, these beasts would not attack candidates unless provoked. Their focus was solely on the city gates and walls within the dungeon. Thinking of fleeing? Gu Changqing's pupils glinted with an intimidating chill. Have you forgotten your responsibilities in this quest? Sun Min forcefully shook off Gu Changqing's hand, gazing at the city with disdain. Are you out of your mind? I came here for the grand examination. Within the rules, I can do as I please. So, you're sympathetic to the plight of the dungeon, are you? Then go ahead. If you single-handedly eliminate all the beasts, you'll become a great hero. What does it have to do with me? Just cold data. Once we exit the dungeon, who will remember whom? Can anyone crawl out and cause me trouble? Gu Changqing could no longer suppress his cold smile. Unbeknownst to him, he had grasped the black sword of the black egg, a strange black line slicing through the air, directly across Sun Min's neck. A delayed water shield protected Sun Min. But it was too late. A spray of crimson blood erupted from his neck, splattering against the water shield. Shock filled Sun Min's eyes as he pressed his hands against the wound, still unable to stem the gushing blood. The gradual ebbing of life instilled panic within him. His left hand reached out towards the teleportation gate. Gu Changqing swung the black sword again, leaving a clean cut across his wrist. You cannot leave with the task completed. You can only exit in disgrace. Because you are unworthy. Sun Min fell into despair, his consciousness fading. Even though the abyss ensured he would not die, the process of dying was inescapable. Changqing discarded the sword, which transformed into black mist, returning to the black egg's grasp. Spitting contemptuously, the black egg retorted, "I've long found you displeasing." Changqing continued forward. The sudden demise of Sun Min threw the privileged offspring into a state of panic. As they beheld the approaching figure, resembling a reaper from hell, they hastily activated the teleportation gates. However, when their hands made contact, the gates shattered abruptly, leaving only brilliant starlight that gradually dimmed, much like their fleeting lives. At that moment, a prompt from the abyss resonated in Changqing's mind. Wish exchange complete. Beast Tamer hidden skill. Light of hope will not manifest within you. Following the emergence of the devouring ant, the skill duration of Light of Hope had also expired. The abyss compensated him, allowing for the fulfillment of reasonable wishes. Changqing had originally intended to exchange for more information about the black egg, as its bloodline was innate and immutable. Even the golden attribute of Destiny's path could not alter it. However, upon witnessing Sun Min and his ilk attempt to flee, he altered the exchange conditions, rendering the teleportation gates inoperative. At this juncture, Changqing had arrived at the next candidate's location. Observing his emotionless demeanor, the candidate trembled. Threatening, "Do you know who I am? The principal of Pingding Academy is my uncle. I am the sole heir of the Gao family. If you dare to kill me, there will be dire consequences once we exit the dungeon." The Gao family, one of the prominent families in Jinhai City, funded the construction of Pingding Square. But how can you bear to call yourselves Pingding? Can you tell me what you have stabilized? Have you leveled the upward path for the impoverished? Have you solidified your noble lineage? Or does Jinhai City require your presence to quell the beast tide and protect the common folk? The Gao family heir, caught off guard by Changqing's incisive words, momentarily faltered, forcing himself to respond. So what? Without our noble families, could Jinhai City have developed so rapidly? Who would defend the city during the beast tides if not for the elite of noble families? Even the city guard teams were funded and supported by noble families. The heir of the Gao family had found a point of rebuttal. Then I must ask you, Changqing, you are merely an orphan living off a pension. Do you possess the means to nurture a legendary beast pet? Do you have any idea how astronomical the costs are for its cultivation? Yet you dare to dream of climbing to greatness? How ridiculous is that? The conditions offered to you by the Qin family are already quite generous. At least they would enable you to secure admission to a beast tamer university. One must learn to see reality clearly. Do not harbor delusions about things that do not match your capabilities. His words were pronounced loudly enough for all candidates to hear. Su Qing, Qi Sheng, Chenhai, and a few others wore grim expressions. Chenhai shouted, "Gao, our family's affairs are not for you to speak of." Su Qing sighed, choosing silence. It was too late to say anything now. It would all be in vain. Many matters were common knowledge among the candidates. But your arrogant exposure of the truth is not merely a mockery of those you deem beneath you. It is an unveiling of that veil of shame, allowing all noble families to lose face. Have you finished? Changqing remained frosty, finally comprehending why Wang Shengren had declared his errors before fading away. Perhaps, from the moment he inherited his father's, well as the beast-taming god to perfect the beast-taming hierarchy, he had foreseen this day would arrive. If there must be someone to assume the monumental task of ushering in the cherished era of the human race envisioned by Wang Shengren, then I, Changqing, shall take on this responsibility. Changqing lifted his head resolutely, his eyes flashing with intensity. Dark energy swiftly coalesced into a sword within his grasp, and with a diagonal slash, he cleaved open the chest of the heir of the Gao family. Changqing's pace did not falter, it only quickened. The terrified candidates from noble families had long forgotten how to resist, as beams of light shot skyward, sending them away from the instance with the most sinister of blades. It was only after over 30 had perished beneath the black sword that Changqing ceased his assault. Changqing, you. Chenhai glared at him, realizing that Changqing was not merely venting personal grievances, but directly challenging authority. With his sword held horizontally, Changqing pointed towards Chenhai, coldly declaring, "Fear not. The Qin family is one I shall never abandon. If no one else speaks of retreat, then let us drive back the savage beasts. Do not tell me you have forgotten the words of that esteemed beastmaster." Chapter 56. Consider the consequences. Chen Xiao, you must stand up for the members of our noble families. The frenzied swarm of ants, united in their assault, was swiftly eradicated before they could even approach the city walls. Changqing became the harbinger of death. Anyone who failed to contribute was summarily expelled from the instance. Given a taste of the cycle of reincarnation, some candidates, regaining their composure, contemplated assassination against Changqing while his guard, the Black Egg, and the fiery little Jean remained steadfastly by his side, gradually dissuading their intent. Once this wave of savage beasts was effortlessly repelled, some approached Chunhai, hoping he would lead the noble families to stand against Gu Changqing. Chunhai gritted his teeth. The combat prowess of Gu Changqing's beasts exceeded his expectations by multiples, even tens of times. Despite holding confidence in a potential confrontation, he deemed it a waste here. Fools! Chunhai scoffed disdainfully. Do you not see that this major examination tests more than just results? Do you think the City Lord's High Council would set such an easy trial? Think with your muddled brains. He is, in a sense, aiding you by forcing you to confront your limits. The noble science, chastised by Chunhai, left in dejection. As Gu Changqing returned to his position, he passed by Chunhai, who coldly remarked, Gu Changqing, do not presume that just because you possess two formidable beasts, you can belittle the nobility. Restrain your ferocity. Otherwise, you shall find no place to rest in death. Very well, I shall await that. Gu Changqing responded dismissively. Observing his indifferent demeanor, Chunhai's fists clenched tightly. The ignorant commoner would pay dearly for his arrogance. Meanwhile, within the light portal, the candidates expelled by Gu Changqing emerged, pale and hollow-eyed, collapsing upon landing. Only when the elders of their families and school authorities came forward to assist did they regain their senses, sobbing uncontrollably as they fell into their arms. Damn it, I do not care who Gu Changqing is allied with. Whoever supports him from the shadows. My Sun family shall ensure this scoundrel pays dearly. Sun Min, in a state of shock, oscillated between tears and laughter, clearly traumatized. The patriarch of the Sun family, filled with righteous indignation, vowed to seek justice for his grandson. A stone stirred 1,000 waves. Other noble families and school leaders echoed his sentiments. The rampant slaughter of classmates on the examination stage. This is what a human beastmaster is? It seems he is leaning towards becoming a public enemy of humanity. If Gu Changqing is not dealt with, the public outcry will not subside. Zhao Chengzhu, this child must be dealt with using severe measures. His examination qualifications should be revoked, and he must be expelled from the city. Expulsion from the city would sow future calamities. I propose immediate execution to eliminate any future threats. Gu Changqing dares to provoke authority, disregarding the rules. Such a candidate is bringing disgrace upon our Jinhai city. The clamor grew louder, the emotions more fervent. Zhao Zhanqiang, squinting his eyes, leisurely sipped his drink, keenly listening. The onlookers, aside from the noble youths instigating from below, were merely enjoying the spectacle, relishing the performance. Have you said enough? Noticing their incessant chatter, Zhao Zhanqiang suddenly interjected. After a moment of confusion, the patriarch of the Sun family subtly addressed him. Zhao Qingqiu, could this child's benefactor perhaps be you? If so, there is no need for such theatrics. Just inform my Sun family, and we shall act as you see fit. We cannot be humiliated. Zhao Zhanqiang laughed heartily. Humiliated? By whom? Gu Changqing. How could that be? He is the descendant of heroes. His parents perished in the beast tide. The honors bestowed by the provincial capital are merely disagreements among peers. How can we speak of humiliation? Descendants of heroes? Is slaughtering one's own kin considered heroic? Can the merits of his parents absolve him in the subsequent generation? Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. There were not just two heroes in the Beast Tide War. Can they act with impunity? Li Haoran sat upright and subtly signaled to Chen Ziming. The latter, understanding, picked up the thread of the Sun family patriarch's words. Whether he is truly a hero is still debatable. I seem to vaguely recall that Gu Changqing's parents did not die while defending the city, did they? The honor of being named a hero was also hastily submitted by the former city lord before heading out to combat the beasts at sea. Might there be some hidden agenda here? Chan, if you do not wish to keep your teeth, I shall gladly shatter them one by one. Murong Yuan, incensed, stood and erupted in fury. You dare to speak ill of my Murong family? Consider your own worth. Do not spout nonsense about being the first family of Jinhai City. Even if the first family of the province came, they must speak respectfully. Li Haoran swiftly intervened. Elder Murong, please do not be angered. Questions must naturally be resolved. We do not deny the contributions of the Murong family to Jinhai City, nor does the Chun family seek to negate that. Then what are you all barking about? The details you have on Gu Changqing are as thorough as can be. Whether there are any issues, you know full well. Is it that someone above disapproves? Or do you harbor ulterior motives? Li Haoran's gaze sharpened. Elder Murong, let us not take it too far. Too far. At this moment, Yi Rian, who had remained silent, pointed directly at Li Haoran. Do I need to clarify what happened to my teacher and mentor? Silence. Suddenly, the previously tumultuous scene fell silent. All eyes turned to Yi Rian, whose gaze revealed sorrow and disappointment. Let me make it clear. Anyone who dares to target Gu Changqing or obstruct him in his endeavors, I, Yi Rian, will reveal some secrets that should remain hidden. Do not warn me of my own stakeholders. They are theirs, and I am I. Very well. Ha ha ha. No wonder you are the disciple of that couple. Count me among the Morong family. Li Haoran inhaled deeply, his eyes sharp as a blade. Do you both understand the consequences of your actions? Yi Rian stood tall. Consequences? You may attempt to find out. In an instant, the noble families fell silent, as if the prior denunciation of Gu Changqing had been but a mirage. Oh, the fourth wave of savage beasts is upon us. The personal examination must soon conclude. Zhao Zhanxiong's languid voice drew everyone's attention to the light screen. At that moment, at the edge of the plain, towering silhouettes of savage beasts rose like columns, casting an oppressive gaze over the dilapidated small city sprawled across the vast plain. Chapter 57. The Arrival of the Transcendent. The second segment of the plot within the Di Su Huing Yuan has reached its final note. All examinees are urged to unite and confront the fearsome beasts. Upon the conclusion of the narrative, rewards will be distributed based on contributions. Please be mindful, for the overwhelming, transcendent beasts are gathering to attack. Defend the honor of humanity and repel these monsters. The warnings from the abyss resounded continuously, yet the examinees present gazed at the towering, colossal beasts at the edge of the plain, their hearts filled with trepidation rather than thoughts of resistance. Gu Changqing gritted his teeth, his heart trembling. Were the leaders of the city lord's mansion and the high-ranking officials out of their minds? What manner of creatures had they stuffed into this artificial dungeon? The pressure was more intense than the oppressive feelings he had experienced at Ji Ying Eling, with the fierce demon and the three-headed Eling. The most terrifying aspect was the sheer number, 10 beasts at once. This was a certain path to annihilation. How could they possibly continue? Even if they all attacked together, they would barely make a dent. Gu Changqing, you have pushed us to endure this. If you possess the capability, you should handle it yourself. Even Qi Sheng, who had maintained neutrality and previously cast a favorable glance at Gu Changqing, sighed. Gu Changqing, I fear this is where I must draw the line. It is not out of cowardice, but merely a dungeon. Su Qing was equally filled with despair. If it were one or two beasts, a group of dozens might have a chance. But 10 at once, all transcendent beasts? What does transcendent mean? It signifies an entity exceeding their average level, a colossal creature beyond their rank. How could they fight? With what could they fight? At that moment, the abyss's rules manifested a portal within the city. As the portal unfolded, most examinees displayed expressions of relief. At this juncture, they feared not the failure of clearance, but rather the torment of experiencing reincarnation. Please, go ahead. In the face of such an insurmountable gap, fear was not shameful. Gu Changqing had previously slain dozens because those individuals had shown a lack of basic respect, but now, he hesitated. Upon hearing the option to leave, only a handful of examinees remained on the city wall. Gu Changqing turned to see Qi Sheng still present and asked, "Why aren't you leaving?" Qi Sheng smiled and replied, "I intend to leave, but not just yet. These are transcendent beasts. It would be a pity not to witness them firsthand." Su Qing rolled her eyes, thinking how conceited he was. If one of those beasts struck down, she hoped he would still be standing. Qi Sheng did not argue, stating, "Miss Su is correct. Regardless, I estimate my score will land within the top 20. So a single failure matters little. My curiosity about death is piqued. I have been too well protected, having never even stepped outside the city." Gu Changqing glanced past Qi Sheng to Chen Hai, who merely snorted dismissively. Gu Changqing smiled faintly. His feelings towards Chen Hai were complex. It was the Chen family that sought to eliminate him. To keep their secret hidden, Chen Hai must die. This man, arrogant and overconfident, was a product of his family's upbringing, and his bluster was typical among the scions of noble families. Beyond that, he was merely verbose, often rebuffed by Gu Changqing. "When the death knell tolls for the Chen family, I may consider sparing your life." Having spoken, Gu Changqing transformed into his Qingqiu form, with the small golden creature growing larger. He leaped onto its back and addressed the remaining few. "I will assess the strength of the beasts." The small golden creature emitted a soft cry and soared towards the colossal beings. "Two of you, come with me." Chen Hai similarly summoned 2 examinees and headed towards the other beasts. In an instant, those who remained on the wall departed in pairs, hearts united in purpose. As they left, a burly beastmaster ascended the city wall, observing the divided groups with approval. Although the indelible hierarchy remained, their choices aligned in the face of such grave circumstances. At that moment, several other beastmasters joined him. That Chen Hai is commendable. He has set aside grudges and understands the greater good. "Humph, you are insincere, Lao Bai." When Gu Changqing escorted those individuals out of the dungeon, "You were the one applauding. I delight in it. The beasts have descended upon the city, yet you prioritize your tasks over the safety of the citizens? If it were me, I would clear them all out without exception. This is the primary reason your BIH Academy struggles with admissions. With a principal like you, success is unlikely." "All right, our time is up. Each of our 4 universities has its chosen candidates. Let us quietly observe their performance from outside. The approaching individuals remained unaware of the discussions taking place atop the city wall. At that moment, every step they took felt as though they were braving fierce winds, their hearts pounding with fear. The closer they drew to the massive creatures, the more their hearts raced. Can you see its information? Qingqiu, clad in king-level armor, felt slightly less pressure as he positioned himself at the front to shield the others. No, we are still too far. We must advance further. Advance further? They are moving. From nearly 200 meters away, the towering forms gradually lifted their feet, taking deliberate steps forward. Boom. Like the explosive sound of a cannon, the ground trembled in response. That step spanned over 10 meters, leaving the 3 of them astonished. Here it comes. Damn your abyss rules. Information regarding the beasts materialized before them. Qingqiu mounted his Chynling and declared, "Let us go, regroup." Upon their return to the city gate, they found Qingqiu and Qisheng each leading a group back. Upon seeing each other, they exchanged glances, realizing the dire situation. We cannot fight. We have 2 level 50 beasts of the demon class. The GNMJRN and the FInglyYosh. 2 beasts together. They can use each other's strength. This is unmanageable. Our situation is not optimistic either. We face the hellish 3-headed dog of the demon class at level 55, a clear legendary bloodline. The eastern side is slightly better. They have 4 level 60 elite beasts, with impure bloodlines, making them prime targets for elimination. After exchanging information, Qingqiu and her companions deliberated on the relatively weaker points. Has Changqing not returned yet? Could he have become entangled with the beasts? Should we go to his rescue? A young scion timidly suggested, though they harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Changqing. Wishing for his demise at the hands of the beasts, they also recognized that his strength and methods, while still unexhibited, indicated a reality. He was far superior to them. The absence of a strong ally increased their peril. I will go. Qingqiu summoned her unicorn, preparing to mount it when the Abyss's announcement echoed across the entire plain. Congratulations to examinee Changqing for defeating the level 65 elite beast, the 3-tailed white fox. Chapter 58. The demon beast 5-tailed blood fox, blood abyss. What? While they deliberated on how to slay the beasts, Changqing had single-handedly taken down one. Although elite beasts differed from demon-level beasts, there was still a notable gap in their levels. In terms of attributes, the disparity was not vast, but it was present. Did Changqing truly solo kill that beast? Is he really the one we have heard about? The rumors circulating outside about his abilities had to be false. Could it be that Changqing surrendered under his intimidation? The remaining scions were left reeling from Changqing's shocking accomplishment. Despite knowing the information they had received was exaggerated, they never expected the reality to be this stark. Qingqiu clenched his fists, his teeth grinding together, and suddenly donned his Su-NW armor and Jinlizh, brandishing his weapon as he strode towards the positions of the advanced beasts. The inquiries from the disciples of the esteemed families pierced his heart like sharp steel needles. Changqing, a worthless being like you can achieve this. I can do it too, and even surpass you. Observing the spirited Qingqiu, Qingqiu chuckled softly, while Qisheng, holding his forehead, murmured, "It has been a long time since I felt this exhilarating rush. Let us go. If we cannot contend 1 against 3, then we shall engage wholeheartedly in a multiple confrontation." A golden hexagram array materialized beneath his feet, summoning a formidable beast companion that resembled a Vajra with 3 heads and 6 arms, radiating golden light. Yet, its arms and heads bore the likeness of a lion. Oh, no more hiding, are we? Qingqiu teased. Qisheng shook his head, admitting, "There's no more to conceal. It can't be hidden any longer. I had hoped to save it as a secret weapon for when we face the nation's prodigies, but it seems they do not allow for such secrecy. Alas, what is left to hide? Changqing, I despise you. Fear not. Once we conquer this instance, we shall summon him to the arena and reclaim our dignity. If you are capable, then you shall take the lead. My beast companion has just been contracted. I cannot afford to lose its loyalty." Having acknowledged Changqing as a formidable opponent, the disciples' mindsets shifted dramatically. Their arrogance and pride dulled. They began to regard him as an equal, if not a superior. They suddenly realized, beyond his sharp tongue and ruthless demeanor, he possessed commendable qualities. Let us support Qingqiu. The group promptly summoned their most powerful beast companions to join him in thwarting the 4 elite-level ferocious beasts. Meanwhile, Changqing, exploiting the advantage of the ferocious beast's oblivion and the swiftness of Xiao Jin, intentionally delayed for a while. As the battle commenced and the fervor ignited, amplifying their strength, Xiao Jin unleashed the shadow of the golden crow, releasing a torrential blaze. The elite-level 3-tailed white fox, known for its agility, was caught off guard by the sudden ambush and was struck directly by the searing flames, suffering full damage. Black Egg then launched a flurry of strikes, finally securing the kill. However, with the demise of the three-tailed white fox, two deafening roars erupted from the plains behind them. Five tails, each several meters in length, rose like fallen pillars of heaven, crashing down towards Changqing. Xiao Jin, swift as lightning, ascended into the sky, avoiding the onslaught of the five tails. A cloud of dust billowed from the earth as a crimson aura enveloped the vicinity. A five-tailed blood fox, several times larger than the three-tailed white fox, glared with blood-red eyes the size of lanterns. It lowered its head to nuzzle the charred remains of the three-tailed white fox, emitting a mournful cry that sent shivers down Changqing's spine. At that moment, information about the five-tailed blood fox materialized. Beast of the ferocious demon level, five-tailed blood fox, level 55, bloodline, primal ancient species, orange, attributes, strength 500, constitution 300, agility 500, spirit 200, skills, hemolytic sphere, blood prison, shared evolution, sea of corpses and blood, tail severance. Description: one of the extinct bloodlines of the nine-tailed fox clan. It has entered the path of the primal ancient species due to its inability to discover the method of evolution. This lineage has historically feared flames. So heed caution and do not let its skill strike you. The glaring words ferocious demon tightened Changqing's heart. This ferocious demon was immensely stronger than any he had encountered before, not merely due to its attributes, but because of its legendary orange bloodline and 5 formidable skills. Even the three-headed dragon ancestor lying within his backpack, the one that sought to defy fate, paled in comparison. Damn those humans. They killed my child. They must die? Roared the five-tailed blood fox, gathering blood spheres upon its 5 tails, which then multiplied exponentially. Xiao Jin. The shadow of the golden crow grew larger and more tangible behind Xiao Jin. It was as if a sun was plummeting from the sky, erupting into an overwhelming blaze. A divine bird, wreathed in flames, emerged from the inferno, letting out a triumphant cry, as everything around it was consumed by the roaring flames. Those filthy tails dare to touch my master. Let them try. Within the shadow of the golden crow, torrents of blazing flames danced through the sky, covering a vast expanse. The unparalleled majesty of the divine beast, the golden crow, was manifested by Xiao Jin, wielding a fraction of its might. The searing flames transformed into fireballs the size of basins, outnumbering the blood spheres of the five-tailed blood fox. What of the divine beast bloodline? I fear not the unformed divine beast. The five-tailed blood fox lashed out with its 5 tails, unleashing blood spheres that detonated upon collision with the fireballs, creating a cacophony of explosions. Fire could dissolve blood spheres, and blood spheres could scatter fireballs, momentarily splitting the sky into shades of pale gold and blood red. Gradually, the five-tailed blood fox's roar intensified, and the crimson essence engulfing the plain surged toward Changqing from all directions. Alarmed, Changqing exclaimed, "Xiao Jin, retreat." But it was too late. The speed of the blood's convergence accelerated, and with a resonating thud, a cubic mass of blood encased him. This was the blood prison, the five-tailed blood fox's second skill. Chapter 59. Conquering Beasts Without Battle, Golden Entry, Heart of Qingqiu. With a resounding pop, the blood prison solidified, trapping Changqing within. Black Egg, undeterred, unleashed a flurry of sword strikes. Yet his once invincible sword energy merely rippled against the surface, failing to inflict any substantial damage. Even the plundering sword energy could not siphon the blood energy from the prison. Xiao Jin attempted to strike, but was halted by Changqing. The five-tailed blood fox extended its massive head, its blood-red eyes fixated on Xiao Jin, coldly declaring, "A noble divine beast chooses to contract with a human, willingly descending into the role of a mere pet. This is a waste, a crime. Were I to possess your bloodline, I would have long ago dominated the ages, becoming the sole truth of ferocity. Look at you now, with boundless potential, yet you remain shackled by this human. Your obstacle is him." Surprisingly, the five-tailed blood fox refrained from attacking, instead fixating on Xiao Jin, offering a lesson. Why must a beast be constrained by the capabilities of its master? This is the greatest limitation imposed upon us by the abyss. Come, allow me to sever your bond with this worthless human. Restore your freedom, and you shall soon reclaim the power of a divine beast. As Xiao Jin listened intently to the incessant persuasion of the Wu Wei Shuehu, her small head tilted slightly, and her pale golden eyes swirled twice before she spoke in a crisp, childlike voice. The Manwang ancient species must be tormenting for beasts, right? You, who should possess a bright future, have lost a trace of your pure bloodline merely due to a slight misfortune, thereby severing the path of evolution and ascension. Reluctantly, you can only seek alternative routes for evolution. However, The bloodline evolution of the Manhuang ancient species has created a significant divergence from your ancestral path, leading you further away from purity. You are in distress, feeling helpless, wanting to abandon it, yet unable to let go. You can only remain at the fierce beast level. Even if your rank has increased significantly and your attributes have risen considerably, yet the core bloodline of the fierce beast is gradually dissipating, becoming muddied. Roar. Xiao Jin's words evidently struck a nerve with the Wu Wei Shui Hu, which opened its massive maw and roared in anger. The powerful sound waves caused even the blood abyss to tremble. Changqing, witnessing the Wu Wei Shui Hu's outburst, secretly urged Xiao Jin to continue. At the same time, he instructed He Dan to assist from the sidelines. Xiao Jin spread the shadow of the golden crow, proudly pointing at the image behind her with her little wings, declaring, "Isn't it magnificent? It was given to me by my master. To be honest, if it weren't for the overwhelming number of you, I would have been accumulating strength to deal with other fierce beasts. With your current state, you are simply no match for me." The Wu Wei Shui Hu's expression grew graver. Indeed, having merely completed one evolution, although the Wu Wei Shui Hu had the upper hand in their previous skirmish, it could sense that Xiao Jin had not exerted her full strength. Divine beasts inherently possess suppression abilities over lower bloodline beast pets and fierce beasts, even in legends. They must kneel in reverence. The elder sister's words were not incorrect at all. "Old furball, look at me," He Dan interjected, activating its eternal motion body. A swirling black aura manifested various forms of armor and weapons, while the fully operational black energy displayed intermittent fractures. It seemed to suppress He Dan's bloodline. Yet it also appeared that the two were complementary, albeit one aspect had yet to be developed. "I am not afraid to tell you that He Yi also possesses a divine-grade bloodline. My path differs from the elder sister's. She is in charge of warfare, while I am responsible for transcending tribulations. How about that?" Changqing patted He Dan's head and said, "Enough talk. What if it becomes furious and kills us all?" After saying that, he suddenly slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting that they were in a dungeon protected by the abyss. Xiao Jin flapped her wings and flew before the blood-colored mist of the blood abyss, gazing pitifully at the Wu Wei Shui Hu outside. "If you possessed a pure bloodline, you too would have countless means at your disposal, just like me. Don't doubt it. If I wanted to eliminate you, it would be but a moment's work." Roar. The Wu Wei Shui Hu erupted once more. From all directions, numerous blood-colored swords materialized from the blood abyss, swiftly shooting towards Changqing. "What are you saying?" The blazing sun transformed into an ancient bell, enveloping Changqing and He Dan within. The black energy emanating from the eternal motion body formed armor, tightly wrapping around the trio. Although the blood swords were sharp, they could not breach the defenses of the bell. Upon seeing the bell overhead, Changqing couldn't help but shudder. Golden Crow, the bell. Could it be that Xiao Jin's ultimate growth would lead to the re-emergence of that unparalleled divine figure? It is futile to say it is a fruitless endeavor. Why do you not believe it? He Dan, with hands on its hips, spoke earnestly. "How about this? Become my master's reserved beast pet, and I will reluctantly give you my spot. Such a heavenly opportunity lies before you. Failing to cherish it would be a waste." "Hey Dan," Changqing scolded, "how can you make such choices for me? Do you know how precious that thing is?" "Master, you wouldn't want a bewildered beast to stray from its path, would you? If it is given, then let it be." Sighing, Changqing opened the talent panel and chose to draw. Countless golden rays ascended, with a strand falling into his bag. "Congratulations. You have drawn the golden phrase, the flowers smile at me." "What a ridiculous name. Is it a pair with the sun shining in the sky?" "Draw again." "Congratulations. You have drawn the golden phrase, 10,000 battles across the four corners." Now that sounds more serious." Changqing opened the phrase, glancing at He Dan, as it was tailor-made for it. 10,000 battles across the four corners, golden phrase. Ability, transcendence achieved through countless battles, ascending through the blood of myriad enemies. For each battle experienced, four-dimensional attributes increase by 1. Upon reaching the limit of 10,000 battles, one may transcend to divinity. Requirement. Rebirth through nirvana or reincarnation is required for use. Rebirth through nirvana? Changqing knew that the legendary divine beast, the Feng Wang, possessed such a gifted bloodline. And reincarnation? Does He Dan belong to that category? He placed the golden phrase into He Dan's beast space. The beast pet meets the usage requirements. Do you wish to grant the golden phrase to the beast pet He Dan? No. He Dan's evolution route is increasingly resembling that of the He Ma Lu. It simply does not fit the weapon's image. Draw again. The golden rays soared once more, and Changqing clasped his hands together, hoping for the most desired golden phrase. The golden light vanished, and as Changqing eagerly opened his bag, he seemed to see a fierce beast with 9 tails. Congratulations. You have drawn the golden phrase, Heart of Qingqiu. Gu Changqing opened the information of the golden phrase and was immediately overjoyed. It has indeed appeared. Chapter 60. The honest fierce beast is quite adorable. Heart of Qingqiu. Limited unique bloodline golden phrase. Description. The pure bloodline left behind by the legendary nine-tailed divine fox. When used by a beast pet, it unlocks the bloodline evolution path of the nine-tailed divine fox. Ability. Utterly pure and enchanting. The beast pet's charm has no limit to stacking, triggering a special skill that causes foes to surrender without battle in certain conditions. On the surface, the heart of Qingqiu appears to be of the same type as the Dairi Jin Yin bloodline phrase. However, its presentation is not as striking as the Dairi Jin Yin. Adhering to the principle that no golden phrase is a waste, Gu Changqing chose to absorb it. In the palm of his right hand, a swirl of golden rays coalesced, revealing a glimpse of a nine-tailed fox standing atop a mountain, howling at the full moon suspended in the sky, its silver light cascading down, draping it in a dazzling cloak. Suddenly, the assault within the blood abyss paused. As the Wu Wei Shui who seemed to sense the presence of its kin, its blood-red eyes converged on Gu Changqing's palm, instantly narrowing. This is the scent of the pure-blooded divine fox. Its eyes widened, not blinking, fearing that the next moment would dissipate like a dream. Hey Dan, too, appeared ghostly. It thought that the golden phrases Gu Changqing had bestowed upon Xiao Jin must have been earned through arduous efforts and a stroke of luck. Now, so vividly displayed before him, its entire black fur bristled in fright. However, as an excellent actor, one must not be swayed by external factors. You see it. You feel it. I have not deceived you. As a beast, whether fierce or pet, what is most important? Is it the inherent hostility? No. It is to know when to yield. My master possesses the capability and yet contemplates being trapped in a dungeon, forever devoid of hope for evolution. Don't be foolish. Take that brave step, and you shall embrace an infinitely bright new life. Gu Changqing could hardly contain his joy, though small in stature. He Dan expounded grand principles, leaving the Wu Wei Shui in a daze. Human, state your conditions. The allure of the heart of Qingqiu was too potent. The Wu Wei Shui stepped forward, taking a step along the path He Dan had laid out. Gu Changqing pointed towards several fierce beasts in another direction, saying, "Stop them, and if you can kill one, not leaving a single one behind. If you can achieve this, our trust and cooperation will continue." No. The WWICUH decisively rejected the proposal. Gu Ch and GQ Eng's gaze darkened. Oh? Is there camaraderie among ferocious beasts? You are mistaken. I cannot depart. Not only can I not leave, but shortly, another ferocious beast will emerge behind me, and it will be the final king of beasts in this instance. You may first grant me the golden title, and I shall shield you. The HIDN scoffed, clearly perceiving my master as foolishness. Even I, HIY, can discern this, realizing the futility of deception. The WWICUH conceded. I shall stand against the final beast and reveal the weaknesses of the others. Upon completion, you will grant me the golden title. Agreed. Gu Ch and GQ Ing readily accepted. It is settled. Among the beasts, aside from myself and that final one, the most troublesome are the old ape and the willow tree. They have developed a symbiotic relationship, inseparable. However, the old ape has suffered severe injury to its right leg, impairing its intellect. The willow tree fears fire and thunder. Your divine beast should handle it with ease. As for that dog, you may entirely disregard it. To my knowledge, it originates from a beast pet, surviving on its own since its master perished in battle and has developed a fondness for humans. The rest are elite ferocious beasts, possessing decent attributes but lacking powerful bloodline skills. If there are many of you, you can easily exhaust them. Regarding the final one, I cannot ascertain its nature, as it was not captured but formed by the rules of the abyss. Once the WWICUH finished speaking, it turned and sprinted towards the plains to fulfill its promise. Gu Ch and GQ Ing was somewhat bewildered. This WWICUH was surprisingly earnest. Having only reached a verbal agreement, it had already betrayed its companions. If it later discovers that the golden title can only be granted to beast pets, I wonder how it will feel. An honest, ferocious beast is indeed quite endearing. Gu Ch and GQ Ing sighed, accompanied by Xiojin and HIDN. They headed towards the two ferocious beasts of the demon level. Where's the defense? What about the status? QSH Ing produced his trump card beast pet, a three-headed, six-armed mad lion, boasting excellent offensive and defensive capabilities. With 6 arms swinging, the elite ferocious beasts before them found it nearly impossible to advance. SQ Ing, along with another candidate, was sweating profusely. Their 2 auxiliary beast pets had their skills ready for immediate release. They were almost there, intensifying their onslaught. Their momentum began to wane. They could not afford to rest, consuming potions to avoid failure. CH and HI fought alongside several candidates, both of his king-level equipment displaying cracks, especially with the CHYNL Ing and Su SH, fire and ice skills unleashed, creating a dual elemental battlefield. Coupled with the accompanying skill of the J-Ing L IZH NJ, CH and HI was, astonishingly, the fastest among them. Meanwhile, the other candidates were keeping the other two at bay, engaging in high-stakes banter, provoking the already enraged ferocious beasts pursuing them, eager to devour them whole. Why is Gu CH and GQing halted? QSH Ing was heavily drained by the three-headed mad lion, and while consuming potions, he noticed the distant sky losing its crimson hue, expressing concern. SQ Ing, her voice hoarse from chanting the status-enhancing spells, replied with difficulty, "Do not worry. Brother CH and GQ Ing, his trump cards exceed ours combined. Could it be that this fellow was forced to jump off a cliff by the CH and family? In such a short time, to possess such a formidable beast pet, had I known during the arena battle, I would not have surrendered so readily." SQing chuckled, enhancing the status of the three-headed mad lion. At that moment, on the distant plains, a tinge of green permeated half the sky. Subsequently, meteoric flames, trailing long tails, crashed heavily to the ground. The waves generated were immense, akin to a strike from a heavy weapon. Holy cow! Gu CH and GQ Ing has ignited a fire. Judging by the direction, it seems to be those two ferocious beasts of demon level. We have employed all 36 strategies, barely managing to hold our ground. Gu CH and GQ Ing, single-handedly, is challenging too? Who spread those negative rumors about Gu CH and GQ Ing? Just wait until I crush his skull. Hush, keep it down. Don't you see CH and SHO is even more desperate? People fear comparisons. The reality laid bare before them was irrefutable. SQing proudly elongated her swan-like neck. Of course, brother CH and GQ Ing is formidable. I have witnessed it firsthand. QSH Ing, nearby, lamented, "Sister, stop chatting. Enhance your status." At that moment, Gu CH and GQ Ing was in a predicament, his struggles unspoken, known only to himself. He felt an urge to berate the WWISUH. It only informed him that the GNMJYU had a leg injury. But could it not specify where? A leg towering over 5 meters. Chapter 61. The Golden Crow Roars, the Compendium of Beasts. Beast Level, GNMJYU. Level, 55. Bloodline, Divine with Spirit Ape, Purple. Attributes, Strength 700, Constitution 200, Agility 600, Spirit 0. Skills, Earth Tier. Divine Power, Passive, Sky-Reaching Divine Wood, Symbiosis. Description, Descendants of spirit apes that consume divine wood fruits, possessing agile bodies and unmatched divine power. Due to complications in its evolutionary path, its constitution has significantly declined, relying on symbiosis to compensate for weaknesses. Beast Level, F. Ingley YOSH. Level, 55. Bloodline, Ethereal Rending Willow, Orange. Attributes, Strength 200, Constitution 600, Agility 100, Spirit 600. Skills, Regeneration, Withered Wood Revives in Spring, Willow Chains, Symbiosis. Description, a willow tree of unknown origin that has instilled fear in ferocious beasts and beast masters alike. It is said that the willow tree perished under the tribulation of lightning while evolving into a divine beast. From its withered roots, a new sprout emerged. Both of these ferocious beasts boast attribute points totaling 1,500. Although the instance has weakened their battle power, their combat alertness and bloodline abilities remain intact. Gu CH and GQ Ing initially intended to swiftly incapacitate one of them, akin to the ambush on the SNWIBIH, but they were far too vigilant. Before he could approach, he was met with a barrage of willow branches akin to steel chains, and the earth was torn asunder. Shiojn, ascend. Use flames to bombard them. Shiojn quickly retreated to a position untouched by the willow chains, unleashing blazing flames like meteors, striking without leaving a blind spot. Simultaneously, he entered the Beast Master space, bestowing the WNH in SF Ing upon HIDN. A golden energy spread within HIDN's Beast Master space, vanishing in an instant. The next moment, while freely attacking on the ground, HIDN felt an energy spread within its body, exclaiming in delight, "Master, is it truly my turn? I feel incredibly powerful, to an absurd degree." Upon hearing this, Gu CH and GQ Ing opened its information. HIDN's attributes remained unchanged, save for the disappearance of the Eternal Motion skill, which transformed into the WNZHNSHNT. WNZHNSHNT. Active skill, upon use, base attributes triple. Defense and attack skills increase by 200. Passive effect, ignores damage from spirit, charm, and toxin-based skills. Special ability. Each time it battles 100 times, the skill level increases by 1. Hidn, brimming with confidence, wielded its dark sword, now even deeper in hue due to the enhancement. It leaped several meters into the air, unleashing a sword aura, only to be met with a fist several times its size, ruthlessly striking its face. By the mud of the heavens, Hidn was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the ground, causing the earth to crack and sink. Yet, it emerged from the pit as if nothing had happened, brushing off the dirt. Damn it, you almost shattered me. This round doesn't count. Let us go again. With that, it charged forward fearlessly. Gu Changqing witnessed Hidn's attributes slightly increasing. Hidn, hold it off. Do not allow it to retreat. The Zero in spirit fully displayed the intellect of the GNMJYU. Upon witnessing a creature 100 times smaller engaging in a frenzied provocation, the Jinmu giant ape leapt high into the air, its fists clenched tightly, delivering a powerful strike to the ground. The impact resonated, sending sand and stones flying within a 10-meter radius. Hey, can't touch me. How infuriating. The black egg, as slippery as an eel, deftly evaded the flying debris, occasionally turning its rear towards the giant ape to taunt it playfully. The Jinmu giant ape's fury was ignited, gradually distancing itself from the sluggish Fenglu Yaoshu. An opportune moment arose. Suddenly, a flaming sphere akin to a meteor altered its trajectory, with hundreds of pale golden flames targeting the Fenglu Yaoshu. The explosions resounded in succession, shattering the air above the tree. The entangled willow chains, while piercing the fireballs, were scorched by the flames emanating from Xiao Jin, who possessed a staggering 1,500 points of mental attributes, forcing them to retract. Yet, the relentless barrage of fireballs continued, exacerbated by their inherent restraining attributes. In an instant, towering pillars of fire, accompanied by miniature mushroom clouds, engulfed the Fenglu Yaoshu. Gu Changqing consumed a medicinal pill, replenishing his strength, and commanded, Xiao Jin, continue the assault. The formidable beast, a fierce demon with an orange legendary bloodline, possessed at least 2 recovery skills, remaining tenacious even in death. Master, I am prepared with restorative potions. I am ready to absorb. Xiao Jin reminded him tenderly. Subsequently, the shadow of the golden crow expanded visibly, solidifying. The exhilarating sensation of absorption washed over him, nearly overwhelming him with euphoria. Gu Changqing hastily consumed more medicine, as Xiao Jin's energy storage surged rapidly. Then, a resounding cry akin to a golden crow's call erupted. The shadow of the golden crow transformed into a divine phoenix wreathed in flames, its fiery aura surpassing even the most intense solar flames. The combined skill, Golden Crow's Roar, manifested. The Fenglu Yaoshu, engulfed in flames, saw its charred branches struggle to revive their verdant essence. Yet, as the Golden Crow's roar solidified, a female visage emerged upon its stout trunk. Human, I surrender. I shall retreat deep into the plains and cease my assault on the city. Gu Changqing, with his mouth full of medicinal pills, weakly lay upon Xiao Jin's back and coldly retorted. Realizing you should spit out the snot when it reaches your mouth is too late. You exist solely because I have need of you. The Golden Crow's roar descended with a howling intensity, the searing heat rendering the surrounding space hazy for several meters. Gu Changqing, filled with curiosity, pondered the strength of this newly formed skill derived from 2 god-level abilities. In terms of absorption, it was far more potent than when dealing with the 3-headed touch dragon. No, the Fenglu Yaoshu let out a desperate cry, only to be completely submerged by the Golden Crow's roar. There was no cataclysmic sound. The location of the Fenglu Yaoshu had long transformed into a molten lava field. In the center, a pit bubbled with magma, obliterating all remnants. Gu Changqing swallowed hard, astonished. Is this the power of a 100-fold amplified combined skill? It has directly created a volcanic vent. Master, I feel somewhat fatigued and wish to rest for a moment. Xiao Jin, now exhausted, gently placed him on the ground before retreating into the beast taming space. Well done. I'll leave the rest to the black egg. At that moment, a notification echoed across the plains. Congratulations to candidate 666 for slaying the fierce demon-level beast, Fenglu Yaoshu. Simultaneously, 2 more notifications followed. Congratulations to the candidate team of Su Qing, Qi Sheng, Yuan Huan, and Feng Zhisha for slaying the elite-level fierce beast, the savagery-horned rhinoceros. Congratulations to the candidate team of Chunhai, Gao Han, Mu Rongqin, and Wu Dezhuang for slaying the elite-level fierce beast, desert lizard. It seems progress is favorable on that side. Noticing that the black egg could not defeat the Jinmu giant ape, yet could protect itself, Gu Changqing decided to leave it be and approach the hellhound, which had been leisurely wandering since its appearance. Suddenly, a buzzing sound emanated from his backpack, and the illustrated tome of beasts unfurled on its own, revealing an image of the recently slain Fenglu Yaoshu on one of its pages. Chapter 62, A Ray of Light in the Night. The illustrated tome of beasts has been activated. Changqing halted his advance, retrieving it from his backpack. Illustrated tome of beasts, special auxiliary equipment. Function: each time a fierce demon level or above beast with a legendary bloodline is slain, it will be automatically recorded. The recorded beast images can automatically gather and condense the energy required by the equipment's owner. This energy is currently unusable. Introduction: the illustrated tome of beasts was once wielded by the first beast tamer god. Due to irreversible circumstances, it was forcibly reclaimed by the Abyss rules and thrown into a certain dungeon. After merging with the stone from beyond the heavens, it gained new abilities that the equipment's owner must explore gradually. Equipment used by the beast tamer god. Changqing perused the illustrated tome of beasts, finding nothing beyond some impressive claims. I suppose I shall keep it for now. In the distance, he spotted a fearsome beast with 3 heads, exuding a malevolent aura, aimlessly roaming the plains. Perhaps some memories were triggered. The beast paused, its 3 heads surveying the surroundings. Elder. The hellhound's interest peaked. It unleashed scorching breaths of deathly energy from its 3 mouths, lowering its head to look down upon the diminutive Changqing. Human, have you come to seek your demise? While I am not inclined to make a meal of you just yet, I suggest you leave swiftly. Changqing, recognizing the situation, retrieved a snack for Xiao Jin from his bag. Elder, please partake. One of the hellhound's heads seized a large piece of meat, devouring it without hesitation. While the meat was fresh, its quality was lacking, causing discomfort for the mixed bloodline. Changqing, unperturbed, continued consuming his medicinal pills, chuckling, "It seems, Elder, you have indulged in many delicacies of higher bloodlines in the past. Is it already the past?" The hellhound mused. "The last time I awakened from slumber, a small creature transported me from the depths of the plains. Youngster, I am aware of your intentions. Depart now. I have an agreement with that creature. Even bound by the Abyss rules, I shall not harm humans. Furthermore, this is merely a recollection of the past. I appreciate your kindness towards humanity, Elder." Having received the desired response, Changqing bowed respectfully, acknowledging the indelible contributions this creature had made to humanity, despite being a mere pet of a powerful being. "Youngster, wait." Suddenly, another head of the hellhound called out to him. "Is there more you wish to convey, Elder?" Not so much a command as a piece of advice. Since entering the dungeon, no one has delved into the depths of memory restoration. Consider this a bored beast counsel to a younger human. That creature once told me that the existence of beast tamers transcends elevation. Changqing listened intently, nodding as the hellhound fell silent thereafter. "Is that all?" "Indeed. That is why I find you humans insufferable. Why must you always beat around the bush instead of speaking plainly?" Changqing smiled faintly and began to withdraw. As he gazed at the vanishing figure on the plains, all 3 heads of the hellhound turned towards the depths of the plains, sensing hope for the future. After murmuring, it resumed its aimless wandering. When Changqing returned, he was met with a shocking sight. The Jinmu giant ape's arm, as solid as a steel pillar, had forcefully slammed the black egg into the ground. Beneath the fist, the black egg coughed up blood bubbles, its protective dark aura shattered. "Black egg!" Changqing cried out anxiously, as the black egg, barely managing a smile, replied, "Master, do not worry. I am not dead yet. My bones may be broken, but I am fine." The old ape is exhausted from the effort. The black egg struggled to escape from beneath the giant's fist, limping out of the pit and spatting at the giant ape's head resting at the pit's edge. "First, return to the beast taming space for a rest." Haitian shook his head, suggesting that the team leader should rest for a while, for the fierce battle ahead was one only he could turn the tide. However, he had also significantly increased his strength. Changqing observed closely and indeed noticed that Haitian had grown taller by a few centimeters, and his muscles were now far more pronounced. A glance at his attributes revealed that, in such a short span of time, his 4-dimensional attributes had increased by 10 points. "Well done." Changqing praised him with a hint of affection. "Master, just give me a bit more special treatment in the future," Haitian replied slyly. "The cunning human and the detestable beast pet. If it weren't for the abyssal rules weakening me back then, if I hadn't been injured, if you had never been born, there would be no ifs. The fact is, you were defeated by Hai. Do you understand?" Changqing glanced at the injured leg of the Jinmu giant ape, and to his astonishment, the fur had been completely shaved off, revealing a leg riddled with dense sword scars, especially near the root of the thigh, which was nearly impaled. "Let us get to work. We need to support other directions." "All right." Haitian leaped onto the giant ape's massive body, positioning himself near its heart, where dark energy coalesced into a massive sword that plunged deep inside. "Human, you will not die a good death." With a roar, The giant ape's eyes gradually lost their vitality. Haitian, unceremoniously, deftly began to dismember the giant ape's corpse. Master, collect it. The team leader will need to eat when she wakes up. In Haitian's hand, a fist-sized beast stone, excavated from the giant ape's heart, appeared. Changqing ordered him to absorb it. Goodness, Licking Sister is getting a bit frenzied, he thought. Congratulations to candidate Changqing for slaying the fierce beast, Jinmu, giant ape. After watching Haitian absorb the beast stone, his injuries had mostly healed, and upon checking his attributes again, Changqing was astonished. Their growth speed was not much slower than that of Xiaojin. Beast pet Haitian, unknown species, undetermined. Grade, ordinary. Level, 5. Bloodline, unknown bloodline, destiny, warrior of 10,000 battles. Attributes, strength 53, constitution 34, agility 40, spirit 34. Skills, dark surge, unavailable. Dark origin, unavailable. Warrior of 10,000 battles, level 1, plunder swordsmanship. Unfortunately, Haitian could not grant a golden attribute like Xiaojin, which doubled the basic attributes. He increasingly anticipated what the path of destiny would entail at level 10. Once Haitian had dealt with the Jinmu giant ape, he shouldered a rib 3 times his height and proudly proceeded to aid the other teams. Hold on. My beast pet has suffered severe injuries. Loyalty is dropping. And I can't summon it. Miss Su called out status. Chen Xiao, at this critical moment, shouldn't you reveal your third beast pet? Everyone retreat. It is gathering a powerful move with a wide coverage. The last 2 elite-level fierce beasts had already exhausted the dozen-odd people, and at this critical juncture, an unexpected event occurred. Su Qing gritted her teeth. After releasing her supportive skills, the unicorn collapsed on the ground. Qi Sheng hurriedly rushed in front of her. The 3-headed 6-armed Arhut lion had 4 arms twisted and deformed. Running out of ammunition and facing despair, one of the fierce beasts was struck by lightning. The chaotic power affecting the entire battlefield. All hope seemed lost. Thieving beast. Take this. Suddenly, a mocking shout rang out, and a brilliant black sword energy, entwined with white beast bones, sliced through the night like a shooting star. Chapter 63, The Dragon. The sword energy surged, piercing sharply into the lightning generated by the purple-blue thunder beast. The energy within was disrupted by the external force, causing the skill to be interrupted, and the overflowing lightning enveloped a radius of 7 meters, prompting everyone to flee in panic. Wait, something doesn't feel right. Haitian scratched his head, and the already faltering formation completely collapsed. The rib. The dark energy re-wrapped around the giant ape's rib and flew back into Haitian's hands. Activating the warrior of 10,000 battles, Haitian charged forward, and as he neared the thunder beast, he called out to Su Qing, "Beauty, boost me up. Your enhancement is very much appreciated." Changqing arrived a moment later, chuckling at Haitian's cheeky remarks. Su Qing regained some strength, and the unicorn enveloped Haitian in a layer of milky white glow. Under the intertwining of black and white, Haitian's attributes soared, and combined with the defense of the warrior of 10,000 battles, he stood toe-to-toe with the thunder beast. The pressure on the dozen or so individuals was suddenly alleviated, and as the lightning dissipated, Chun Hai and Qi Sheng led the front lines, surrounding the other fierce beast with great vigor. "Brother Changqing, you finally made it." Su Qing's voice was hoarse, her face weary, yet her eyes sparkled with joy and calm. "Have a good chat with Xiaoma. While spells are effective, over-repetition can harm beast masters." Su Qing blushed, and the unicorn beside her sneezed, seemingly displeased with Changqing's suggestion. At that moment, a poised and capable girl stepped forward, surveying Changqing before saying, "At first, I didn't believe it, thinking my grandfather had been deceived. Now, it seems I was short-sighted. I apologize." Changqing looked at her in Yuding High School's uniform, unable to discern her identity. "Who are you?" "Murong Qin." The girl extended her hand, and Changqing shook it, realizing. "So you are the young lady of the Murong family. Indeed, Murong Laozhong is a kind elder. Once the examinations are over, I hope you can visit the Murong family as a repayment for my aunt." "Sure, I will definitely make time." Over half an hour later, the 2 fierce beasts, severely depleted, fell to the ground as everyone united their efforts. Watching the continuously dismembered beast corpses, some candidates sighed deeply. Alas, these fierce beasts only plead for mercy. Yet when it comes to contracted beast pets, they resist as if they have been injected with adrenaline. Indeed, if I could contract one, I would soar right away. Once we get out, I must have my family buy me a beast pet of at least royal level. Otherwise, it's just too exhausting. Changqing stepped forward and said, "It's not that beast pets aren't strong. It's that the instance is severely overleveled." Upon seeing Changqing, the crowd no longer held any contempt and gathered around him. "Stop comforting us. We know exactly how vast the gap is." Changqing, Have you ever jumped off a cliff? Where did you jump from? Point me in the right direction. It's all up to you against the nation's geniuses. Even Shunhai forced himself to say, Humph, don't think you've got it in the bag. I'm determined to take first place in Jinhai City. Gu Changqing merely smiled. Take my life, perhaps? Just then, from the direction of the city, a sudden cloud of dust shot up into the sky. The 4 academies possessed beast masters, along with the beast masters from the city, stood atop the city wall, seemingly preparing for the final showdown. Final fierce beast of the artificial instance has descended. Please return to the city and repel the formidable foe. Let us go. The final battle has only just begun. Gu Changqing called out, and a dozen candidates synchronized behind him, heading toward the city. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Changqing had unconsciously become their anchor. As Gu Changqing and the others approached the city gate, they witnessed an intense battle erupting beyond the plains. 2 colossal beasts shook the ground with every step, causing the earth to crack. Gu Changqing's gaze sharpened, sensing danger. He recognized one of the fierce beasts as the 5-tailed blood fox, albeit in a dire state. Having lost 4 of its 5 tails, with only 1 remaining, which was now caught and flung toward the city. Boom! The blood-soaked 5-tailed blood fox crashed heavily against the city wall, creating a massive breach in the already fragile structure. Its body was covered in bite marks and gaping wounds. As its head tilted and its gaze met Gu Changqing's, it immediately stated, Human, I will block it for you as per our agreement. Hand that over to me. Once I recover, I will surely vanquish it. You are on the brink of death. Can't you settle down and stop boasting? Gu Changqing sighed. I forgot to mention. Only by becoming my beast companion can one be granted such a privilege. The 5-tailed blood fox paused momentarily, then erupted in fury. Human, you deceive me. Deceive you? Not at all. You either die or become the master's spare beast. Choose whichever path you prefer. Heidan's tone was resolute. In your prime, you may not be able to defeat me. In your half-dead state, you certainly cannot. Human, let me think for a moment. All right, tell me what happened. The 5-tailed blood fox said weakly, I never anticipated it would be this in the end. Human, do not perish. A thunderous roar echoed from afar, causing all the beast companions present, including Heidan, to tremble in fear. Xiao Jin was awakened by the long howl and emerged from the beast space. A dozen individuals struggled to swallow hard, as if they had seen a ghost, murmuring, Tell me I did not hear incorrectly. That roar was a dragon's roar. Each face turned pale, a sense of helplessness burgeoning within. There was no mistake. It was indeed a dragon's roar. My goodness, in my lifetime, I can see a dragon. I have no regrets. However, why was there a dragon? The burly beast master inhaled sharply, his voice booming. Beast masters are the first line of defense for humanity. And the last as well. My dear friends, brothers, I am prepared to face death. What about you? Humanity is fearless. We shall not falter. Humanity is fearless. We shall not falter. Humanity is fearless. We shall not falter. The deafening chorus gradually drowned out the dragon's roar, igniting a fervent fire within their chests. Gu Changqing and the others were also touched by the intense emotion, their fear of the dragon slowly dissipating. Another dragon's howl erupted, revealing a thick mist of blood rising from the depths of the plain. A colossal creature slithered within the fog until, suddenly, a blood-colored dragon head emerged above the city, its dragon eyes snapping open. A torrential rain of blood began to fall. Kill! The burly beast master tore off his outer garments, muscles rippling like a coiling dragon, soaring into the air to commence the final battle. Yet in the next moment, as his heavy iron fist was about to strike the dragon's forehead, Xiao Chuan, you have grown. A figure descended faster than him, a blood-colored arm colliding with the burly beast master's fist. Chapter 64. The prerequisite to becoming a legend. Slay the legend. How can it be you? The violent shockwave caused the burly beast master to stagger backward, his pupils widening in disbelief as he recognized the figure. Steadily landing back on the city wall, he appeared dazed, muttering, Impossible. Captain Yang Chuan, what is wrong? The other 3 beast masters hurriedly approached to inquire. Yang Chuan's brows knitted tightly, a palpable killing intent emanating from him. Suddenly, he raised his gaze to the figure atop the dragon's head, barking, Why? As your student, you have betrayed the promise made when you taught us, descending to stand against humanity. Speak, why? Our former deity, Wang Yuntian. As Yang Chuan's furious admonition rang out, the blood mist atop the dragon's head began to dissipate, revealing a middle-aged man whose features bore a striking resemblance to the revered Wang Shengren. However, his body was covered in fine scales, identical to the dragon's beneath him. Gu Changqing thought, This is serious. The expressions of those around him mirrored his confusion. Yang Chuan. Wang Yuntian. Goodness, have we traversed through time? Traverse? Not at all. We are reliving a memory copy, but this is absurd. One of the most humiliating battles in human history culminated in infighting? Wang Yuntian, the first generation of beast masters, revered as the god of beast masters, Changqing, the foremost among the 10 strongest beast masters. Oh my, I was distracted when he was lecturing. Brother Changqing, what shall we do? Changqing clenched his fists. It turned out Wang Xingren's words held a deeper meaning. From Yangchuan's dialogue, he pieced together a possibility. During the exploration of the Beastmaster system, this god of Beastmasters had faltered, transforming into a being neither human nor beast, akin to those Beastmasters in the hands of the evil god's copy. Yet knowing this offered no better course of action. They could only proceed step by step. We are not the main force, everyone. Remember to protect yourselves as best as you can. If it is a matter of humans versus ferocious beasts, there is nothing to discuss. Fight until death. If it is infighting, then we will do our utmost. Xiao Chuan, you remain so naive. Even if called the god of Beastmasters, I am still not a god. Human life is too fragile. In the limited time we have, we can achieve so little. Thus, I have merged with the Tongtian Bilong. Now, I possess a long life and boundless power. However, there is one drawback. My appetite has grown significantly. Therefore, surrender your beast powers to me. I will not harm you. After all, you are my beloved disciples. In your dreams, Yangchuan howled. A series of 6-pointed star formations appeared around him, unleashing powerful beast companions from the beast space. What do you take humanity for? Wang Yuntian sneered, wiping his blood-red hand across his lips. Cattle raised for food. Through layers of selection, the inferior are eliminated, leaving only the essence. Hopelessly, you are half dead. Let me send you on your final journey. Yangchuan charged once more, his 7 beast companions unleashing tremendous power in succession. Yet, the Tongtian Bilong unleashed a dragon's roar, an overwhelming pressure causing the beast companions to waver. Those who have already betrayed should not show their faces. Suddenly, a torrent of death energy surged forth, manifesting as an arm clawing its way out of hell, gripping the Tongtian Bilong's neck. In pain, the Tongtian Bilong's blood energy surged, forcing the arm away. The hellish 3-headed dog, having appeared at an unknown time on the other side of the city wall, gazed up at the Tongtian Bilong, addressing the crowd on the wall. I will hold this wretched dragon. You all focus on sending the old man to the afterlife. An unimaginable battle unfolded before their eyes. The beast companions, fully realizing their bloodlines, indeed possessed terrifying destructive capabilities akin to a city-storming force. The plains beyond the city wall were shrouded in dust and debris, with the lesser-ranked beast masters unable to approach. In the face of absolute power, numbers sometimes felt utterly insignificant. However, do you have any potions? Give me all the potions. Upon hearing this, everyone began rummaging through their backpacks, soon amassing a small mountain of various precious and inexpensive medicines. Xiao Jin, how are you holding up? Changqing tilted his head, gently patting Xiao Jin's head. Though Xiao Jin's spirit seemed dim, the fire in his eyes remained undiminished. I feel power surging within me. Changqing was taken aback, checking the time. There was still half an hour until noon. The time within the copy aligned perfectly with the memories. Protect yourselves. Do not act recklessly. Follow my commands. He finished speaking, leaping onto Xiao Jin's back, soaring towards the chaotic heart of battle. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. We are to remain hidden. Why are you flying? Xiao Jin was enveloped in a wave of fiery energy. The residual forces of battle kept at bay. Xiao Chuan. Xiao Kong, your progress is woefully inadequate. Wang Yuntian faced 4 opponents, effortlessly resisting the onslaught of his dozen beast companions. The hardened blood-red dragon scales serving as the ultimate defense. Regardless of the skills unleashed upon him, they merely stirred ephemeral ripples of energy, leaving no lasting impact. Yang Chuan's muscles swelled, as the 3-headed beast companion channeled energy around him, 3 hues of fluctuations coiling around his entire right arm, culminating in a combined skill, chaotic battle kill. Suddenly, hundreds, even thousands of fist seals erupted, enmeshing the power of both the beast and himself. Inverse scale armor. Wang Yuntian spread his arms wide, as the ethereal form of the azure dragon spiraled up from beneath him. The dragon scales on his body burst forth, radiating a sanguine light, causing Yang Chuan's fist seals to sink as if mired in a quagmire, their speed diminishing. Wang, even if it costs me my life, I will not allow you to continue your wanton misdeeds. Yang Chuan transformed his palm into a blade, leaving a ghastly wound on his left wrist. Crimson blood surged forth, transforming into bloodlines that continually infused into the fist seals. Wang Yuntian, witnessing this, scoffed with disdain. The path of beast taming was a folly. The weak humans believed they could subjugate ferocious beasts as pets and drive them away to reclaim their homeland. Yet they forgot that true strength lies within oneself. Merging with a divine bloodline, I shall be unparalleled. The inverse scale armor unfurled before Wang Yuntian, resembling an impeccable celestial net. Despite the formidable energy infused into the fist seals, they remained unable to breach the inverse scale armor. At that moment, a resounding phoenix cry erupted. Yang Chuan and the others beheld a sun plunging into the battlefield, its searing heat seemingly intent on incinerating all. Within this sun was a magnificent divine bird. Each flap of its wings scattered flames that instantly melted the earth. Everyone, please attack. Leave the inverse scale armor to me. Upon hearing this command, they noticed a human standing atop the divine bird. Azure Dragon, divine bloodline, the god of beast tamers, it seems you have always been a frog in a well, unaware of the vastness of the sky. Today, let me show you what constitutes a true divine bloodline. The flames of battle ignited fiercely in Changqing and Xiaojin's eyes. To slay the legend. To become a legend. To surpass the legend. Chapter 65, Becoming a Legend. Surpassing a legend. Arrogance. Hubris. Ignorance. A lack of reverence. The audacity of youth. They appeared to be lunatics. The four pinnacle beast tamers of the human race gazed at Changqing atop Xiaojin and deemed him mad. The god of beast tamers. A divine bloodline. Both were epitomes of supremacy. Wang Yuntian had traversed this path far beyond their reach. This suddenly emergent youth dared to claim he would show the god of beast tamers a thing or two. Wang Yuntian's gaze sharpened, an immense pressure radiating outward. He fixated on the increasingly intense flames of Xiaojin. His heart, once tranquil, began to fracture under an inexplicable burden. He sensed the azure dragon's struggle and a hint of panic and fear. It was the primal instinct of submission to a higher bloodline. A divine bloodline? Impossible. No beast's bloodline could surpass my azure dragon. No, this tremor. No, it cannot be divine. Could it be an even higher transcendent bloodline? Wang Yuntian's expression and tone began to reveal stark contrasts. A bloodline beyond the divine. The four pinnacle beast tamers exchanged glances, while Yang Chuan, invigorated, bellowed, "Heaven bless humankind. We must strive for self-improvement. I shall not allow this." Wang Yuntian descended into madness, crimson blood energy and vibrant azure surging from his body, while the azure dragon, locked in a fierce battle with the hellish three-headed dog, unleashed a roar that shook the heavens. With a powerful swing of its tail, it forced the hellish beast back, ascending into the clouds, and the next moment, it appeared above Wang Yuntian. I am the true transcendent deity. The azure dragon coiled around Wang Yuntian, then gradually transformed into transparency, wholly merging into his flesh. Blood and azure luminescence coalesced, forming an indestructible egg. Wang Yuntian within underwent visible transcendence, evolving, a fusion of human and dragon, oscillating between multiple forms. This is bad. We must stop him. A partially transformed Wang Yuntian was already overpowering the four pinnacle beast tamers. If he fully transformed into a dragon, the city, indeed the entire human race, would be left without rival. However, their attacks, the skills of their beasts, merely struck against the dragon egg, all absorbed as nourishment for evolution. Yep, the shadow of the golden crow upon Xiaojin emitted a resonant call. As the blazing sun's true form unleashed uncontrollable flames outward, the time of noon had arrived. Slay the gods. Xiaojin, attack. Following Changqing's command. Under the tenfold enhancement of attributes from the sun overhead, the fierce pale golden flames donned a resplendent golden sheen, expanding into a sun-like fireball. Kid, we shall lend you our strength. Yang Chuan and the others poured their energy and that of their beasts into the fireball. Xiaojin was coalescing. As the 1-minute mark approached, the four pinnacle beast tamers looked up in astonishment, witnessing the sun, akin to a true celestial body, plummeting down with an unstoppable force of annihilation, crashing heavily onto the dragon egg. Initially, the power of the dragon egg could absorb and convert the energy. But as the ultimate temperature from the sun's core became apparent, the surface of the dragon egg began to melt, vapor dissipating before being utterly eradicated by the overwhelming heat. Once the outermost blaze of the sun was extinguished, cracks began to appear on the radiant golden surface. Crack. A fissure emerged, followed by a second, third, and fourth. On Xiaojin's back, the feeble Changqing, struggling to consume pills, urged, "Hurry, run. The aftermath of the fireball will explode." Yang Chuan and the others exchanged glances before retrieving their beasts and heeding his advice, fleeing at top speed. Xiaojin soared away, but as they neared the city wall, it could no longer sustain itself, dropping Changqing from the sky. Changqing, Brother Changqing, Qi Sheng, Su Qing, and others rushed over, lifting the weakened Changqing. Quick, find shelter. Before he could finish his warning, a blinding golden light erupted from the horizon, illuminating the entire plain as if welcoming the first light of dawn. Radiating gold that vanquished evil. My word, The destructive power unleashed by the combined strength of the four pinnacle beast tamers is more monstrous than the forbidden skill of the black egg that enhances bloodlines. A chorus of anguished dragon roars emanated from the point of the golden explosion. Boom. A sound akin to fireworks echoed across the plain, its volume modest. Yet the ensuing shockwave swept through with a terrifying heat, raging like a tempest. My goodness, is the world coming to an end? Everyone down, seek cover. This temperature feels as if I might melt. What transpired over there? A dozen individuals dug into the earth, summoned their beasts to take refuge behind them, while some buried their heads in the ground, their faces flushed from the heated sand. Outside the instance, as the light curtain filled with golden radiance, the instant's portal began to tremble, the clear sound of cracking resonating in the hearts of all present. Not good. Zhao Zhanxiong dashed forward, using the authority of the instant's creator to summon the power of the abyss, reinforcing the stability of the instance. Even so, Zhao Zhanxiong's forehead was still slick with sweat, and he maintained his composure with great difficulty. What exactly transpired? What triggered such a formidable surge of energy that even the instance could not be stabilized? The golden light persisted for nearly 10 minutes before gradually calming. The three-headed, six-armed raging lion released its tightly clasped arms, and Qi Sheng and Su Qing simultaneously exhaled. Looking down at Changqing, whose complexion was regaining its rosy hue, they exclaimed in astonishment. What have you done? Changqing offered a bitter smile, stating, I did nothing, merely unleashed a skill. Skill? Merely? The two exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. Brother Changqing, you are even more monstrous than when you were at the Beastmaster Association's camp. Changqing continued to smile wryly. It's not that I am monstrous, rather, it is the power of those four old fellows that is monstrous. Reflecting on that minute when an overwhelming tide of energy converged like an endless ocean, Changqing felt a wave of emotion. The Elder Beastmasters are indeed the backbone of humanity. They forged a path of hope for humanity with their own fists. Changqing hurriedly checked the status of Shao Jin in the beast space. It had completely succumbed to slumber, having reached its limit. At that moment, Yang Chuan and the other three began to move towards Wang Yuntian, with Changqing and the others closely following. The impact that nearly engulfed the entire instance had caused no destruction. Only Wang Yuntian, at the epicenter of the eruption, bore the brunt of all the attacks. The dragon egg had shattered, and the draconic transformation that enveloped his body had completely vanished. Now restored to his full human form, he gazed up at the sky with a bewildered expression. Old teacher? Yang Chuan tentatively called out. Is it you, Xiao Chuan? I seem to have made a mistake, haven't I? Yang Chuan was silent, unable to respond to the already established reality. Changqing also bowed his head, letting out a helpless sigh. From being the spiritual pillar of humanity to becoming a slaughtering demon, Wang Yuntian had plummeted to the depths. The Dragon Slayer had ultimately transformed into an evil dragon. Qi Sheng, Su Qing, and the others gazed at this once vibrant and pioneering demigod of the Beastmaster system, filled with regret. The most grievous sacrifice in human history had, astonishingly, been wrought by his own hands. This truth weighed heavily. However, at the moment of failure, it seemed I glimpsed the correct path for the future. Wang Yuntian feebly raised his arm, pointing at Changqing, stating, without the divine, how can one speak of becoming divine? Thank you, successor. You have allowed me to harbor no regrets. Before closing my eyes, I finally saw the true divinity. My sins shall be atoned for in the next life. With that, Wang Yuntian's arm fell lifelessly to the ground. The era of the Beastmaster God had come to an end. Yet, just as he departed, the Tantian Bilong broke free from the beast space within him and soared into the air. The emerald energy radiated an endlessly eerie aura, identical to that of the manipulated Yin Shihu. The Tantian Bilong wasted no time, opening its maw and lunging towards Changqing. Having witnessed the true divine and even super divine bloodlines, its path had now emerged. Everything transpired too swiftly for any reaction. As Changqing watched the dragon's mouth draw nearer, suddenly, a voice resonated, accompanied by an immense force that pulled the Tantian Bilong away. My father has perished. Let this sin end here. A young beastmaster, resplendent as jade, descended from the light. Changqing and the three heads of the hellhound spoke in unison. It's you. Chapter 66. The overwhelming first place, the new king. The newcomer was none other than Wang Yuntian's only son, Wang Shengrun, the perfecter of the entire Beastmaster system. Changqing recalled the end of the first segment of the plot, where Wang Shengrun had a brief conversation with the Tantian Bilong. It seemed that according to the original memory line, even without his intervention, Wang Yuntian was destined to fail. Wang Shengrun's appearance was to bring closure and conveniently eliminate the threat posed by the Tantian Bilong. The two segments of the reenacted memory plot had now converged. Compared to the youth, you truly look far less appealing as you age. The hellhound bowed its 3 heads, encircling Wang Shengren, resembling old friends greeting one another. Yet, Wang Shengren's demeanor remained unchanged, as if formatted. He raised a hand, pointing at the Tongtian Bilong, which offered no resistance whatsoever as it was absorbed into the beast's space within his body. You are not him. The hellhound, disinterested, remarked, "It seems my task concludes here." As soon as it finished speaking, particles of light began to drift up from beneath its feet, and its entire form gradually dissipated within them. Little one, witnessing a junior like you inherit the future of humanity from the remnants of memory brings me genuine joy. Changqing bowed deeply, sincerely stating, "It is the fortune of humanity to have seniors like you guarding our beast companions. Though it sounds sentimental, I find it quite pleasing to hear. Were it not for my already departed existence, I would consider following you to see if the world today is more interesting than it was then. It will be. Humanity will only advance further and flourish more. We shall not forget our predecessors. It is you who have enabled us to stand taller and see farther. Senior, may your journey be peaceful." "Excellent, excellent, excellent." The hellhound exclaimed thrice in approval before transforming into particles of light and vanishing within the instants. At that moment, Yang Chuan and the other 4 elite beastmasters, along with the city and its once indomitable human beastmasters, all disappeared without a trace. Wang Shengren floated in the air, his tone cold and devoid of emotion. Congratulations to candidates Changqing, Qi Sheng, Su Qing, Chen Hai, Mu Rongqing, and the other 15 new beastmasters for successfully clearing the hell-level artificial instance, Blood-Soaked Wilderness. Each candidate receives an additional 50 points to their total score and 1 evolution stone for their beast companions. Congratulations to candidate Changqing for completing the plot task, Stop Wang Yuntian, and receive 1 random piece of beastmaster equipment. Congratulations to candidate Changqing for achieving a plot task completion rate of 90%, receiving 1 random beast skill awakening stone, guaranteed success. Congratulations to candidate Changqing for becoming the victor of the second plot task by defeating Wang, receiving 1 unique piece of beastmaster equipment. Congratulations to candidate Changqing for leading his companions to clear the blood-soaked wilderness instance, earning the title of new king of Jinhai City. Congratulations to candidates Qi Sheng, Su Qing, Chen Hai, and Mu Rongqing. A cascade of abyssal notifications overwhelmed the viewers. Changqing was undoubtedly the greatest victor. Qi Sheng and Su Qing cast congratulatory glances in his direction. The other scions of noble families expressed their admiration verbally, though they could not conceal their disappointment. Only Chen Hai clenched and relaxed his fist repeatedly, his expression shifting through a myriad of emotions. There was unwillingness, anger, reluctance, regret, and nearly every other sentiment contained within. Ultimately, with a bitter smile, he seemed to let it all go, as if he had matured in an instant. Changqing, congratulations. The first place in Jinhai City is yours. Observing Chen Hai's outstretched hand as he relinquished everything, Changqing merely gazed at it without taking hold. He possessed a sense of national pride and fervor for humanity, yet he showed no mercy towards his adversaries. Chen Hai awkwardly withdrew his hand. "Though I still hold confidence in my ability to defeat you in the arena. Alas, it's best to let it go." Others were momentarily at a loss for words, treating it as if they had heard nothing at all. "The instance has concluded. Please enter the teleportation gate to exit." With a wave of Wang Shengren's hand, a series of teleportation gates appeared before the crowd. Once Changqing stepped through, he found himself at the high back mountain outside the instance, where a fragrant breeze enveloped him. "Shaoqing, you are first. You are first. You are first," Yi Rian shouted excitedly, her voice choking with emotion as warm tears soaked Changqing's chest. Changqing held her tightly, overwhelmed by sentiment, as if lost in a dream. Before him, he could faintly see the lofty families, where Shao Jin willingly exhausted his legendary bloodline for the sake of not parting from him. He recalled the Chun family employing various tactics to obstruct him, the disdainful sneers of others, and Yi Rian's deep concern. Now, all the hardships had turned sweet, and he could stand before everyone without reservation, proclaiming loudly, "I, Changqing, the first of Jinhai. Sister, if you keep crying, you'll get smaller." Changqing teased, trying to lighten the mood. "Smaller? What will get smaller?" Yi Rian wiped her tears, bewilderedly emerging from his embrace. Seeing Changqing's mischievous gaze on his chest, she exclaimed, and with a swift motion, her delicate fingers pinched his ear. "You rascal, your audacity is growing. Daring to make lewd jokes about me. Are you itching for a spanking?" Her strength was minimal, and Changqing pretended to be in great pain, begging for mercy. Ahem. An inappropriate voice interrupted from the side. Shenlin adjusted his glasses and spoke in a somewhat indulgent tone. "How about you two step aside for some flirting? I'm about to announce the results. Get lost." Yi Rian shot him a glare, pulling Gu Changqing aside. Now, let us announce the results of the national examination, Jinhai City Personal Scores. A luminous screen displayed the results. National Examination Jinhai City Rankings. First place, Gu Changqing. Arena Score, 30. Instant Score, 150. Extra Points, 20. Total Score, 200. Second place, Jinhai. Arena Score, 30. Instant Score, 100. Extra Points, 0. Total, 130. Third place, Suqing. Arena Score, 29. Instant Score, 95. Extra Points, 0. Total, 124. Fourth place, Qisheng. Upon seeing the score of 200, the leaders from various schools and the senior officials of the City Lord's Mansion were left dumbfounded. Jinhai's 130 was already rare among Jinhai City's examinees over the years. This 200 stood as a chasm, accentuating Gu Changqing's depth and prowess. Candidates ranked in the top 30, please continue to prepare and maintain your condition. At 2 o'clock this afternoon, you will represent Jinhai City in competition with the elite talents from across the nation. We wish you all great success in your martial endeavors. As Gu Changqing was being fervently praised by Yi Ruyan, he suddenly noticed the leaders on the dais beginning to leave. Wait, Gu Changqing shouted, turning to Chun Ziming and Li Haoran, coolly stating, Master Chun, Deputy City Lordly, have you forgotten something? Chapter 67, One Man Against a City, Standing Firm. As Chun Hai halted in his tracks at the sound, he was about to turn back. Chun Ziming forcefully held him back, seemingly ignoring the commotion. At this moment, Li Haoran paused, wearing a calm smile that bore a hint of cruelty amidst his refined demeanor. Meeting Gu Changqing's gaze, he spoke in a steady tone. Gu Changqing, you are now the first in Jinhai City, the undisputed rookie king. Your score is unparalleled even nationally. Therefore, for the sake of the citizens' expectations and to honor the spirits of two heroes in the heavens, I suggest you focus on the two competitions against the national candidates this afternoon, leading Jinhai's examinees to a commendable outcome. This is what we at the City Lord's Mansion all hope for. Is that agreeable? Gu Changqing nodded, affirming, Deputy City Lordly, you truly possess great insight. If you prefer not to speak, allow me to take the lead. Everyone present, whether noble families or common folk, must be quite full from the grand revelations about me. Gu Changqing, but to your disappointment, the culprit behind my legendary beast companion's fall from grace is none other than Gu Changqing. Li Haoran suddenly intensified his tone, his eyes glinting coldly beneath his glasses. Mind your current position, the national competition is imminent. Are you aiming to shake the morale of others? Gu Changqing, I hope you prioritize the bigger picture. All you seek is an apology, is it not? I assure you, after the examination concludes, the Qin family will provide you with the most satisfactory response. Li Haoran's seemingly righteous words, however, pressed Gu Changqing under the guise of Jinhai City's honor. Listening, Gu Changqing couldn't help but chuckle. Deputy City Lordly, your reasoning is truly thought-provoking. If I were lacking in mental acuity, you might have genuinely swayed me. As Gu Changqing's laughter subsided, he continued, Deputy City Lordly, you were indeed present that day when Master Chen forcibly attempted to extract my beast companion. Why did you not intervene, warning him that carelessness might lead to both my and my legendary beast's demise? At that time, you tacitly approved of Master Chen's actions. Did you not? If so, what difference is there between today and that day? Li Haoran's expression darkened, deliberately glancing at Yi Ruyan, who had remained silent beside Gu Changqing, and said, Miss Yi, there seems to be a misunderstanding in this matter, do you believe? Yi Ruyan shrugged, encircling Gu Changqing's arm with hers, a single gesture indicating her stance. That is, there would be no negotiations? Not a shred of compassion left to speak of? Ha! Gu Changqing coldly laughed. Compassion? Was there any compassion when you sought to eliminate me? Deputy City Lordly, do those malicious beast tamers outside have any ties to you? Observing Li Haoran, who was recklessly stepping forward, a thought crossed Gu Changqing's mind. The three heads have long said that someone had reached some agreement with the hand of the evil god, intentionally nurturing it to aid its breakthrough. If that person were to be imagined as Li Haoran, the Chun family's actions would not be entirely unacceptable, especially given Chun Hai's attitude. He firmly held on to his last card despite knowing he had a chance to resist. The dirty deeds committed by Chun Ziming were being brokered by him. Was Li Haoran truly supporting the Chun family, or did he harbor ulterior motives? Or perhaps, both sides had long entangled themselves, indistinguishable from one another. To protect him was to protect oneself. Gu Changqing's mind whirled, and a new idea formed. He bypassed Li Haoran, addressing Qin Hai. Actually, there is a win-win solution. Would you care to hear it? Yi Ruyan was taken aback, wondering what her foolish brother was up to. Had his maternal instincts gone awry? But the next moment, seeing the smile on Gu Changqing's lips, her heart settled. She had overthought it. Her foolish brother was still that same foolish brother. Eliminate Chun Ziming, the head of the Chun family, your father. Is that cruel? Malicious? Glancing around at the unyielding leaders of the city lord's mansion and the heads of various esteemed schools, Changqing knew one thing. In chaotic times, one must not hesitate to slay the merciful. In times of clan peril, one must punish the treacherous. The lesson from Wang Yuntian taught him that unless one is truly divine, capable of manipulating the heavens, without absolute strength, the individual remains insignificant. Even if one were to embark on a different path, it would merely be with a more formidable blade. Changqing, one must maintain a bottom line. Even if Master Chen had erred, he could offer compensation. Do you wish to destroy Qinghai? Yes, we firmly oppose this punishment. Some family representatives inexplicably united in solidarity. Sensing an inexplicable crisis, Qing, no? Hai has done nothing wrong. Why are you being so aggressive towards him? Tea Master by Lianhua Su Sisi, with tears like pear blossoms, stood out accompanied by her parents and brother. Su Sisi's mother frowned. Such heavy killing intent from a child. How can we trust you to take care of Sisi? Indeed, one should spare others when able. Young man, let it go. Qing, my parents have temporarily consented to our union. You should relinquish your grievances against Hai and transform hostility into harmony. After all, you both embody the hope of Qinghai City. Before I could finish my sentence, a sharp black sword aura grazed Su Sisi's neck, slicing through her long black hair, leaving it severed and cascading to the ground. Crimson blood gushed from her throat. Su Sisi's parents were taken aback, horrified. Sisi, please don't frighten us. Hey Dan returned to Changqing's side, standing with his back turned, slowly sheathing the black sword. Where did that filthy wretch come from? Just hearing her speak makes me nauseous. Stop wailing. She won't die, but she won't be able to bark anymore. To injure someone in public, especially while various aristocratic families were making their counterattacks, left all the families with a countenance of extreme distress. Changqing, are you openly challenging us? Don't think that just because you are the top in Qinghai City, you can act with impunity. I, the Gao family, state this clearly. The Qin family is our most important partner. If anything were to happen to him, don't blame me. Miss Yi, as a scion of a prominent family, you should understand what it takes to muddy the waters, right? Hey Dan placed his hands on his hips, brandishing his sword. Old fool, believe it or not. I could cleave you in two with a single strike. Xiaoqing, Yi Rian was born and raised on this grand vessel named the aristocratic family. She knew exactly what lay within. Changqing's future was boundless. Over the years, she had leveraged her status to keep the aristocratic families of Qinghai City in check. Her greatest leverage, however, was holding their secrets in her hands. Now, Changqing was no longer merely facing the Qin family, but rather the collective interests of Qinghai City. And she felt shaken. The atmosphere was tense, with swords drawn and Changqing's expression grave. He was prepared for any worst-case scenario. All he sought was justice, yet it had incurred such formidable resistance. Ultimately, it was because he was no longer the impoverished individual who could be easily manipulated. Oh, everyone's here? How come someone is still injured? Zhao Zhanxiong returned, accompanied by two middle-aged men of seemingly significant status. One wore a white robe adorned with a white tiger emblem, exuding a palpable aura of slaughter. The other donned a red robe with a vermilion bird emblem. Beneath his warm smile lay the potential for an explosive eruption. The man in the white robe strode confidently toward Qinghai and proclaimed, Qinghai, we at the White Tiger Academy find you quite impressive. You have been accepted early. Chen Ziming's joy was instantaneous. But suddenly, Changqing shook his head. You are a teacher from the White Tiger Academy, correct? I have no authority to interfere with your selection process. May I request you to wait until I resolve this matter? Chapter 68. Even the King of Heaven cannot intervene. Changqing, how audacious of you to speak to a teacher from the White Tiger Academy like that. Li Haoran, feeling confident, wielded the power of the aristocratic families to pressure Yi Rian's inclination to protect Changqing. The White Tiger Academy further elevated his odds of success. It was evident that Changqing remained undeterred, dismissing the White Tiger Academy with his words, clearly expressing disdain while attempting to curry favor. Following the arrival of ferocious beasts, the territory for human survival had sharply diminished, while the Long Kingdom, due to the outstanding beast tamers like Wang Yuntian, Wang Shengran, and Yang Chuan, fared far better than other nations. Thus, the people from fallen nations flocked to the Long Kingdom, gradually making the name Shanhua synonymous with a new unified nation. However, the citizens of the Long Kingdom were well aware that despite the prevalence of aristocratic families and influential clans, the four great academies remained the supreme sanctuaries for every beast tamer. For Qinghai to be acknowledged by one of the four great academies, the White Tiger Academy, signified that the Qin family was secure. Changqing, unflinching, patted Yi Rian's hand, signaling her to remain calm. At that moment, Yi Rian was in turmoil. On one hand, she staunchly supported any decision Changqing made, yet on the other hand, She feared that he would recklessly provoke the long-standing system of the Long Kingdom, akin to unveiling a lavish fantasy that only existed in imagination to the common populace, while simultaneously planting a seed of ambition that anyone could aspire to. This was tantamount to declaring war on the entire aristocracy of the Long Kingdom. Thus, she felt torn and hesitant, uncertain of which side to favor. Changqing, the individual whose personal examination scores could rank him among the top 10 nationally. The teacher in white from the White Tiger Academy scrutinized him closely, nodding in approval. He is indeed a promising seedling. His future achievements may not fall short of Qinghai's. What a pity. No one knew what he meant by pity. To Li Haoran and the other aristocratic families, it sounded like a death sentence, a predetermined conclusion. The White Tiger Academy possessed such power and status. Whether it was a pity or not was not for you to worry about. Right now, all I desire is justice, if you have the leisure. You may also serve as a witness for the younger generation. Changqing locked eyes with the teacher from the White Tiger Academy, unflinching. It was not a lack of fear. Rather, he understood that once he took a step back, an endless regression awaited him. I am on the verge of being killed. Why should I not be allowed to seek revenge? Just because I had a fortuitous encounter and survived, am I to cast aside all grudges? Life for a life is only natural. Even the King of Heaven cannot intervene. The intense killing intent emanating from the teacher in white escalated, akin to a steel blade poised at Changqing's throat. The chilling malice seeped into his bones, leaving him devoid of sensation, incapable of movement. Yet he stood tall, defiantly raising his head. Is this how the powerful prey upon the weak? How laughable! Is this the esteemed conduct of the 4 great academies? Given time, you would not stand a chance against me. If you wish to kill, then come. The teacher in white glared fiercely, a fierce wind radiating outward from his form, akin to a tiger fixated on its prey. Kid, are you truly unafraid of death? Changqing coldly scoffed. Life or death is merely a fleeting thought for you. Is it not? In an instant, the standoff intensified once more. Ha ha ha, Lao Bai, looks like you're in trouble. At that moment, the teacher from the Zhuke Academy chimed in with a jest. All right, let the young ones resolve their own matters. What he said was not without merit. You ruined my opportunity, yet you seek my life. What? Just because you wield power, you think I cannot seek justice? The teacher in white let out a heavy snort, the killing intent dissipating in an instant. Nonsense. Let my son kill me, and I would be left with a useless student. Changqing secretly sighed in relief, the weight that had hung over him finally settling. His actions were both a test and a gamble with his life. The pressure exerted by the teacher in white was no less formidable than that of Wang Yuntian in the dungeon. After all, that was merely a memory. The farther back in time, the greater the discrepancies. Now, however, it was all too real, and one misstep could lead to his demise. Yet, he had won the gamble. I seek only justice. Someone whispered in the ear of the teacher in white, and upon hearing it, a glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes. He returned to Qinghai, who was gazing at him with eager anticipation, and asked, Are you willing to join the White Tiger Academy? Qinghai hesitated, grappling with his decision, and did not respond immediately. Ziming, however, answered for him. He is willing. My son Qinghai is willing. The teacher in white did not acknowledge him, and continued to inquire. Are you willing to pay a price for this? Yes, whatever it may be. My Qin family can afford it. Good. The teacher in white suddenly agreed, and a roar akin to a tiger echoed through the forest. He struck Ziming's forehead with great force, causing a torrent of blood to erupt and splatter across Qinghai's face. Dad. As Qinghai regained his composure, he beheld the ever-smiling visage of Ziming, and sorrow overwhelmed him, leading to a heart-wrenching cry. The teacher in the white robe remained impassive. Was it resentment? Was it hatred? Remember this state of mind. You shall reclaim it in the future, whether it is I or him. After uttering these words, he turned to Changqing and inquired, Boy, are you satisfied now? The student expressed gratitude to the teacher for restoring justice on his behalf. Changqing bowed in response, receiving only a dismissive grunt. He was unperturbed and addressed the grim-faced Li Haoran, saying, Since the head of the Qin family has passed, we shall proceed according to the agreement set forth by Deputy City Lord Li. After the national examination, the Qin family must clarify the circumstances and issue an apology. As for Qinghai wiped away his tears, his eyes bloodshot. I will wait for you for a year. By then, either you will perish, or I shall. Very well, I shall await you. Qinghai declared, lifting Ziming's lifeless body and departing the back mountain, accompanied by the Qin family disciples. Li Haoran and the other family heads could only watch helplessly as Ziming lay in a pool of blood. They could exert pressure on Changqing with their status and influence, yet they could not shake the towering divine mountain. They could only leave in disgrace after bidding their hasty farewells. Teacher Zhuke sighed softly. I hope this child can endure, and you as well. Could you not have given a warning before taking action? What nonsense! Would a warning even matter? The teacher in the white robe huffed, directing his ire at Changqing. It is all your fault. Why choose to settle accounts today of all days? At that moment, Zhao Zhanxiong, who had remained silent throughout, interjected with a jest. Do not blame him. Back in the day, when you took a liking to your current wife, did you not beat that young man from the Jiang family to a pulp? If young people were meticulous, understood the larger picture, and practiced forbearance, would they still be called young? Ha! Old Bai had such a past. Zhao Zhanxiong urged. Come now, elaborate. The teacher in the white robe's expression darkened. What is this? Are you looking for a fight? Hurry and find the best place for me. It has long been prepared. The three of them, like children, chattered and laughed as they descended the mountain. You scoundrel, and the girl from the Yi family, why are you not following? Is there still something concerning me? Changqing glanced at Yi Ruoyan, who nodded in agreement. Let us go. It will not harm you. Chapter 69. Zhao Zhanxiong schemes, free riding on the dual evils. At the Jinhai restaurant, in a private room, the table was laden with dishes, and the wine cups were filled to the brim. Teacher Bai appeared discontented, his expression a mix of annoyance towards Changqing. The latter sat restlessly, feeling the weight of being scrutinized by a formidable beast master, an uncomfortable sensation indeed. Changqing estimated that this individual held at least a royal title. The only solace was the absence of murderous intent. You little rascal. Had it not been for your match this afternoon, you would have had to down a whole jug of wine to apologize before I could even consider forgiving you. Changqing raised his cup, showering the teacher with flattery, which finally coaxed a semblance of a smile onto the latter's face. Teacher Zhu, shaking his head with a smile, remarked, Do not heed his words. He is a hard shell with a soft core. We harbor no malice or prejudice against you. Your pursuit of justice is entirely justified. It is merely that old Bai is making choices for his student. Come now, let us drink. The five raised their cups in unison. After nearly half an hour of drinking, Yi Ruoyan spoke up. Teachers, since Baihu Academy has selected Qinghai, does that mean you, Teacher Zhu, represent Zhuke Academy in making selections? Teacher Zhu suddenly smacked his forehead, abruptly halting Yi Ruoyan's subsequent words. Alas, I was so engrossed in old Bai's commotion that I neglected my precious student. Let us discuss this after all her competitions are concluded. Changqing and Yi Ruoyan exchanged puzzled glances. It was evident that Teacher Zhu's remarks were not aimed at Changqing. Sensing their confusion, Teacher Zhu set down his cup, adopting a serious demeanor. Changqing, with your first beast companion and the skills you have acquired as a beast master, you are indeed a perfect fit for Zhuke Academy. No, not merely a fit. We would be honored to have you. At this point, even the typically fiery-tempered Teacher Bai nodded in agreement. The founders of our four major academies each possess beast companions of divine bloodlines. The Gongjin Baihu, the Nanming Zhuke, the Yimu Qinglong, and the Guishui Xuanwu. Nanming is the bloodline power of Zhuke, associated with the Nanming Lihua. It is said that the divine beasts of our four academies possess divine-level bloodlines. However, we are well aware that they are still far from true divinity. Teacher Zhu continued, growing animated. Yet you have opened our eyes, giving us a glimpse of the essence of divine bloodlines. That black gold divine bird birth from the sun exudes a destructive power and might unmatched by any known beast companion. A stark contrast indeed. No academy can rival Zhuke Academy in mastering fire. I truly, truly value you. Teacher Zhu lavished praise without reservation, only to lament. So, the student selected by Zhuke Academy is not me, right? Alas, I am genuinely vexed. Teacher Zhu's expression morphed into one of frustration as he clenched his teeth, downing his drink in one gulp. I have been blinded by pig oil, my eyes obscured by dog excrement. May 1,000 curses be upon me. Witnessing Teacher Zhu's rising agitation, Teacher Bai too began to vent his frustrations, spewing forth a torrent of foul and vulgar insults. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhanxiong, with a smile, poured them more wine, listening intently. All right, have you had your fill? If you are satisfied, it is time to prepare. The glory of Jinhai City awaits your reclamation. Should they desire to defy the heavens at that time, they shall not blame me for being ungracious. Observing the disheveled Zhao Zhanxiong, Changqing harbored an inkling that something was amiss. He rose to take his leave, departing the hotel alongside Yi Ruoyan. Just as they exited, a cacophony erupted from the private room, accompanied by a muffled scream. You shameless cur! I curse your ancestors, you vile scoundrel! Is this the terrible reputation you speak of? Is this the wretched wood that cannot be sculpted? Is this the inclination of a malicious beast master you describe? Zhao Zhanxiong rubbed his now bruised eye sockets, warning. We have established a deep abyss contract. Should either of you dare to go back on your word, do not blame me for being ruthless. Damn it. The two expressed their disdain for his brazen attitude, yet felt utterly helpless. To be frank, confining him would not bode well for future developments. After all, our 4 major academies possess priority access to resources. Zhao Zhanqiong, unfazed, replied, initially, I thought the same, which is why I refrained from intervening in any matter. However, subsequent events have surpassed my expectations, leading me to increasingly believe he is ill-suited for the academy path. To this, teachers Zhu and Bai surprisingly found common ground. Gu Changqing's advantage lies in his beast companions, which are exceedingly formidable. Furthermore, it appears there is not merely one, while others may overlook this. As seasoned educators from a top-tier academy, they were keenly aware of the audacity and arrogance exhibited by the Black Egg. Xinhai is on the brink of producing a dragon. What are your next steps? Some matters are beyond his reach. Zhao Zhanqiong brushed back his unruly bangs and replied, I am currently devising a plan. Morong Yuan's daughter remains confined in the Forbidden Sea. Are you the one secretly instigating events? Zhao Zhanqiong nodded. Once I confirmed that his beast companion remained unharmed, I began to set the wheels in motion. My primary motivation for all this lies in the items left behind by his parents before their departure. His parents? Teacher Bai asked in surprise. Who are they? Teacher Zhu facepalmed. You do not even look into the basic information of your students? What is the point of examining those details? As long as they do not engage in criminal activities, I only focus on their performance at the moment. Teacher Zhu gave a thumbs up, saying, let me tell you, his parents are the very pair of individuals that cause both Qinglong Academy and your teachers considerable headaches. Upon hearing this, Teacher Bai sprang up from his chair, exclaiming, the Bai Piao Shuang Sha? His parents are the Bai Piao Shuang Sha? Zhao Zhanqiong nodded. You remember. Of course, the 4 major academies implemented a strict policy against preemptively providing Yusho resources to selected candidates who have not yet enrolled. All because these 2 individuals pulled a significant scam. My teacher grumbles a couple of times every time he applies for resources from the resource department. Laughter erupted between Zhao Zhanqiong and Teacher Zhu. Teacher Bai, suddenly enlightened, remarked, no wonder you take such special care of Gu Changqing, if he is their child. It all makes sense. It is said that during one particular incident, they brought back something extraordinary from that place. Oh, come on. Don't try to pry that information out of me. Teacher Bai sat down, contemplating for a moment, then declared, in the future, if there are any major events, I will strive to apply for him to participate as a day student. Although the teacher harbored a grudge against the 2, he could not conceal his affection for them. What a pity. Alas, fate is cruel to the talented. The notoriety of the Bai Piao Shuang Sha had a sensational impact during that era. These 2, hailed as geniuses rarely seen in a decade, simultaneously orchestrated a massive resource scam against Qinglong and Baihu, 2 of the 4 major academies, and resolutely chose to join the city guard on the day of the report. They forsook a bright future to devote themselves to the defense of their hometown. What if I told you I now possess some evidence proving that their sacrifice held deeper implications? I do not deceive you out of selfishness. Rather, I wish to personally enable him to uncover the truth behind that incident, placing him in the most perilous situations to bring those executioners to light. Chapter 70. Yi Rian's Anomalies and Unique Equipment. Gu Family, Living Room. Yi Rian peeled a grape and placed it into Gu Changqing's mouth. Her long legs crossed and swaying incessantly. Xiaoqing, do not be anxious or disheartened. What if another academy selects you? Your grades are unparalleled in Jinhai City. You are the newcomer king personally awarded by the Abyss. If none of the academies extend an olive branch to you, then their vision must be impaired. Even if none do, it cannot overshadow your excellence. You are number 1. Yi Rian gently reassured him. On the way back, she had discreetly inquired through various connections and discovered that among the renowned academies of Shanhua Kingdom, Gu Changqing was not included in the list of first-round personal assessments. When Yi Rian sought to probe deeper, the response from the other party was seamless and identical in tone to that of teachers Baihu and Zhu. If it comes to that, I will use my connections for you, just like your parents, to enter a special institution. Gu Changqing appeared somewhat dazed, absorbing not a single word of Yi Rian's encouragement. At that moment, he was busily rummaging through his backpack for gifts. Soon, he unearthed the Xuanfeng Yingwang and 3-headed Chulong, 2 king-level beast cards. He took Yi Rian's delicate hand and solemnly placed the cards in her palm. Sister, I have long prepared these 2 beast cards. Yi Rian was taken aback, then immediately tried to decline. Although king-level beast cards are not as rare as legendary ones, they still hold significant value in the current market. The 3-headed Chulong, with its lineage tracing back to the king-level apex beast Chulong Xinjiao, is merely a step away from transforming into a legendary entity. Keep them. Once you achieve a higher rank, you can use them. Yi Rian pushed the beast cards back, her eyes misting with happiness. She affectionately caressed Gu Changqing's head, saying, My little Qing, you have grown up. In the future, you won't need me to make decisions for you. No way. You are my family. You cannot leave my sight. Wherever I go, you shall follow. After the big exam, I will visit the private independent sector and ensure I find the Millennium Huanyang Ginseng for you. At that time, we will become the best duo, entering dungeons, breaking records, and exploring beyond the city. Sister, you sacrificed your dazzling radiance to care for me. Now it is time for you to reclaim your former glory. Former glory? Yi Rian's expression changed swiftly as she tugged at Gu Changqing's ear, demanding to know, how did I ever dominate you? Gu Changqing chuckled. It was a slip of the tongue. My sister is the most beautiful in the world, incredibly gentle and considerate, undoubtedly the best candidate for a wife. However, the sweet words that once worked like a charm now fell flat. Upon hearing the word wife, Yi Rian released her grip on his ear, her smile faltering. Gu Changqing handed her the 2 beast cards, oblivious to the shift in her expression. Sister, keep them, you will need them in the future. I have plenty more. I am never short on beasts. All right, I will keep them. You rest for now while I prepare some medicine for you. Stepping outside the door, Yi Rian leaned against the wall, gazing at the bright sky. Her thoughts drifted back to the phone call she received when inquiring about Gu Changqing's grades. 1-1. Your agreement with your father is approaching. Come back, the family misses you. Mom, I know. I will return after the big exam. I won't break my promise. Then I will have Xiaolu pick you up. The situation outside the city is unstable recently, and I am worried. Don't send him. I will return by myself. Why not? Are you afraid of being seen? Yi Rian fell silent, her mind filled with images of Gu Changqing. Alas, Xiaoqing, I fear I cannot accompany you into the dungeon to break records. Returning to the present, tears glistened in her eyes. At this moment, Gu Changqing was sorting through the spoils from the dungeon. Due to the nature of the memory recollection type of storyline dungeon mode, exceptional equipment had not dropped. However, the rewards from the abyss left him astounded. Beast Evolution Stone, consumable material, once used by a beast, can unlock bloodline purity. Beast Skill Unlock Stone, guaranteed success. A special consumable material, once used by a beast, guarantees the unlocking of 1 bloodline skill. 2 stones, 1 red and 1 blue. As Gu Changqing pondered, the black egg had already scampered out of the Yusho space, its eyes fixed intently on the evolution stone. Unable to tear itself away, the evolution stone, when applied to Xiao Jin, would be entirely redundant. Its evolution merely requires level enhancement and the right evolution materials. Gu Changqing tossed the evolution stone to the black egg, saying, "Here you go." The black egg gleefully accepted the evolution stone, popping it into its mouth and crunching it down. Soon, black energy surged from within its body, gradually coalescing behind it into a black halo. Congratulations. Your beast, Black Egg, has successfully evolved its bloodline. The Abyss's notification arrived, yet when Gu Changqing checked the Black Egg's information, there was not a hint of change. What? It's gone? In response to Gu Changqing's puzzled inquiry, the Black Egg scratched its head, explaining, previously, I was drained too thoroughly by the big sister. 1 stone cannot replenish everything. What a waste. Forget about that one. Subsequently, Gu Changqing tossed it back into the Yusho space, and the skill stone was absorbed by Xiao Jin. When it awakens, they will see what bloodline skill it has awakened. The Black Egg appeared unsatisfied. Gu Changqing smiled. You will not be left out in the future. This brought joy to the previously dejected Black Egg. Raising a creature of an unknown species is akin to having an endless pit. Gu Changqing continued to examine the rewards, discovering a bronze badge resembling a tiger's claw, its weathered surface displaying signs of age. Yusho Badge, King-level equipment. Ability. The badge contains an independent Yusho space, allowing an additional beast to be contracted. Requirement. Cannot be used with combat-type beasts. What a treasure I have found. Such a rare piece of equipment. Although it cannot be used with combat-type beasts, Gu Changqing already had plans in mind. Let us not rush. Let's see the final item. Only 1 Yusho Master equipment remained. A robe that shimmered with brilliance. The Celestial Flowing Robe, no rank. Ability. All skills of the Beastmaster at level 1. Description. A robe crafted from the shed skin of the Celestial Azure Dragon combined with various rare materials, once worn by the god of Beastmasters. It possesses growth potential and is a unique piece of equipment. This is incredible. Gu Changqing felt a surge of excitement. Although the robe's ability only boosts all skills by 1 level, it can be upgraded. According to the bloodline grade of the Celestial Azure Dragon, it is at least of orange legendary quality. If each level enhances skills, then Gu Changqing eagerly donned the robe, and in an instant, he sensed a new understanding of fire. The flames at his fingertips began to shift and form under his command. Although subtle, suddenly, a clear buzzing sound resonated throughout the entire Xinhai city. All 30 candidates, please gather at the Peace Square. Gu Changqing stood up, noticing that Yi Rian had not yet returned and left his home. The real battle was about to commence. Chapter 71. How dare you steal my people? The Peace Square. The top 30 candidates of Xinhai City were ready. Su Qingla chatted cheerfully with Gu Changqing and Qi Sheng, who stood on either side. Qi Sheng listened patiently to Su Qingla's playful banter, his eyes sparkling. Gu Changqing, however, scanned the surroundings, searching for Yi Rian's figure. She had gone out to prepare supplies for him, and should have returned by now. The teleportation portals for the escape and team battles began to activate slowly. Although Gu Changqing's supplies were limited, they were sufficient. He felt a vague sense of unease and anxiety. In retrospect, Yi Rian's reaction at home seemed off. Brother Su Qingla, are you feeling a bit nervous? It's fine. My teacher said the dungeon maps are quite vast. If worst comes to worst, we can hide in a spot and target isolated opponents. Gu Changqing forced a smile. All right, you and Qi Sheng will be a team. You will surely have unexpected gains. Hey, don't think just because you're the rookie king that I won't tease you a bit. A gentleman wouldn't engage in underhanded tactics. At most just throw a brick. Gu Changqing listened absent-mindedly while scanning the area again, still not spotting Yi Rian. Just as he was about to call her, the host, Shenlin, stepped onto the high platform. To all 30 candidates, you have demonstrated the new visage of the next generation of Beastmasters to the citizens of Jinhai City with your outstanding performance. Next, it is time for you to set sail once more and fight for the honor of Jinhai City. I have received numerous reservations from various academies. The instructors from these institutions will continue to monitor your performance via live broadcast. All right, I won't waste more time. Candidates, please proceed to the teleportation portals. Due to our rookie king Gu Changqing lacking a school, he will be the last to make his entrance. Su Qingla rubbed his fists, eager to participate. Qi Sheng sighed, wishing to team up with Gu, as it would make things easier. Why must there be such rules? Su Qingla straightened his neck. Do you understand what a grand finale is? Brother Changqing alone can make them flee in chaos. If teamed with you, he would only be held back. Hurry up. While pushing Qi Sheng towards the teleportation portal, he called out to Gu Changqing, Brother Changqing, we'll head in first, aiming to prevent you from having a chance to perform. Gu Changqing encouraged them with cheers and continued to dial Yi Rian's number, but it remained unanswered. At that moment, Shenlin approached him after descending from the stage. Has Miss Yi not arrived? Not yet. Shenlin adjusted his glasses. 3 hours ago, I saw her fiancé. He has grown significantly stronger since I last saw him years ago. However, I am curious why he is in Jinhai City. Is he here to take Miss Yi away? Where is he? Gu Changqing grasped Shenlin's shoulders, pressing for answers. His mind was now completely in disarray. Yi Rian has a fiancé? Is he here to take her away? Could this be the source of her odd behavior? Moreover, why hadn't she mentioned it to him sooner? Memories of their years together began to replay in his mind. Unbeknownst to him, his feelings for Yi Rian had long since evolved from that of a mentor and a maternal figure into something far deeper. Perhaps it had always been there, unnoticed. I think he is at the Beihai Hotel. Hey, don't worry. I'll handle everything here. No need for you to rush back. Seeing Gu Changqing running away while waving, Shenlin smiled warmly. It's time to consider the girlfriend issue. Su Qingla and Muronqin are also quite good. But compared to Miss Yi, there is still a significant gap. Don't let me down, kid. He then took out a walkie-talkie and said, there has been a change. Gu Changqing has suffered from a stomach upset due to something his beast caused. Yes, he should go to the back, the further the better. Do you want Jinhai City to be mocked by other provinces and cities? I will take responsibility for any issues. In front of the Beihai Hotel, Yi Rian glared at the handsome man before her, her brows furrowed in distaste. What are you doing here? The man smiled. Yin Yan, I'm here to take you home. Your mother mentioned you would return during this period, so I took a leave to see you. No need. You should go back. I'm heading to the exam. Yi Rian turned to leave, but the man's arm firmly grasped her elbow. Yin Yan, after all these years, is this how you treat me? I know your agreement with your uncle was because you couldn't let go of the past. I will wait. Now that the child has grown, your task is complete. It's time to fulfill the marriage contract between the Yi family and my Lu family, right? A fierce glint flashed in the man's eyes. Moreover, your family's guardian beast is quite troublesome. Yi Rian's brows shot up. Are you threatening me? Of course not. I like you too much to threaten you. I'm merely stating the facts. As Yi Rian struggled, her movements began to subside. Just as she was about to speak, a shadow dashed forward like a shooting star, aiming directly at the man from the Lu family. Hide! Yi Rian gasped, and upon recognizing it, she exclaimed softly. The man from the Lu family reacted swiftly. As Hyde's blade approached, a dark, amorphous mass appeared before him, blocking the strike. Hyde's sword met the mass and felt as if it had struck a quagmire. The agile figure flipped mid-air, preparing to gather strength for another attack. Hyde, come back! A commanding voice rang out as Gu Changqing, clad in the celestial flowing robe, emerged from around the corner, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Hyde glared at the man from the Lu family, filled with discontent and murderous intent. Who dares to snatch a woman from my master? I'll chop you to pieces. Xiaoqing. Yi Rian's eyes lit up with surprise. And just as she was about to approach, the man from the Liu family reached out again, attempting to seize her. However, flames erupted around Yi Ruyan, transforming into fiery tendrils that coiled around the man's hand. In Jinhai City, the least tolerated behavior is engaging in violence. Her cold words carried a strong warning. When Yi Ruyan stepped closer, her gaze filled with different emotions. He waved his hand, and the flames dissipated. He couldn't help but marvel at how exceptional this celestial flowing robe was. With his fire manipulation skill elevated by a level, his control became more sensitive, allowing him to wield it freely within a certain distance. Aren't you supposed to be at the exam? Why are you here? Yi Ruyan's voice was soft yet resolute, as if she had found a pillar of support. Without you here, I have no focus. You rascal. Yi Ruyan gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. The scene between the two individuals was seemingly unremarkable. Over the years, they had shared numerous intimate gestures. However, to the outside observer, it undoubtedly appeared as a display of affection. The man with the surname Liu had a fierce glint in his eyes as he stepped forward, asserting, "You must be Changqing, Yinyan's younger brother. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Liu Wenchao, Yinyan's fiancé." Changqing chose to ignore him entirely. His gaze tenderly fixed on Yi Ruyan as he softly inquired, "Sister, are you sincere?" Under Changqing's penetrating gaze, Yi Ruyan felt her heart flutter, her cheeks flushing with shyness. Yet, she understood what Changqing awaited and, without hesitation, shook her head. A weight lifted from Changqing's heart, and he coldly fixed his stare on Liu Wenchao, declaring, "If my sister is unwilling, then it is null and void. If the Yi family is forcing this, I have no qualms about confronting them." As he spoke, a six-pointed star formation suddenly emerged, accompanied by a resounding cry. A magnificent, flame-wreathed bird of prey appeared, emanating an overwhelming aura, its golden-hued eyes swirling with mysterious patterns. Chapter 72. Dare you think Jinhai is without defenders? I will crush you. The boy's audacity was a blatant and glaring threat, and the pressure from the small golden creature unsettled even the beasts within his beast-taming space. Despite his higher rank compared to Changqing, the essence of a beast tamer lies with their beasts, and in this initial confrontation, he found himself firmly subdued by Changqing. As for whether it was indeed a confrontation, he believed it to be so. Changqing's hand rested gently on Yi Ruyan's back, patting her softly as he tilted his head and coldly laughed. "Did you not hear what I just said? If you disagree or do not understand, feel free to test me." Upon awakening, the small golden creature's skill stone provided a feedback message. "Congratulations. Your beast has unlocked a new skill. Raging Sun, Bloodline Forbidden Level." Raging Sun, a Bloodline Forbidden Level skill that forcibly activates the complete bloodline of the Great Sun Golden Flame by burning the essence of the bloodline. After use, the purity of the bloodline will decrease, with a slight chance of the bloodline quality diminishing. Effect: Great Sun Golden Flame, incinerating all. The Golden Crow emerges, flames extending to the heavens. All fire-type skills and bloodline skills will see their power increased exponentially. Cooldown time, 1 month. Description: the ultimate form of the Great Sun Golden Flame bloodline. If the beast's level and bloodline reach perfection, the side effects will vanish entirely. The skill stone's newly unlocked ability was random, and to his surprise, it had revealed the ultimate bloodline skill. This development added another card to his hand, but the penalties for using it loomed ahead. "What do you think, Yinyan?" Liu Wenchao's gaze shifted to Yi Ruyan, thick with menace. Changqing halted Yi Ruyan's response, saying, "Have your ears been stuffed with donkey hair? Was my previous statement not clear enough? If you do not understand, ask your elders. If you have objections, it is not your place to dictate." He added, "Please convey to Uncle Yi that my sister will not go anywhere, understood?" With that, Changqing took Yi Ruyan by the hand, vanishing at the hotel entrance. The sound of grinding teeth echoed as Liu Wenchao, filled with indignation, pulled out his phone and barked, "Find me everything on Changqing now." Thus, Yi Ruyan was led by Changqing to Pingding Square. Her eyes occasionally drifted towards him, and the emotions within her stirred by Changqing's almost domineering actions could no longer be suppressed, beginning to take root. This boy, a few years her junior, had evolved into a young man, achieving a status she had never dared to envision. The allure of mystery was the most potent driving force of attraction in a man. In that moment, Yi Ruyan felt as though she had fallen into a quagmire, slowly sinking yet genuinely feeling happiness and safety. "Oh, back so soon." Upon seeing Changqing return with Yi Ruyan, Shen Lin approached with a smile, deliberately letting his gaze linger on Yi Ruyan. The latter's face flushed crimson, and she retorted, "If you keep staring, I'll pluck out your eyeballs." Shen Lin chuckled, but his expression turned serious as he remarked, "You arrived just in time. It's your turn to take the stage." Changqing glanced at the luminous screen, his pupils narrowing sharply. The screen was currently broadcasting the rankings. revealing Jinhai City languishing at the bottom among over 30 cities with a score of 0. It was a time for preparation, with the Abyss replaying some of the thrilling moments captured. Gu Changqing spotted Chunhai, Su Qing, and Qi Sheng. Their strength ranked among the top 10 in Jinhai City. However, they were swiftly eliminated by their opponents. So strong? Gu Changqing frowned, noting that in both duo and group battles, their opponents far surpassed Jinhai City in terms of beasts, coordination, and battlefield experience. Cities qualified for national competitions were significantly stronger than Jinhai City. Provincial capitals, such as the capital city, boasted top-tier beast tamers with robust battle reserves, and their exploration beyond the city was unrivaled by other cities. Shenlin adjusted his glasses, expressing concern. Jinhai City's resource acquisition relies heavily on low-level dungeons or dungeon records. In recent years, the noble families and the city lord's office, in close partnership with the Beast Tamer Association, have only developed 5 wild dungeons. Even with just 5, the high-level materials produced accounted for nearly 80% of their resources. Gu Changqing nodded, recognizing the stakes involved. The gap would only widen, just like a snowball rolling down a hill. At that moment, Su Qing, Qi Sheng, and the others emerged from the teleportation gate, their spirits visibly deflated. Upon seeing Gu Changqing, they lowered their heads, unable to meet his gaze. Chenhai appeared relatively composed, yet his psychological barriers had stifled his performance, allowing only 70% of his true strength to shine through. Don't lose heart. You all did well, Gu Changqing encouraged, which only deepened their feelings of shame. Secretary Shan, how many rounds are there in the team battles? 2 rounds. Battles with fewer than 3 participants and battles with more than 3. If we can defeat representatives from 3 cities in the team battle, Jinhai City's ranking can rise into the top 10. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Changqing declared, "All right, I will participate in the team battle." Shenlin, recalling the devastating strike from the Bloodbath Wilderness dungeon, expressed concern. "What about your beast?" "Don't worry, simple exercises are still possible. The sun shining high is a golden attribute ability, unrelated to skills." He had also experienced one of the enhanced capabilities of the beast taming space transformed by that celestial stone, which could double the recovery of his beast's injuries and spiritual energy. "Very well, then. Everything is in your hands. Let those noble families be silenced." Su Qing and the others, seeing Gu Changqing take the stage, felt a renewed sense of reliance, shaking off the shadows of their earlier failures as they began to strategize how to maximize their teamwork. Meanwhile, Gu Changqing pulled Yi Rian aside, asking, "Sister, do you think Uncle Yi will be furious?" Others aside, the Yi family was ultimately Yi Rian's kin. "Don't worry about me. I will handle it well." Yi Rian, unusually shy, buried her face deeply. What is the background of that Lu fellow? Why does it feel like the Yi family has some leverage over them? Yi Rian sighed deeply, recounting the entire sequence of events. Now I understand. Gu Changqing finally grasped the weight Yi Rian had carried when she chose to remain in Jinhai City. The beast belonging to the Yi family had re-injured an old wound, accompanied by a host of peculiar complications, placing it in a precarious situation. The beasts of the Lu family primarily served as auxiliary healers, capable of staving off the recurrence of injuries. Thus, long ago, the 2 families had arranged the engagement between Yi Rian and Lu Wenchao. Unwilling to comply, Yi Rian had quarreled with her family and moved to Jinhai City, where she met his parents. In the present day, the Yi family is unwilling to wait any longer and is pressuring Yi Rian to comply. Is it the inherited beast pets? Truly prestigious families possess one or more of these legacy beasts, which serve as a family's fade. Unfortunately, Gu Changqing only has combat-type beast pets, and the probability of extracting golden attributes is consequently skewed. Nevertheless, that badge contains a space for auxiliary-type beast pets, so time is of the essence for making a contract. As the preparation time concludes, Shenlin urges everyone to enter the teleportation gate. Gu Changqing gently pats Yi Rian's hand and reassures her, "Sister, do not worry. I will find a way." With that, he dashes into the teleportation gate. Upon their arrival in the vast arena, which is divided into several zones, Gu Changqing and his companions are met with derisive laughter from nearby waiting areas of other cities. "Isn't this the city of Yaden? They haven't even withdrawn yet. Why not just rename it to Town of Turtles?" The taunts incite fury among others. Gu Changqing remains unfazed, deliberately glancing at the display of cities in the waiting area. "Qingshui City? Fear not. We shall subdue you first." Chapter 73. Black Ma Lu, Evolution of the Great Sage? A stick-esmite. Ha ha. With a bunch of waste like you, do you think you can? The contestant from Qingshui City suddenly halts mid-sentence, realizing the mocking undertone in Gu Changqing's words, his expression darkening. "Very well, we shall be the first to eliminate you." Gu Changqing scoffs, uninterested in verbal sparring. Su Qing is busy compiling information and soon states, As a secondary city, Qingqiu City possesses a superior overall strength compared to ours. However, their beast pets are predominantly aquatic, which is both a weakness and a strength. I have observed several of their matches. They are formidable. Their beast pets have a singular attribute that melds seamlessly, allowing them to conjure small lakes instantly. This transformation of disadvantage into advantage led them to secure a victory over Xifang City due to a moment of carelessness. Water, you say? Gu Changqing muses. Who leads them? Zhang Wenbin. The reticent Chunhai nearly spits out the name through clenched teeth. This is due to Zhang Wenbin's previous match against Qingqiu City, where he exploited Chunhai's distraction, focusing all firepower on him, leading to the swift collapse of their trio and a disastrous defeat. Their record of elimination in a minute remains the shortest in team competition history. Chunhai, marked by shame, is determined to regain his dignity, especially with Gu Changqing's impending entry. Qisheng points to the center of the waiting area in Qingqiu City, where a tall student, surrounded by others, confidently discusses strategy. That is Zhang Wenbin, a senior beast master. His 3 beast pets include a tyrant whale, a Xian poison jellyfish, and a highly defensive water turtle. Pay special attention to his jellyfish and turtle. Their poison and defense are exceptional. Su Qing's expression darkens as she recalls, "My little horse fell victim to poison." Gu Changqing takes note, and then mentally enters the Beastmaster space. Inside, the black egg is seated in meditation, absorbing energy from the surrounding environment, which transforms into a steady stream of black gas flowing into its body. Upon opening its eyes, it dismissively states, "Do not worry, Master. Poison is my least concern. Soon, that little brat will learn what it means to be a swordsman lurking in the shadows." Gu Changqing can't help but chuckle. Is it a monkey in the dark? Yet. Black egg, do you truly wield a sword? Is it possible that a bloodline memory has gone awry, and you once fought with a staff? Is that so? I follow the skills I possess. The black gas morphs into a long staff in its hands, and after a few practice swings, it feels much more fluid than before. Oh, Master, you might be right. Wielding a staff feels like another power within me is stirring, perhaps the golden attribute you granted me. Gu Changqing claps his hands in agreement. It must be so. With its unique form, akin to one sprung from stone, it closely resembles the Great Sage. Coupled with the golden attribute of the destined path, it is undoubtedly a replica. Gu Changqing's expectations are modest. If the black egg could achieve even half the might of the Great Sage, it would be a blessing, allowing it to acclimate. Gu Changqing moves into the adjacent space of Xiaojin. Xiaojin's condition remains unparalleled. After a brief exchange, Gu Changqing takes his leave. 10 minutes later, a large red flag rises from the center of the arena, and a crimson countdown appears above. Su Qing and Qisheng have already devised their battle strategy, while Gu Changqing is not included in their plans. Each understands that his solitary and free-spirited approach is his greatest strength. Otherwise, they might become a burden. As the countdown reaches 0, a shadow darts forward. The black egg, having grasped a fragment of essence, eschews the sword this time, instead wielding a 3-meter-long black staff. Executing several acrobatic maneuvers, it leaps over the heads of the Qingqiu City students. Who dares to be so arrogant? Taste my wrath. Gripping the staff with both hands, the black gas continually infuses it, making the staff increasingly thick and solid. The rhythmic thumping of its heartbeat echoes within, resonating like a heavy drum. Gu Changqing hears it and feels a surge of excitement. He begins to formulate a hypothesis. As the sole designated golden attribute, it likely differs significantly from others, requiring the beast pet to intuitively comprehend and adjust in accordance with certain implicit conditions of the golden attribute. Otherwise, how could one endure trials and attain a transformation worthy of such quality? With a forceful strike, the 2-meter-wide black staff crashes down upon the waiting area of Qingqiu City. A cloud of dust erupts, and as the swirling black gas dissipates, it coalesces into thousands of tiny black rods, raining down like a torrential downpour. The students of Zhonhai City are left in stunned silence by the audacious display of skill. Within the dust cloud, what was once a dense gathering of students now appears sparse, with few remaining. Chunhai attempts to speak, but finds his mouth agape in disbelief. Others silently mourn for their peers from Qingqiu City. Why provoke anyone else when you could have stirred Gu Changqing? This individual knows no bounds. What of the god of beast mastery? What of the azure dragon of heaven? They can still be vanquished. As the dust gradually settles, the black egg emerges. Exhaling vaporous breath, the staff transforms into a long sword, its spirit slightly diminished. Damn it, the turtle shell is too tough. After venting its frustration, the black egg observes a slender student in the center of the Qingqiu City waiting area, shielded by a massive, shimmering shell that radiates a deep blue light, forming intricate patterns. The black gas left behind by the black egg is expelled from the shell. No wonder it is called the water turtle. Now it makes sense. Fewer than half the students remain in the waiting area, as the Black Egg strike has eliminated 15 or 16 individuals. It is not that they were weak. The contestants from Qingqiu City never anticipated such a sudden and powerful attack from the underdog. Many did not even have time to react before being sent home by the Black Staff. The students of Zhonghai City, fueled by pent-up frustration, rally together to surround the remnants of their opponents. Xiao Jin takes to the sky, keenly observing the movements of the Qingqiu City students below, especially those capable of creating lakes with their combination skills, ready to intervene at the first sign of danger. Though the Black Egg may not match Xiao Jin in power, its endurance offers a compelling challenge. The enigmatic origin of its bloodline, capable of withstanding the golden attribute's influence, attests to its strength. The heartbeat, akin to the resounding beat of a war drum, invigorates me with each thump. As I dance, fatigue inevitably sets in. However, my master, I have discovered that once I revert to wielding my sword, that exhilarating sensation dissipates, and the expended energy recovers at an astonishing pace. It appears my suspicions were not unfounded. The two bloodlines complement and rely upon one another, exerting mutual restraint while also compensating for each other's shortcomings. Perhaps, as the rank of Haydn ascends further, both bloodlines will undergo breakthroughs, and the next stage of advancement will reveal a clearer path. Changqing can hardly imagine how deeply moving that scene would be. Haydn, evolve into the great sage. Invincible, indeed. Chapter 74. Can you withstand the ferocity of a fierce beast of the demonic level? With Haydn's full force behind a powerful strike, Xiao Jin surveyed the battlefield from above. The students of Qingqiu City, despite organizing 2 waves of resistance, found themselves relentlessly suppressed by the overwhelming numbers of Zhonghai City. Lacking the combination skills necessary to create a favorable environment for survival, their beast companions significantly diminished in power, as Chunhai wielded the Thunder War halberd. Crackling with electricity and fueled by boundless personal grievances, it pierced Zhang Wenbin's body, and the abyssal voice echoed from the arena. Congratulations to Zhonghai City for eliminating Qingqiu City in a total time of 3 minutes and 7 seconds. Congratulations to Zhonghai City for achieving the fastest elimination record, though they failed to secure a victory within a minute. The 3-minute duration left all cities in the arena astounded. This was not a mere 33, it was a team competition of 30 individuals. To annihilate them all in 3 minutes? Surely, the people of Zhonghai City must have consumed forbidden substances or resorted to cheating. The once bottom-ranked participants had suddenly surged to the top, a disparity that was difficult to accept. After dispatching Qingqiu City, Su Qing and the others retreated in an orderly fashion. With this pent-up resentment released, each person's expression transformed significantly from before. Once the psychological advantage was established, Changqing knew that as long as they performed to their original capabilities, it would not be challenging to rank within the top 10. There was no need to rush. They would proceed step by step, uniting whenever possible. Caution was paramount. After delivering his thoughts, Changqing chose to leave Haydn, who was severely drained and in need of recovery, while he and Xiao Jin made their way through the arena, which was rife with potential enemies. Heading straight for the central flag. I must admit, I am impressed. The familiar formula, the familiar taste. There is no way around it. He cannot be measured by the standards of ordinary individuals. We exercise caution. Conversely, we are the true underdogs. Let us not inflate our own significance. His reckless abandon is the true foundation. The few who had fought alongside Changqing in the climactic battle began to tease him. The remainder had all been personally dispatched by Changqing. Yet, having witnessed his prowess on the luminous screen, and with those ranked in the top 10 holding him in high regard, they could only suppress their discontent, refraining from voicing their grievances. I believe Brother Changqing is correct. I propose we first engage in discussions with the team from the provincial capital, Su Qing suggested. As they belong to the same province, regardless of who won or lost, it would be beneficial. Qixing nodded in agreement. Su Qing was right. They should unite against the enemy before determining the victor. I have no objections, Chunhai remarked, gripping the Thunder War halberd, his gaze drifting towards the retreating figure of Changqing. After receiving unanimous approval from the 29 members, Haydn executed a somersault, conjuring a stunning display of swordplay, proclaiming, "Follow closely behind me, with Heidao leading the way. Let us see who dares to challenge us." Though the others could not comprehend his words, they understood the essence from his proud demeanor. "Haydn, we rely on you." Su Qing crouched down, offering a well-crafted beast stone to his mouth. The little girl is quite thoughtful." Haydn accepted it with satisfaction, crunching away. Subsequently, Su Qing placed one hand on the small unicorn's horn and the other on Haydn's head, softly reciting, "The unicorn says, the light of friendship endures eternally, and all that belongs to each other shall be shared." A blinding white light emanated from the unicorn's horn, enveloping Haydn through Su Qing's arm. Haydn felt a jolt as a surge of energy flooded into his body, revitalizing his nearly parched form. This little girl is impressive. She has grasped the unique skill of the holy unicorn. Now, I, Haydn, can unleash my might once more. Su Qing observed the chattering Haydn and remarked, Haydn, my unicorn may not compare to you, but even with the mutual exchange of energy, you must consider your usage wisely. The unicorn let out a soft whinny, seemingly protesting Haydn's statement. Haydn understood it could not drain its essence. It then conjured the black staff once more, planting it firmly on the ground. Let us go. Stay close to me. As Changqing approached the central flag, he sensed their next move through his connection with Haydn. How boastful! Xiao Jin perched on his shoulder, accurately assessing Haydn's actions. At that moment, an unwitting individual spotted someone alone and attempted to approach. The blazing sunfire erupted instantly, transforming into a sprawling carpet of flames that moved in tandem with Changqing. Simultaneously, a sharp cry echoed, the might of the Jinwu spreading forth. Those who sought to take advantage were swiftly deterred. Ha ha! Xiao Jin has joined the competition as well. With an elevated neck and a proud swish of its golden mane, Xiao Jin declared, I am the beloved treasure of my master. That dark fellow can stand aside. Naturally, Xiao Jin would always be number one, irreplaceable. Ecstatic. Xiao Jin leaped about on Changqing's shoulder, perhaps too exhilarated, as fiery orbs erupted aimlessly from it, exploding upon contact with any object. In an instant, the arena echoed with the abyssal voice. Congratulations to Zhenhai City's Changqing for slaying Zhang S of Lining City. Congratulations to Zhenhai City's Changqing for slaying Li Kuei of Tiansheng. Congratulations to Zhenhai City's Changqing for slaying Ding Lu of Jingdu. Congratulations to Zhenhai City's Changqing for slaying. A series of kill notifications echoed, marking the unfortunate fates of various cities. Meanwhile, Su Qing and the others successfully made contact with the team from the provincial capital. However, the idea of a coalition did not progress smoothly. Despite Zhenhai City having annihilated Xianshui City from the outset, they still struggled to gain their trust. Their suspicions mirrored those of other provinces, believing them to have employed underhanded tactics. Su Qing, Qi Shang, and others made fervent efforts to persuade them, yet to little avail. Just as both parties reached a point of dwindling patience, a colossal fireball of pale gold, trailing a long fiery tail, hurtled towards the waiting area of the provincial city. Upon seeing this, Su Qing and the others shouted, Defend! Quickly, defend! Their reactions were commendably swift. As the fireball descended, nearly all the beast companions possessing defensive skills erected protective barriers. Layer upon layer, they formed a formidable shell around the waiting area. Boom! The arena trembled violently beneath them, as dazzling gold unfurled, enveloping them in searing heat. Crack! Crack! Layers of protective shields shattered and dissolved. Su Qing and the others were filled with trepidation. Could it be? Was Changqing exterminating his teammates? Thankfully, many formidable fighters remained in the provincial city, and they managed to hold on, finally extinguishing the flames while 7 layers of defense still remained. The crisis averted, everyone sighed in relief, but in the next moment, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the rear of Zhenhai City's team. As soon as SNMN, who had been eliminated from the instance by GCH and Qingqiu, barely maintained his position within the top 30, he, feeling guilty after withstanding a fireball attack, inadvertently stepped out of the protective circle and was promptly struck by a dissipating fireball. Congratulations to GCH and Qingqiu from ZHNHI City for defeating SNMN from ZHNHI City. In his final moments, SNMN could not comprehend why. Simply due to a dungeon and a moment of indiscretion, GCH and Qingqiu would not let him go, even resorting to long-range sniping. As onlookers witnessed SNMN engulfed in flames and sent off the stage, they exchanged glances, a chill settling in their hearts, especially among those who had offended GCH and Qingqiu. Suddenly, a refined and scholarly young woman, with a practical short haircut, remarked, as fellow members of Huing Province, I believe it is essential for us to band together for warmth, for we share a singular purpose. Chapter 75. U5, Attack Together. Upon hearing this, Qing and the others exchanged glances, puzzled by the sudden shift from their previous air of superiority to a newfound camaraderie. It was only when they noticed the leading spokesperson from the province with her eyes closed, listening intently to the announcements from the abyss, that they began to understand the situation. Well, it seems another has fallen into the trap. Brother CH and Qing truly captivates wherever he goes. QSH murmured. Could it be that you? Qing raised an eyebrow. A lady must know her place. QSH, unable to conceal his disappointment, conceded, all right then. one must first transform into a gentleman. Their playful banter continued until the announcements from the arena finally ceased. What about the others? Inquired the provincial woman eagerly. I have no idea. They must have headed toward the main flag. Brother Changqing's exceptional prowess would only be hindered by team coordination. So, shall we unite or not? If not, we will take our leave. Qing asserted her authority, the group ready to turn away at a moment's notice. United. The woman's status was evidently significant, as others nodded in agreement after whispering amongst themselves. Very well, let us formalize our pact. The woman hesitated, questioning the need for a formal contract. Meanwhile, Changqing paused, glancing at the small creature on his shoulder, who resembled a child who had committed a misdeed. Feeling both amused and exasperated. While eliminating participants from other cities was acceptable, how could he have mistakenly taken down one of his own? S&MN was indeed unfortunate. It's all right. I do not hold you accountable. You performed admirably. After a moment of reassurance, the small creature, now lively, regained its spirit. However, apart from showcasing its skills on him, it was strictly forbidden to unleash its powers indiscriminately. Changqing opened the attributes panel of the small creature, reflecting on its growth. Unbeknownst to him, it had evolved into a godlike presence among the new generation of Beastmasters. Beast Pet, True Fire Sparrow. Tier, Silver. Level, 12. Bloodline attributes, Great Sun Golden Flame, Gold. Battle Intent Boiling, Gold. Glutton Spring, Gold. Sun Shining Brightly, Gold. Attributes, Strength 204, Glutton Attribute, 200, Constitution 211, Agility 243 200, Spirit 1422. Lightning Resistance, 5, Water Resistance, 5. Deception Breaking Ability, 5. Skills, Form Transformation, Blazing Sun Flame, Fire Immunity, Passive, Golden Crow's Shadow, Energy Storage, 68. Golden Crow's Roar, Bloodline Combination Skill. Sun's Fury, Bloodline Forbidden Level. With a complete Bronze Tier Spirit attribute reaching 1200 points upon achieving this. The small creature evolved from the initial Sunbird to the Silver Tier True Fire Sparrow. Its Super Divine Bloodline not only enhanced its bloodline skills, but also added 200 points to its spirit. It is not an exaggeration to say that among the new generation, few could withstand a single strike of the ordinary blazing sun flame from this little one. Changqing continued toward the main flag, noticing as he drew closer that others were also approaching from different directions. 3 men and 2 women, each adorned with the insignia of senior Beastmasters on their robes, advanced with an impressive presence. The newcomers were formidable, strong representatives from the new generation of Beastmasters, rivaling and perhaps surpassing CHNHI. Their synchronized steps brought them simultaneously to the small platform beneath the main flag from 6 distinct directions. From Huing Province? How curious that Ting Luyo is not among them, exclaimed a petite girl with a hint of baby fat, surprised to find Changqing instead of the expected. Huh, are you too scared after our last encounter to show up? The young man clad in black robes, with a dagger at his waist, retorted in a raspy voice. Please, the pearl of the Ting family would fear you? WTN, do not overestimate yourself. Countered a handsome young man with golden hair, his words sharp. Do you have the capability? Let us not forget who scattered your specters last time. Ah, dear friends, after months apart, we meet only to quarrel, chimed in a vividly dressed girl, feigning concern while her tone was more provocative than sincere. Vulgar woman, rein in your seductive antics. It's disgusting. Hee, what can I say? I can't defeat you otherwise. Changqing remained silent, adopting the role of a patient listener. From their discourse, he gleaned that these 5 individuals were distinguished representatives from Tien Province, JNGD, D Province, Suin Province, and Jing Province, the leaders of the new generation of Beastmasters from their respective provincial capitals. He surmised that he was positioned where Ting Luyo of Huing Province should be. There existed familiarity among the 6. Although most Beastmasters would obtain a Beast card through the Abyss before the national examination, this was merely the case for the impoverished. Wealthy families had long established arrangements for their offspring. The only shared aspect was the age at which they entered the dungeon. However, this phase of beast training became a dividing line between nobility and commoners. The rules of the Abyss emphasize fairness and justice, thus granting everyone a fleeting opportunity to compete. Listening to their incessant bickering, Changqing decided to disregard them and walk toward the sturdy flagpole. In the next moment, several whistling gusts of wind, accompanied by 5 distinct skills, were hurled toward him. Fire. Changqing paused and murmured, summoning a ring of fire beneath his feet. As his fire control technique drew from the little one's flames, effortlessly dissolving the 5 incoming skills. Oh, another expert. Observing the ineffectiveness of their skills, WTN reigned in his disdain. The flamboyantly dressed girl, enveloped in a cloud of pink essence, approached Qingqiu, her hands sliding down her loose robe, revealing ample skin. My dear, your strength is remarkable. I adore it. Tell me, did you defeat Ting Lu Yo? Answer me, and there will be a reward. As the pink aura and her enticing voice enveloped him, Qingqiu felt a shiver run through his body, rising annoyance within him. This woman's power bore resemblance to Qing's, yet their approaches diverged greatly. Qing's allure opened a mental fissure for the purpose of control, while this woman relied purely on sensual seduction to evoke desire, leading to submission. Despite employing similar techniques, their methodologies differed vastly. Leave. Qingqiu inhaled deeply and suddenly bellowed. His voice, imbued with a scorching wave of heat, rippled through the air as if a stone were cast into a tranquil lake, sending forth layers of ripples. Wow, the charm skill faltered, and the woman appeared to be struck hard, her complexion swiftly paling before a flush of crimson emerged, and she spat out a mouthful of blood before gradually returning to her usual hue. You have shattered my color domain. Humph. Daring to present your manipulative tricks in such a grand setting. Changqing retorted mercilessly. He had come merely to seize the flag and had no intention of creating enmity. Yet, the woman's approach was simply detestable. The others exchanged silent glances, seemingly reaching a tacit agreement. Wu Yu, with a sinister visage, spoke in a raspy voice. It appears you have defeated Ting Lu Yo. Although we are foes, not just anyone is worthy to stand alongside us. Wu Tian chimed in with a mocking laugh. Brother, as a newcomer, we are quite curious about the means by which you defeated Ting Lu Yo. Observing their attempts to find a reputable excuse, Changqing snorted. Spare me the lengthy preamble. You merely wish to eliminate the newcomer first, right? Enough prattle. Let us get on with it. You five, come at me all at once. Chapter 76. 1 against 5. A challenge indeed, yet not insurmountable. All at once. The geniuses from 5 provinces stared at Changqing as though he were a fool. Wu Tian found this to be the most amusing joke. Scoffing. Do you really think that defeating Ting Lu Yo has raised your status? This obscure lad, could he possibly be a commoner? Believing that mere luck in drawing a powerful beast card could truly turn the tide? That he could stand on equal footing with us? The flirtatious girl covered her mouth in laughter, her long lashes framing eyes filled with disdain. This young man, emerging from who knows where, thinks that breaking my color domain equates to defeating me? Enough of the nonsense. Since you invite us to join forces, let us prioritize removing you first. You stay back. I will take the lead. Black threads materialized in Wu Yu's gaze, enveloping his pupils. Behind him, a vague shadow merged with his being. Very well, then come. Let me see the extent of your fusion with the phantom. Wu Yu, do put in a good effort. After this, I shall gift you a sweet kiss. I apologize, dear new friend, but we would rather engage with the familiar Ting Lu Yo. Only the youth from Kyoto remained silent from the very beginning, neither participating nor obstructing. Young man, give it your all. Otherwise, you will gain nothing. Wu Yu completed his fusion with the beast named Phantom and instantly vanished from the sight of the crowd. Moreover, he did so without a sound, as if he had departed the instance entirely. His voice suddenly echoed from all directions, ethereal and ghostly. However, in the next moment, Xiao Jin merely cast a cold glance in one direction, and Changqing understood, channeling the fire technique to absorb Xiao Jin's blazing flames, transforming them into a colossal bird's claw that lunged to the left. The claw did not close, hindered by an obstruction. Gradually, the vanishing Wu Yu reappeared within the grasp of the bird's claw. He spread his arms wide, straining to prevent the claw from closing, his expression one of disbelief. How did you detect me? The only response was a cold snort and an intensifying pressure. Your Majesty. Wu Yu, realizing he could not extricate himself, shouted once more. A thunderous roar erupted behind Changqing. A colossal skeleton, towering 3 meters high and clad in bronze armor, emerged from the hexagram formation. Within its hollow eye sockets, 2 balls of green ghostly fire flared up, and its massive fist, imbued with tremendous force, came crashing down towards Changqing. How dare you launch a sneak attack? Xiao Jin flapped its wings, soaring into the air, disdainfully muttering, and unleashed a pale golden fireball. The fireball collided with the skeleton's bony fist, erupting in a powerful blast that forced the giant skeleton to stagger back several paces before it could regain its footing. Astonishing. Witnessing this bizarre and terrifying spectacle, the silent youth from Kyoto finally spoke. Just as Xiao Jin prepared to dive, a shield emblazoned with a giant tortoise design intercepted its assault. The silent youth swiftly maneuvered to the back of the shield and addressed Changqing. Xuanwu from Kyoto, Xianting, I seek your guidance. Changqing slowly turned, intensifying the strength of his fire technique once more. A scream echoed as Wu Yu could no longer withstand the pressure and was firmly grasped. Simultaneously, the searing heat scorched his skin, a faint scent of charred flesh wafting through the air. Xuanwu, a student of Xuanwu Academy? Gu Changqing was taken aback. The exam had not concluded, and even those pre-selected could not directly assume the academy's name. Wu Tian and the others, witnessing Qingqiu's entrance, no longer dared to underestimate him. This fellow is the grandson of the Xuanwu Academy's principal, one of the top 10 geniuses in Kyoto. Friend, we acknowledge your strength. Release Wu Yu. Young man, violence is not the answer. Let us discuss matters calmly. The three approached from different angles. With Qianting raising his shield to confront Xiaojin, Gu Changqing nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Wu Yu, scorched and squeaking in discomfort, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration as he heard Gu Changqing relent. Sensing the grip of the giant claw loosening, he quietly began to summon his third beast. Suddenly, a heavier force descended upon him. Within the palm of the claw, pale golden flames surged rapidly. Before Wu Yu could summon his beast, he was transformed into a beam of white light and expelled from the arena. After completing this, Gu Changqing extinguished the flames, brushed off his resplendent robe, and remarked lightly, I intended to let him off the hook, but he did not appreciate it and tried to backstab me. So I had no choice but to send him out. With a feigned shrug and an expression of mock sorrow, he presented his case. Wu Tian and others were taken aback, and their anger surged. Let us all attack together and eliminate him first. The two girls had already made plans. As soon as the words left their mouths, a cat-like beast resembling a leopard lunged at Gu Changqing with lightning speed, its sharp claws slicing through the air with a chilling glimmer. Fire! Gu Changqing murmured, forcibly elevating the fire technique by a level through the power of his resplendent robe. Not only did this enhance his control over the flames, but the intensity of the fire drawn from Xiaojin also surged significantly. A wall of fire suddenly erupted before Gu Changqing, dozens of fiery tendrils swirling to ensnare the leopard's legs. Young man, underestimating me will lead to grave consequences. On the other side, the flirtatious girl had taken her seat atop a black and red scorpion. The scorpion's raised stinger, a toxic hue of green and brown, was evidently lethal. The speed of the stinger surpassed that of the leopard, poised to strike Gu Changqing's body. Gu Changqing did not even glance, as Xiaojin, engaged in confrontation with Qianting, suddenly transformed into a mere flicker of undying flame. In the next moment, it appeared at Gu Changqing's side, unleashing a prepared fireball aimed directly at the poisonous stinger. The blazing sunfire, with an attribute of 1400, struck true against the stinger. Flames surged around it, distorting the very space itself, as the poisonous stinger was rapidly reduced to ashes, quickly igniting along the scorpion's tail. The flirtatious girl was equally ruthless, drawing her weapon to sever the tail, causing the scorpion to writhe in pain. Well done. You seized the moment perfectly. Wu Tian suddenly roared. He tossed a yellow stone into the air, which instantly soared upwards. From its center, golden patterns unfurled outward, and within mere breaths, it had grown as majestic as a mountain. Behold my beast's skill, falling sky seal. The weight of the mountain, akin to Taishan pressing down, surged forth just as Gu Changqing was preoccupied with the two girls, arriving without warning. One must admit, aside from their formidable beasts, their combat experience and teamwork were impressively robust. At this moment, Qianting withdrew his shield and shouted, Spirit Serpent emerges from the sea. Suddenly, beneath Gu Changqing's feet, the arena vanished, transforming into an unfathomable ocean. Below the surface, a spirit serpent, resembling a swimming dragon, broke through the water's surface, connecting with Gu Changqing and charging toward the descending mountain with great force. Witnessing the successful execution of both skills, Wu Tian erupted into laughter, exclaiming, Qianting, who would have thought our unintentional collaboration months ago would find another opportunity for resurgence? Qianting, however, remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on Gu Changqing, ensnared by the spirit serpent, and cautioned, do not lose focus. He is an intermediate beast master, and his second beast has yet to reveal itself. The impending collision between the spirit serpent and the mountain was imminent, but a thick mist, resembling a heavy cloud, enveloped the sky above the great banner. Suddenly, tiny particles began to fall from the sky, startling the female spectator, who instinctively caught one. It felt warm to the touch. Was this black glass? Just as she pondered this, Qianting suddenly shouted, watch out. At that moment, a massive black mountain broke through the mist, continuing its descent. However, Gu Changqing's figure had vanished from beneath the mountain. Chapter 77. Do not compare with me, for you are unworthy. What happened? Where did he go? Wu Tian, where is your beast? Wu Tian snapped back to reality, glancing at the abyssal prompt with difficulty swallowing. Back to the Beastmaster space? As his words fell, The expressions of the three shifted dramatically. Changqing gritted his teeth and said, "His flames have burned through the mountain, vaporizing the water serpent. Now, he has turned our own tactics against us." He immediately made a decision, shouting, "Give it your all. Xuanwu shield can withstand this." This time, they cast aside their pride and summoned their remaining beasts, channeling all their strength into the Xian turtle conjured by Changqing. The turtle's shell, rugged and deep, filled continuously with their combined power. "Xuanwu shield," Changqing shouted. As the patterns on the turtle's shell began to detach and gradually merge with his shield, a spectral image of the Xian turtle, entwined with the spirit serpent, lay atop the shield, both the serpent's head and the turtle's mouth opening in a threatening display toward Gu Changqing above. From atop the mountain, Gu Changqing looked down at the four diminutive figures on the arena, scoffing. Even if the true sacred beast, Xuanwu, were to descend, today I shall cast you from the arena. Xiao Jin chirped excitedly, just as the shadow of the golden crow began to materialize behind him, only to be thwarted by a flick of Gu Changqing's finger, who patiently instructed, "They are not transcendental beasts. There is no need to use a trump card. Melt the mountain beneath you with flames, and the rest depends on your fate. Do not exhaust yourselves every time, understood?" Although Xiao Jin felt wronged, he obediently nodded. Yet the fire in his eyes remained undiminished. Having been reprimanded by his master, he thought, "You shall not have it easy." In the instant Gu Changqing glanced down, the shadow of the golden crow flashed by, followed by a refined pillar of fire igniting upon the mountain. The hardened rock melted under the intense heat like cream, dripping incessantly onto the arena below. The mist, too, evaporated completely under the high temperature. This scene silenced the once chaotic arena, leaving only the sound of lava crashing down, creating a gusty wind. Is this truly a new group battle on the arena? Which city's powerhouse is this? Have they contracted a star beast? No. A star beast at this stage should not be able to summon meteorites, right? Star beast? Look closely. That is clearly a combination skill. Fiery swamp. Thankfully, it is aimed at the direction of the Great Banner. Seeking information online, the male spectators lamented, for him to bear children, and for her to hone the forest. In Jinhai City and Huang Province, Su Qing and others encountered a united front from two cities, both under the jurisdiction of the capital. Due to their overall weaker strength, Jinhai City suffered considerable losses. Fortunately, the provincial forces were fiercely robust, drawing much of the firepower. Stalled by the alliance, Tang Luoyao, who had not managed to join the gathering of the 6 provincial prodigies, became the main weapon of this new team. Suddenly noticing the countless fiery meteors, the beautiful face of Su Qing transformed into a fierce tiger visage, opening its gaping maw to emit a roar that echoed through the mountains. As her opponent was momentarily stunned, she withdrew from the fray, gazing at the melting mountain in astonishment. That is Wu Tian's falling sky seal. To be able to incinerate such a skill, could it possibly be him again? Observing the scene while continuously buffing her comrades, Su Qing silently shook her head. Great, we have fallen completely into his trap. Meanwhile, Changqing and his companions faced the backlash from Xiao Jin's secretive enhancements. Even before the smallest lava fragments, with a radius of merely 1 meter, could fall, an overwhelming sense of pressure caused everyone's hearts to race. Boom. When the first lava fragment collided with the Xuanwu shield, each individual felt as though they had been struck on the forehead with a hammer, ringing in their ears. Simultaneously, their bodies sank, blood momentarily ceasing, as the immense pressure left minute imprints on the sturdy arena. However, with the second, third, and countless more impacts, blood began to flow from their mouths, nostrils, ears, and even their eyes. Their legs buckled repeatedly until they knelt on the arena, shattering the ground beneath their knees. Gu Changqing observed the Xuanwu shield, which remained steadfast despite the combined efforts of the 4. He could not help but marvel at the strength of the Xuanwu, the sacred beast known for its unmatched defense, capable of withstanding Xiao Jin's assault. Lava splattered, and the thunderous echoes continued, as the powerful shock waves surged forth, causing the spectral images of the Xian turtle and spirit serpent to scatter, yet they did not dissipate. When the final lava fragment shattered, the Xuanwu shield could finally endure no more, shattering into countless specks of starlight. With the shield's collapse, the 4 simultaneously sighed in relief, collapsing onto the ground. Gasping for breath, their beasts, having expended significant energy, returned to the beast master space. Thud! Gu Changqing descended from the sky, standing firmly atop the Great Banner, surveying the exhausted prodigies from the 4 provinces with approval. Truly commendable talents, yet you could not prevail. Changqing, suppressing a mouthful of blood, struggled to rise, kneeling weakly. His robe was tattered, flesh torn open to reveal bone. Gritting his teeth, he gazed up at the towering Gu Changqing and declared, "So what? You cannot withstand even a single blow. What face do you have left to call yourself a genius? Gu Changqing replied coolly, do not compare with me. You are simply unworthy. His intention was clear. I possess an advantage, and even the abyss could not bring me down. However, to the ears of the four on the ground, it was nothing short of blatant mockery. Wu Tian, straining to lie back, fixed his gaze on Gu Changqing and warned, do not be too complacent. Our true genius scorns participating in such games. When the escape battle arrives, blood will be repaid with blood. Oh, I shall await that moment. Gu Changqing retorted, extending his finger to unleash beams of fiery energy that pierced through Wu Tian's head. The remaining three displayed despair, their final words before death echoing. Before you kill me, tell me your name. With such power and beasts, you cannot be nameless. Gu Changqing pointed again, and addressing Xuanting's expectations, he replied, very well. In the escape battle, I await your vengeance. Remember, my name is Qingqiu 666. As the fiery beams eliminated the three, Xianting, taken aback by the name, cursed vehemently as his body turned to white light. Gu Changqing frowned, displeased. You hail from Kyoto's Xuanwu, yet your manners are abysmal. Although he could not hear everything clearly, the few words he caught hinted at a very vulgar insult. Forget it, I shall not dwell on it. Gu Changqing leapt down from the great banner, gripping the base of the flagpole and pulling with all his might. Congratulations to Gu Changqing for acquiring ownership of the arena battle flag. Students from the city should promptly gather at the center of the arena. Successfully guarding the flag for 30 minutes or eliminating all participants from other cities will lead to victory. Gu Changqing, perplexed, glanced at the flag in his hand. The arena battle flag, a supportive item used in the arena. Its abilities grant the flag holder's city team members an increase of 20 in the four-dimensional attributes of their beast companions, along with a skill damage and defense of 10 each. Victory cannot simply be achieved by seizing the flag. Gu Changqing, feeling disheartened, returned the flag to its place. Lacking enthusiasm, before long, Su Qing and the provincial team arrived. Upon seeing the uneven terrain surrounding the flag, they could not help but swallow hard. Tang Luoyao's eyes sparkled as she tidied her hair and approached with graceful steps, making a striking declaration. You are Gu Changqing, right? Hello, I am Tang Luoyao. Do you have a girlfriend? If not, I would like to be your girlfriend. Gu Changqing, momentarily taken aback, could only respond with a bewildered hum. Chapter 78. The Extraordinary Golden Skill, Nature's Power. An admirer? Are the people from the provincial city so open-minded? At that moment, Gu Changqing was unsure how to react and pretended not to hear, sitting cross-legged beneath the battle flag, feigning meditation. Su Qing, witnessing his embarrassment, chuckled softly before addressing Tang Luoyao. The flag will soon be taken, they will come to seize it. With your larger numbers, we will follow your lead. Let Gu Changqing rest for a while. Tang Luoyao sighed, her enthusiasm waning, but then her spirits lifted as she exclaimed, our team's combat strength remains unscathed. Friends from Jinhai City, hold the western front. We will handle the other three directions. Haidandan, eager to flatter Xiaojin, was instead directed by Xiaojin to assist. Observing its pitiful demeanor, Gu Changqing remarked, Haidandan performed admirably. It deserves more encouragement. Humph, give it a bit of sunshine, and it will shine. I do not want to. Gu Changqing could only cast a helpless glance at Haidandan. The ensuing battle had little to do with Gu Changqing. After eliminating the leaders of the remaining 5 provincial cities, the remaining forces posed no significant threat. Despite being outnumbered, Tang Luoyao, invigorated as if energized by a potent elixir, formed a steel knife squad with 2 of her teammates, cutting through the opposition with ease. Moreover, bolstered by the battle flag's attributes, the other members of Jinhai City were nearly on par with the elite of the larger cities. In the end, only Su Qing, Qisheng, Shanhai, and Murongqing remained from Jinhai City, while Tang Luoyao had eliminated the most opponents, leaving 11 on her side. At this moment, Gu Changqing stood up and said to Tang Luoyao, only our 2 city teams remain. Your contributions have been the greatest. Victory belongs to you. Upon hearing Gu Changqing casually relinquish victory, Tang Luoyao felt her heart flutter. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Gu Changqing choose to exit the arena. Hey, remember to find me for the survival battle. All that responded were the bewildered glances of her teammates, as if they had seen a ghost. In terms of appearance, family background, and strength, Tang Luoyao was not the absolute best, yet she was among the elite. Many young talents had pursued her, but now, she was the one making advances, only to be met with indifference. Unwilling to give up, Tang Luoyao turned and commanded, what are you all staring at? Hurry up and go rest. Let me tell you, if anything goes wrong in the survival battle, humph. At that moment, a brave team member ventured to ask, Sister Tang, you seem different toward Gu Changqing. You young ones understand nothing. He is a true prodigy. Look at those who consider themselves geniuses and their behavior. In life, One must be humble. If Changqing and others had heard this, they would surely have scolded her vehemently. Upon leaving the arena, as they arrived at the Pingding Square, thunderous applause erupted. The ranking for Jinhai City surged from the last position to 5th place. Shenlin, beaming with joy, patted Gu Changqing on the shoulder and said, "Well done, young man. You did not disappoint me. When you faced 5 alone, you truly scared me into a cold sweat. They are all favored by the 4 great academies, especially Xianting. Is the survival battle starting immediately? No, it will commence tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Go on." Men should not dawdle. Gu Changqing nodded, descending from the platform and rushing toward the awaiting Yi Ruyan. Taking her hand naturally, Gu Changqing smiled and asked, "Sister, how was my performance?" Yi Ruyan, with a look of pride, replied, "Impressive. You were truly amazing, Xiaoqing. Come, I'll prepare a delicious meal for you tonight." The two departed the square like a pair of lovebirds, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Shenlin sighed, and then told Su Qing, "You should head home too. Your people have already arrived." As night quietly descended, Yi Ruyan went to the supermarket to buy a plethora of ingredients, preparing to cook her specialty dishes. Gu Changqing took out a Beast Companion card, letting a drop of blood fall upon it. "Would you like to activate the Beastmaster Badge space?" "Yes. This space only allows the contract of supportive Beast Companions. Would you like to contract the Mimicry Beast?" "Yes." As the Mimicry Beast entered the badge, the Beast Companion card fulfilled its purpose. "Mimicry Beast," Gu Changqing called out, and the creature in bee form emerged from the hexagram array. In the next moment, it transformed into a cat and leaped into Gu Changqing's lap. The transformation was nearly instantaneous. Upon inspecting its attributes, Gu Changqing mused that its skills were quite commendable. Oh, he still had the golden skill to utilize. Opening his backpack, he found 2 radiant orbs of golden light. Reaching out, he absorbed one, and the information immediately appeared before him. "Flower smiles at me, golden skill. Ability. All beings, from rivers and mountains to flora and fauna, shall feel a sense of affinity toward the holder of this skill, rendering them incapable of harboring malicious intent." Description: a special ability of a legendary existence bestowing a chance to inherit certain skills upon the Beast Companion. Gu Changqing blinked. Could this be the fabled peace token? If all beings are friendly, does this not imply that even ferocious beasts would be unable to attack? Reflecting on the pitiful attributes of the Mimicry Beast, the golden skill seemed perfectly tailored for it. As for the inheritance of skills mentioned in the description, Gu Changqing paid little heed. His initial desire to keep the Mimicry Beast stemmed from its shape-shifting ability, which could create confusion in critical moments. "Stay still, be good." Gu Changqing held the golden skill and pressed it against the forehead of the Mimicry Beast. "Congratulations, your Beast Companion has successfully acquired the golden skill. Flower smiles at me." "Congratulations, your Beast Companion has inherited a skill from the golden skill." "Congratulations, your Beast Companion has gained the skill, Nature's Power." "Wow, this is incredible." When luck arrives, nothing can stand in its way. Gu Changqing opened the attributes of the Mimicry Beast. Mimicry Beast, Supportive Beast Companion. Rank, Ordinary. Level, 1. Attributes, Strength 0, Constitution 1. Agility 1, Spirit 50. Skills, Illusion Vision, Split, Mimicry, Nature's Power. Nature's Power, Special Skill, cannot be upgraded. Ability, can harness energies from nature to heal and restore the Beast Companion and Beast Master, with a certain probability of altering the beast's bloodline, purifying its bloodline concentration. Gu Changqing was left speechless, rubbing his eyes and reviewing the ability of Nature's Power several times to confirm he wasn't hallucinating. He pinched his thigh hard enough to wince in pain. What on earth is this? A concoction of medicinal supplies, exquisite ingredients, and bloodline evolution stones? Moreover, Nature's Power purely harnesses natural energy, with no side effects whatsoever. Gu Changqing lifted the cat-like Mimicry Beast, and an idea struck him. If he took it out to set up a stall, earning 100 to 80,000 a day would surely be a trivial matter. The Mimicry Beast, now under the gaze of its new owner, felt a surge of anxiety, sensing the imminent risk of being sold. Suddenly, Gu Changqing halted, pondering the healing power of nature that he understood, yet questioning what the restoration entailed. Could it be? Chapter 79, The Wonderful He. Sister, come quickly. In the kitchen, Yi Ruyan was humming a little tune while busy cooking. Upon hearing Gu Changqing's call, she emerged, apron-clad, her expression one of surprise. "What is it?" With an air of mystery, Gu Changqing patted the empty space on the sofa, saying, "You'll know if you come over." Yi Ruyan paused momentarily, then blushed, exclaiming, "Stop teasing. I'm cooking." Observing her conflicted demeanor, caught between rejection and invitation, Gu Changqing could not help but swallow hard. As the barrier of their relationship began to dissolve, feelings gradually shifted from familial affection to something more profound. The same person now appeared vastly different in his eyes. At that moment, Yi Ruyan resembled a meticulously crafted masterpiece, the most exquisite work of art bestowed by the heavens. Her shyness, posture, attire, and every movement radiated an irresistible allure. Changqing felt a surge of heat within, the breath from his nostrils growing heavier. Fortunately, the cat-like mimicry beast leaped down and began to rub against Yi Ruyan's feet. "Ah, what a cute kitty," Yi Ruyan exclaimed, bending down to scoop it up. The various attractions, combined with the tightness of her clothing, accentuated her graceful form, especially the alluring valley between her peaks. Standing atop the summit, Changqing gazed into the depths, feeling an intoxicating allure that seemed to draw his very soul inward. "Master," coughing, he realized it was better to deactivate the beast's space. Just as he was lost in the depths of temptation, the two small creatures in the beast's space pulled him back to reality. "I just contracted this beast pet. It has a skill that I want you to help test." Oh. Upon learning the details, Yi Ruyan felt a tinge of embarrassment, soon followed by a wave of disappointment. She approached Changqing, a faint, calming fragrance wafting into his nostrils, nearly causing him to succumb once more. Focus on the task. Stealing his resolve, the mimicry beast returned to his embrace. And at Changqing's behest, its paws gently rested on Yi Ruyan's back. In the next moment, a wave of verdant fragrance filled the room. Rich greenery surged in from all directions, converging upon the mimicry beast's paws. The essence flowed through its paws into Yi Ruyan's body, warming her instantly, followed by a refreshing coolness that coursed through her limbs. The severe injuries she had sustained earlier, along with the 3 already cracked beast spaces, began to show signs of healing under the nourishing greenery. The beast pets within the space also sensed the restorative energy and closed their eyes to recuperate. Suddenly, Yi Ruyan parted her lips, uttering soft, melodic sounds. Her body began to tremble slightly. Changqing, standing beside her, found himself swallowing hard, overwhelmed by the situation. The already tight-fitting classroom shirt struggled to maintain its dignity amidst the tremors, while her loose apron was stretched, barely covering the contours of her figure. With each movement resembling a minor earthquake, the peaks quivered, making it difficult for his eyes to focus. At that moment, the mimicry beast let out a weak cry and collapsed limply in Changqing's arms. Yi Ruyan awoke from her extraordinary sensations, ecstatic. "My injury has improved a little." Meow 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 meow. After the mimicry beast called out, Changqing placed it into the beast's space within his badge to rest. Xiao Jin translated. "It's still quite young and has limited natural power to draw upon. Moreover, the natural forces within the city are not as rich as those outside, so it can only provide slight suppression, not complete eradication." Changqing remained undeterred. This was a promising start. At least he now knew that the power of nature might indeed heal the hidden injuries Yi Ruyan had suffered. The atmosphere grew somewhat ambiguous and awkward. Yi Ruyan stole a glance at Changqing before hastily retreating into the kitchen, her cheeks flushed. As he lowered his head in surprise, his face turned crimson. Damn! The secret is out. During dinner, they served each other dishes, yet whenever their eyes met, they quickly looked down. It was a peculiar feeling, akin to honey within their hearts, revealing sweetness with each encounter. After the meal, Yi Ruyan went outside to take out the trash, while Changqing continued to organize packages. When he discovered another golden item lying within, Qingqiu, a sense of regret washed over him. After the dungeon ended, the abyss had not given him time to inquire about the Wu-tail blood fox. Alas, it seemed the next beast pet should be chosen from the foxes. Suddenly, a surprised exclamation from Yi Ruyan came from outside, followed by hurried footsteps. The door swung open, revealing Yi Ruyan, her face filled with panic. Changqing was startled and quickly took her hand, asking, "Sister, what happened?" The door that had been closed opened once more, and a majestic, alluring woman entered, accompanied by Lu Wenxiao. Upon entering, the woman first noticed their clasped hands, raising an eyebrow in mild irritation. "Yin, what is going on?" Yi Ruyan, flustered, stammered, "Mom, I." Changqing was equally taken aback. The woman's appearance bore a striking resemblance to Yi Ruyan. He tightened his grip on her hand, stating, "Auntie, greetings. Welcome to Jinhai City. It is my fault for not being here to greet you in advance." The woman scrutinized Changqing, her tone heavy with scrutiny. "You are the child Yin has been taken care of?" The word child was pronounced with particular emphasis. Yi Ruyan's heart quivered, and she shot a fierce glare at Lu Wenxiao, saying, "Mom, why did you suddenly come?" The woman huffed, "If I don't come, will you ever return home? Since you have completed your promises, what else is there to cling to? He is already an adult, with his parents' compensation. Does he still need to fear for his survival?" In the presence of the woman, Yi Ruyan felt a tumult of emotions, and though she had a myriad of words to express, they remained stuck in her throat. "Annie, We have already agreed to venture beyond the city together after the exams. Enough, Lu Wenchao shouted, his eyes reddening. Do you not know that Yin Yin has hidden ailments? At such a young age, how cruel. You wish for her to help you gather resources outside the city. Gu. Do you think her years of servitude to you are not enough? Must you also bind her with moral obligations? Upon hearing this, the woman's anger flared. Though she refrained from lashing out in respect for appearances, Yin Yin is indeed the one your parents saved. Our Yi family does not owe you a debt of gratitude. Over the years, she has paid her dues. If you feel it is insufficient, feel free to state your conditions. At that moment, Gu Changqing understood what Lu Wenchao had whispered in the woman's ear. He confidently raised his gaze to meet hers, saying, I apologize, but my sister is priceless. She is not a commodity. As for her hidden injuries, there is no need for you to worry, Auntie. I have found a way to cure them. Furthermore, he looked past the woman at Lu Wenchao, coldly stating, I also possess a method to heal the Yi family's beast pet. Under certain probabilities, I can even assist in purifying its bloodline. If you doubt this, Mr. Lu Wenchao here has likely done enough research on my identity to testify on my behalf. Lu Wenchao was taken aback. Damn, shameless little brat. I'm here to stir trouble. Why should I vouch for you? Chapter 80, The Strategy for 3 Beast Pets. With the mother-in-law observing, Mom, Xiaoqing can truly help. The crisis facing the Yi family now rested on the shoulders of their oldest and most powerful beast pet, which was on the verge of peril. To comprehend, every prominent family within the divine realm of Shanhua has been at the forefront of the lineage and propagation of beast companions. Relying on these creatures, families are able to acquire one or even multiple descendants of notable bloodlines in each generation, thereby enhancing their heritage and combat prowess. To rely solely on the abyssal ritual and chance, that would be futile. Although one might procure such companions through power and wealth, it remains an utterly insufficient endeavor. The price for a beast companion of kingly bloodline is exorbitant, and even then, acquiring one is not guaranteed. The Chen family's willingness to take drastic measures against Gu Changqing, even to the point of seeking his life, stems from this very desperation. Possessing a legendary beast companion would propel the Chen family to greater heights and distances. Conversely, the beast companion of the Lu family is of a supportive nature, having mitigated the injuries inflicted upon the Yi family's beast companions over the years. At this moment, Gu Changqing's proposal of treatment and restoration sounded like a jest to the elegant woman. Given the Yi family's power, had there been an alternative, there would be no need to coerce her daughter. Lu Wenchao adeptly seized upon this point, fully grasping the crux of the matter. Listen well, young man. First, our family matters are of no concern to you, nor do we require your interference. Second, Yin Yin and Lu Wenchao are already betrothed, an unchangeable fact. Third, I hope you will refrain from appearing before us in the future. Regarding your family's kindness, I will prepare 3 million and various resources to settle the debt. Do you understand? Mother, I refuse to leave. Why do you not trust Xiaoqing? He truly possesses that ability. Yi Rian exclaimed, her heart racing. Yet, the more resolute her words, the more displeased the elegant woman's expression became. Sister, Gu Changqing interjected, halting Yi Rian's attempts to persuade further. He bore no resentment. Upon reflection, his actions might have been even more excessive than the elegant woman's. His daughter had prematurely taken on the care of another's child, jeopardizing her future and remaining away from home for years. After finally witnessing her emotional barriers dissolving, he was confronted with her entanglement with the child she cared for, which even led to burgeoning affections. The absence of an initial slap to vent his frustration could be regarded as the restraint of a well-mannered family. And tomorrow marks the final stage of the national examinations escape battle. If you are not in a hurry, would you consider attending as an observer? If, after it concludes, you still hold your current stance, then I shall have nothing further to say. Yi Rian was taken aback, looking at Gu Changqing in disbelief. He offered her a gentle smile, adding, however, I shall personally come to bring my sister out. The elegant woman's expression shifted repeatedly before she finally exhaled a deep breath and replied coolly, very well, young man. But the threshold of the Yi family is not easily crossed. Whether it be easy or difficult, I shall leave that for you to ponder, Aunt. The hour grows late. Please escort my sister back to the hotel. Tomorrow, I shall await your esteemed presence. The elegant woman nodded slightly, taking Yi Rian and exiting the house. Once the trio departed, the tension within Gu Changqing dissipated. He did not regard Lu Wenchao with much concern. From the elegant woman's words, he discerned her affection for Yi Rian. The vital matter lay in the escape battle scheduled for the following day. At that moment, Xiao Jin and He Dan emerged from the Beastmaster space, playfully engaging with the mimetic beast while strategizing for tomorrow. Master, if we encounter obstacles, we must be fully alert tomorrow. Big sister, issue your commands. It's simple. Little and I, Little Tai, Little Beast. Those titles are a hassle. I shall call you Tai Xiao. You shall masquerade as a solitary student to lure others in. Once ensnared, Hey Dan will entangle them, and I shall deliver the final blow. Understood, big sister. The plan is flawless. Meow 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 meow. Yes, we shall follow big sister's lead. Observing the three beasts eagerly discussing the intricacies of their ambush, Gu Changqing returned to his chamber and sent Yi Rian a triumphant emoticon before drifting into a serene slumber. The following morning, at Pingding Square, the final day of the national examination unfolded. The citizens of the city flocked to witness the climactic showdown. Gu Changqing and the other 30 competitors sat in the back row of the leadership seating. He occasionally turned to glance back, eliciting waves of cheers. Gu Changqing, look here. Changqing, I am the president of your fan club. Gaze upon me. Has Gu Changqing's popularity truly surged to such heights? Have his past indiscretions been forgotten? What nonsense are you spewing? What past indiscretions? The beast companions did not diminish in bloodline quality. Otherwise, how could he take on 5 opponents single-handedly? The head of the Qin family was defeated by a teacher from the Baihu Academy. Are you completely oblivious to the underlying issues? Negative comments, begone, or I shall crush you. Under the overwhelming barrage from fans, the individual turned pale with fear and fled the crowd. Had they delayed even a moment longer, they would have faced a crushing defeat. In the waiting area, Su Qing chuckled. Brother Changqing has endured much hardship. His fan base is ever growing. Qi Sheng remarked. That wave of momentum yesterday has been replayed dozens of times. No matter who assumes the role, they cannot escape a grim fate. I find it perplexing. My Lion King is merely 1 rank lower, yet the disparity in combat strength is so vast. The 3-headed 6-armed Lion King within the Beastmaster space trembled uncontrollably. As invisible eyes scrutinized it, it yearned to disclose to its master that this was not merely a legendary bloodline, but rather a mythological one. However, fearing for its life, it remained silent, allowing its master to remain oblivious to the truth. As the time for the escape battle drew closer, Yi Rian and the others had yet to arrive. Gu Changqing grew increasingly anxious. Just as he was about to rise, he spotted Zhao Zhanxiong accompanying the elegant woman and Yi Rian, slowly approaching from the side of the leadership seating. Their gazes intertwined mid-air, igniting sparks of profound affection. Ahem. The elegant woman cleared her throat, prompting Yi Rian to retract her gaze. Zhao Zhanxiong smiled at Gu Changqing, stating, Cinny, let the young ones handle their matters. We have not seen each other in years. How is my third brother's health? Well, he is quite vexed by his daughter, constantly sighing in despair. Xiao Xiong, you cannot fathom the heart of a parent. By the way, how about you and Morong's daughter? Zhao Zhanxiong hurriedly interjected. Cinny, let us take our seats. The escape battle is about to commence. With the elegant woman present, Gu Changqing felt a weight lift from his heart. Shortly thereafter, Xin Lin took the stage, calling the 30 students forward. In an instant, Gu Changqing's cheers resonated throughout the venue. Simultaneously, across from Zhao Zhanxiong, Li Haoran's teeth clenched in frustration. Filled with resentment, he addressed his loyal companion beside him. Have you clarified everything with Qinhai? It has been clarified, but can it truly be employed? After all, that is. Li Haoran softened slightly. No problem. After expending such resources, if we cannot resolve that critical issue, then that wretched creature is unworthy of being called a dark god. Chapter 81. The escape battle begins. What? Do you doubt my words? Not at all. With Chun Ziming's demise, Qinhai's temperament has drastically changed. I fear he may obstruct your plans. Li Haoran remained composed, stating, even if he is admitted to the Baihu Academy, what of it? In the end, he will return to Jinhai City. I have assured him that all promises made to the Chun family will be fulfilled upon his return. He then let out a sinister chuckle. With his father perishing before him, I refuse to believe he can suppress his desire for vengeance. While the two plotted, Zhao Zhanxiong and the elegant woman engaged in hushed conversation. Cinny, are you not curious why Yin Yan and I chose their child? Now I can provide you with a definitive answer. We cannot fully comprehend. The elegant woman understood the implications of referring to him as Xiao Xiong and how powerful he truly was. If even he claimed to be unable to see through the boy, it could only mean one thing. Could he be even stronger than those two from back then? Zhao Zhanxiong sighed. At the same age, they did not score nearly as high in the national examination. Moreover, this is merely what he allows us to see. The beautiful woman displayed a look of astonishment. Xiao Xiong, you wouldn't harbor any ulterior motives, would you? Collaborating with Yin Yan to deceive me, an old woman? Qingqiu, do I possess such audacity? You are aware that Morong spoke to those two individuals before setting off. I do not know the specifics, but Morong mentioned to me one line. If there is no return in the future, Changqing can take the lead. This is precisely why Jinhai Female High School and the Morong family must support Gu Changqing. Indeed, the Forbidden Sea requires legendary beast companions for entry. and such bloodlines are indeed rare within the Beastmaster world. However, families with long-standing heritage can still find even legendary bloodlines. The era of information blockade has become history. The present people are more awakened and objective. The beautiful woman exhaled. It seems I have arrived at just the right moment. Zhao Zhanxiong nodded in agreement. Yi Rian listened intently to their conversation, her hands clasped tightly. Xiaoqing, you must do your best. On the high platform of the square, Shenlin clearly explained the rules of the escape battle to both the participants and the gathered citizens. The so-called escape battle is merely a personal melee within a dungeon map. The only distinguishing factor is the pursuit by fierce beasts. The map, aside from the participants, is densely populated with various levels of fierce beasts. Contestants must kill fierce beasts while also being wary of attacks from other participants. There are two conditions for victory. First, to eliminate all participants from the dungeon. Second, to slay the level 30 Beast King in the center of the map. As for the rewards, a point system is employed. Lower-level fierce beasts yield 1 point, mid-level 2 points, and high-level 4 points, and so forth. Killing a participant grants 10 points. The points serve to enhance the probability of receiving superior rewards. Another purpose is to purchase items from the map's personal shop. Once the rules were thoroughly explained, the time for the escape battle arrived. A massive red portal appeared in the center of the high platform. The top 30 contestants of Jinhai City stepped through the portal one after another. Gu Changqing was the last to enter. After conveying his affections to Yi Rian from afar, he was called back by Shenlin. If, hypothetically, no academy extends an olive branch to you after the escape battle, I will request the city lord to allow you to reorganize the city guard from that year. Of course, based on your performance, even without prior selection from the academy, you could still force your way in. I am merely offering you a choice. Think it over carefully. All right. Gu Changqing did not inquire further. Although he could not recall where he had seen Shenlin before, his trust in him felt innate and unquestionable. Stepping into the teleportation portal, he felt a whirlwind before opening his eyes, instantly standing on end. A massive red-eyed tiger was attempting to engulf his head within its gaping maw. Thanks to the protective rules of the abyss during teleportation, he narrowly escaped disaster. I'll handle it. Without needing Gu Changqing's command, He Dan charged forward, delivering a flying kick that sent the tiger reeling. Soon, with a flurry of strikes, the tiger lay lifeless on the ground. Congratulations on defeating a lower-level fierce beast, gaining 10 experience points. This nameless tiger granted meager experience. He scanned his surroundings, finding himself amidst towering trees, obscuring the sky. Above, 20 meters in the air, the power of the abyss rules prohibited flight. A winding path led deeper into the woods, its destination unknown. It appeared that all the participants had been scattered. Locating them in a short time would undoubtedly prove difficult. Xiao Jin, come out. At Gu Changqing's command, Xiao Jin soared to the highest point. Initially, it was manageable, but as they entered the dense forest path, the tree heights increased significantly, some even disregarding the rules by growing beyond the no-fly zone. Return. It seemed he must first subdue this forest. Gu Changqing's eyes flicked, and Xiao Jin returned to his shoulder. Master, should I use that technique from Lonely Eagle Ridge? Gu Changqing nodded. Begin. Understood. Xiao Jin soared once more, the shadow of the golden crow manifesting behind him. Tiny red points of light, the size of fingertips, erupted with captivating brilliance, and with Xiao Jin's cry, they rained down upon the forest like a torrential downpour. Outside the square, the light screen focused on this newcomer king, broadcasting his every move. The beautiful woman, witnessing Xiao Jin's extraordinary maneuver, exclaimed, "What is he planning? Is he setting the forest ablaze? At such temperatures, how could a mid-level beastmaster withstand it?" Arrogant, exceedingly arrogant. Zhao Zhanxiong and Yi Rian exchanged glances, concerned for the beautiful woman, remaining silent. Indeed, the flames spread rapidly, and coupled with the excessive humidity, the heat became unbearable even for He Dan. Gu Changqing's attempt to control the fire proved futile. At that moment, Xiao Jin unfurled his wings, the blazing sunfire, transforming into a colossal bell that descended from above, enveloping Gu Changqing and He Dan. The intense heat rippled outward, forcing back the flames that sought to approach them. The beautiful woman stood in disbelief, staring at the pale golden flame bell. Is this what appeared above? Chapter 82. Enhanced Avengers Assemble. Should be. Zhao Zhanxiong, who had been covertly supporting and manipulating events, only knew the outcome, oblivious to the details of what had transpired or what had been gained. I am certain that item has reached his hands. Whether it can be utilized remains uncertain. The beautiful woman, astonished, slowly sat down and asked, "How confident are you? Should we arrange for him to meet with Old Yi?" Zhao Zhanxiong shook his head. It is too early. His beast companion is indeed powerful, but his rank is too low. When he breaks through to the spirit level and advances to king level, it will not be too late for a meeting. The beautiful woman glanced worriedly at Yi Ruyan, fearing that old Ye's temperament would make it too late by then. Zhao Zhanxiong suddenly burst into laughter, slapping his thigh. That lad mentioned to you last night as well. I truly wish to see him single-handedly confront the Yi family, standing toe-to-toe with my brother Yi. The mother and daughter from the Yi family stared blankly at Zhao Zhanxiong, their teeth clenching in response. Apologies, I couldn't help it. Just observe quietly. This escape battle will leave not just the participating hidden talents dumbfounded. Even those geniuses treasured by the academies and the offspring of noble families will not escape. The beautiful woman huffed and fell silent, fixating on the flame bell displayed on the light screen, lost in thought. The flames surged, reddening the sky. Thick smoke billowed upwards, forcing all beasts and creatures within the woods to flee. Along the way, Changqing progressed with ease, continuously controlling the fireballs, his proficiency steadily increasing. Xiaojin, this fire control technique is too challenging to upgrade. Since it originated from you, could you not impart some experience? Xiaojin shook his head, his golden feathers swaying. It is impossible, master. My control over flames is innate. I do not know how to teach you. It made sense. The Great Sun Golden Flame belonged exclusively to the Jin Wu bloodline, and the flames were inherently understood. If he were to teach, one could easily predict what Xiaojin would say. There are no shortcuts. I must diligently accumulate proficiency. Now Changqing understood the immense power of the Tongtian Lukai robe. A beast master must carve their own path, strengthening themselves to rival fierce beasts. It is a lengthy process. Unless one possesses a beast companion with embodiment and fusion skills like Su Qing, which can temporarily enhance the beast master's combat capability. Yet, that is not a long-term solution. After an indeterminate amount of time, the flames finally began to subside. Xiao Jinting soared ahead to scout the path, and just as he was about to speak, an ice coffin, a rectangular sarcophagus, crafted from a shimmering blue ice block, abruptly trapped him within. The drowsy He Dan, upon seeing his leader ensnared, drew forth his treasured sword and bellowed, "Who dares to ambush us?" In the blink of an eye, the thick layers of ice melted into water, evaporating without a trace. Xiao Jin's sharp gaze fixed on a particular spot, and relentless fireballs rained down upon it. After a few resounding explosions, the abyssal notification echoed throughout the map. Jinhai City contestant number 666, Changqing, has slain a competitor from Xianbing City. Jinhai City contestant number 666, Changqing, has slain a competitor from Xianshui City. Jinhai City contestant number 666, Changqing, has slain a competitor from Xianbing City. Congratulations on slaying a contestant, earning 10 points. 30 points were credited. Yet Changqing felt no joy. Stunned, he listened to the abyssal announcements, then furiously pointed to the sky, shouting, "Abyss, you old hag. Have I summoned you, or provoked you? Why must my identity be exposed while others are protected? You truly are infuriating." The rich and flavorful curse words left the viewers watching the live broadcast with dark expressions. It was only when He Dan softly reminded him that Changqing reluctantly ceased his tirade. He had forgotten. His future mother-in-law was still present. It was no wonder he was angry. When he had faced 5 opponents, he had boldly revealed his contestant number. Though he feared nothing, the incessant harassment was intolerable. The Abyss had carelessly disclosed his real name to the world. Alas, the carefree days had come to an end. At the base of a waterfall in the escape map, a spirited girl wept profusely upon hearing the abyssal announcement, narrating Changqing's malevolence to a man who was honing his physique beneath the powerful waterfall. "Brother, this person is wicked to the core. He even said that he wouldn't spare us, let alone those lurking in the shadows." After her tears, she added more embellishments to her tale. With a resounding thud, the man struck out, and a golden silhouette seemed to envelop him. The waterfall, several meters wide, briefly hesitated, flowing backward under the might of his punch before resuming its course. The girl, her eyes sparkling with excitement, exclaimed, "Brother, your Beastmaster angel form has finally manifested." The man emerged from the pool, his garments magically draping over him, tenderly ruffling the girl's hair as he remarked, "It's not that simple. I've merely reached the 3rd level. Though there are indeed those more powerful than us, I had no intention of seeking him out immediately." She instantly embraced him. Her body pressed against his as she declared, "I knew you cared for me the most." In a nearby depression, a massive horned rhinoceros collided violently with the Xuanwu shield, which barely staggered back a few steps. The horned beast, however, met a grim fate, its horn shattered and skull crushed by the overwhelming force. Qingqiu withdrew his shield, his expression unmoved as he muttered, "Not enough, still not enough." Memories of yesterday's battle resurfaced in his mind. 5 combined strengths had been unable to withstand a single skill from that mysterious individual. A profound sense of defeat settled within him, transforming into an inner demon. Behind him stood a boy who resembled him closely. Observing the slain horned rhinoceros, he remarked, "Our strength derives from our beast companions." The Xuanwu shield is deemed the strongest defense not solely due to its recoil, but also its ability to absorb force. After pondering the boy's words, Changqing coldly replied, "Thank you." The boy, taken aback, chuckled, "Why thank me? I am your brother. Is he truly that formidable? Your Xuanwu shield can barely break through 10 among the new generation. It was not his strength, it was my weakness." Just then, the abyssal announcement rang out. And upon hearing contestant number 666, Xuanting's body stiffened, visibly trembling. The boy observed everything keenly, saying, "To slay 3 contestants simultaneously is quite impressive." Meanwhile, in 3 different directions on the map, Wu Yu, Wu Tian, and a chubby girl all moved in synchrony towards Gu Changqing's location. Unbeknownst to Gu Changqing, who was blissfully searching for routes while harvesting points from fierce beasts, the revelation of his name had caused such a stir. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with delight. "Abyss, you truly excelled in procuring this." Chapter 83, Surrounded? No, it is points coming to me. In his portable shop, an array of therapeutic potions awaited him. Alongside common materials, beast stones, low bloodline evolution agents, and more. While the prices, when converted to points, were steep, everything here was free, requiring no expenditure on his part. Gu Changqing scrolled down the price list to the very bottom, where a humble red orb caught his attention, unembellished yet with effects that could drive one to madness. 5 Spirits Pearl, Fire Type, Special Auxiliary Consumable. Effect: upon consumption, it increases the proficiency of a specific Beastmaster skill by 2,000. Price: 5,000 points. Quantity: 10. With 1 pearl enhancing proficiency by 2,000, acquiring all 10 would elevate his fire control skill to level 3. If level 2, powered by Xiao Jin, was this ferocious, level 3 would surely be extraordinary. However, despite its allure, the points required were exorbitant. Earning even 1 would be a formidable challenge. Alas, why were there no tree demons or the like in this forest? With a deep sense of regret, he continued towards the center of the map. Along the way, Gu Changqing found his surroundings eerily quiet. Perhaps the raging fire had driven away the fierce beasts that typically roamed, leaving only a few stragglers for him to dispatch. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, accompanied by the sounds of skills clashing and faint shockwaves. Gu Changqing quickened his pace, crossing a scorched hillock, where in a hollow below, 2 contestants surrounded a girl whose clothes had been burned to tatters, leaving only her modesty barely concealed. Their words dripped with teasing implications. The girl, displaying a mix of shame and anger, summoned 2 beast companions. One lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, marked by the remnants of skills, while the other stood defensively, also grievously injured. Heidan scratched his head, eyeing the girl, and remarked, "Master, that lady does not seem to be a good person." Gu Changqing, taken aback, responded, "Oh, even you noticed." Heidan puffed out his chest, "Of course. In such a perilous place, to be neither devoured by beasts nor killed by opponents, but instead burned by fire. Such poor acting cannot escape my discerning gaze." Reflecting on Heidan's keen observation, Gu Changqing contemplated the golden words of destiny, which implied that one must endure trials. To summon the black creature from his memories, would it be wise to have Xiao Jin refine it? "Classmate, do not struggle. Everyone here has been cleared by my brother and me. Just come into my brother's embrace." Just as they were about to make their move on the girl, a jet-black sword light surged forth, cleaving the ground beneath the 2. Who? One of them surveyed the surroundings, while the other shouted. Gu Changqing rose, standing atop the hill with a cold smirk. Which city's contestant dares to tease a lady in a live broadcast? Are you so desperate for fame? Kid, I advise you not to meddle. We wouldn't mind earning another 10 points. Their threats echoed, and the girl, seemingly finding her savior, climbed the slope while making an effort to showcase her figure. The delight in her eyes and the shyness on her face, coupled with her rhythmic movements, were both revealing and modest. While preventing you from sinking into despair, it simultaneously piques your interest. As the girl neared the summit, her foot suddenly stumbled, causing her entire body to topple towards Gu Changqing. At that moment, the 2 men began to shout again. "Kid, are you seeking death? We'll send you out." Their shouts were loud, yet the rain was scant, and they were too lethargic to take a step forward. A sharp dagger glinted ominously, and the girl and Gu Changqing exchanged glances. Crimson blood dripped, moistening the dry ground. A dagger had pierced Gu Changqing's splendid robe, yet it could not penetrate deeply. Meanwhile, the dagger in Gu Changqing's hand had been thrust into the girl's chest. With a forceful pull, the overwhelming inertia caused her to tumble down the slope, where both men caught her. The disguise was easily torn apart, and the girl, in disbelief, asked, "How did you see through it?" Gu Changqing, scratching his ear, remarked that their acting was too poor, blatantly fake, easily discernible even to his beast companion. He suggested they return to study more. He then pointed at the two men, noting that their youthful faces were ill-suited for portraying lecherous villains. The script itself was flawed, so how could one discuss acting? It was bewildering that the three of them would play such a scene in a survival map. Perhaps, indeed, there were righteous individuals who fell victim to being sent out of the map. The girl consumed a medicinal pill. Although not healed, she would not bleed to death. The top-ranked contestant from Jinhai City certainly lived up to her reputation. However, Gu Changqing coldly laughed, stating that with their meager abilities, they could not achieve their goal. What if I join in? He declared. Me, and me. As Gu Changqing's voice fell, echoes emerged from behind them. It was as if an enticing mirage had descended. And suddenly, dozens of individuals appeared out of thin air. Was it an illusion-type skill? Gu Changqing remained composed, scanning the crowd. Judging by their attire, at least 8 cities were represented among the contestants. However, their beast companions were of relatively low caliber, with the highest being only of the Lord-level bloodline. Not enough. Gu Changqing extended his right hand, and thousands of faint golden flames shot forth like ethereal serpents. These were not enemies encircling him. They were points, 5 spirit pills delivered to his doorstep. Gu Changqing, you've deceived me terribly. A voice filled with resentment suddenly roared, and an individual descended, stirring up a cloud of dust. Subsequently, the familiar Xuanwu shield radiated light, blocking the fiery lines of the fire control technique. As the shield lowered, it revealed the intricate face of Qianting. On the other side, a contestant with an angelic phantom behind him unleashed a fierce punch, shattering the fire lines. Moreover, he spotted that familiar, flamboyant face. Not only that, but Wu Yu Wu Tian, and the chubby girl from the bloodbath on the stage. All 5 members of that group had arrived. Gu Changqing, Wu Yu's eyes were bloodshot. Had it not been for someone restraining him, he would have already sought revenge for yesterday's humiliation. This spectacle was indeed magnificent. What virtue do I possess to unite you all? He mused aloud, while inwardly cursing the abyss once again. As for how they had tracked him down, Gu Changqing was not the least surprised. His past misdeeds in the instance were easily uncovered. This fire was identical. Gu Changqing sighed, patting Xiao Jin's head, knowing he would soon need to exert himself again. Xiao Jin's golden fur stood on end. Leave those useless shrimp to me. Hey Dan, protect the master. Hey Dan relinquished his sword, coalescing it back into his black staff, the rhythmic beating of his heart echoing like a rallying war drum. Big sister, just focus on slaying the enemies. I won't let a single hair on our master be harmed. Only the cat-transformed mimicry beast beneath Gu Changqing's feet remained anxious. Everyone, your time is precious. Let us dispense with the pleasantries and engage together. The scent of gunpowder quickly permeated the air. An impatient contestant, provoked by Gu Changqing's arrogance, directed his beast companion to charge in for close combat. In the next moment, a yellow and white striped tiger descended from the sky, landing heavily and pinning that beast companion into the ground. How could such an entertaining affair be without me? Behind Gu Changqing, footsteps began to gather. Chapter 84, Crushing. Brother Changqing, how can you engage in a brawl without inviting us? That's rather inconsiderate. Indeed, even if we can assist, witnessing such a grand spectacle is beneficial. Su Qing, Qi Sheng, and others, accompanied by a small contingent of contestants from various provinces and Jinhai City, arrived. Gathering these individuals was no small feat. Tang Luoyao, riding a fierce tiger, called out to Gu Changqing from the slope. Gu Changqing, you still haven't answered my previous question. Gu Changqing felt a headache coming on, recalling that Yi Ruyan and his future mother-in-law were watching from the sidelines. He promptly diverted the topic. Miss Tang, your beast companion is quite a rare find among feline beasts. If my memory serves me right, it should be a pinnacle-level bloodline Kaido spirit tiger. Upon hearing this, Tang Luoyao replied, your knowledge of beast taming is indeed extensive. Indeed, it is a Kaido. Its ancestry traces back to a Wuqian bee, only slightly inferior to that of the White Tiger Academy. Unfortunately, as generations pass, the purity of its bloodline has significantly diminished. The Kaido spirit tiger beneath her roared at Gu Changqing, as if to assert that even with diluted bloodlines, it could still protect her. Sensing the pure yang energy emanating from it, Gu Changqing discerned the main reason behind Tang Luoyao's character. According to the Beast Taming Encyclopedia, tigers are referred to by various names as they age: big cat, striped beast, great insect, white-fronted, mountain lord. Once a tiger reaches the status of a mountain lord, it undergoes a miraculous transformation, with its bloodline gradually returning to its ancestral roots, leading to evolutionary advancement. Xiantan, Kaido, Bazhou Wuqian. As for the divine-level bloodline among tigers, it was the famed Gungjin White Tiger from the White Tiger Academy. Possessing such a clan beast heritage signifies that the Tang family's foundation is not to be underestimated. Tang Luoyao, be sensible and stand aside. We are here for Gu Changqing. Wu Yu bellowed, as Tang Luoyao stepped forward to support Gu Changqing. Having mingled in the same circle for so long, they were all familiar with each other's styles. Tang Luoyao. Our conflict does not involve anyone else unless your Tang family stands behind him. Wu Tian directly laid out the stakes for her to consider. Don't misunderstand. I merely wish to catch up with my flamboyant sister and have no intentions of intervening. Tang Luoyao pointed at the flamboyant girl, scolding, Wei Shufan. How could you be so malicious? You tricked me into thinking that the nutrient liquid could replace the evolution agent, causing my tiger to suffer from constipation for several days. I will settle this account today. As her words left her mouth, the previously tense atmosphere abruptly fell silent. Gu Changqing gazed at the flamboyant girl in astonishment, unable to suppress a chuckle. Wei Shufan, what a splendid name. Wei Shufan's face flushed with rage, her killing intent palpable. Tang Luoyao, I will tear your mouth apart. In her fury, she summoned a venomous scorpion, charging towards Tang Luoyao. I fear you not. Tang Luoyao rode her tiger and shot Gu Changqing a look that seemed to say, I can only help you this far. Gu Changqing nodded gratefully and turned to Su Qing and the others, saying, Stay steady. The rewards for this survival battle are quite generous. Do not act rashly, understood? Before Su Qing and the others could respond, Gu Changqing had already mounted Xiao Jin, gradually rising to the highest point of the map. Want to kill me? Come then. Following that, hundreds of fireballs formed from blazing solar flames ruthlessly bombarded the densest area below. Those below attempted to use Earth-type beast skills to restrain Xiao Jin's flight path, but were halted by Wu Tian. His flames burn with an intense heat. Do not naively craft a garment for him. Water-type beast pet skills. Keep up. Utilize the method of counteraction. Instantly, various water-type skills erupted from the beast pets. Yet upon contact with the searing flames, they transformed into a dense mist. Defense quickly raised the shield. On the hillside, the participants from different provinces gazed at the roaring sounds emanating from the mist, swallowing hard in trepidation. What he said about holding steady was truly just for us to hold steady. Su Qing and others were expressions of indifference. Goodness. A single person taking on 2 or 3 dozen opponents, among whom are many formidable experts. How does this differ from the imagined scenario? Shouldn't he be restrained at every turn? Haydn shot him an indignant glare, a hick, so easily astonished. At that moment, it contained its impatience. Listening to the rhythmic beating of its heart like a war drum, feeling its power continuously swell. The last fireball exploded below, the rampant heat wave dispelling the mist, while the shields of the 2 Xian turtles protected everyone within. Even the over 1,400 points of mental attribute damage from Xiao Jin could not shatter it. Supporting the Xuanwu shield, besides Qianting, was also his brother. Gu Changqing had long anticipated the situation before him. The true experts who had not participated in the team competition were finally ready to reveal themselves. Qianting was panting heavily. He had thought that Gu Changqing had merely leveraged the advantage of Wu Tian's falling sky seal to unleash the skills to an unprecedented level. Yet now, facing pure flames, he still struggled despite grasping the essence of the Xuanwu shield. Looking at his brother beside him, his face slightly flushed. A sense of defeat surged once more. You are Gu Changqing, indeed a rare prodigy among beastmasters. Through luck and hard work, you have grown to this level. If one were to insist, you are comparable to those historical figures. Noting his brother's inner demons rising again, he ceased his silence. Yet alas, one so arrogant and reckless will surely suffer great losses. Gu Changqing looked down upon him, who bore a resemblance to Qianting, and remarked, It seems you seek vengeance for Qianting? Not talented, I wish to learn from you. Jingdu Xuanwu, Xuanxin. Xuanxin raised a hand in salute, and immediately, a hexagram formation appeared, from which emerged a gigantic turtle nearly 5 meters wide and 4 meters tall. Compared to Qianting's beast pet, Xuanxin's giant turtle was even closer to the Xuanwu. Hiss! A chilling sound echoed as a blue giant python, as thick as a water barrel, slithered out from the turtle's shell, coiling around it. The giant python opened its mouth, unleashing a blue water column that, before reaching Gu Changqing in the air, abruptly froze, resembling an extending sword, emanating a biting cold. Xiao Jin let out a cry, and the searing flames transformed into an ancient bell, the scorching waves rolling forth, while the ice column struck against it, merely creating ripples of warmth before being melted away. Xuanxin frowned, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent. The Xian turtle suddenly stomped the ground, and several earth spikes encased in ice surged upwards like soaring blue spears, attacking Gu Changqing once more. Simultaneously, Xiao Jin gathered energy. A flame column also directed at the ice spikes. Boom! The 2 immense forces collided, instantly raising clouds of dust and scattering rocks. Wow! Xuanxin spat out a mouthful of blood, while the surface of his beast pet, the Xian turtle, glowed with a brilliant blue energy, dispelling the flames that splattered upon it. He could feel the immense power of the flames. The originally counteracting attributes were now completely suppressed. At that moment, a man shrouded in an angelic silhouette stepped forward, patting Changqing on the shoulder, saying, "You alone are no match for him. That large bird is too extraordinary. I suspect it may not even be of legendary bloodline." As he spoke, he surveyed the crowd behind him, chuckling. "Our people have been bullied, and you few can still sit idly by." Just as his words fell, Changqing saw 3 contestants step out from the crowd, each emanating an aura that was only stronger, not weaker. Moreover, 2 of them bore the insignia of spirit level on their chests. Chapter 85. Talents? Merely stepping stones. Heaven, Earth, Xian, Jiang, Jingdu. 5 individuals, 5 distinct energy fluctuations. 5 overwhelming presences. As they stood shoulder to shoulder in battle, they resembled ferocious tigers descending from the mountains, followed by 5 piercing gazes filled with battle intent, aimed directly at Changqing. Standing at the highest point of the no-fly zone, Changqing overlooked the crowd below, undeterred by the mental pressure of the 5. Their eyes meeting, as if the very air was on the verge of solidifying. Changqing did not overreach. He consumed several pills, fully restoring himself and his beast pet to their peak state. Everyone else, fall back. The plump yet amiable participant from Xian province smiled warmly, his tone inviting and soothing, evoking a desire for closeness. "Brother Lin, I will not retreat. Changqing has gone too far. I desire to dismember him 1,000 times over." Wu Yu, his face flushed with rage, bore an overwhelming grudge over the events of yesterday. "Xiao Yu, I Lin am not consulting you. I am informing you. Do you mean to say that during my few days of rest, Xian province's top position will be handed over?" Still maintaining a calm and warm tone, his words thundered in Wu Yu's ears like a sudden storm. He hastily replied, "Brother Lin, I dare not. I will leave at once. That is more like it. Rest assured, after we defeat him, whether he lives or dies shall be left to you to decide." Wu Yu joyfully exclaimed, "Thank you, Brother Lin. You will surely win." Lin's gaze narrowed into a line, glancing at Changqing in the air, saying, "Let us hope so." The others, having heard the true genius speak, departed from this low ground. Watching the retreating figures of 20 or 30 individuals, Changqing's gaze turned towards Su Qing and the others, only to see Qi Sheng directing people away, already descending the hillside, distancing themselves from the upcoming battlefield by 1,000 meters. Noticing Changqing's gaze, Su Qing waved her hands, shouting loudly, "Brother Changqing, we all remember your words. Hold steady, hold steady." Changqing chuckled, speechless. How delightful. Both sides withdrew, observing from a distance. However, one individual remained, seated with an amused expression, keenly observing both parties. The talents from the 5 provinces also took note of this individual, tacitly permitting his actions. "Come, let us battle." Tian province's Luo Xian inhaled deeply, and upon exhaling, a blinding golden radiance enveloped his form, with the word battle uttered. His tightly clenched right fist flew heavily towards Changqing. Behind him, an angelic silhouette emerged, and then, a pair of resplendent golden wings slowly unfurled. A massive golden fist, accompanied by a whistling sound of air being torn, rushed forth with great speed. Xiao Jin, intending to evade nimbly, heard Luo Xian's voice. "The sky is no longer your advantage." Behind Changqing, a golden glow appeared unexpectedly, and a 2-meter-tall winged angel suddenly manifested, brandishing a slender golden sword aimed directly at him, with a golden fist in front and a winged angel behind. This lethal combination was executed in the blink of an eye. Changqing furrowed his brow. Any one of these 5 could rival the strength of Xianting and his companions. Although the process would not be as overwhelmingly dominant as his own, the outcome would remain unchanged. What was terrifying was their combat experience and the innovative application of beastmaster skills. Is this the elite bred by true noble families? Moreover, whether it be Luo Xian's winged angel or Xuanqing's Xian turtle, their bloodline grade had transcended the king level, infinitely nearing the legendary. They were on the verge of breaking through that bloodline barrier, inching closer to the perfect form of their clan's beast pets. With a complete evolution path, they could act with impunity. However, Xiao Jin, in the presence of a transcendent beast companion, all else is but an illusion, mere dust. The flicker of fireflies dares to compete with the brilliance of the full moon. Fire control, as the immense blazing sun envelopes his body. A surging power courses through Changqing, incinerate. With an impassive expression, Changqing utters a low command, and bolstered by the energy of its master. The fire control technique reaches the pinnacle of its power at this level. With a similar strike, a fiery fist, shrouded in the scorching flames of the sun, collides with a golden fist, resulting in a thunderous explosion reminiscent of a bolt of lightning on a clear day. The golden radiance and fiery sparks dance in the wind as the two beast masters unleash their skills in a fierce contest, each evenly matched. Luoxian, astonished yet smiling victoriously, finds his grin abruptly frozen. The golden sword, poised to pierce Gu Changqing's body, falters as a black staff obstructs its path. Hey, who dares to ambush the master of Black Yi? I'll pluck every feather from you. Immersed in the rhythm of the war drums, the Black Egg, though its attributes remain largely unchanged, wields its staff with formidable might, each strike carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. The familiar sound of war drums continues to resonate as the Black Egg, abandoning defense, relentlessly charges forward. Dense black energy seems to be piecing together something, continuously enhancing and evolving its armor. Despite the formidable bloodline of the winged angel, which ranks at the Lord level, it finds itself at a disadvantage under the relentless attacks of the Black Egg. Furthermore, the Black Egg's power steadily rises, approaching and soon surpassing that of its opponent. This is bad. Assist me quickly. The bond between the beast and its master is profound. Sensing the winged angel's peril, Luoxian prioritizes summoning aid. Indeed, time is of the essence. If we do not act, we may all perish. Lin Yi's words resonate as a hexagram formation emerges, accompanied by a bird's call. Subsequently, a large bird enveloped in green flames soars towards the winged angel. The other two friends also summon their beasts, revealing a cerulean dragon with flesh wings and clawed feet, alongside a dual-colored, platinum-horned tiger, marked with a royal symbol on its forehead. The cerulean dragon follows the green flame bird, while the platinum tiger unleashes a fierce aura, transforming into hundreds of golden claws, ascending with lethal intent. Mountains and waters converge. The Xuanwu shakes the heavens. Xuanqing's palms, one yellow and one blue, merge in an instant, as a spiritual serpent manifests blue liquid, filling the patterns on the turtle's back. An ethereal Xuanwu emerges from the design, unleashing countless ice pillars and earth spikes, aiming to obliterate Gu Changqing. Oh, Gu Changqing's eyes narrow slightly. The firebird, dragon, tiger, and Xuanwu, 4 beasts, for great clans. Could they possibly be from the Four Symbols Academy? Master, the Black Egg seems to show signs of awakening amidst the rhythmic war drums. Sensing the fiery fighting spirit akin to searing flames, Gu Changqing smiles faintly. The path of destiny, this ambiguous and elusive golden entry, is about to be unveiled, isn't it? Little Jean, do not hold back. Even if they are mere pretenders, even if the true ones arrive, we shall measure our strengths. Let them witness that all so-called geniuses and prodigies are merely stepping stones. Chapter 86. The Activation of Destiny's Path. Wow, is this truly the extent to which a high school beastmaster can reach? That green flame bird belongs to Lin Yi, the acknowledged first prodigy of the new generation from Xin Province. I have relatives over there and have heard that the Lin family has close ties with the Zhuke Academy of the Four Symbols Academy. Our province's goddess, Tang Luoyao, has publicly expressed her admiration and even alleviated some of his pressure. What you mentioned may be inconsequential. Luo Xian from Jiang Province. His winged angel is not inferior to the others. The Luo family's clan beast boasts 6 wings. Enough boasting, let me say this. Gu Changqing is invincible. He challenges numerous prodigies single-handedly, a feat unprecedented in past national examinations. Indeed, Gu Changqing is invincible. Gu Changqing rises to greatness. He has truly brought honor to Jinhai City. Even if he does not prevail, he shall gain fame through this battle. There are spies. Throw them out. Our Qingmi Support Association does not need such fans. Zhao Zhanyong, with a beaming smile, for the first time feels a sense of pride before his elder sister. Yi Ruyan gazes intently at the face on the light screen, her eyes filled with affection. The beautiful woman scoffs, impulsive. Victory was within reach, yet you chose to become a public enemy, just like those 2 annoying fellows. Xingia, are you reminded of the resources lost to those 2? Zhao Zhanyong's words are cut short by the woman's piercing gaze. His resolve may be firm, yet his courage remains lacking. Isn't it said that his primary beast companion is fundamental to his standing? But look at that dark monkey. As the battle progresses, it is undergoing drastic changes. The primary beast companion, being the first beast companion, is the source of the beast master's initial skills. Subsequent rank advancements allow for the acquisition of other beast companions, but the primary beast companion always has one more than the others, leading to greater enhancements due to this additional capacity. It is only when one breaks through to the royal level that the distinction between primary and secondary companions ceases to matter. Thus, beast masters are exceptionally cautious in their selection of their first beast companion. Who knows? This boy is an enigma. I heard from Yin Yin that he has contracted a 3rd beast companion. An intermediate beast master with 3 companions is truly remarkable. The beautiful woman coldly laughs. Are you not afraid he may break free from your control and seek retribution for your actions behind the scenes? Zhao Zhanyong claps his hands. That would be splendid. I could retire early. Humph, let us see how he surpasses this challenge. The 4 pseudo-saint beasts unleash their most potent skills, enveloped in intense murderous intent and overwhelming force. Under Gu Changqing's directive, Little Jean unleashes its full power. In an instant, a blood-soaked shadow of the golden crow unfurls behind him. The rich blood energy intertwines with flames, continuously amplifying and strengthening. Ever since the sun illuminated the sky, the fervor of battle has made the golden entry seem increasingly trivial. Especially after Little Jin's rank ascension and the reinforcement of its bloodline skill. Now, even before noon, the rekindled fighting spirit burns anew, seemingly dissatisfied with being disregarded. The momentum unleashed after its activation is starkly different from before. Gu Changqing, invigorated by the surge of blood energy, raises his hand, pointing towards the 4 beast companions, and shouts, "Mere beasts, how dare you act so recklessly?" Harnessing Little Jin's flames, Gu Changqing is filled with boundless confidence. The fire control technique surges anew. Guided by his will, 4 enormous waves of fire surge forth, transforming into 4 fire dragons that charge towards the 4 beast companions. Fight! 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 Below, Xuanxin and the others shout in unison as the skills of the 4 beast companions intensify, revealing the faint might of the 4 holy beasts. The tiger unleashes the sharpness of golden metal, the dragon embodies the vitality of wood, the firebird commands the extinction of flames, and the Xuanwu embodies the steadfastness of earth and water. The prodigies of the 4 provinces, the cream of the crop from the new generation of the 4 Symbols Academy. Abandon tedious trials and tricks, launching their most lethal attacks. Either you perish or I do. In everyone's eyes, Gu Changqing aloft in the sky appears as a formidable demon king. To show mercy or hesitate would only lead to self-destruction. The 4 fire dragons collide violently with the 4 beast companions, creating layers of waves reminiscent of a tranquil sea suddenly disturbed. The powerful shockwaves ripple outward from above, prompting the spectators on the periphery to summon their beast companions to withstand the onslaught. Each heart is tumultuous with emotion, especially the hastily formed Avengers Alliance, witnessing the spectacle. Xian Ting, Wu Yu, and Wu Tian stand agape, as if confronted with a ghost. Upon witnessing this scene, they finally comprehended that Gu Changqing's arrogance was indeed backed by formidable prowess. The champions from 4 provinces, even if one were to be singled out for the national examination of year, would undoubtedly be overwhelmingly superior. It is not merely a matter of securing first place, but rather comfortably placing within the top 3. However, now there were 5 contenders, each having achieved a remarkable state of evolution and refinement in both their beastly lineage and development path, the likes of which had not been seen in nearly a decade. Though they were not divine beasts, they had already begun to embody the essence of the 4 symbols. Countless resources had been expended to produce but these few. Yet there he stood, the man, enshrouded in flames, akin to a deity of fire, hailing from humble beginnings, who resisted and prevailed, even gaining the upper hand. How could they not be astonished? How could they not feel trepidation? As the fire dragon clashed with the 4 beasts, every explosive sound resonated in the hearts of those below. It was not until Xuanxin and the others began to consume elixirs that the beasts, having absorbed the essence of their beast masters, saw their might surge once more, breaking free from the fire dragon's encirclement. Impressive indeed. The small golden beast, with its extraordinary bloodline, had only undergone a single evolution. The 4 beasts, having capitalized on their post-evolution advantages, managed to level the playing field just barely. Master, I shall unleash my full potential. With ample time, the small golden beast began to reign in its flames, the progress bar of the Jinwu roaring forth visibly. At that moment, a voice interrupted its gathering strength. Elder sister, remain calm. I am currently formidable. It was the voice of Haydn. Gu Changqing shifted his attention, revealing a look of astonishment. Fully engaged in countering the 4 beasts, Haydn had somehow redirected some of the searing sunlight towards its battle with the winged angel. Now, Haydn found itself completely enveloped in an inescapable black flame, the rhythm of its heart pounding like a war drum, as if it were on the verge of bursting. Birdman, Haydn shall no longer play with you. Amidst the black flames, a burning black staff danced, leaving a myriad of afterimages, before striking the unsuspecting winged angel on the head. The angel plummeted like a fallen star, crashing into the ground and transforming into a white light, returning to the Beast Master's space. For heads of mischief, receive Haydn's blow. With Haydn's shout, the rhythm of the heart's war drum abruptly ceased. In that moment of cessation, it felt as though something had snapped. Suddenly, Gu Changqing heard a notification from the abyss. Congratulations. Your beast has activated the unique and limited golden attribute, the Path of Destiny. In the depths of the black flames, Gu Changqing seemed to glimpse a familiar figure, clad in black and gold chainmail, sporting a resplendent crown of purple gold, and wearing lotus silk shoes. Particularly notable was the striking black flame staff held aloft in one hand, confronting the four beasts with unmatched ease and overwhelming presence. The days of hardship were finally over for Haydn. Gu Changqing couldn't help but feel a swell of emotion, especially as a transmigrator witnessing the moment Haydn transformed. Tears nearly welling in his eyes. Haydn strike. The power of Haydn was entirely accumulated from the rhythm of the heart's war drum. Upon the complete activation of the Path of Destiny, it felt a noticeable drain of power within its body. This peculiar and enigmatic golden attribute, if one were unfamiliar with its triggering method, could remain dormant within the body for a lifetime. Haydn leaped into the air, the black staff extending under the convergence of dark energy to an impressive length of 15 feet, nearly touching the ground. Suddenly, it swung with all its might, releasing an overwhelming force that found its outlet, gritting its teeth as it drew a circle towards the four beasts. It was simply a circle, a black circle that encompassed all four beasts. Gu Changqing promptly summoned them into the Beastmaster's space. He was unaware of what Haydn had seen or gained upon awakening the golden attribute, but with that circle, victory was assured. Humph! You shall pay for your arrogance. Burning with fury, Xuanxin and the others unleashed their full strength without reservation. Yet Gu Changqing simply deployed a secondary beast to counter. An affront. A blatant humiliation. Gu Changqing snorted. Fools, you have already lost. The skills released by the four beasts seemed poised to breach the circle drawn by Haydn, threatening to strike him. In the next instant, a series of walls formed from condensed dark energy arose, blocking their attacks and rebounding them back. Boom, boom, boom. The collision of 5 distinct elemental skills generated a tremendous force, with their attributes simultaneously weakening and amplifying one another. As the circle filled with the chaos of the 5 elements, anguished cries from the beasts echoed, and beams of white light shot forth from the maelstrom of skill and light. When the 4 beasts returned to the Beastmaster's space, the 4 individuals struggled against the backlash of their injuries, their expressions dark and despondent. They had lost, and it was a loss so thorough, so humiliating. Even with the 4 great champions joining forces, they had given their all. Even though they had other beasts at their disposal, the moment their primary beast failed, their morale plummeted to the depths. Their opponent was merely a mid-level beastmaster, whereas the weakest among them was a high-level beastmaster. With 2 even being spirit-level beastmasters, they could not endure a single exchange, eliminated by their own skills. Though there was an element of underestimating the opponent and carelessness, they now experienced the feelings of those commoners they had once looked down upon. In the air, the small golden beast unleashed its searing flames mercilessly. This was a contest. A brutal survival battle where only one could prevail. Mercy towards the enemy was cruelty towards oneself. Big Brother, Brother Lin, Boss, the elite of the 5 provinces, undaunted by the descending flames, charged forth from a distance, using their strength to shield the 5 who had lost their fighting spirit. Gu Changqing turned his head, pressing a hand downward. The shadow of the Jinwu behind the small golden beast seemed to revive like a divine bird, its blood-colored aura of battle even more potent than before. The mental attributes, amplified by the golden attribute, increased the flame's power and oppressive presence. Just as it appeared that everyone would succumb to the pale golden flames, becoming mere ashes, a radiant, multicolored light enveloped each individual, drawing from them to form a rainbow bridge, barely holding back the searing flames. A young man, who had merely been observing, brushed the dust from his posterior and gazed at Gu Changqing in the air, speaking nonchalantly. Gu, why must you resort to such lethal measures? They no longer pose a threat to your first place. Why not show some mercy? This individual was skilled, and Gu Changqing had been keeping a close watch on him. Yet, upon hearing his words, Gu Changqing's brow furrowed. He began to hear similar sentiments echoed by others around him. Unmoved, he maintained the fiery energy of the small golden beast. Oh, lethal measures? Mercy? Might I inquire which academy you hail from? Which family do you belong to? From the Holy Mother Academy, perhaps? You truly possess a heart full of compassion. The young man's brow furrowed slightly as he was about to state his identity. But Gu Changqing raised his hand in a gesture of disinterest, saying, best not to let me know. Have you not heard the saying, in chaotic times, one must first eliminate the merciful? As a newly emerging force among humanity, we should unite, rather than. Seeing him attempt to argue further, Gu Changqing coldly interjected. Are you not part of the encirclement against my team? When they struck against me, did you ever advise them to show mercy? The young man was left speechless. If not, then stand aside. At this moment, They are my enemies, do you understand? Furthermore, survival battles are meant to be lethal. Very well. What a sharp-tongued youth. Thus, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Upon uttering these words, a beastly companion, adorned with scales, possessing a ram's head and wolf's hooves, emerged from the hexagram formation, enveloped in a radiant halo of 7 colors. As it appeared, the ground beneath it began to swell with torrents of water, swiftly rising to a height of over 10 meters. The water, a deep azure, was infused with a potent aquatic energy, and with the undulations of the waves, a crest comparable to that of Changqing surged forth. A water Qilin. Changqing furrowed his brow, as the flames of Shaojin showed signs of flickering upon colliding with the tidal wave. This was the first beast tamer to present him with a sense of parity. Aside from the fierce beasts within the dungeon, since bestowing Shaojin with the bloodline of the great sun Golden Flame. Certainly, aside from the disparity in titles, the most salient point was that the young man's water Qilin possessed a bloodline of considerable rank, surpassing that of other prodigies by several degrees. In an instant, Changqing's fighting spirit soared. After much effort, he had encountered an adversary of remarkably similar caliber. Without hesitation, he swallowed a handful of elixirs and proclaimed, "Excellent. This is just what I desired." As the waves surged toward him, Changqing's body suddenly felt weightless, and from the shadow of the golden crow, a divine bird erupted with a resounding cry that echoed through the heavens, as all fiery energies converged, solidifying the flamed form of the golden crow. The young man's brow knitted tightly. The solidified flames of the golden crow exerted immense pressure upon him. "Auspicious light," he exclaimed once more, as the colorful bridge that had been protecting everyone gradually ascended, taking with it a portion of their collective power. 7-colored rainbow bridge. Suppress them. The rainbow bridge emerged from the crashing waves, pressing heavily down upon Changqing alongside the tidal crest. With 3 beast skills unleashed in succession, the young man's tense spirit began to ease. To date, no one had managed to escape from his 7-colored rainbow bridge. Golden crow roar. Annihilate them. Suddenly, beneath the deluge of waves and the 7-colored rainbow bridge, a formidable inferno erupted as the divine bird of flames unfurled its wings, resembling a dazzling sun rising from the ocean's surface. Chapter 88. What is strength? Merely a matter of will. The colorful mist surged, enveloping the 7-colored rainbow bridge, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The intense heat blurred the surrounding scenery, distorting it into a mesmerizing sight. Yet, the young man's expression shifted dramatically as the water Qilin, borne by the waves, let out a mournful cry that resonated throughout the beast-taming space. He distinctly felt the energy of the water Qilin rapidly dissipating and immediately issued a command to recall it. However, as that resplendent sun leaped above the water's surface, the 7-colored rainbow bridge, pressed beneath it, cracked audibly from the center, soon breaking into 2 segments that transformed into countless specks of starlight, gradually dissipating within the rising mist. "Goo!" the young man bellowed, his eyes almost spitting fire. As the sun rises, all else falls. Even true ocean waves must obey this law. How much more so a Qilin that stirs the waters? The waves receded, and the immense torrent swiftly transformed this hollow into a miniature lake. The once mighty water Qilin lay prostrate upon the surface, its body exuding scorching heat. The surrounding aquatic energy flowed into its being, attempting to expel the encroaching warmth. Changqing stood upon Shaojin's back. The scorching little sun, with a crisp snap of his fingers, began to expand and split into dozens of smaller suns. Dozens of miniature suns, imbued with overwhelming fiery energy, descended like cataclysmic meteors upon the Avengers below. Suddenly, a pair of arms caught the descending suns aimed at the youth. A towering giant, nearly 7 meters tall, supported them with his hands. As his flesh made contact with the flames, a sizzling sound erupted, accompanied by the aroma of roasted meat. The youth quickly recalled the water Qilin into the beast-taming space, his tone softening. "Changqing, you must have guessed my identity. To control a water Qilin, there are no more than 5 individuals among humanity. If you spare him today, should you ever enter the 4 Symbols Academy, I shall certainly owe you a favor." Changqing merely scoffed. "Apologies, but I have no need for favors." Seeing Changqing unmoved, the youth hastily added, "As long as you relent, any condition is yours to dictate. Be it wealth or materials, I will not dispute your demands." The killing intent in Changqing's eyes intensified. He turned away, allowing the golden crow's wrathful sons to wreak havoc. Boom, boom. Each fiery orb erupted, with every participant caught in the blast reduced to white light and expelled from the map. A series of abyssal notifications followed in rapid succession. The towering giant could no longer withstand the onslaught, soon engulfed by flames. The youth roared, "You can kill us, but you cannot slay that beast king, nor obtain what you desire. Changqing, I shall remember you." His dying words remained unfinished as he turned to ash amidst the ferocious flames. Phew, it is over. Gu Changqing took a deep breath, his body collapsing in exhaustion. The shadow of the golden crow behind Xiao Jin dissipated, similarly drained, falling from the sky. Shihua, bye-bye. Qi Sheng and Su Qing simultaneously summoned their beast companions, catching the incapacitated pair. At the same time, the remaining participants from Jinhai City instinctively formed a protective circle around Gu Changqing. This left the surrounding participants from other provinces and cities utterly bewildered. What is this? Just moments ago, they were united in purpose, yet now they turned to preemptively guard against a betrayal. Su Qing, astute and quick-witted, after administering an elixir to Gu Changqing, remarked, "Apologies, our actions were purely instinctive, with no ulterior motives. It's quite all right, perfectly normal. We understand." If such a figure as Gu Changqing emerged from the provinces, they certainly would have acted even more excessively. Setting aside whether Gu Changqing truly lacked the strength to continue, his feat of dispatching 2 to 3 dozen participants in an instant shattered their previous misgivings. Coupled with the response from Jinhai City's participants, envy began to brew among those from other provinces. What transpired? At that moment, Tang Luoyao returned riding the Kaiyuan Linghu. Her once splendid attire was now tattered, shredded into rags by claws. Upon seeing Gu Changqing, who was being protected by others, she immediately grasped the situation and tossed a fiery red fruit to Su Qing, saying, "Zhuhong Shuigua, far superior to those elixirs." As a scion of a renowned family in Jinhai City, Su Qing had seen her fair share of wealth. Yet, witnessing Tang Luoyao casually toss a fruit worth a fortune made her smile wryly. It is evident that disparities exist even among noble families. Gu Changqing had intended to have Xiao Jin consume the fruit, but Xiao Jin flicked its golden mane and swiftly returned to the beast-taming space. After consuming the fruit, Gu Changqing felt enveloped by a warm current, and in no time, he sprang back to life, descending from the back of the Shihua, murmuring, "This fruit is leagues beyond any elixir." However, Tang Luoyao's next words left Gu Changqing, who had just experienced a complete annihilation of his opponents, feeling sheepish. "Is that not enough? I have a few more to spare. I was in a hurry when I left, and didn't he bring many?" At that moment, Gu Changqing felt a swell of emotion. What does it matter how powerful one is? With the protection of the abyssal rules, many things remain beyond his reach. To him, a Zhuhong Shuigua is a treasured gem, while in her eyes, it is merely a common candy. Tang Luoyao dismounted from the tiger, saying, "What shall we do next? Shall we take down that beast king?" Following this, she added, "Rest assured, it is all yours. We are not your match and can withdraw on our own, lest you feel remorse in slaying us." Gu Changqing was suddenly startled, as though 2 piercing gazes were directed at his back, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. "Ha ha." Tang Luoyao laughed heartily, teasing him. "I was just joking, and you took it seriously. I inquired about some of your affairs. Keep up the good work." Gu Changqing sighed in relief. "Sister, the timing for jokes is rather inappropriate." After a brief respite, Gu Changqing and his companions departed from the devastated hillside, making their way towards the Beast King located at the center of the map. Despite Tang Luoyao's assurances, Gu Changqing remained unconvinced. Ultimately, he chose to seek his fortune with the Beast King, primarily because the map was vast, and searching for each creature one by one would consume an inordinate amount of time. Along the way, Gu Changqing inquired of Tang Luoyao, "Will that Beast King yield something valuable?" The words of a youth on the brink of death seemed to carry a deeper meaning. Indeed, Tang Luoyao nodded. "If it weren't for that item, I suspect the talents from various provinces and cities would remain silent. Even during national examinations, we wouldn't easily reveal our identities." Gu Changqing expressed his astonishment. "Why is that?" "To prevent you from overthinking," Tang Luoyao replied succinctly. "It's meant to keep you from dwelling on it." She then gazed at the scenic landscape, reflecting, members of noble families, especially those from higher-tier families, have their destinies predetermined from the moment of their birth. "Gu, you are a gifted beastmaster. The probability of awakening a beast companion of lord level or above at the abyssal altar is 1 in 100,000. And how many can hold on to their beast contract card while growing stronger amidst adversity? Not many. You are one of only 2. I understand you harbor grand ambitions. But before you pursue them, please take a moment to grasp reality. Not all injustices are evil, and not all fairness is virtuous." Chapter 89. The Indomitable Might of the Beast King. Tang Luoyao's words were heartfelt and sincere. They were not meant to embellish or explain anything, but rather resembled a self-deprecating reflection born from misunderstanding. Perhaps you are right. Gu Changqing neither agreed nor disagreed. The disparate trajectories of their growth, the stark differences in status, and the influences of their surroundings led to vastly different perspectives and experiences. Tang Luoyao nodded, indicating that her words were sufficient. After a fierce battle, The journey was relatively tranquil. The ferocious beasts marked on the map seemed to have been startled by the energy waves, with only a few remaining, easily dispatched by the group. Soon, the surrounding hilly terrain became more pronounced, with undulating hills stretching endlessly into the distance, spanning thousands of miles. Changqing stood atop a ridge, gazing out. The vastness of the map exceeded his expectations. Su Qing and the others surveyed the surrounding landscape and confirmed they had reached the map's center. However, searching for a ferocious beast in such a vast expanse was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Furthermore, the probability of encountering a lone beast king was exceedingly low. What do you think? Tang Luoyao looked at Changqing. Shall we split up or proceed together? Let us form small teams. If we find any traces of the beast king, we must act cautiously. Agreed. Just as the group divided into teams and prepared to delve into the hills, a resounding boom echoed from the distance, followed by a plume of dust rising into the air. Were the contestants hunting beasts? Tang Luoyao observed, seemingly unconcerned. Yet, in the next moment, the sound of fierce clashes erupted again, and a roar from the beasts reverberated like thunder in the skies above the hills. Suddenly, a colossal black paw appeared out of nowhere, exuding an eerie aura as it descended mercilessly. There are skilled individuals. Tang Luoyao's attention was drawn by the energy fluctuations. Just as she was about to seek Changqing's opinion, she saw him summon the well-rested Xiao Jin, soaring towards the giant paw. Wait for me, Tang Luoyao shouted, mounting her Kaiyuan spirit tiger to pursue. Let us go, we must join. Such intense clashes of power suggested that someone had summoned the Beast King. At that moment, Changqing, riding on Xiao Jin, urged it to accelerate. The aura emanating from that giant paw was all too familiar, reminiscent of the hand of the evil god from the wild dungeon. The three-headed touching dragon had mentioned that someone was secretly conducting transactions with the hand of the evil god, and he was one of the beneficiaries. Although he had speculated about that person, he lacked evidence. Now that clues had emerged, how could he remain calm? He was eager to uncover what had transpired during the last beast tide. As they approached the battlefield, the energy radiating from the giant paw intensified. Master, the aura is unmistakable. With Xiao Jin's confirmation, Changqing furrowed his brow. If it truly was the hand of the evil god, then the one who summoned it must be a malevolent beastmaster. Had they entered the escape battle map under the guise of contestants? Perhaps in pursuit of the treasures dropped by the Beast King? Meanwhile, in the observation seats, Li Haoran's palms were clammy with sweat as he fixated on the perspective displayed on the screen. He turned to the loyal dog beside him, fuming. What is going on? I demand to know. The loyal dog, equally drenched in cold sweat, stammered. I already told him, he can only summon a third beast companion when battling Changqing. Perhaps he was overwhelmed by the pressure of the Beast King-level creature. Li Haoran's eyes burned with rage. Good. Yuqin family. Are you plotting against me behind my back? Even if I am exposed, there will be protection from above. Yet you will be branded as traitors. Scorned by all in Jinhai City. The loyal dog was too frightened to respond. Li Haoran then mused. Jinhai, are you attempting to use a knife to kill me? That black hand, could it be of the same origin as that thing in the Forbidden Sea? In stark contrast to the hysteria of Chun Ziming and Li Haoran upon the revelation of their conspiracy, Zhao Zhanxiong and the beautiful woman fell into an unusual silence the moment the giant paw appeared. It seems so, they both recognized their formidable talents, exploiting loopholes in the abyssal rules to secure substantial evidence. Regrettably, over the years, I have only managed to uncover who orchestrated their transfer back then. The opposing party had covered their tracks meticulously, leaving behind only pawns. The beautiful woman scoffed. Apart from them, who else could it be? With the border situation dire, they are still contemplating using forbidden means to maintain a fleeting peace. Deluded fools. Listening to her mother's conversation with Zhao Zhanxiong, Yi Rian felt a stir in her heart, recalling a memory she wished to forget, murmuring, those things are terrifying. Master, that must be the Beast King. As Changqing soared to the location of the giant paw, he beheld a bizarre ferocious beast with white wings sprouting from its back, a tiger's body, a leopard's head, and horns upon its brow. At that moment, it was unleashing invisible wind blades nearly 3 meters long, seemingly forcing any hidden creatures to reveal themselves. Suddenly, the Beast King turned its head, catching sight of Changqing in the air, and emitted a roar reminiscent of both tiger and leopard before speaking human words. Ant-like humans, return my child. Then, with a flap of its white wings, countless wind blades surged forth with a whooshing sound. Halt! You audacious beast, prepare to meet your end. Black Egg appeared, wielding a long, thick black staff that swirled through the air, deflecting the incoming wind blades. As the wind blades dissipated, Black Egg, not one to miss an opportunity for taunting, had barely begun to mock when a resounding thud echoed, The scattered wind blades miraculously reformed, silently cleaving towards Black Egg's form. The dark energy coalesced into armor, yet even the defenses of the war goddess body proved insufficient. Damn it! Black Egg could only curse before being sent soaring by the overwhelming force of the wind blades, crashing heavily to the ground, his fate uncertain. The wind scythe approached with relentless force, and Changqing summoned the fiery bell. Yet, after the bell tolled, the flames dissipated, and both the human and the bird plummeted from the sky, landing beside the Black Egg. Master, Changqing weakly called out. Changqing brushed off the dust covering him and beheld the deep, bone-exposing wounds on Changqing's body, blood oozing freely. Its strength had yet to fully return, rendering it incapable of withstanding the Beast King's strike. Meanwhile, the Black Egg lay unmoving in the crater it had created, failing to return to the Beast Master space. The Beast King, noticing Changqing's survival, flapped its wings once more. Changqing seized the moment to withdraw Changqing into the Beast Master space, desperately dodging the wind scythe while the Beast King's information appeared before him. Beast King, Wind Slayer, Hybrid Beast. Chapter 90. No destruction, no establishment. Destruction leads to establishment. Beast King, Wind Slayer, Hybrid Beast. Level 30. Attributes: Strength 500, Constitution 1000, Agility 800, Spirit 1300. Skills: Heart of the Wind Spirit, Thousand Blades Wind Scythe, Wind Spirit Body, Wind Domain Cage, Extreme Wind, Annihilation, Extreme Wind, Ultimate Penetration. Description: Once a Beast King of a tyrannical domain, now hides here for a special reason. My goodness, this is the Beast King. Its luxurious four-dimensional attributes paired with 6 skills, 2 of which are clearly devastating weapons. Crucially, the Heart of the Wind Spirit restores spiritual energy, while the Wind Spirit Body amplifies physical strength. To say nothing of defeating it, merely getting close would be a feat for even the most skilled. After evolving, Changqing had never encountered such a dire situation, even when facing the incomplete, weakened memory version of Wang Yuntian and the Tongtian Bilong in an artificial dungeon. The disparity is indeed vast. Enough spectating, let us charge together. At this moment, Tang Luoyao began directing the participants who had been intimidated by the Beast King's might to regroup. Defense. Position the defensive skills at the forefront. Where are the support-type Beast Companions? Hurry, establish your statuses. Attack-type Beast Companions, seek opportunities, do not recklessly sacrifice yourselves. Wait for the cooldown gaps of its skills before engaging. While directing, Tang Luoyao and Qi Sheng formed a pointed formation, both of them valiantly enduring the pressure of the Wind Slayer's Wind Scythe, straining under the effort. They continuously stuffed medicinal pills into their mouths. Su Qing had grown tired of reciting spells. Once the Holy Unicorn's skills had cooled down, she immediately enhanced their power. Together, they managed to barely fend off the onslaught of the Wind Slayer. Yet Changqing understood the inevitable collapse was merely a matter of time. The gap between the two sides could not be bridged by sheer numbers. Currently, Changqing was still recuperating in the Beastmaster space, and the Black Egg lay gravely injured. Master, summon that cat. Suddenly, the Black Egg at the bottom of the pit propped itself up with a broken black staff. Changqing slapped his forehead, realizing in his urgency that he had forgotten about the mimic beast. As soon as it was summoned, the cat-formed mimic beast approached the Black Egg, moving with feline grace. Do not hold back. Draw deeply from me. I need you to heal the injuries of the eldest sister in the shortest time possible, understand? The mimic beast nodded and meowed twice. Changqing hurriedly summoned Changqing from the Beastmaster space. As soon as it landed, the mimic beast placed its paws on its wounds. In an instant, a vibrant green light surged forth. A radiant green aura enveloped a 10-mile radius, flowing into the mimic beast's body from all directions. Upon entering Changqing's body, the green light began to visibly heal the wounds inflicted by the wind scythe. Ugh! The Black Egg spat out a mouthful of blood, watching as Changqing gradually revived. Eldest sister, my life is in your hands. Changqing nodded slightly, flames beginning to rise in her eyes. Master, through your guidance, I have discovered a path different from before. Perhaps this is what you wish to see. The Black Egg's words left Changqing momentarily perplexed. Suddenly, dense black energy re-emerged. But this time it was laced with crimson. The intertwining of black and blood reformed a magnificent armor on its exterior, along with a nearly tangible black-red staff. Black Egg, you! Changqing gasped in shock. The Black Egg's spiritual and physical energies had long been depleted, yet it could still unleash an even stronger power. It could only mean one thing. It was burning its bloodline essence. Just like Changqing did back then. Destruction leads to establishment. Let us battle. Whether you are a beast king or a beast god, dreaming of making black ye submit is a foolish fantasy. The black and red mist surged beneath the Black Egg's feet. Standing atop the mist, the black egg bellowed and soared above the Wind Slayer. Its heavy black-red staff, surrounded by flames striking down upon the Beast King. Sensing the black egg's overwhelming killing intent, the Wind Slayer's surface erupted with violent winds, and its dual horns radiated power, creating a shockwave that rapidly spread outward. Changqing inwardly cursed. This was a skill only a Beast King-level ferocious beast would possess. All actions appeared to slow down dramatically. Yet Changqing discerned the truth. It was not that everyone else had slowed, but rather that the Beast King had accelerated. Boom. The Beast King's horns unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, quickly filling the wind domain with countless wind scythes. The wind scythes mercilessly attacked within the wind domain. The enhanced speed rendering the participants utterly defenseless. Flashes of white light indicated that many had already been expelled from the field. Only Tang Luoyao, Qi Sheng, Su Qing, and a few other experts from the province remained, relying on their powerful beast companions to avoid being sent out. However, they were left bloodied and battered by the slashes of the wind scythes, with little strength left to fight on. The most tragic of all was the black egg. The myriad of battle bodies, while fueled by the burning bloodline, sustained injuries and then reformed, only to be injured again. This continued for nearly 5 minutes until the power from the burning bloodline significantly waned. The Beast King's horns ruthlessly pierced through the black egg's body and, with a forceful flick, sent it crashing back into the previous pit. This time, the black egg did not rise again, as its bloodline burned out. The last wisp of black energy brushed against its visage, closing its once open eyes. Meow? The mimic beast weakly called out, lying motionless on the ground. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin was reborn, the grand silhouette of the golden crow manifesting upon its surface. At this moment, a sudden notification echoed from the abyss. The sun is shining bright. Noon has arrived. Your beast companion's attributes and skill power have reached 1,000. Simultaneously, the energy bar within the golden crow silhouette depleted in an instant. The magnificent image of the golden crow raised its head to the sky and expelled a jet of fierce flames. Although the fire was not large in size, its scorching temperature instantly caused the earth to boil, turning trees and flowers to ash. Xiao Jin's target was none other than the black egg at the bottom of the pit. Oh my, it's too hot. I'm going to be cooked. Big brother, are you the reinforcements summoned by the Beast King? That skill is indiscriminate. Did you miss? This is bad. We're about to be expelled. The few still struggling in the wind domain, unable to withstand the relentless onslaught of the wind scythes and the searing heat, chose to drop their defenses and were consequently expelled. Su Qing's face turned pale as her consciousness faded into the Beastmaster space. Can you hold on? A beguiling voice echoed through the space, filled with pink hues. I can sense a powerful bloodline aura slowly awakening. Girl, let me have a private chat with him. Beast, your child is here. At the critical moment, suddenly, from one side of the battlefield, Zhenhai, clad in king-grade armor, appeared, holding a wailing beast cub in his hands. With all his might, he hurled the beast cub into the distance. The Beast King swiftly dispelled the wind domain and rushed towards the child. As the Beast King departed, everyone exhaled in relief. Zhenhai drew forth the thunderous war spear, advancing step by step towards Changqing. Are you surprised, Changqing? As he spoke, a black arm crept up his left shoulder from behind. Chapter 91. Destiny lies with me. What can you do? Changqing sighed, a flicker of panic evident in his eyes. Though it was but a moment, Zhenhai caught it. Haha, you're frightened. All your trump cards have been revealed. With one beast pet dead and another injured, no miracles shall follow. As for you, your chances of escape are now non-existent. Zhenhai's pupils instantly turned crimson. Before him lay his father, collapsed in a pool of blood, alongside those noble families who had once allied with him but quickly distanced themselves when trouble arose. A cold voice within him continuously incited his rage, the desire for slaughter engulfing all rational thought. The black hand upon his shoulder seemed to revel in this atmosphere, softening as it began to secrete tentacle-like appendages, penetrating through his clothing and into his body. Zhenhai, this is a replica. What are you thinking? Are all the examinees from Zhenhai City so twisted? First, Changqing annihilates that group of people, those prodigies. And now we have another who can wrestle with the Beast King. Tang Jie remarked. In comparison, are we, as a provincial capital, too inferior? Tang Luoyao paid little heed to her companion's ramblings, her gaze fixated on Zhenhai, her brows furrowing deeper. Beside her, the Kaiyuan's spiritual tiger bared its teeth and growled softly, seemingly in fear. Be quiet. Can't you see? That hand is not a beast pet at all. Su Qing's eyes dimmed as the pink glow dissipated. What is that? Your power is unfathomable. Could it also be a mythological beast pet? Within the Beastmaster space, a seductive voice echoed. No, that is an aura of chaos, something abnormal. My spiritual power is limited. If possible, I would shield him from a blow. Su Qing bit her lip and retorted, I would have done so without being reminded. No wonder you warned me of him from the start. The issue doesn't lie with him. It's with that ferocious beast. Just based on that hand, it rivals a legendary beast pet. However, it draws its strength from the negative emotions of the beast master. Soon, I can clearly hear the overwhelming heartbeat of bloodline awakening drawing near. With a thunderous roar, the thunderous war spear swept through the air, the violent lightning transforming into a net that enveloped Gu Changqing. Die, Gu Changqing. I only want you dead. Chun Hai was completely consumed by madness, half of the hand gradually sinking into his body. The dark gas, entirely dissimilar to that of the black egg, wafted outwards like steam with each breath. Do not move him. Tang Luoyao took a deep breath. The medicinal effects of the crimson fruit had yet to take effect as she threw a seemingly mundane punch. The Kaiyuan spiritual tiger whimpered, transferring its remaining spiritual power to Tang Luoyao before retreating to the beast master space. A fistprint shaped like a ferocious tiger collided with the rampant lightning, causing a burst of energy that sent dust and debris flying. Yet, Chun Hai, infected by that hand, experienced a surge in strength. The lightning became unstoppable, effortlessly shattering the fistprint. What is happening? Qi Sheng mumbled. The battered Shillahan continued to hold the line, only to vanish in a flash of white light. An eye. A white fox tail extended from behind Su Qing, striking with the force of a mountain, intertwining with the lightning. The pink spiritual energy absorbed the incoming lightning. But in the next moment, Su Qing coughed up blood, her body coursing with electric threads. She was resisting the thunder with her flesh and blood. Gu Changqing gazed at them weakly, his emotions surging as he attempted to rise, only to find all his strength abruptly drained. Not just him, but Xiao Jin felt the same. Leave, his target is me. Gu Changqing wished to prevent further needless damage. Su Qing, bleeding and gritting her teeth, insisted, no. You've always protected us. This time, it's our turn to protect you. Get away. Chen Hai swung the thunderous war spear once more, sending Su Qing flying like a severed kite. Qi Sheng rushed over to catch her, promptly administering a pill. Why? Why does a lowly commoner receive such adoration from so many? In school, your beast mastery grades are always the highest. Do you know how detestable their gazes are? What does it matter if you are a hero's descendant? What does it matter if you are a top student? Why does the abyss remain blind, allowing even an awakening to possess a legendary beast pet? I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. Just when I was about to give up, you again caused my father's tragic death. Gu Changqing, you cannot escape this replica. For within a radius of 30 meters, all lies within my domain. To die is to die. Do you not worship him? Do you not admire him? Then you shall accompany him. Only then did the others realize that the surrounding trees and mountains were rendered immobile. Moreover, given the Beast King's speed, it was impossible for him to take so long to retrieve the child. All eyes turned towards Chun Hai and the hand that was nearly fully integrated into his body. The hand of the evil god. Gu Changqing's eyes darkened as he slowly uttered, I most despise your predictable demeanor. It only serves to amplify my fury. Chun Hai's face contorted in a snarl as he thrust the thunderous war spear forward, positioning it before Gu Changqing. Kneel. I will consider sparing their lives. Gu Changqing sighed. You have already been accepted by the Baihu Academy, and a brighter path awaited you. Yet, you choose to tread the treacherous path leading to certain death. Have you not learned from Wang Yuntian's lesson within the replica? Also, you truly underestimate the Beast King. Can such a domain withstand this? With a crash, as Gu Changqing finished speaking, two antlers of the Beast King pierced through the trees and hills. Did you think I wouldn't foresee this? The domain may be broken, but the power remains. Chun Hai ceased his ramblings, unleashing arcs of electricity from the thunderous war spear as he thrust it downward. Xiao Hai no. A familiar voice thundered in Chun Hai's ears. His face reflected disbelief. Father. From behind Gu Changqing, Chun Ziming, with tears streaming down his face, slowly approached. Father. Is that you? Chun Ziming nodded. Xiao Hai, it is I. With a thrust, the thunderous war spear pierced through Chun Ziming's body. Chun Hai sneered. You thought you could deceive me. Chun Ziming looked at the spear in disbelief as his body gradually transformed into glowing light. The simulated beast was drawn back into Gu Changqing's possession. Xiao Jin also returned to the beast master space with a weak whimper. Have you ceased your struggle? Prepare to die? Who dares to harm my master? A sudden roar erupted from the depths of the pit, followed by a pillar of fire shooting skyward. Xiao Jin unleashed the full force of its flames, instantly creating a large breach in the domain. Within the fiery column, a figure cloaked in flames emerged, wielding a fiery staff that surged towards Chun Hai in an instant. Chun Hai raised his spear to block, yet the overwhelming force effortlessly knocked him back several meters. The fiery staff returned to the column of flames as the abyss's notification sounded. Golden attribute. The path of destiny triggered. Your beast pet gains 300 to all attributes. The Path of Destiny Bloodline Fusion successful. Your beast pet, Black Egg, has successfully ascended in rank. Chapter 92, Destiny Monkey, One Strike to Defy Heaven. Black Egg. Gu Changqing's voice trembled as he gazed at the figure solidifying within the pillar of fire, his emotions surging. Do not be afraid, master, for there lies an inept turtle. Xiao Dower. Ah, it seems a name change is in order. Gu Changqing opened the information on the Black Egg, and his heart raced wildly. Beast pet, Taming Monkey. Grade, Bronze. Level, 10. Bloodline, Taming Gold, Wanzhan Sifong Gold, Reset. Attributes, Strength 150, Constitution 150, Agility 150, Spirit 150. Spirit Power, 5000. Skills, 100 Battle Staff, Lingming Body. Equipment. Description, a monkey that dared to give the middle finger to the gods, only to be struck down and scattered in spirit. It worked. The Black Egg had transformed. The attributes from Wanzhan Sifong had been entirely reset, yet the foundational attributes of the Black Egg surpassed even Xiao Jin, achieving a staggering 150 points. Through the special conditions of Taming, it had tripled. From destruction comes rebirth. Gu Changqing had previously believed that the Path of Destiny was on par with the Great Sun Golden Flame. It turned out that the dominant force was that unknown bloodline. Gu Changqing could hardly contain his excitement. This was the true god in every man's heart, an irreplaceable deity. 100 Battle Staff, a mysterious and unpredictable staff technique. Distilled through countless battles. Each strike possesses a power of 10, and after 100 strikes, it triggers the ultimate move, Heavenly Staff Strike. Heavenly Staff Strike gathers the power of 100 strikes to unleash an unparalleled large-scale area attack. Spirit Power Cost, 3000. Lingming Body, a unique constitution with unmatched defense, providing a defense of 500, skill resistance of 200, and immunity to various negative effects. Spirit Power Cost, 100 seconds. This would greatly alleviate the pressure on Xiao Jin. Gu Changqing was eager to leave the escape map and dive into various dungeons to level up. He was desperate to enhance the Black Egg and discover its subsequent evolution path, hoping it might once again embody the legendary deity. Just as he was lost in joy, Qianhai's furious roar erupted. A viscous black substance extended from his arm, enveloping the Thunder War Halberd. The crackling black lightning, imbued with a sense of destruction, transformed into a colossal black hand, descending upon Gu Changqing. His domain was continuously eroding, on the verge of shattering. Qianhai was determined not to squander this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Allowing the hand of the evil god to invade his body and consciousness, only one thought lingered in his mind. Kill. You think Blackie does not exist? At the same time, Xiao Jin's fiery pillar also extinguished. The golden blazing flames enveloped his entire form, with a pair of red eyes radiating a heart-stopping glow. The flames beneath transformed into a fiery cloud. The Black Egg bellowed, moving with lightning speed, and struck Qianhai's forehead with the fiery staff. Retreat. Qianhai hissed, and the massive black hand of lightning redirected, blocking the Black Egg staff, while simultaneously morphing into multiple lightning serpents. Bang! The Black Egg was forcefully sent flying. But using the fiery cloud as a springboard, it charged back towards the lightning serpents. Its surface shimmered with a glassy hue, and as the lightning serpents struck, they left behind white marks, which rapidly healed under the flame's searing heat. Gu Changqing watched in awe as the Black Egg darted in and out of the black lightning, his heart racing. At that moment, a crimson blood fruit was handed to him. Gu Changqing accepted it, placing it in his mouth, and glanced at the disheveled Tang Luoyao, saying, "Thank you. No need for thanks, it's merely self-preservation." He then furrowed his brows, pondering the situation. What was the origin of that hand? Gu Changqing shook his head in confusion. Was it a beast pet or something more sinister? The Beast Encyclopedia had no record of such a being. Tang Luoyao expressed her doubts. Really? I feel as if you were deceiving me. Gu Changqing replied sincerely, what would I gain from deceiving you? There is no benefit. Regarding the hand of the evil god, he truly had no clear understanding, beyond a few tidbits from the mouths of foreign beast tamers. All he had were descriptions from dungeons. We must deal with him quickly. A beast king awaits us. No rush. Let us wait until the domain collapses. The Beast King's power was excessively ferocious. Under relentless assault, the barrier formed by the domain was riddled with cracks. Gu Changqing did not wish for Qianhai to perish. Or rather, he could not allow him to die here. After all, he owed a favor to Bai Hu, the teacher. The matter of right and wrong should be left to the lord of the city, not for him to judge. The power of the Black Egg's 100 battle staff grew increasingly formidable. Each strike against the colossal hand of lightning, causing the once immovable hand to ripple and the lightning to dissipate. Are you human? As the Black Egg gradually gained the upper hand, Tang Luoyao fixed her gaze on her master, Gu Changqing, her eyes filled with fervor, yearning to see through him. Gu Changqing felt uneasy under her scrutiny and took a step back. Just luck, nothing more. I'd be foolish to believe you. Tang Luoyao ceased her inquiries, understanding that probing into another's hidden cards was a grave taboo. Crack. At that moment, Chunhai's domain barrier finally shattered, splintering like cracked glass. The black egg distanced itself, and the flames belonging to Xiao Jin weakened with each attack. At this juncture, the 100-battle staff had struck 100 times. Young man, Blackie will no longer play with you. The black egg placed its hand upon the fiery staff, and in an instant, the remaining flames engulfed it entirely. A resounding bird call erupted from the staff. Xiao Jin's phantom swirled upward from the base of the staff. The staff size rapidly expanded, reaching an astonishing 10 zhong. That scruffy hand, consider yourself fortunate. This is your first taste of my and Big Sister's combination skill. After this strike, either you perish or I do. The black egg hoisted the thick, sturdy, and elongated fiery staff as the fiery cloud beneath it slowly ascended. Combination skill, Jinwu Fazhen. Like the collapse of a celestial pillar, countless flames erupted. True firebirds, clutching the fiery staff, surged forth from the infernal sea, swiftly engulfing Chunhai. Behold, witness my Fazhen. The black egg swung its hand downward with great force, emptying its entire spirit power. Damn, run. Gu Changqing, you could have given a heads up that this would be deadly. Brother Changqing, that was excessive. Gu Changqing, having regained much of his strength after consuming the crimson blood fruit, could only smile helplessly at the complaints of the fleeing team. Believe me, I wish I could have warned you, but I too was caught off guard. Boom. As Gu Changqing fled, he glanced back to see a staff of Fazhen descending heavily. Following that, a notification from the abyss appeared. Jinhai City Candidate 666 has slain a candidate from Jinhai City.